What's up? Ghost Fictions is here, and we're back again. This is the full story where Issei was the son of the true Satan. Have you ever wondered why they were called the four Satans? Why not just the four devil kings? Where is Satan from? After the true Satan was presumed dead and missing, they named the leader Satan to show respect to him. But what would happen when his son comes to the supernatural world? Issei Satan, heir to the Satan bloodline. But before we start, please consider subscribe to the channel and give this video a like. Don't forget to check the description for more informations. Now, let's get into the story. Welcome to the son of the true Satan. Prologue. A young boy is currently kneeling next to a bed with his father laying on it. Dad, come on. Please. Get better. A 10-year-old brown-haired, brown-eyed boy said while crying over his father. Issei, don't cry. What did I tell you? You mustn't cry. It shows weakness. The man with pitch black hair that's darker than the night itself and eyes that were as inhumanly red. But Dad, Issei said. I know. Fine, you can cry. But promise me this. Once I'm gone, only cry when you know you're safe or when you lose someone you love. Because I fear I won't be here for much. Cough cough. Issei's father was cut off when he coughed up blood. Dad, hang in there, Issei yelled. Now let's take it back a few days earlier to see where this really started. 3 days earlier. Knock knock. I got it, Dad, Issei yelled as he ran to the door. Make sure you check who it is before you open the door, Issei's father yelled. As Issei opened the door, he was surprised to see his teacher from school standing there. Sensei, what are you doing here today? Issei asked. Oh, Issei, my boy. I'm here to talk to your father. May I speak with him? Issei's teacher told the boy. Alright, follow me. Dad, Sensei is here, Issei yelled to his father. Bring him to the dining room. I'll prepare some tea, Issei's father yelled back. So Issei brought his teacher through the house to the dining room. The house wasn't exactly massive, but it definitely wasn't small. It was a 2-story house with 2 master bedrooms and 3 guest bedrooms and 4 bathrooms. Nothing fancy about it other than it being on the outskirts of the city. Ah, Mr. Hiyoto. It's so nice to meet you, Issei's teacher exclaimed. Oh, likewise, Mr. Issei's father, who currently has brown hair and brown eyes like Issei, said. Phillips, you can call me Phillips, Mr. Phillips told Issei's father. Alright, Mr. Phillips, what can I do for you? I hope Issei hasn't been causing any trouble, Issei's father said. Oh no, he's probably one of the best. Well-behaved and on the top of his class in both academics and PE, the teacher said proudly. Then what did you want to talk about? Issei's father asked. Oh, just regarding Issei's future and a few schools who are interested in boarding him. It won't take long. Is that alright with you? Oh yes, go right ahead. 15 minutes later. But still, it must be hard taking care of Issei by yourself. Being a single parent these days. It must be hard, Mr. Phillips said. Oh no, I got used to it. And Issei helps a lot around the house, so it isn't that bad, Issei's father said. Oh, I guess it wouldn't be that hard for you, Mr. Hiyoto. Or should I say, Satan. Mr. Phillips' face contorted into a scowl as he finished. But in a split second, Mr. Phillips brought out a blade and flung it towards Issei, who was sitting between his father and his teacher. Issei's father caught the blade inches in front of Issei's face, drawing blood from his hand. Issei's father's hair quickly turned black and eyes turned red as he glared at Mr. Phillips. Issei's father quickly threw the blade across the room and started to walk towards Mr. Phillips. As Mr. Phillips saw this, he tried to move but couldn't. Issei, go in the other room, Issei's father told the still shocked Issei. But Issei tried so talk, but no words would come out. Issei, this isn't up for debate. Go. Now, Issei's father yelled. To say Issei was scared would be an understatement. First of all, he almost died seconds before, and now his father yelled at him. His father has never yelled at him for as long as he could remember. So Issei got the message and left as quickly as he could, leaving his father and his teacher in the same room. Now then, where were we? Issei's father said with his aura getting darker with every word. Let me go, you bastard. Now why would I do that? You come into my house. Try and hurt my son. You should have realized by now. You're not in charge here. You think I'm worried? That blade that cut you, it was poisoned, Mr. Phillips yelled. You think measly poison can kill me? Issei's father asked mockingly. You said it yourself, I'm the true Satan, the one and only. The first. And the last. There is no one who can be me. Issei's father yelled with power resonating through every word. You must be an idiot if you think we've been sitting idly not thinking of a way to kill somebody that might have your power. Even we understand how dangerous somebody with your power could be. You have killed thousands of people and barely broke a sweat. And after you supposedly died in the Great War, we've been making a way to kill anyone that might even have a fragment of your power. But guess what? You show up on our radar after years and years of being missing. What could be a better way to test it? Mr. Phillips yelled back. Once Mr. Phillips stopped talking, Issei's father started coughing uncontrollably. You bastard, cough. You're going to feel hell, cough. Issei's father said with blood coming out of his mouth. Who sent you? Issei's father barely asked as he started to crush the man from the inside. Fuck you, Mr. Phillips said as he spat out blood. Suit yourself. Any last words? Go to hell, Mr. Phillips said. Don't worry, I'll be following you there just to make you feel something worse than hell, Issei's father said as he lifted his arm towards Mr. Phillips. Oh, one last thing, Issei's father said. What? Mr. Phillips asked. See you in hell, Issei's father said with a demonic grin on his face. And as soon as he finished, blood started to pour out of Mr. Phillips' mouth and eyes. And as soon as he stopped moving, Issei's father brought his hand up once again, and out of thin air a mini cyclone of blood appeared. And he sent it towards the dead body, and once it dissipated there was nothing left, just a swirl of blood on the floor. He then cast a barrier around his house that would stay up until he died, no matter how weak he was. But soon after, Issei's father collapsed to the floor. Issei. Cough, come here. Issei's father barely yelled. What happened, Dad? What happened to you? Where's Sensei? He's gone. Now please help me get to bed, cough. I'm not in the best of shapes, Issei's father explained. It took Issei a few minutes to get his father upstairs and to the master bedroom, but in the end he did it, so he gently laid him on the bed. Issei. Cough. What, Dad? Issei frantically asked. I don't think I'm going to last for too long. I need you to prepare yourself. I can't take care of you much longer, cough. No. Please. Dad. Don't leave. I'll call the ambulance. They can help, Issei said, starting to cry. No, Issei. Sadly, they can't do anything about this, Issei's father said as he brought Issei into a hug. And for the next 3 days it would only get worse. Back to current time. Dad. Hang in there, Issei yelled. Issei tried everything to help, but nothing worked. His father's condition was getting worse. Issei's father started to puke blood this morning too. Come on, Dad. You can make it. Please. Issei. Come. Closer. Issei's father beckoned him closer. What? Issei said with tears streaming down his cheeks. Top drawer. Left side, cough. Issei's father whispered as he pointed to the dresser across the room. As Issei went to the drawer and opened it, he saw a ring box. When he opened the box, he saw 2 rings. One was black with gold markings and one was white with red markings. He closed the box and quickly brought it to his father. With shaky hands, Issei's father opened the box and put the white ring with red highlights on Issei's left middle finger and the black with gold highlighted ring on Issei's right middle finger. They were too big for Issei's finger at first, but a magic circle appeared above each ring and they shrunk to fit Issei's fingers perfectly. Dad, what are these for? Issei asked. There isn't much time for me left, so I can't explain with words. Come closer again, Issei's father commanded. As Issei got closer, Issei's father brought him closer until their foreheads were touching, and as soon as they touched, a black and red magic circle appeared. But in Issei's mind he saw millions of pictures flash by, but he didn't know what they meant, and he felt power surge through him. What? What was that? Issei asked. Issei, I have given you all my knowledge, and all my power. What? What power? Why? Don't you need it? Issei asked. No, Issei. Sadly, my time has come. Take this too, Issei's father said as he undid his silver cross earring and gave it to Issei. What? No. 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 Please don't leave me. Dad. Issei. I love you so much. I always will. Issei, I want you to know you will never be alone. I'll be there right behind you every step of the way, Cough. Issei's father said. Dad, Issei said as he hugged his father. Issei. From now on, you are no longer Issei Hyodo. You are Issei Satan, the son of Satan, my sole heir. Dad, Issei said, still crying in his father's arms. You are my son. I love you, Issei's father said as the light left his eyes. No, Dad, Issei cried over his dead father's body. As Issei sat there mourning over his father's body, some unwanted guests advanced towards the house after seeing the barrier dissipate. They then started to break down the door and rushed into the house. Issei heard this and quickly crawled under the bed, hoping the intruders wouldn't find him. Hurry, get the body. And find his son. We cannot afford to let him escape. A man with a gruff voice yelled as he burst into the room. Issei lay there shaking, not daring to move, as more people burst into the room behind the man. They then went to Issei's father and put him into a body bag. A minute later they took the body out and left the room. Well, that's what Issei thought. He breathed out relieved for a second but soon regretted it. Torch the house. The same man with a gruff voice yelled down the hallway as everyone left the room. He took one step outside the room and stopped. He sniffed the air and gave a maniacal grin. He then walked behind the bed Issei was under and stopped again. Issei by this point in time was about to pass out. He held his breath the entire time, hoping nobody would see him. But that was short-lived as he was forcefully dragged out of under the bed. No! Issei screamed at the top of his lungs as he kicked and flailed back and forth. You thought you could hide. We wouldn't be that stupid considering how big of a threat you are. I mean, think about it. Did you think you could live a normal life when your own father was Satan himself? The man yelled as he grabbed Issei and tried to incapacitate him. Let me go. I don't know what you're talking about anyways. Issei yelled as he tried to escape the man's grasp. Oh. So your dad didn't even tell his own son what he is. Pathetic, and he died protecting you. Disgusting. The man said with venom growing in his voice. Shut up. He's better than all of you guys combined. You're the disgusting ones. Issei yelled. Issei tried to escape over and over again unsuccessfully until he bit the man in the arm, making him drop Issei. Arg. You little shit. Get back here! The man yelled, clutching his arm where Issei bit him. Issei ran as fast as he could out of the room and down the hallway that was slowly getting engulfed in flames. But that didn't last long though, as he was cut off by both sides by a group of the intruders. Now boy, why run? I just want to pay back what you did to me. You know, an eye for an eye. Except you know what they say. Pay them back tenfold. The same man who was bitten by Issei said. Issei looked back and forth trying to find a way out but couldn't find one at all. The group closed in on Issei with weapons drawn, about to apprehend him. But as soon as they were 15 feet away he saw it. The only way out. The window. He didn't have time to think about it, so he leaped through the window, getting large shards of glass stuck in him. But as soon as he hit the ground and rolled, he felt stronger. And the pain didn't hurt as much. So he ran straight to the tree line. The pursuers were close behind, but luckily he came to this forest a lot with his father, so he knew where some passages were. And so in the cold dark night Issei was alone, clutching the only thing of his father's, his silver cross earring and the 2 rings on his fingers. A week later, Issei was currently sleeping in a cave he found while escaping his pursuers that day. For the past week he could never truly sleep. His pursuers, whoever they are, never stopped chasing him. And so Issei was sitting in the cave alone in the dark, shivering and hungry since he never really got a full meal. The closest thing he got were some berries and plants he was taught by his dad he could eat if he ever got lost. But all of a sudden Issei is forced back to reality, as he heard a branch break and a few footsteps coming closer. He finally saw a shadow making its way to the cave he was hiding in. He had 2 choices: either lay down and hide with no way of protecting himself, or make a run for it as soon as he steps into the cave. But failure was not an option. He quickly picked up a rock he found on the floor and prepared to run. As soon as the shadow stepped into the cave, Issei rushed him, using the darkness to his advantage. The pursuer saw him at the very last second. But it was too late. Issei leaped into the air and smashed the rock into his pursuer's head, causing the man to scream in agony and fall back. Issei didn't waste any time, as ran as fast as he could out of the cave and through the forest. Arg. I found him. Chase him. Issei heard somebody yell. And so he was on the run once again. He kept running until he stopped on top of a hill where there was no cover. It hurts. I'm hungry. I'm tired. I wanted to stop. Issei thought to himself as he tried to catch his breath. But out of the tree line all around him multiple people came out. He had nowhere to run this time. This was the end. "Hey kid. Nice seeing you again," the gruff-voiced man from the mansion yelled. But Issei didn't answer. He tried thinking of any way out of his predicament. "What happened? Cat got your tongue?" the man asked mockingly. But nothing. Issei couldn't find any possible way out of this. "Well, it doesn't matter now. The boss himself said we don't need you alive. You've caused enough problems. We can just experiment on you once you're dead," the man yelled. "Now get him," the man yelled as multiple people started running towards Issei. As Issei stood there clutching his last memento of his father. "This is the end. No. I don't want to die. Dad wouldn't want me to die. He wanted me to be strong. But he's gone now," Issei thought to himself. They kept getting closer and closer, weapons drawn, not even going to attempt to capture him. "Dad. Please. Help me," Issei yelled. As soon as he yelled, that time itself seemed to stop. And in the next second all of the pictures that flashed in his mind from before flashed again. Only this time, it all made sense. And almost immediately after, his hair turned jet black and the irises of his eyes turned inhumanly red like his late father's. And once he finished changing, a massive surge of power revealed itself for a split second. But in that split second it was felt throughout the entire world. Once everyone saw this, they all stopped and stared in awe and fear. "What are you doing? He just changed a little. He's still the same kid. Get him," the man who seemed to be the leader yelled. They then continued their march towards the now calm Issei. As soon as they got within 20 feet, Issei lifted his arm and all of them started to cry in agony. For a second the men at the bottom of the hill didn't know what was happening. But then one of the men who went to attack Issei turned around. "Help him," the man tried to say until blood started to flood out of his eyes and mouth. After everyone who rushed towards Issei stopped moving and was seemingly dead, everyone stood there staring in horror. "Why, you bastard. That was my brother." A blonde-haired man rushed towards Issei with a sword in hand. But as soon as he brought the sword down towards Issei, he stopped mid-swing. And all of a sudden he started to scream in agony, and clutched his chest in agony. Everyone else could only watch in horror, as his chest literally exploded. What? I thought he was never taught his father's magic," the leader said, horrified. "It doesn't matter. He's still just a child. Everyone. Attack. Those who survive will be granted everything they could possibly imagine. And the one who brings me his head will get something they can't possibly imagine," the gruff-voiced man yelled. Lucifer Castle. Underworld. A middle-aged man with silver hair is seen sleeping on what seems to be a throne, but is suddenly forced awake as he senses a power he hasn't felt for years. "Lord Satan," the middle-aged man yells as he stands up and stares in disbelief at nothing with his silver eyes. "Graphia," the man yells. "Yes, Lord Resivim," a maid with silver hair and eyes wearing a French-made outfit asked. "Go to these coordinates in the human world at once. Whoever it is, bring him to me. Do not use force for any reason either. We want him on good terms. And if he doesn't trust you, tell him his real name," the now called Resivim Lucifer commanded. "His real name?" Graphia asked. "Satan. Now go. We don't have time. Surely others have felt this power too. They are probably making their move as we speak," Resivim yelled again. "I will depart at once," Graphia exclaimed as she left the room to teleport away. "Euclid," Resivim called for. "Yes, Lord Lucifer." A young man with silver hair that is tied in a braided hairstyle, and wears a silver robe with detailed accessories asked. "Prepare to depart when Graphia gets back. I have a feeling things are going to get a bit more fun soon," Resivim said with an evil smirk. Back to Issei. A boy no older than 10 with jet black hair and irises that were inhumanly red, bathed in the blood of his enemies as he stood on top of a hill. But as you look at the big picture, you will see at least 100 if not 200 bodies at his feet. Some were still intact, but others, let's just say it wasn't a pretty sight. Issei then started to walk down the hill over the dead bodies without batting an eye. But as he got to the bottom of the hill, a silver magic circle appeared. As Issei got on guard to fight another battle, he saw the beauty that was Graphia. "Who are you?" Issei asked. "A child," Graphia asked herself, totally oblivious of what was behind Issei. "I am Graphia Lucifuge. Who are why?" Graphia stopped in her tracks as the moonlight illuminated everything, letting her see him bathed in blood and all of the mutilated bodies behind him. "I'm Issei Hyo, no. Issei Satan," Issei said, not putting his guard down for a second. Satan. This kid is Lord Satan. No. There must be a mistake. But then who did all of this? Grafia thought to herself as she was still too shocked from the scene in front of her to speak. So, are you here to try and kill me? Or maybe kidnap me? No, the real question is, are you an enemy? Issei said as all of the blood from the dead bodies started to float and go into the air and combine. As it was finished, there were multiple massive cyclones of blood behind Issei ready to attack at a moment's notice. What? No. I'm here to help you. My master sent me here to help whoever sent that surge of power. Trust me. My master thought it was Lord Satan, but he said if it isn't, I should bring whoever it is. And he said don't bring you by force no matter what. He wants to help you and be on good terms. Grafia yelled, trying to stop Issei, cause quite frankly she was scared shitless. I see. Then I guess I can go with you, Issei said as he reverted back to his normal brown-haired, brown-eyed form and passed out. Grafia quickly caught Issei before he hit the floor and prepared a magic circle to take him back to Resivim. This kid is so young. Yet he did all of that. No wonder he passed out. He must have overexerted himself, Grafia thought as she carried Issei through the magic portal. At first it was dead silent as there was nothing there but dead bodies. But soon after, hundreds of magic circles appeared everywhere, all different types. There were demonic, angelic, and fallen angelic. Ugh. No wonder we had to get summoned. The dirty devils and holy pricks are here. A random fallen angel exclaimed. Right back at you, you horny crow. A devil yelled. Please don't put us at the same level as these insolent fools. An angel said this time. The bickering went on for a few minutes until they heard three voices yell. Enough. One voice was a man with shoulder-length crimson hair who was seemingly a devil. The other was a man with black hair with golden tips with 6 pairs of jet black wings. And last but not least was a man with long blonde hair and 12 golden angel wings. Michael, Azazel. It's nice to see you here. I do hope we don't have to fight here. But I'm guessing you came for the same reason as us. The man with crimson hair said. Yes, Sirzex, I would like to resolve this peacefully if that's possible. The man with 12 golden wings who is called Michael said. Same here. The man with black and blonde hair and jet black wings said. Well, why don't we get to business? Do any of you have any idea what that was? And what did this? Michael asked as he pointed to the dead bodies everywhere. Unfortunately, we are in the same boat as you. But that seemed a lot like a certain devil who went missing in the Great War, Azazel said as he looked at Sirzex. And I'm the same here. Why would I rush here with a mini army behind me if I knew what it was? Sirzex said, not happy being the culprit. Well, none of that matters now. It seems somebody beat us to the chase, Michael said. Indeed. Well then, how about if any of us finds anything, we tell each other? It doesn't seem like something we should hide considering all 3 of us are here, Sirzex asked. Sure. I agree. Well then, now that we have an understanding, I think we all have work to do. So I bid you all farewell, Michael said as he and his troops started going back through their magic circles. I guess the fun's over. I must go too. See you? Azazel said as he left too. Lord Satan. Is it really you? Sirzex thought. Let's go, boys. We're done for today, Sirzex yelled as he and his troops left. Lucifer Castle. Underworld. Are you finally going to wake up? Issei. Resivim says aloud as he looks up from his book and sees that Issei is starting to wake up from his slumber. Huh. Where am I? What happened? Issei groggily says as he sits up from the bed he was on. You, my boy, are in the underworld. And what happened? Is what I'd like to know, Resivim asked. What? Who are you? How did I get here? Issei yells as he backed away from Resivim. If you must know, Issei, I am Resivim Levan, Lucifer, direct descendant of the original Lucifer. And how you got here is because I sent my maid to find you after you let your power surge. And before you ask how I know your name, it's because my maid told it to me, Resivim tells the young boy. And why are you helping me? Issei asks. Because first of all, you used magic that is very similar to someone I used to know. And you told my maid your name was Issei Satan, Resivim explained. And how should I trust you? Everyone else was hunting me because of my father. How do I know you aren't going to do the same? Issei asked. Wait. Your father? Yes. My father told me he was Satan a week ago, Issei answered. Where is he? I need to see him. Rezavim yelled with hope in his eyes, but that was short-lived as he saw Issei start to tear up and stare at the floor. He's dead, Issei answered with tears streaming down his cheek. What? Satan was killed. Please my boy, I know it must be hard, but how did he get killed? Rezavim asked, wanting an answer. The man said it was a poison. Poison. Normal poison can't kill someone like Lord Satan. They said they have been working on it since this thing called the Great War specifically for someone like him, Issei said. I see. That's a shame, Rezavim said as he sat back into his chair. And what about you, Issei? What did you do that made Grafia so scared of a mere child? Rezavim asked. I killed them. Killed who? My enemies. But I didn't just kill them. I mutilated them. Butchered them, Issei said, clutching his head. Tell me, Issei, were they going to kill you? Or capture you and make you feel something worse than death? And did they not kill your father? And trust me, Issei, you are a devil. You can get rid of anyone you dislike, Rezavim explained while staring straight at Issei. I guess. Then it's alright. Anyone who is going to take a life should be prepared to lose their own life. And you are a devil, Issei. Anyone who takes from you should get punished. They killed your father, they didn't deserve life, Rezavim exclaimed. I see. Tell me, kid. Do you want to continue your father's legacy? Rezavim asked Issei. I don't know. Well, think about it. What would make him proud? No. I will make my own legacy, Issei said with a determined look in his eyes. That's the answer I was looking for, kid, Rezavim exclaimed. Then let us go. I will show you what your father left you, Rezavim exclaimed as he stood up from his chair. Issei got up and quickly looked for the cross earring from his father only to find it in his pocket. Before he left, he looked in the mirror and put the earring on his left ear. Once he finished getting dressed and so on, he left the room and followed Rezavim down the long hallway until he entered a throne room. Euclid. Grafia. Rezavim yelled. Lord Lucifer. Lord Rezavim. Ah, there you are. We are going out for a bit, and I would like it if you accompanied us, Rezavim explained. Very well. Grafia and Euclid answered in sync. Euclid stared at the kid in curiosity, while Grafia in slight fear. I mean, when do you see a kid who was covered in blood and supposedly killed at least 200 men just get brought into your estate? That's not that common if you didn't know. And poor Grafia. She saw the carnage Issei made in person. Alright everyone, by me, I'll teleport us, Rezavim exclaimed. And so with a silver flash they were teleported elsewhere. Forbidden Land. Underworld. Lord Rezavim. Why are we in the Forbidden Land? Grafia asked. Because we are taking Issei here to his new home. Or I should say, his father's old home, Rezavim explained. They walked for about 10 minutes in the extremely overgrown forest, but was brought to a halt by a large fence and massive gate with a red spiral in the middle of it. It's a dead end, how do we get in? Euclid asked. I don't know. Hey Issei, do you know? Maybe you put your power into it, Rezavim guessed. But for some reason it just clicked with Issei. He knew exactly what to do. So he brought his hand up and a small cyclone of blood appeared behind him, but he quickly sent it towards the red spiral on the door. And with a loud clank and other metal objects getting moved around or broken. But at last the door was open and the barriers surrounding the land opened up. You see, we can count on Issei here, Rezavim said happily as Euclid simply nodded. They then walked through the walkway that had overgrown vines and plants everywhere. And then by multiple fountains, of course none of them were in working condition though. But then Issei saw it. A castle bigger than most cities and taller than most skyscrapers. Whoa. Yeah. They walked for another 5 minutes down the path. But as every second passed, the castle just seemed to get bigger and bigger. Tell me, Grafia, Euclid, do you know why this land is forbidden? Rezavim asked the siblings and not Issei because he already knew his answer. No. No, I wasn't informed. Well, after the Great War, when Lord Satan went missing, this land was made into a somewhat sacred land? Kind of the same way as the angels have their churches and so on as their sacred grounds. Of course we don't get any benefits from it though. So nobody is allowed here simply because we left it untouched in respect for Satan. And also nobody could break the barrier around it, Rezavim explained. I see. But isn't the punishment of being here death? Euclid asked. Euclid, my naive boy. Do you not understand? This land is now Satan's again, or should I say his son's. And showing how he opened the barrier to let us in shows enough he's entitled to it. Rezavim said while pointing at Issei. Oh, exactly? Mr. Lucifer? Issei asked. Yes, Issei. You said this was my father's. And now it's mine. Is that true? I'm going to be living here. Issei asked. Yep. And if anyone thinks differently, I'll come here personally to back you up. Rezavim said with a grin. Wow. All of this is mine. Issei exclaimed with stars in his eyes. Finally, after another 30 minutes of walking, they stopped in front of two massive doors that went into the castle. Finally, Issei said. You better get used to this because this is your house now. Rezavim said. Yeah. They all went on a tour. Even though it was more of an adventure than a tour considering nobody knew where anything was. They walked all around seeing massive golden statues of random mythical beasts like griffins, dragons, unicorns, pegasus, basilisks, chimeras, and just about every creature you could think of. They passed a few libraries that could surpass some of the underworld's greatest libraries. And that was seeing them separately if you put them all together. Well, let's just say it could bring up some controversy. That's how much there was and how priceless they were. Alright, I think once we find the throne room, I think we should take our leave. We have some business to attend to, and should leave Issei here alone so he can get used to his life here. Rezavim said, but noticed Issei get a depressed expression on his face as he said, Leave Issei here alone. So they kept walking and Rezavim thought on what he could do to help the kid, and then a light bulb appeared above his head. He had an idea. And so they kept walking, seeing multiple kitchens, many vaults of precious jewels and metals. And a lot lounges and storage and guest rooms. But soon after they passed the fifth kitchen, they found the throne room. Wow. This is bigger than your throne room, Lord Lucifer. Euclid said. No duh, as sad as it is to say, Satan was of much more importance and power than the four Mao. Rezavim told Euclid. The four Mao? Issei asked. Oh yes, I forgot you don't know who they are. The four Mao, or should I say the four Satans, are the current leaders of the underworld. Rezavim explained. Satans, why do they use my father's name? Well, before the Great War there were four original Satans. Or well, they were called Devil Kings back then. But soon after your father went missing after the war, everyone came together to agree that out of respect, the leaders of the underworld would be put into the class of Satan, in honor of your late father. Rezavim explained again. I see. So my father was a big deal. Very much a big deal, Issei. You should be honored to be his son. He was one of the first devils. Even the four Devil Kings were named after all of the names he's been called over the years. Rezavim exclaimed. And what were those? Well, there is Lucifer, which was his first name before he left heaven, then there is Leviathan, then Asmodeus, and last but not least Beelzebub. Rezavim told Issei. Wait. Lucifer. Are you him? Issei asked hurriedly. Oh no, he has long passed. I'm his son. Rezavim answered. Oh. Well, that's fine. So what's this? Great War? Issei asked. It's getting late, I'll have to explain another time. I'll come back to teach you magic and explain the basics for devils in a few days. Rezavim said as he looked at his watch. Oh. I see. Well, goodbye. Thanks for helping me. And everything. I'll make sure to pay you back somehow. Issei said as he waved goodbye. Oh. I almost forgot. Rezavim yelled. What happened, Mr. Lucifer? Issei asked. I almost forgot about your housewarming gift. Rezavim exclaimed. A housewarming gift? Issei asked. Yes, I almost forgot about it too. I thought about while we were walking around here. Rezavim told Issei with a grin. Oh no, Mr. Lucifer, you have done plenty already, I surely couldn't accept anything else. Issei exclaimed. Issei, my boy. You should know you are a devil now, it's okay to be selfish. And plus it's rude to decline a gift. Rezavim said. I see. Fine. I accept. Good. Now Graphia. Rezavim called for Graphia. Yes, Lord Rezavim. Graphia asked, totally clueless of the situation. From this day on I am not your master. I am putting you in Issei's care. Rezavim declared, making everyone in the room to widen their eyes in shock. What? Lord Lucifer, are you sure? Euclid asked. Positive. Issei here needs somebody to help him and keep him company, and Graphia needs somebody to open up to. So it's a win-win situation. Rezavim explained. Grafia tried to say, only to be cut off by Rezavim. No, but Grafia, this is an order. You are now Issei's personal maid. All of his orders are absolute, not even I can override his orders. Your lineage or not, I do not care. Rezavim exclaimed. Yes, Lord Rezavim, Grafia said in acceptance. Very well, then I must be off. Euclid. Let's go. Rezavim as he summoned a magic circle. By Grafia. Issei. Euclid waved goodbye. And so in a silver flash they were gone, leaving Issei and Grafia by themselves. Grafia. Sorry, I didn't want to force you to be here. I know you would rather be with people you know. And not somebody you just met. Issei said. Oh no, it's not that I don't to be here, it was just a surprise. Grafia quickly answered, trying to cheer up Issei. Oh, I see. Well, that's good, I don't want to force you to stay here. But I'm glad. Issei said. Glad? Grafia asked. This house is too big for just me. And I don't want to be alone again. Issei said as he thought about his father. Well, don't worry, master, I am here for you now. Grafia said as she bowed to her new master. Master. Yes, you are my master now. Grafia explained. Oh. Well, could you call me something else? Is Lord Satan alright? Grafia asked. No. Can you just call me Issei? Issei asked. What? No, I cannot do that, Lord Satan, I am your personal maid, I must call you something formal. Grafia exclaimed. I see. Issei said with a downcast expression. Unless you order me to call you Issei. Grafia said as she noticed her master's expression. Really? Yes, all orders from you are absolute. Grafia explained. Then Grafia. For your first order I order you to call me Issei. Issei declared. As you wish, Issei. Grafia said with a bright smile. Unknown laboratory. Underworld. A handsome young man with light blue eyes and green hair that is slicked back is currently sleeping on a lab table. Sir? A lab assistant asks. Huh? What happened? The green-haired man asked groggily. I'm sorry to wake you up. But somebody entered the Forbidden Land. At first I thought it was just some young devils exploring, but then they went farther than I've ever seen somebody venture in. I don't know if it's a glitch in the system or what. The assistant explains. I see, I'll go check the system. The green-haired man says. He then got up and went to a room with a bunch of monitors displaying most of the underworld. But on the main monitor was the Forbidden Land. At first there were 4 signatures, but now it seems 2 have left. The assistant explained. But mysterious green-haired man stood there in shock. Not for the fact that 2 went missing, simply for the fact at how far they went into the Forbidden Land. Simply because nobody could break the barrier Satan placed there. And yet, there are 2 signatures in there, and there are no glitches in the system. Sir? The assistant asked worriedly. I'll be back. I'm going to go check it out. Tell all of my meetings for today that I had an emergency summons. The green-haired man yelled as he prepared a magic circle. In front of the Satan territory. Underworld. Everything is still intact. The barrier's still up. The green-haired man said as he tested the barrier. Well, only one thing to do, the man said as he walked up to the gate. Does this thing even work? The green said to himself as he looked at a doorbell on the side of the gate. Only one way to find out, huh? He said as he pressed the button. Ugh. Just a glitch, huh? And I really though. The green-haired man tried to say, only to be cut off by a silver magic circle appearing inside the barrier. And out of the barrier stepped Grafia. Ajuka. What can I do for you? Grafia asked in her normal stoic manner. So Rezavim, that old bastard, was the one to break the code. The now called Ajuka yelled. Pardon. Rezavim, he actually broke the code. Right. Ajuka asked. I'm sorry to burst your bubble, but no, he didn't break any codes. Grafia explained. What? Then who opened the gate? Ajuka asked again. My new master did. Grafia answered. Your new what? Okay, no, that's not important now. May I meet your master? Ajuka asked again. I don't see why not. He seems bored, he just moved here today. Grafia said in thought. You do realize he could be put on trial and maybe even death for intruding Lord Satan's territory, right? Ajuka exclaimed. Is that so? Anyways, come on, I'll take you to him now. Grafia said as she opened the gate, letting Ajuka in. After Ajuka entered, he walked towards Grafia and teleported with her to the castle, since it would take like 30 minutes if they walked by foot. And so they entered the castle that Ajuka normally would have stood in awe of but had more important business to attend to. So, Grafia. Yes. Who is your new master? And why did you leave Rezavim? Isn't it in your blood to serve him? Ajuka asked. To answer your second question, I'm here because Lord Rezavim gave me to my new master as a housewarming gift. Grafia answered. And what about the first question? The real question is, will you believe me when I tell you? Obviously, I've never thought of you as a liar. So who is it? Ajuka asked again. Very well. My new master is Lord Satan. Grafia answered with unwavering calmness. What? Can you repeat that? I don't think I understood you correctly. I thought you said Lord Satan, Ajuka said in disbelief. Then you heard correctly. What? Take me to him immediately. Is it the Lord Satan? The one who went missing after the Great War? The one pronounced dead? Ajuka asked. First of all, where do you think I'm taking you? Second of all, not exactly. Grafia answered. What do you mean? Not exactly. Well, it's not Lord Satan. It's his son. What? He has a son? Ajuka asked, still in disbelief. Yes. Then let us hurry. I cannot wait to meet this man, Ajuka yelled as he hurried Grafia. They walked until they came to a massive stairwell, and they walked up every floor of the mansion until they got to the very top of the castle. There was one door there, that's all. There was nothing else at this altitude in the entire castle. Knock knock. Yes. A child's voice came from the other side of the door, surprising Ajuka. Issei, you have a visitor. Grafia spoke through the door. Come in, Issei yelled. As Ajuka walked in, he was in awe of the room for a second before focusing in on Issei. The room was the size of a small house, and was furnished absolutely amazingly, with the bed absolutely massive, a balcony, and massive window that was basically the entire wall. But outside of the window showed mountains and forest, and just the beauty of nature. Who are you? Issei asked. Issei, this here is Ajuka Beelzebub, one of the 4 Satans at the moment. He wanted an audience with you, Grafia answered. Wait. This is Satan's son, Ajuka exclaimed. Why yes. Mr. Beelzebub, Issei said timidly. Oh, please call me Ajuka. May I call you Issei? Ajuka asked. Sure. Alright, may I ask you a question, Issei? Ajuka said. Yes. Where's your father? Ajuka asked, and Issei's expression changed drastically. Out of all the questions, Ajuka, Grafia said. What? What did you expect me to ask? No, it's fine. I'll answer for Issei. It's not a good topic to talk about right now, Grafia explained. Very well. Issei's father, or how you know him as Lord Satan, was killed a week ago. What? So he was alive. How was he killed? Ajuka demanded answers. From what Issei has said is after the Great War, an unknown group spent years and years making a poison for people with even a resemblance of Lord Satan's power. That was when they found Lord Satan and Issei, and they wanted to test the poison on Satan himself, Grafia explained. Still, that doesn't explain it all. Lord Satan wouldn't simply get poisoned, Ajuka said. That's because he was protecting me. The killer had a blade dipped in the poison and went to kill me. That's when my father caught the blade and ended up getting cut. And so the poison was in his bloodstream, Issei explained. I see. He died protecting his son. An honorable death, Ajuka said. And after that, they surely wouldn't have let you go so easily. Well, they didn't. I escaped from our house and ran in the woods from them for a week. That's when they cornered me and I had to kill them all. Then shortly after that I met Grafia and passed out. That's the last thing that happened before I woke up in Mr. Lucifer's house, Issei explained. I see. Wait. Did you kill around 150 men? And were you on top of a hill at the time? Ajuka asked as something clicked in his head. Yes. So that was you. What was? Yesterday we all felt a massive surge of power in the human world that strongly resembled Lord Satan's. But to think Rezavim beat all of us to the chase, Ajuka said in thought. All of us? Issei asked. When we got to the site after Grafia picked you up, we weren't the only ones. There were angels and fallen angels too, Ajuka explained. I see. Yep. But this is going to bring an uproar when people figure out Satan's son has come to the underworld, Ajuka said. Hey Issei. Can I have you keep quiet of who you are for now? At least until you're older and you can take care of yourself. Ajuka asked. Sure. Awesome. I'm not telling you to keep your existence a secret, I'm just making sure you don't go around telling the whole world. Trust me, this will help you and I both. Ajuka explained. Alright. And in exchange I will give you 5 wishes that can be cashed in at any time. Ajuka exclaimed. Deal. Okay, my work here is done. I won't tell anyone what happened unless one of the Satans asked me in person. I expect you to keep up your side of the deal too, Issei. Ajuka said as he summoned a teleportation circle. I will. Issei said as he waved goodbye. Oh. One last thing. Ajuka exclaimed. Huh. What happened? Issei asked. I just thought of something. Since you are of nobility, would you like your own evil pieces so you can build a peerage? Ajuka asked. Evil pieces? A peerage? Questioned Issei. Well, that's right, you wouldn't know what they are. Well, after the Great War, which I will tell you about another day, we were left in a predicament, since it's very hard for pure-blood devils to have children. And even if they could have them, we lost too many to do something like that. We needed an alternative. And fast. So I, along with a few of my best assistants, made a system called Evil Peace System. In short, high class or devils born of nobility can attain the evil pieces to create servants of other races. You can even revive the dead. But sadly you have to do it within a certain time limit. And once you create a peerage you can play in the rating games. And the rating games are a form of entertainment for people and a battle for honor for all participating. But it could be very dangerous, so I suggest you don't participate in any for a while. So any questions? Ajuka explained. A few. Shoot. Ajuka wanted to answer the questions. Okay, first question. How long after their death can you revive them? Issei asked, thinking about his father. It depends how strong their soul is. I would say somebody of God class at most a day. So yeah, you're going to want to revive them pretty fast if you do want to. And before you ask, yes, you can revive a god, but you have to be on a godly level to do that, otherwise the evil pieces will reject them. So only a handful of devils have the power to do that. And even then it's mainly the lower tier gods. Ajuka explained. I see. And about them being my servants. Doesn't that mean you could force them? Wouldn't that be bad? Couldn't they turn on you? Well, the only way you could force them is if you revive them. And yes, there are those who force them into servanthood. And there are some who treat their servants bad. But there are some like this noble devil family called the Gremry, that treat their servants like family. And about them turning on you. Yes. They can. These are the ones we call stray devils. They either kill or attack and flee their masters and are marked strays. Ajuka explained. And what happens to them? They are killed on sight. What? Yes. But what if they did it to protect themselves? What if they did it for good? Issei questioned. Yes, there are some cases of that. Sadly, it isn't our place to judge them. We have our rules, and if there isn't any solid evidence we cannot do a thing. Ajuka said. What if somebody made this stray into their servant? Issei asked. If you use your evil pieces. That could work. But it isn't foolproof. So I don't suggest it. Ajuka said in thought. And what if they put them into a servant in other means? Issei asked as he remembered something of his father's memory. Oh. And that is? Well, it's kind of hard to explain. A few minutes before my father died he did something so I would get all of his memories of his powers and so on. And I remembered something he did to make some people into his servant, and they literally can't say no to you if he demands it. Issei explained. That could work. They might test the so-called stray. But if they pass the test it could work. But how does it work? Well, something in his blood and mine works like a contract. Then there is some magic chant to finalize the contract. Issei explained. Actually, I think I read something about that in an ancient book. Really? Could I see it? I mean, if I can, could I? I know how to do my father's magic, but I don't know how to. It's hard to explain, like I can do it, I just don't know how to do it. Sure. I'll look at what I can find about his magic, but sadly nobody actually knows how to use his type of magic. It isn't taught anywhere, and he never told anyone. Ajuka explained. Thanks. No problem. So back to where we were, would you like your own set of evil pieces? Ajuka asked. I guess. I mean, I may need them in the future. And if you're offering, Issei said. Alright, I'll come back in a few days to bring you those books and your pieces when they are ready. Alright, I'll be looking forward to it. Issei exclaimed as he waved goodbye again. Ajuka then made a magic circle to teleport away. But as he was teleporting, he thought maybe this kid could be accepted for a king piece. I'll have to test him. That night, Issei is currently trying to sleep but can't. His memories keep coming back to haunt him. Nightmare after nightmare torturing him in his sleep. That was when Grafia came up as she heard the ruckus. In only her nightgown, she peered through a crack in the door only to be frightened by the sight of Issei rolling around the bed in pain. But it wasn't physical pain. It was emotional and mental. Then she remembered something she read in a book before. When somebody is having a nightmare, it's best to lay next to them and cuddle next to them. What book did she read? The world will never know. Simply because she destroyed it after she read it. She then laid next to Issei on the bed and brought him into a hug. Sure. Issei, it's okay, Grafia said as she patted his head. Almost instantaneously he stopped flailing around and looked peaceful. If one saw this scene, they would think it was a mother comforting her son. And so they both went to sleep peacefully. 7 years later, we now see a teenage boy with brown hair and an aura that could only be described as magnificent, regale, beautiful, pure elegance, and yet horrifying and ferocious. And that was what you felt when he was sleeping. As he starts to wake up, his eyes flutter alive with his brown eyes peering through. As he got up to get out of bed, a hand shoots up to grab him by the wrist. Naya, Issei. Don't go. 10 more minutes. An attractive naked young woman with a voluptuous figure, long black hair, and hazel gold cat-like eyes groggily begged from his bed. Kuroka. I've got work to do, Issei said stoically. Naya, how mean. Kuroka pouted with clearly fake sadness in her voice. I don't get why you keep trying, Kuroka. You know how he is. Another voice spoke up. Only this voice belonged to another naked voluptuous teen girl around Issei's age with silver hair just like Grafia's, but had light blue eyes that Grafia didn't have. Yeah, you're probably right, Vali. But it doesn't hurt to try. Maybe one of these days he'll stay, Kuroka says as she goes back to sleep with Vali. Issei then walks to the mirror and looks into it. These past 7 years he's gotten much taller. He stood at 6'1" and got much more muscular and attained several scars from a few endeavors. If you look closely, you would see he is wearing the 2 rings from his father on his left and right middle fingers and the silver cross earring on his left ear, much to the dismay of the devils around him. But behind Issei, something Issei has grown accustomed to ignoring stands there. A dark version of Issei standing behind him with jet black hair and jet black eyes, taunting him, throwing insults at him, and ridiculing him, doing all of that only to get attention. Most of the time Issei can ignore it, but in some case scenarios that doesn't work. But Issei quickly puts on his shirt and glances at a chess board on his dresser. It would seem like a normal chess board on one side, but on the other all the pieces were different. They were mutated. He quickly walked towards the door and opened it only to wait for a second. Grafia. I'm going to need help, so get out of bed soon, Issei said as Grafia shot up with a bad case of bedhead and a little drool where she was laying. I'll be down in a second, Issei, Grafia said in her stoic voice as she jumped out of bed and put on her French-maid attire. Issei then walked through the halls he grew accustomed to over the years. Everything was basically the same, only now it was very well kept, unlike when he first arrived. So he kept walking down the corridors he's gotten lost in many times. That's how big the castle is. And finally he walked past the throne room and into a room with multiple bookshelves and a desk and a few monitors. And he sat down on a chair and started doing his work. Or should I say the odd jobs Ajuka let him do for future references. It was mainly political things, but sometimes he had to go in secret to eliminate a threat for him. He was sat there doing his thing for another 30 minutes until the doors flung open, revealing a tall, bespectacled woman with a voluptuous figure. She has tan skin, long brown hair tied into a bun with a headset and purple eyes. Issei. Have you agreed yet? The women asked. Kateria. Would it hurt to knock? Issei asked as he looked up from his desk towards her. Well, have you? The now called Kateria asked while completely ignoring Issei's question. Have I what? Issei asked, even though he pretty much knew the answer. Have you finally agreed on my marriage proposal? It would be a huge advantage to the underworld and especially the old Satan faction to have a child born from Satan's and Leviathan's bloodline. Yes, Kateria is one of the few people who know who Issei really is. It never was a secret, he just didn't go waving around a flag telling everyone who he is. For the last time, Kate. First of all, I could care less about the old Satan faction and their problems. And second of all, I told you this way too many times, I'm not planning on marrying anyone anytime soon, Issei said with his calm demeanor not wavering at all. Oh come on Issei. Please. I'll be the best wife ever, Kateria begged. That's enough Miss Leviathan, can't you see you are disturbing Issei? Grafia said as she walked in with Kuroka and Vali close behind. Exactly. And I'll be his wife. Either way. But I don't mind if he has multiple Naya, Kuroka said as she walked towards Issei and wrapped her arms around his neck and hugged him from behind. No, I will be his wife. This time Vali exclaimed as she hugged his arm. Oh. Are you two forgetting who told me they were going to marry me when they were a child? Grafia asked with her normal tone yet a small blush appearing. And so a fight over Issei happened with Issei stuck in the middle. They could have fought for much longer but they felt an extremely ticked-off aura emanate from Issei. And so they got the hint and quickly apologized and left the room leaving Issei by himself. Issei went back to his work until he was interrupted by his phone signaling there was a text message. It read, Yo Issei, I was thinking and thought it would be a good idea if you went to school. It would help you a lot with people skills and so on for future reference. Anyways, text me back if you do want to, I'll help you out with it. I already have a school in mind. 2 friends of mine have sisters who go there. From Ajuka Beelzebub. Maybe I need a change of pace, Issei said aloud. And plus, I feel like things could get a lot more fun, Issei said as he smirked to himself. Chapter 1. A young man with brown hair and brown eyes is walking towards a large academy. His every step was magisterial. His aura screamed elegance, magnificence, grandiose, and many more names that one cannot simply name them all. But at the same time his aura was powerful, ferocious, and vicious. His aura was so intense yet breathtaking at the same time. And so Issei walked towards the academy that Ajuka helped him get into. He was wearing a white and light blue suit with his silver cross earring on his left ear, and a black ring with gold highlights on his right middle finger, and the white with red highlights on his left middle finger. As he walked through the front gate, all eyes were on him, everyone was in awe of him. Even the guys who would normally curse the world for bringing another handsome dude into their school were in complete awe. Whoa. Is he a student? A girl student asked. Wow. So cool, a guy said this time. Do you think he's transferring? A girl asked. I want to speak to him but I'm kind of nervous, another guy exclaimed. Yeah, I know what you mean. What's up with his clothes though? Damn Ajuka. He could have at least told me what colors I should wear. Issei thought as he noticed he was the center of attention. And wearing almost the complete opposite of colors from everyone else didn't exactly help. Everyone else was wearing a white, black, and red school uniform. After he walked through the building without interruption, simply because everyone was either stuck in awe or intimidated by him, he finally got to the faculty office and got his class schedule. He finally got to his class and stood outside of the classroom until he knocked on the door. Knock knock. Come in, the teacher yelled from inside the class. As Issei walked in, the air was filled with elegance, and the class immediately shut up. Now, would you please introduce yourself? The teacher asked as politely as she could. Yes. My name is Issei Satan, but you can just call me Issei, Issei said as calmly as he could. Satan. Satan like the demon king Satan. The one from the Bible? Multiple voices asked. Yes. It is spelled the same way, Issei explained. Oh. Cool. Multiple voices said. Now that he introduced himself, does anyone have questions for Issei here? The teacher asked. Yes, Kates. The teacher asked as she pointed towards a pink-haired girl. Where did you go to school before? The now called Kates asked. I was homeschooled before since I was busy with other priorities, Issei said. I see. Okay. What about you, Saji? The teacher asked as she pointed to a blonde-haired teenage boy. Issei, you're not a player, right? Saji asked nervously as he didn't want somebody else taking all the girls. No, I can confirm I am not. I do not have time for any serious relationships as of right now, Issei explained. I see. That's a relief, Saji exclaimed. Alright, that's enough for now. You can ask Issei more questions during break, the teacher said as she pointed towards a seat in the corner of the room by the window for Issei. The rest of the day was one of the most boring days ever for Issei. Nobody came to ask him questions or introduce themselves. Everyone was too scared that they would mess up or thought they weren't worthy to speak to him. He noticed a few devils but didn't care. He already knew they were there because of Ajuka, so he didn't pay any attention to them. But the devils paid a lot of attention to him. Unknown location. A beautiful young woman who appears to be in her late teens with white skin, blue eyes, and her most distinctive feature is her long crimson hair is sitting at her desk. Koneko. The Crimson Beauty said. Yes, President. A short white-haired girl asked. That new student. What was his name? The crimson-haired beauty asked. Issei Satan, I think he called himself. A beautiful young woman with a voluptuous figure around the same age as the crimson-haired girl with very long black hair and violet eyes said. Issei Satan, huh? What a coincidence he would come to a school inhabited by devils. The crimson-haired girl said with a grin. What about him, President? Koneko asked. Oh, yes, I almost forgot. I wish for you to follow him. Tell me if anything suspicious happens or anything worth noting. The crimson-haired girl told Koneko. President. With all due respect, I don't think we should try anything with him. Or have anything to do with him, Koneko said, which surprised the redhead. And why is that? The crimson-haired girl asked. Just. I feel something from him. It's like nothing I have ever seen. It's so potent even the regular students can feel it. It's like. I don't even know. It's unexplainable. I just don't think we should mess with him or get on his nerves, Koneko explained. You see. I knew you would get it, Koneko. I think he may have a sacred gear, the crimson-haired girl said as she hugged Koneko. President. That's not what I meant, Koneko said while being suffocated by the bone-crushing hug. Rias. I think we should listen to Koneko. She hasn't been wrong yet, the voluptuous black-haired girl said. Akeno. Trust me on this, the now called Rias said. I trust you, but, the now called Akeno said. Then it's alright. Koneko, please tell this Issei Satan, Rias exclaimed. Right away, Koneko said, worried for the outcome. On Issei's way home. Hey you? An attractive young woman with violet eyes and long black hair down to her hips yelled. Issei heard this but ignored it and kept walking. Hey, I'm trying to ask you something, the same girl yelled. But Issei simply kept walking. He didn't think she was talking to him. Hey, the girl yelled as she grabbed Issei, which resulted in getting a confused glare from Issei. May I help you? Issei asked. Oh, the girl was speechless. Well, Issei asked with as polite a face as he could do. Oh, would you go out with me? The girl asked. I'm sorry, but who are you? Issei asked the unknown girl. Oh, I'm Yuma Amano. Nice to meet you, Issei, the now called Yuma said bubbly. Likewise, now what can I do for you? Issei said, not amused. Will you go out with me? Yuma asked. Is that all? Issei asked, which caught Yuma off guard again. Yes, Yuma said. Then I must decline. I am simply too busy for a date, let alone being in a relationship, Issei said as he started to walk away, leaving a speechless Yuma in his dust. Issei then walked for about 20 minutes until he got to a large apartment building. It wasn't your regular apartment building. Everywhere you looked there were ancient Roman statues and paintings that looked like they could have been made by the greatest painters alive. He walked through the desolate building and went straight to the elevator and pressed the 7th floor button. Upon arriving, he was greeted by some familiar faces. Oh, Issei, you're back. How was school? Grafia asked as she walked into the lounge where the elevator was. Normal. A devil was tailing me though, Issei answered with a stoic voice as he walked to the game room. Gaming was one of Issei's hobbies as he didn't have anything else to do. Should I contact Ajuka? Grafia asked. No, that won't be necessary. He said he was going to tell them of my arrival, but I guess he just forgot, Issei said as he left the room. Issei walked through the apartment that was more the size of a house and got to a door at the end of the hallway. As he entered it, there were 2 couches and a gaming chair and multiple monitors and TVs, and it was illuminated by neon lights. But Issei's eyes immediately went to the girls in the room. Kuroko was lazily sprawled on the couch wearing only one of Issei's shirts. And let's just say, Issei could see everything. The other girl was Vali, sitting on the gaming chair playing a random game. Oh, Issei. How was school, Naya? Kuroko asked. As I expected. And that is? Vali asked, still absorbed into her game. Boring, Issei said as he walked to his gaming chair and started playing a game. So nothing fun happened, Naya? Kuroka asked again. Somebody asked me out? But nothing too fun, Issei explained. Immediately Vali and Kuroka stopped what they were doing and stared at Issei. And? Kuroka asked, dropping the cat theme. Really? You two are worried about that? Why do I even care? No, I said no, Issei said as he kept playing his game. Oh good, Vali and Kuroka said as they went back to what they were doing. Maybe I should go with you tomorrow just in case. Naya, Kuroka said aloud. Don't even think about Kuroka. Just because you aren't a wanted criminal anymore doesn't mean every devil is going to like you being around. And it was an under-the-table deal, so I don't even know if Ajuka made your freedom public, Issei exclaimed as he kept playing his game. True, Naya. But if they come after me again, you will just save me like back then, Naya, Kuroka exclaimed. You never did tell me. How did you get the Devil Society to pardon Kuroka? Vali inquired. Issei didn't answer, simply ignored the question and kept on playing his game. He wasn't exactly the talkative type. Oh, come on, Issei. You don't want to tell her how you swooped in like a knight in shining armor and saved little Olmi? Kuroka exclaimed. Oh fine. I'll tell her, Naya. Flashback. Get back here! A devil yells as he ran through the forest. I don't think so, Naya. A 15-year-old Kuroka yelled back as she tried to escape her pursuers. After Kuroka ran for a few more minutes, she heard one of her pursuers yell about them getting close to the Forbidden Land. As soon as she entered the Forbidden Land, the landscape changed a lot. Denser trees, vines, everything got a lot more rugged, so it helped her get some more footing in front of her pursuers. She ran through until she found a gate of some sort. She was about to enter until she saw the barrier. She tried to break it or get through it, but all attempts were futile. She then heard her pursuers getting a lot closer. She kept trying, but nothing worked. Her pursuers were only seconds away. Her only option was to fight. She readied herself in a fighting position, but as soon as she expected her pursuers would emerge from the forest, the gate behind her opened, revealing a way in. She didn't have time to think, so she quickly went in, and the gate closed behind her. She quickly looked for whoever helped her but couldn't find anything. So she used her senjutsu to see if she could sense whoever it was. But as soon as she used her senjutsu, she felt one of the worst auras she has ever felt. It sent chills down her spine just thinking about it. She would have had a better chance with the devils who were pursuing her. She turned to where she felt the aura, and out came an 11-year-old boy. Hi there, the boy said. Hi, Kuroka asked worriedly. I saw you were being chased, so I thought I should help you, the boy exclaimed. I see. Thanks. No problem. My name's Issei. What's your name? Issei asked. Kuroka, Naya. Well, nice to meet you, Kuroka. Would you like to come inside? Issei asked. Inside? Inside my house, of course, Issei exclaimed cheerfully. Kuroka then followed Issei to his house, or should I say, castle, but never dropped her guard once. They talked for the long walk about multiple things. The main topic was why she was being chased. She told him how she had to kill her master because he was planning to take advantage of her little sister because of her power, and it would endanger her in the process. Issei could always tell when somebody was lying. He didn't know if his father did that to him or what, but if somebody was lying he would know unless they were really, really good liars. So he immediately took side with Kuroka and was trying to figure out how to bring justice to her. Soon after, he got to the front door of his house. Hey Kuro, Issei tried to say, only to be cut off by Grafia attacking Kuroka. Grafia, what are you doing? Issei yelled as Kuroka dodged and jumped backwards. Issei, stand back. She's a dangerous stray devil, Grafia yelled as she stood protectively in front of Issei. I know who she is. Stand down, Issei yelled again. But Issei, she isn't to be trusted, Grafia exclaimed. Then don't trust her. Trust me. With that, Grafia visibly calmed down. Fine. But if I see you threaten Issei in any way, you're dead, Grafia told the Nikomata. Now since we got that over with, let's go inside, Issei cheered as he walked inside with Kuroka and Grafia in tow. They walked down the halls of the castle in silence until Issei noticed something on Kuroka. Wait, Kuroka, Issei asked. Naya, you have cat ears and two tails, and your eyes are like a cat, Issei said, shocked. What about it, Naya? Kuroka asked. Are you a cat lady? Issei asked with stars in his eyes. Wahaha, Kuroka burst out laughing. What? Did I say something wrong? Issei frantically asked. No. It's just. Nobody has ever asked that before. Kuroka explained as she wiped a tear from her eye. Oh. Well, are you? Issei asked again. Something like that, yes. I'll explain it some other time, Issei, Kuroka said as she composed herself again. They got to their destination, which was the lounge, and discussed what Kuroka told Issei and tried to figure out a solution to the problem. They couldn't figure anything out that day, so Issei offered her a place to stay for a few days until they could figure something out, and she easily agreed. A few days later, Kuroka stayed at the house helping Grafia with whatever she could to try and pay back Issei for all his help. Issei never stopped trying to find a way to help Kuroka, but so far nothing was going to work. But that didn't stop him. He was determined, that's for sure. Kuroka was walking through the halls bored trying to find something to do when she heard it. She heard Issei talking to somebody somewhat angrily. So she listened in on the conversation. What do you mean there wouldn't be any other way? Issei asked over the phone. I'm sorry, Issei, but if you somehow found somebody like how you're describing, they would have to be one of your servants or possessions to even start to do research on a case like that. Ajuka explained over the phone. Ugh. And you're positive? Issei asked, defeated. Yes. Ajuka responded. Well, I guess thanks for the help, Issei said as he was preparing to hang up. Issei, I seriously hope you aren't doing anything risky. Don't be starting any wars, Ajuka said. Yeah, goodbye, Issei said. Bye. And the phone hung up. Kuroka listened in on the conversation and was a little shocked. Somebody who didn't even know her for a week was trying to help her this much. She hasn't been helped like that by anyone she knew in her entire life. She always helped her sister because her sister wasn't strong enough to help herself. Even her parents, she couldn't remember them at all. So she walked away from the door she was listening from and thought about what she heard. A few hours later, Kuroka walked into the lounge because Issei called for her. You called Naya? Kuroka asked. Ah, yes, Issei said as he looked down towards his desk. Oh, come on, Issei, what's with that gloomy face? Kuroka asked. It's about trying to help me with my case, Kuroka asked. Yes. I'm guessing you couldn't find anything of use, Kuroka asked again. Well, I did, but I don't want to force you into it, Issei exclaimed. I see. Well, what is it? Kuroka inquired. In order for them to even start an investigation, you would have to be in servanthood to somebody pretty high up in the Devil's Society. Otherwise they wouldn't care and would just keep you as a stray devil, Issei explained. Well, that's rude. The only reason the servant thing would work is because it would be like a lifeline more than anything. They would be too afraid to hurt or kill a servant of an important devil, Issei explained. I see. Well, would you like to become my servant? Issei asked hopefully. Sure, Kuroka answered quickly. I will rarely ask you to do anything. I won't force you to do anything that bad. I'll protect you. Wait. You agreed? Issei asked. Yeah, Naya, Kuroka said. That easy? Issei asked again. Uh-huh. May I ask why? Well, earlier today, I heard you talking on the phone, and you were fighting, so I could be free. And I haven't even known you for more than a week. And you've been trying to help me more than anyone else I've ever known has, Kuroka explained. I see. And I thought, if somebody is trying to help me this much, they obviously can't be that bad. So I chose to become a servant to you, Kuroka said. Then, would you like to get this over with? Issei asked. Get what over with? Kuroka asked, confused. There's some kind of ceremony I have to do with you for you to become my true servant, Issei explained. I see. Then I guess, Kuroka said, still kind of confused. He told Kuroka to kneel in front of him first. Then Issei brought his hand to his mouth and bit his thumb, making sure blood was drawn. He then took his thumb and placed it on Kuroka's lips so that she could taste his blood. Do you, Kuroka, agree upon becoming my servant? I do. Will you follow me no matter where I go? Yes. Will you trust me even in the face of death? Yes. Can I trust you with my life? Yes. Will you obey all orders no matter how difficult they may be? Yes. Then I hereby declare you will only listen and obey your true master. I, Issei Satan, am your true master. Issei finished his chant with a wide-eyed Kuroka staring up at him. and a red collar tattoo appeared on her neck signifying she was Issei's and Issei's alone. Issei? Kuroka asked, still wide-eyed. Did you say Satan? Kuroka asked. Oh, I never told you my family name. I totally forgot. Issei exclaimed. So you are Issei Satan? Kuroka asked, still in shock. Yep. Issei exclaimed. Kuroka was still too shocked to speak. I guess this means we should introduce each other again. I'm Issei Satan, nice to meet you. Issei said. Right. I'm Kuroka. Please take care of me. Kuroka said as she bowed in the end. Right. Now let's get your justice. Issei yelled as he went back to his desk. A few hours later. Issei. Yes. When you asked me about all those things, I had my suspicions. But really? An SS-class stray devil? Are you trying to start a war? Ajuka yelled, flabbergasted. I didn't think it would matter. And either way she obeys my every word. So I think we should get on with the investigation. There has to be something of use at her old master's house. Issei said. Issei. We need to get over the whole Kuroka SS stray devil sentenced to death because she killed her former master problem first. Ajuka explained. And I said she had a reason. Trust me. We can find something to do with the case, and it will be all good. Issei exclaimed. Issei. It's not that simple. Even if I trusted you on this, there are so many other devils this would have to go through. And I doubt they would trust some random kid who claims he is the son of Satan. Ajuka said. Well, you did. Well, I had evidence. Ajuka explained. Okay, that's beside the point. Leave me out of the picture and just say you wanted to do a follow-up report and something caught your interest. It's not as hard as you think. Issei told Ajuka. That might work, but please see. And remember, you owe me 5 wishes. Issei begged. Ugh. I forgot about those. Fine. But is this really something you want to cash one in for? Those are meant for you. Not some random stray you found. Ajuka explained. I'm positive. Issei answered with conviction in his eyes. Very well. But I can't promise anything. So don't get your hopes up. Ajuka yelled as he pulled out his phone. Thanks, Ajuka. Issei yelled as he hugged the devil. Yeah, it's a bit too early to celebrate. Anyways, I've got work to do if I'm going to do this. Ajuka said as he summoned a magic circle. Bye. I know you will figure something out. Issei exclaimed as he waved to Ajuka, who started to disappear into the magic circle. CYA. Back to normal time. After a month of staying with Issei, we got the news from Ajuka that I was pardoned from my punishment. Apparently, my old master had a journal where he wrote down all of his experiments. So after they found that it was easy pickings to get my case justified by the Devil Council. Kuroka explained. I see. Vali said in thought. Yep. So now you know Naya. Kuroka exclaimed as she sat up and looked for Issei. If you're looking for Issei, he left halfway through your story. Vali told the cat. Mao. How rude. Kuroka exclaimed as she got up to look for Issei. The next day, Issei got his school uniform and thought it would make him not stand out so much. Oh, how wrong he was. As he walked into the school grounds, once again all eyes were on him. The fact that he didn't talk to anyone just added to the whole mysterious aura that made people intrigued by him. He walked to his class minding his own business while some devils were sticking their noses where it shouldn't be. Multiple student council members were watching him, and Koneko and a blonde-haired pretty boy were also watching. He ignored them and just went on with his day until school ended. He walked out of Kuo Academy with Koneko still trailing him. As he walked through a certain park, a barrier was immediately erected around it. Issei didn't flinch, he just looked up to where he sensed a fallen angel. You think you could damage my image and get away with it? An older version of Yuma Amano said as she flew above Issei with fallen angel wings. And how did I do that? Issei asked, clearly not amused. You denied a date with me. Nobody does that and gets off easy. I guess it doesn't matter in the end though. I was supposed to kill you either way. The older version of Yuma said. May I ask what your real name is? I highly doubt you would use it when trying to stay undercover. Issei asked. I guess I'll tell you, you aren't going to be alive much longer either way. It's Heir. Remember it in the afterlife. Heir yelled as she summoned a spear of light. She threw the spear towards Issei at unprecedented speeds, but Issei simply held up his arm. As soon as the light spear made contact with his hand, it shattered. She stood there in shock before she summoned multiple more and threw them at Issei. Every single one shattered on contact with his hand. What? Who are you? Heir screamed. Doesn't matter who I am. You won't need it once you're dead, Issei said with his normal tone. Like hell I'll die, Heir said as she tried to fly away. She kept trying to move but she couldn't. She tried everything she knew but nothing worked. She couldn't even use magic. And Issei held up his arm once again and Heir started flying towards it. Only Heir wasn't flying, she was being forced by an unknown power. Her neck landed in Issei's hand and he held her up with one arm and started to choke her. She started to cry and beg for her life. Please. I don't want to die. Please. I'll do anything. I won't come near you again. Just please spare me. Heir begged with tears streaming down her face as she struggled against Issei's grip. If you are going to take a life you should be prepared to lose your own, Issei said as he started to squeeze harder. Please. Heir barely begged. As Issei heard the last part and saw the tears streaming down her face, he remembered something that burdens him to this day. Flashback. A 13-year-old Issei was watching a girl who was seemingly around his age with blonde hair and red eyes cry into her hands. He walked towards the girl and extended his hand towards her to try and console her. But as soon as she saw this, she slapped away his hand and glared at him with tears streaming down her face. Don't touch me, the girl yelled. But, Issei tried to say. Don't even come near me. You can't do anything right. All you can do is kill people, the girl yelled again. Something in Issei broke, he was heartbroken. You're a monster. You take and never give. Everyone you love will suffer. You only bring death. Monsters like you shouldn't be able to live, the girl yelled. By now Issei was already backing away from the girl. Leave. Don't show your face. You killed them. You don't deserve to cry for them. I hope I never see you again, the girl yelled. Issei then summoned a magic circle and left, void of all emotions. Back to normal time. Please. Spare me. Heir barely made out as she was being choked. TSK. Issei then let her go. Don't try anything on me anymore. Next time I won't be feeling so merciful. Heir nodded quickly and flew away, still in shock. I still can't get over what happened. What a pain, Issei thought to himself. As he walked away, he made sure to look at Koneko in the bushes just so she knew that he knew she was there the entire time. At Issei's apartment. Welcome home, Grafia said as she heard Issei get back. Issei then walked into the kitchen where Kuroka, Grafia, and Vali were all at. So how was today? Grafia asked stoic. Normal, Issei answered flatly. Oh come on Naya. Nothing fun happened, Kuroka asked. Yeah, nothing new, Vali also asked. Nope. Only thing noteworthy is the girl who asked me out tried to kill me. Nothing too big, Issei answered as he got a drink. Ah, Kuroka and Vali said in understanding. Wait. Someone asked you out? Where was I in this conversation? Grafia asked. You were busy. Nothing happened, I turned her down, that's all, there is no need to get all worked up over it, Issei explained. I see. Dinner will be ready in an hour, Grafia said. Okay, I'll be in my room, Issei told the girls as he left the room. Issei walked into his room that was almost completely void of light except the small amount of light that was shining through a small opening in the blinds. Issei walked in and closed his door and immediately slid down it, so he was sitting with his back against it. TSK. Why can't you just fuck off? Issei said as he clutched his head. Because that would be like telling yourself to fuck off. I am a part of you. Remember. A dark version of Issei said. Yeah? Just shut the hell up. I'm tired, Issei said as he walked to his bathroom to wash his face. As he looked up from the sink, dark Issei was behind him in the reflection. So why didn't you kill her? Who do you think? The fallen angel, obviously. I felt merciful. Ha, yeah right. It was her again, wasn't it? If you know, why do you ask? You need to just let go of it. Forget about her. She is nothing. She doesn't deserve to have you remembering her like that all the time. She hurt you. She shouldn't deserve to live. You should take what you deserve. Shut up. You can have anything you want. She doesn't deserve anything. Anyone who hurts you deserves death. Take revenge, Issei. Shut up. You can find her. You can kill her. She doesn't deserve life. Come on. Stop. If you can't do it, I can. Just let me and I will. It's that easy. Just say the word. And it will be done. She can feel pain. You can torture her if that's what you want. Anyone who hurts you doesn't deserve you. Doesn't deserve your sympathy. Your love. Your regret. They don't deserve anything. Stop. Issei finally yelled and punched the mirror, shattering it and drawing blood from his knuckles. Finally. Just stay quiet, Issei said as the dark Issei was finally gone. Issei. Are you okay? Grafia asked frantically as she and Kuroka and Vali barged in. Yeah. Just a little tired. I don't think I'm going to have dinner tonight, I'm just going straight to bed, Issei said as he walked to his bed. Okay. If you need anything, just ask, Grafia said as she walked out. Want me to stay here, Naya? Kuroka asked. No, I just want to be alone right now. Do you want to talk about it? Or train? Vali asked. No. Just please. Give me some time alone. Alright. And Issei was left alone once again. Dinner. Yeah. It happened again. If it wasn't for that bitch, we wouldn't be having this problem, Kuroka sneered. I know the basics of who this girl is. But what exactly happened? Vali asked. Well, Issei, Kuroka was cut off by Grafia. I don't think it is our place to say. When Issei's ready to tell us, he will. Before then, we can only support him, Grafia interrupted. I guess, Kuroka said as she looked down. Let's just say this, Vali. If that bitch didn't do what she did, Issei would be the cheerful, playful kid we used to know. Now, well, you see how he is. But don't get me wrong, I still love him the way he is. It just hurts to see him in so much pain, Kuroka told Vali. Same with me, Grafia agreed. Yeah. Those were fun days, Vali said as she remembered the past. Hopefully we can break though. Or he can find himself. Agreed. The next day, Issei walked to school without any unwanted people trailing him. It was a normal day just like any other. He walked through school, all eyes were on him. He got to class, took his seat and waited it out. At lunch he walked through the halls to get outside. Unknown area. Koneko, Ria said. Yes, President. Before we make our move on him, can you try and see how strong he is? And what type of magic he has? Rias asked again. Koneko answered, unsure. Please, Koneko, I know how you aren't too keen on messing with him, but this will be the last thing, Rias begged. Fine. Thanks. I can only ask you because you're the best at this type of thing, Rias said as she hugged Koneko. Back to Issei. As Issei was walking through the hallway, somebody called out to him. Excuse me, Koneko said meekly. Issei didn't think she was talking to him. Excuse me, Koneko said again, this time a little louder. Issei still ignored it again. Hello? Excuse me, Koneko said louder again. May I help you? Issei finally said as he turned around. You drop this, Koneko said in her monotone voice as she handed a piece of paper to Issei. Oh, thanks, Issei said as he extended his hand. As he extended his hand, Koneko focused all of her senses to the hand she was giving Issei the paper with. As soon as she handed him the paper, she made sure to make contact with his hand. As soon as contact was made, a multitude of things were sensed. His power was unreal, but it was so dark and eerie. But that wasn't the worst of it. There was fear. Unlike anything she has ever sensed before. Not of her or anyone else. He was scared of himself. Not just scared. Terrified. She felt a multitude of emotions coming from him, but there weren't any good ones. As she stood there shocked, Issei never flinched once, not because he didn't sense it, he simply didn't care. Monster, Koneko muttered as she looked up and saw something behind Issei. It was a massive shadow-like creature looming over Issei, watching Koneko's every move. That got Issei to flinch. He never liked being called a monster. But soon after, Koneko backed away and ran off to who knows where. A monster. Huh. Issei said to himself as he walked outside. Unknown area. Koneko burst through the door, scaring Rias. Koneko. What happened? Rias asked as she saw Koneko was sweating and trying to catch her breath. He's a monster, Koneko made out before she collapsed to the ground. Who? The transfer student? Rias asked urgently as Koneko nodded yes. Kiba. Rias yelled. Yes. A blonde-haired boy with gray eyes asked. Bring him here after school, Rias ordered. As you wish, Kiba said, a little worried for the outcome. It's not every day you see Koneko like that. After Koneko and Kiba left for their classes, Rias and Akeno were left in the room alone. Rias. Yes. Are you sure it's wise? What is? Bringing him here. Koneko isn't one to freak out like that. And this isn't the first time she warned us about him. Akeno. This is my territory, I must know who's in it. Is this really about that? Or are you just trying to get him in your peerage to help with Riser? Akeno. Rias yelled as she lost her patience. Yeah? Akeno said as she dropped the conversation. After school, Issei was walking out of his classroom when he was approached. Kiba walked towards Issei with his signature smile that made most girls squeal. Issei Satan, I presume? Asked Kiba. Yes, this is. Who's asking? Issei asked as he started walking down the hallway. Kiba Yuto, Kiba said as he followed Issei down the hall. And, may I help you? Issei asked. Yes. My president wishes to meet with you, Kiba explained. Lead the way, Issei said as he turned around and faced Kiba. Right this way then. Kiba gestured for Issei to follow. After they walked for about 5 minutes, they stopped in front of an old building. Is this it? Yes. This is the home of the Occult Research Club, Kiba exclaimed as he opened the door and gestured for Issei to enter. Issei walked down the halls without a care in the world, which seemingly scared Kiba. But he soon got to a door labeled Occult Research Club, and Kiba opened the door again. As he entered, he saw a buxom redhead with bluish-green eyes and a black-haired girl with violet eyes and a yellow hairband keeping her very long hair in a ponytail. You wanted to see me? Issei asked as he walked in. Oh, yes, Rias said, but was surprised by the aura around him. As the rumors go, just by being around him you feel like you want to just stop and stare at him. Take in his aura. It's breathtaking. As Rias stood there taking everything in, Issei noticed something in the corner of the room. Koneko sat in the corner of the room farthest from him, not daring to look towards him. Rias, I think our guest is growing impatient, Akeno said, snapping Rias out of her trance. Yes. Sorry. Don't worry about it, I'm used to it, Issei answered. Now will you tell us who you are? I already know you're involved in the supernatural, so don't try and hide it anymore, Rias said as she tried to show her sovereignty. Hide it? I never tried to hide it, Issei answered flatly. What? Well, okay, that doesn't answer the first question. Who are you? Issei Satan, like it says on my student registration forms, Issei answered stoically. Okay. What faction are you affiliated with? Rias asked. The Devils. I find that hard to believe. And why is that? If you're a devil, how are you wearing a cross? Just us being in the same room as it's making us feel uncomfortable, Rias explained. As I said, it's because of my family blood. Then what is your family name? Rias asked again. Are you even listening to a word I say? Issei asked Rias. Yes. Why? I told you my name already. Issei Satan. Alright. Issei Satan. Why wasn't I informed of you being here? Out of all the questions, the person who helped me enroll here must have forgotten. I see. And are you here to stay long? Until I graduate. Very well. Is that all? Issei asked. Rias smirked and thought of an idea that she could use to get Issei. Wait. If you want to stay in my territory, you must do one thing, Rias exclaimed, which caused Issei to raise an eyebrow. And that is, join my peerage. If you want to stay here and graduate, you must join my peerage. And since I highly doubt you have a peerage of your own, it will be perfectly fine. At this, something in Issei snapped. Are you stupid? Rias was taken aback by this. What do you mean? First of all, you send your servants to follow me around all the time. Second of all, you let the fallen angel ask me out. And third of all, if it wasn't bad enough, you were going to let her kill me so you could revive me. Why don't you get your head out of your ass first before you asked me? Issei exclaimed as he walked to the door to leave. You want to know something? Growing up, I was always told how the Gremory clan treated their servants with the utmost respect, and they were basically family. I always looked up to the Gremory clan. I wanted to treat my own servants like that. Oh, how wrong I was. You are nothing better than the others. Trying to kill somebody so you could be their savior and get an easy loyal peace. I'm disappointed. Issei said as he closed the door behind him. Rias. Not right now, Akeno. I think we messed up, Rias. You don't think I know that, Akeno? What can we do to fix this? Kiba asked. Stay away from him. Koneko put in. Sadly, Koneko, it's too late for that. We have to get on his good side. Rias told Koneko. We just have to help him wherever he may need help. Akeno exclaimed. I agree with Akeno. Kiba said. Alright. Whenever you guys see him, be extra nice and see if there's anything he may need help with. Also, if you figure out his likes and dislikes, maybe we can find a different way to get him to forgive us. Rias told the orc. Risa. What about Koneko? Kiba asked as he looked at Koneko in the corner. Koneko is free from the Issei problem, Rias declared. Thank you, President. Issei's apartment. What happened here later than usual? Grafia asked. Yeah, I know. Some devils questioned me, Issei answered. I see. And nothing happened. They tried to say if I wanted to stay here I had to join their peerage. And they pissed me off. How? They let the fallen angel try and kill me just so they could revive me. Why wouldn't I be mad? I guess. And I actually respected the Gremory. What a mistake that was. Like really. Trying to play savior when I die. That's pathetic. Issei, maybe you're overreacting at the same time. You never know what may be happening behind the scenes. Maybe their back was against the wall. You never know what's going on and why they would have to go to such extremes to get more servants. Grafia said. Yeah, and if that is the case, what do you want me to do? Issei asked, a little offended. Forgive them. Yeah, sure, I'll put that on my to-do list, Issei said as he left the room. Have a juka on speed dial, Kuroka. I don't want to start a war, Grafia told the Nekishu. Yeah? Next day. Issei. How's your day today? Rias exclaimed as she and Akeno stood at the gate of school. Issei ignored them and walked through the gate without batting an eye. The rest of the day was annoying to say the least for Issei. Every corner he turned, every place he went, there was an occult research club member waiting for him. Sometimes they simply greeted him, and sometimes they went out of their way to help him with things he really didn't need help with. The day ended and he thought he should go out on a walk before he went home. He walked through the busy shopping district minding his own business until he heard somebody he was hoping to avoid. Issei. What a coincidence meeting you here today. Rias called out, wearing casual clothes and a purse around her arm. Yeah. Coincidence, Issei said as he walked past her. So what are you doing here today? Rias asked cheerfully as she caught up with Issei again. Walking around hoping to relieve some stress that a certain somebody is causing, Issei said, which made Rias flinch. I see. For the next few minutes they walked in silence. Rias just fiddled with her hands and Issei walked around with his hands in his pockets. Then out of nowhere a man ran through the crowd and grabbed Rias' purse and ran as fast as he could. Ah. My purse, Rias yelled as she tried to chase the robber only to trip on her heels. Ugh. I had important things in there too, Rias grumbled. Ugh. Issei yelled as he ran after the purse snatcher. He caught up with the purse snatcher pretty fast and used magic to trip the man. As soon as approached the man and tried to grab the bag only for the purse snatcher to refuse it. You know, if this was any other day I wouldn't do this. But I've had one hell of a shitty day, Issei said coldly as he grabbed the man's collar and punched him straight across the cheek, causing him to get knocked out. He grabbed the bag and went back to where Rias was. He gave the bag to Rias and started to walk away before she could thank him. Stop trying to suck up to me so I'll forgive you. If you want forgiveness, simply apologize. I'm not one to hold grudges when somebody clearly regrets their action, Issei said as he disappeared into the crowd. Later that night. Thanks for the meal, Grafia, Issei said as he stood up from the table. It's my job, Grafia answered. Issei sat there listening to Kuroka talk to Vali and Grafia clean up the table when he heard an alarm go off. It seems somebody's here, Grafia said as she looked at a small screen on the wall. Who is it? Issei asked. I don't know, I'll go check and see who it is, Grafia said as she teleported away. In the lobby. Are you sure this is where Koneko said he lived? Rias asked her queen. Yeah, this is it. I can call her if you want, Akeno offered. No, that's fine, let's see if anyone's here, Rias said as she pressed a button to call the worker who is supposed to be there. After a minute of waiting, a door behind the desk opened, revealing Grafia in her usual French maid outfit. "You!" Rias exclaimed as she got on guard. "You?" Grafia asked. "Rias. Who is this?" "Grafia Lucifuge. Loyal servant of Resivim Lucifer. I've only seen her a few times, but she's no pushover," Rias explained. "I don't think she wishes to fight, Rias," Akeno said. "Your queen is correct, Lady Gremory. I came to see who wishes to see my master, and I no longer serve Resivim, if that makes you feel any better," Grafia said. "I see. Then who is your new master?" "Issei Satan. And I'm guessing you're here to meet with him?" Grafia asked. "Issei's your master?" "Yes." "I see. Then yes, I would like to talk to him if that isn't too much," Rias explained. "Then right this way, please." Grafia gestured for them to follow. They followed her through the ornately decorated lobby to an elevator. Once they reached Issei's floor, they walked out and were greeted with a Nekisha lounging on the couch asleep and Issei sitting across from her reading a book. "Kuroka!" Rias and Akeno both yelled as they both summoned magic and prepared to attack. "I suggest you don't do that, Rias," Issei said as he kept reading his book. "She's a dangerous stray devil, Issei. It's our duty to stop her," Rias yelled. "First, if she isn't dangerous unless I tell her to be. And second of all, she isn't a stray," Issei explained. "What do you mean?" Rias demanded an answer. "Okay, look, you aren't in any place to be giving me demands, and if you want answers, talk to somebody in the underworld. You obviously aren't going to trust me," Issei said. "Fine. But if I hear she is still dangerous, no, I will be coming to you first," Rias yelled. "I hope you do come to me first. Anyways, what are you here for? If I remember correctly, we aren't on the best of terms," Issei told the two girls. "That's why we're here. We would like to formally apologize," Rias exclaimed as she bowed, in which Akeno quickly copied. "Could you find it anywhere in you to forgive us?" Akeno asked as Kuroka started to wake up. "Naya, Issei, you're already making girls beg for forgiveness. How naughty," Kuroka exclaimed groggily. "Kuroka, not the time. Ara, Issei, she's right, you've been in school less than a week and already making us beg for forgiveness," Akeno said as she got a predatory gaze in her eye. "Not the time, Akeno," Rias told the sadist. "Well, are you going to forgive them, Issei?" Grafia asked. "Ugh. Fine. I'll let it slide. But don't think you've gotten my respect back yet. What you did was despicable. Even if you needed it for some emergency," Issei said as the last part made Rias flinch. "Now since that's over, I am quite busy, so," Issei said, trying to hint for them to leave. "All right. We will be taking our leave now," Rias said as she bowed with Akeno again and started to make their way back to the elevator. "Rias, aren't you forgetting something?" Akeno asked while nudging her. "Oh, Issei," Rias called out. "Yes. Do you want to join the Occult Research Club? We would love if you did. And it would give you an excuse if you need to miss school," Rias yelled. I'll think about it," Issei yelled back. "All right. You are welcome anytime," Rias yelled. And so they left the apartment building happier than when they came. "I'm proud of you, Issei," Grafia said. "And why is that?" Issei asked, not looking up from his book. "You forgave them. If I didn't, they would have kept bugging me. It was the best option." "Uh-huh. Anyways, at least we didn't start a war. We wouldn't have either way. Maybe. I'm going to bed now if you need me," Issei said as he got up from his seat. "Me too, Naya," Kuroka exclaimed. "Hey. Before I forget, where's Vali?" "Training somewhere, that's all she told us." I guess that was good timing, bad enough explaining Kuroka to them. Issei then went to bed and laid in bed. Life is going to get a lot more hectic. I can feel it, Issei thought to himself as he drifted to sleep. Chapter 2. It was the day after the whole ordeal with Rias. No annoying people following him every step he took, no abnormally cheerful people. Just the normal people staring at Issei in class. But as second period ended, Kiba appeared in the doorway looking for Issei. Kiba. What are you doing here, Kiba?" a random girl asked. "I'm looking for Issei, do you know where he is?" Kiba asked as he looked around the room. "I'm right here," Issei said from behind Kiba. "Our president wishes to see you," Kiba informed Issei. "Ugh. Okay, lead the way," Issei said as he walked out of the classroom. They walked in silence to the old school building simply because they had nothing to talk about, and Issei wasn't exactly the talkative type. But they got there and Kiba told Issei he had something to do, so he left him by himself. "You want to talk to me?" Issei asked as he entered the room. Only he wasn't prepared for what he saw inside. Inside he saw Rias wearing only her undergarments and Akeno with no shirt or bra on. "Oh. Sorry," Issei said as he backed out of the door and closed it. After a few minutes, they finally called for Issei. "You can come in now." Issei walked in and immediately saw a very flustered Rias, and not as flustered but still really flustered Akeno. "Oh, sorry again. I didn't think you would change in here." "No, that was our fault," Rias said. "Well, what did you call me for?" Issei asked, trying to change the subject. "Oh yes. It's regarding Kuroka," Rias exclaimed. "And?" Issei said as he instantly got serious. "She is," Rias started. "Koneko's sister," Akeno finished. "I see. Why don't you seem surprised?" Rias asked. "I had my suspicions. I mean, it's not every day you see a Nikomata, let alone a Nekishu," Issei explained. "And how did you know she was a Nekishu?" "Because I've lived long enough with Kuroka to know what a Nekishu feels like." "Okay, well, I don't think it's a good idea to let them meet just yet." "And why is that?" "Well, Koneko isn't on the best of terms with her. She thinks Kuroka left her to die, and I don't know the whole story either. So I think it would be better if we told her about Kuroka being pardoned, then maybe we can go from there," Rias suggested. "As long as you don't drag it out, that's fine, but I'm telling Kuroka," Issei said. "That's fine, just make sure she stays back until Koneko's ready." "Alright then, if that's all, I shall take my leave," Issei told the girls. "Yes, that's all. But before you go, have you thought about joining the Occult Research Club?" Rias asked, hopeful. I still don't know if I'm going to join. Sorry." "Oh. Well, that's fine, take your time," Rias said, trying to stay positive. And Issei left Issei's apartment. Issei walked in and was greeted by Grafia wearing her French-made uniform waiting for him. "Oh, Issei. How was your day today?" Grafia asked. "Fine. Have you seen Kuroka?" Issei asked as he walked to the kitchen. "She was in the game room reading a magazine, I believe," Grafia answered. "Okay, thanks," Issei said as he walked towards the game room. "Is everything okay?" Grafia asked, worried. "Yeah, just more things that will most likely annoy me in the end," Issei answered as he entered the game room. He walked in and immediately set his eyes on Kuroka and pulled his seat close to the couch where she was lounging. Vali was still out training at who knows where, so it was only the two of them. But as he pulled his chair closer, it caused Kuroka to look up confusingly. "Naya, is something wrong? It's every day I have you come to me like this," Kuroka asked, clearly confused. "No, nothing's wrong, just I thought you may want to know this." "And this is?" Kuroka asked again. "I found your sister." Kuroka immediately sat up and was silent for a good while until she spoke up. How?" Kuroka asked. "She goes to Kuo. And she's the rook of the red head you saw yesterday. She's a servant," Kuroka yelled with venom in her voice. "Calm down, Kuroka, there's nothing we can do about it now," Issei explained. "I'm going to see her," Kuroka explained as she walked towards the door. "Kuroka, no. I'm going." "Kuroka," Issei yelled as she opened the door. "You can't stop me," as she took one step out of the door. "Kuroka," Issei yelled, making Kuroka stop mid-step. "You should know by now. I really hate yelling," Issei told the wide-eyed Kuroka. "But she's my sister," Kuroka said as she started to tear up. "Kuroka, she doesn't even know of your pardoning, and she thinks you left her to die. We have to work with her before we let you two meet." "Then why even tell me?" "Because I trust you. I know you will do the right thing." "But, Kuroka, it's okay. I know how long you've waited. Just a little while longer." "Fine. Good. Now let's go have dinner. And maybe tomorrow I'll let you disguise yourself and take you to school," Issei told the Nikomata as he left the room. "Alright." Kuroka smiled softly as she saw Issei was really trying to help. The next day, as Issei woke up and ate the breakfast Grafia prepared, he was about to walk out of the door, but Kuroka was in the way. "Aren't you forgetting what you said yesterday?" Kuroka asked. "Ugh. Alright, transform into something small and hide your presence completely," Issei said as he walked out the door. A few seconds later, a black cat with golden eyes jumped onto Issei's shoulder. Remember, stay with me at all times, Issei said while emphasizing the ending. Yeah? As Issei walked into school, he got a few strange looks considering he had a cat on his shoulders, but they quickly stopped and just let it go. Naya, I didn't know you were so famous in school, Kuroka whispered into Issei's ear. Issei didn't answer, just went straight to his class. When the teacher asked about the cat, Issei explained how he found it and couldn't get it off of him. And if it caused any trouble, he would take full responsibility. The teacher didn't want to argue with Issei, so he simply let it slide. It was fine, except for Kuroka telling Issei how bored she was all day, so at lunch he told Kuroka she could go explore as long as she didn't cause any trouble and made sure under no circumstances she makes contact with Koneko. So she agreed and went on her way, finally leaving Issei in peace. Or so he thought. As he laid back into his seat, and over the P-Data system he heard, Issei Satan, please make your way to the student council office. Ugh. Issei got up, grabbed his bag and made his way to the office. He made his way to the office without interruption and knocked on the door. But no answer. He knocked again and still no answer. Why call me if you aren't even here? Issei said to himself, clearly annoyed. He stood there, eyes closed, leaning onto the wall in all his glory, waiting for somebody to come. From across the hall, two black-haired girls were running as fast as they could to get back to the student council room. One had a slender body and bob cut and glasses, and the other had a more voluptuous body with waist-long hair, and also had glasses. As they turned the corner, they saw a sight that made them immediately stop. A boy waited in front of their destination, leaning on the wall, looking so serene his brown hair fluttered from the breeze that came in from a window nearby. As they stopped and stood for what felt like hours, the boy opened his eyes and stared at them, making their hearts skip a beat for some reason. Are you the student council members? The boy asked. I'm Issei, you called. Oh. Yes. I'm sorry to keep you waiting, I had an emergency summons because a fight broke out. The black-haired girl with the bob cut said as she opened the door and signaled for Issei to enter. I'm guessing this is about me being in your and the Gremmery's territory, Issei asked as he sat on the couch. So you knew? The bob-cut-haired girl asked, in which Issei nodded yes. Well, I guess I should introduce myself. I am Sona Satiri, or how you would know me in the underworld. Sona Satiri. And that over there is my queen Tsubaki Shinra. The now called Sona introduced themselves. I see, nice to meet you. As you already know, I am Issei Satan, Issei said as he gave a slight bow. Likewise, Sona said as she bowed in return. Now if I may. Why did you call me here? Issei asked. Oh yes. I almost forgot, I called you here today to introduce ourselves and to ask a few questions. Sona explained as Issei nodded in assurance. Now Issei. You are a devil, correct? Yes, as I told Gremory I am a devil. I see, and you told her that being able to be around holy objects runs in your family. Sona said as she directed her attention to the silver cross earring on Issei's ear. Yes, it runs in my family. So are you affected by light-based attacks? Sona asked. They affect me as any normal being would. So no, they aren't amplified against me like a normal devil. I see. And would you mind telling me the name of the family you are from? Sona asked, since she along with many others don't believe he's the son of Satan. As I said before, Issei Satan. Alright. Sona said, a little ticked off but mainly defeated. As Sona sat there thinking, Issei looked around the room. It was a finely furnished room, nothing too fancy but was far from lacking. A desk for, he was guessing Sona, a lounge-type area in the middle of the room, bookshelves everywhere filled with books to the brim. But then he stopped when he saw a chess board set up and ready to be used on the desk. Do you play? Issei asked. Excuse me. Chess, I see you have a chessboard over there. Issei explained. Oh yes, I play, what about it? Would you like to play? Issei asked innocently. Sona was taken aback by his inquiry but quickly composed herself. You do realize what you're asking, right? Does it matter? I just want to play. Issei answered, totally oblivious to what she was talking about. Very well. Tsubaki informed the teachers me and Issei will not be attending afternoon classes today. Very well. Tsubaki bowed as she left the room. And so she walked over and grabbed the chessboard and brought it back to the table that separated the two of them. And you are prepared to take responsibility if you win? Sona asked again. Yes, let's just get on with the game, Issei said. It started off good, both sides trading attacks and defending the king at all costs. Sona was quite surprised nobody has had to push her this far this quickly in a game. But she stayed calm because she knew she would win. Or so she thought. 30 minutes later. Sona couldn't believe her eyes. She was losing. She wasn't just losing. She was being demolished. Everything she did wouldn't work, she was being overwhelmed. The next piece she placed would seal her fate. She had to be extremely careful. And so she placed her piece as sweat dropped from her forehead. Checkmate, Issei said as he placed his piece down after hers. She still couldn't believe it. She looked and looked, but to no avail. She lost. I lost, she said in disbelief. Issei then looked at the clock and said, well, that was a good game, but I must be going now. I can still make it for my last 2 classes. Well, goodbye, Issei said as he walked out of the room. A few seconds after Issei left, Tsubaki walked in. I can't believe he thought he could beat you, Sona, Tsubaki exclaimed as she was oblivious to the situation. Right, Tsubaki said as she finally noticed the atmosphere. Tsubaki. Yes. Get the main house on the line. Right away, Tsubaki exclaimed as she ran to the phone, still questioning whether or not Issei beat Sona. With Issei. As Issei got back to his desk, he was surprised to see Kuroka sitting on his desk waiting for him. Naya, where'd you go? Kuroka said just quietly enough for Issei to hear her. I had business with another devil of this town. I see. The school day went on with no interruption, so Issei made his way back home with Kuroka in her cat form on his shoulder. Issei's apartment. Issei walked into his house with the now human form Kuroka and was quickly greeted by Grafia. After they had dinner, Kuroka went to the game room to relax. But something was off, Issei could feel it. So he followed her and sat next to her. Did you find your sister? Issei asked. Naya Shirin looked happy. Although she's lacking in some areas. Kuroka answered cheerfully, yet Issei could see something else. Kuroka. Naya. You don't need to put on a mask when you're around me. Nothing gets past you, does it? Not when I've lived with you these past years. It's just that. I fought so she could be free. I ruined our relationship so she could be free. And now I found her again. And I can't even talk to her. Tell her how much I love her. How long I've searched for her. Tell her about you. Everything. Kuroka explained as she started to tear up. Issei didn't answer, he just brought her into a hug where she then cried onto his chest. After a few minutes she finally calmed down. You know, it's rare to see you show this many emotions. Let alone speak this much. Kuroka said as she wiped the tears from her eyes. Sometimes even I have to force myself out to help somebody I care for. Issei exclaimed. I see. Kuroka said as she stood up. Well, I'm going to the bath. But you can join me if you like, Naya. Kuroka purred seductively as she started to return to her normal self. Issei changed back to his normal expression and just stared at her. But soon after he ignored her and walked out of the room. But she didn't see the slight smile on his face as he left. The next day, Issei walked to school by himself, minding his own business, ignoring all the people staring at him. As he walked, he thought about something Sona said before his game of chess yesterday. And you are fine taking responsibility if you win. Something about that was sticking out to him, but he couldn't figure it out. He disregarded it as he got to his classroom and sat at his desk waiting for the teacher to enter. The rest of the day went on normally, but at the end of the day he made his way to the orc clubroom. Before he entered he made sure to knock so he didn't have another mishap. Come in, Rias yelled from the other side of the door. Oh, Issei. What can we do for you? Akeno asked with her signature smile. About the whole Kuroka ordeal. What happened with Koneko? Issei asked. I told her exactly what I told you I would say. I informed her that Kuroka was pardoned from her crimes after they found out that her former master was doing illegal experiments on his peerage. And that Kuroka killed him to help her fellow peerage, but especially Koneko. After she heard that, she left looking very pensive, and has been like that ever since. Ria said. I see. Good. Now let's hope she thinks about it, and finds it in her to try and rebuild her relationship with Kuroka. Issei hoped. Now enough about that. I heard you're engaged with Sona. Ria said, changing the topic completely. What? I don't know what you mean. Issei answered truthfully. Didn't you ask for her hand in marriage? And earn it? Rias asked, clearly as confused as Issei. No. Where did you hear this from? Issei asked. I guess it was just a rumor. You better figure this out yourself, Rias explained. Okay. Well, that is all. I shall take my leave now, Issei said as he walked to the door. See you later, Akeno cheerfully yelled as she waved. Bye, Rias exclaimed. But right before Issei walked out of the door, he stopped. Oh, I almost forgot. Issei, is something wrong? I'm going to join this club. You said if I join and need to get off school, I could get off, right? Yes. If you need anything of the sort, I can help with that, Rias exclaimed cheerfully. Then I will take my leave, Issei said as he left for real this time. Issei's apartment. Issei stood outside the building. He couldn't help but feel a foreboding feeling. He walked in, not letting his guard down since he didn't know what to expect, and went straight to his floor. When he entered, he noticed a few extra pairs of shoes and a fairly large suitcase in the doorway. Issei walked down the hallway, making sure his presence was completely hidden. As he walked into the lounge, he saw Grafia serving 3 people on the couch. The first was a middle-aged man with black hair and gray eyes wearing a black tux. The second was a middle-aged woman who also had black hair but had violet eyes. The third was none other than Sona Citri. Ah, you must be Issei, the man said as he stood up from the couch to shake Issei's hand. Ah, yes, I am Issei. You are? Issei asked as he shook the man's hand. Oh, sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Silicus Citri, Sona's father and current head of the Citri clan. The now named Silicus Citri introduced himself. And I am his wife and Sona's mother, Siko Citri. Siko Citri introduced herself. I see it as a pleasure to meet you too. Now what do you wish to see me about? Issei asked, still oblivious to the situation. Oh, I wanted to meet my future son-in-law, Lord Citri exclaimed. Future son-in-law? I don't remember getting engaged to Lady Sona, Issei explained. Really? Sona told us you asked for her hand and won it, Lord Citri told Issei. Issei immediately remembered what he was trying to remember about the Citri clan earlier that day. In the Citri clan, if you want to marry someone of their clan, you must beat them in a game of chess. That's why she asked? And you are prepared to take responsibility if you win. Now it all made sense to him. He wasn't one to normally make mistakes like this, but with all the stuff happening to him lately, stress was finally getting to him. I see. Now when would you prefer to have the wedding? Lord Citri asked again. Okay, please wait. I'm sorry for making you come all the way out here. But I never went into that game to get your daughter's hand in marriage. So please forget this ever happened, Issei said as he bowed slightly. Which was a rare sight for Grafia. He only bowed when he really messed up. She guessed this was one of those times. But as Issei finished, the room got a lot more tense. Issei, are you mocking our clan's traditions? Because if you are, I am not one to take lightly to that, Lord Citri said as he flared his power, making everyone flinch but Issei. No, I'm not mocking your traditions at all. It's just that, Issei quickly said. Great. Then we will finalize the papers, Lord Citri said as he got cheerful again. Ugh. Okay, no, I'm not mocking your family traditions, but my father told me long ago that there must be love in a marriage. And I plan to stand by that, Issei told Lord Citri. I see. Then how about I propose an idea that will hopefully satisfy both sides? Lord Citri asked. And that is, how about we do a trial period? And what do you mean by a trial period? Well, you two are officially engaged, but we let you naturally fall in love. And if we don't, then we will dissolve the marriage. And this is fine with you, Sona? Issei asked. Yes, I was prepared to take responsibility the moment you asked for the game, Sona replied with a slight blush. Very well, I cannot decline then. Issei was forced to agree. The next 5 minutes were in silence until it was time for Issei to sign the contract. He signed it as Issei Satan, which caught Lord Citri's eye. Issei, is Satan your true name? Lord Citri asked as he thought Sona was either joking or Issei was making it up or something of the like. Yes, it is, Issei said as he finished up writing down the contract. May I ask, why let just anyone marry into the Citri as long as they beat them in chess? Issei asked. Good question. We Citris don't worry about brute force or power like other clans. We specialize in the strategy department and medical. So she could have married someone from a whole different faction if she wanted, but only if they beat her in a game of chess. We don't worry about pedigree like all the clans still clinging on to the past. We see that the future needs change. We already lost a large majority of the devil population in the Great War, so if we only stick with pure-blooded devils, our faction will quickly fade to nothing. Lord Citri explained. I see. That is very wise and brave of you. Now what about your parents? When will you introduce them to us? Lord Citri asked. Issei immediately did a 180. His calm demeanor was shattered and he looked very downcast. Oh, I'm sorry for bringing up something that you clearly don't wish to speak about. Lord Citri apologized. No, I'm sorry for showing that. They are both deceased to my knowledge. Issei told them. I see. Well, I should get back now. We will discuss an official wedding date on a later day, Lord Citri said as he stood up. I see. Well, I hope you have a safe trip. Please take good care of our daughter, Issei, Lady Citri said. And Issei, I hope one day you can open up to us, Lord Citri said as he teleported away. The last part stuck with Issei. I hope one day you can open up to us. Today has been a long day, so why don't I start dinner? Grafia offered. Yes, that would be good. Issei, I wish to apologize in advance, Sona said as she bowed to Issei. About my sister. Okay. I think I can deal with that. I hope. After dinner they found Kuroka and introduced her to Sona, much to Kuroka's ire. After Kuroka finally let up on Sona, Issei brought her to a spare room so she could settle in. In the lounge, you realize Vale isn't going to be happy about this, right? Kuroka said, still angry about Sona somehow getting married to Issei before her. It doesn't matter if she likes it or not. And knowing her, she won't care. Issei answered as he drank his tea. Naya, how rude. You haven't known this girl for a week and you're already engaged, Kuroka said jealously. I'm not planning on getting married anytime soon, I told you that already, Issei explained. But you are. That's the problem, Kuroka said downcast. Issei kept reading the book he was reading until a green magic circle appeared out of nowhere, revealing Ajuka. Issei, how could you go and get married? Ajuka exclaimed. It was an error on my end. Error or not, you got engaged. And to a Citri no less. Yes. Except it's only a trial at the moment. Still, Sarah Fall isn't going to be happy when she hears about this. The Leviathan. What does she have to do with this? She's Sona's sister. And she is a Siscon. Oh shit. When is the engagement going to be publicized? Issei asked. Probably not for a few days, but Sarah Fall will probably know tomorrow if even, Ajuka explained. Ugh. She will most definitely give you a headache. I have enough crap going on for this. Welcome to the real world, kid, Ajuka said as he put a hand on Issei's shoulder. No, I've been in the real world, this is welcome to hell. Well, you have been hanging out with women, they bring hell by themselves, let alone these women are literally from hell. I need a break. Oh, don't we all? Anyways, I've got to get going, I've got work to do, CYA, Ajuka said as he teleported away. Now what about Resivim? Issei said, and as if on cue a miniature silver magic circle appeared in front of Issei. Issei. My boy. A holographic version of Resivim greeted light-heatedly. Hey. I heard you got engaged. Yes. Accidentally? But how did you know? That isn't supposed to be publicized yet. Issei asked, even though he could figure out the answer. Oh, Issei, you forget who I am. I have people on the inside, this type of thing is nothing to me. Oh yes, how could I have forgotten? Anyways, that's not the only reason I called. What's the other reason? Do they know who you are? I have told them, yes. It's their problem that they don't believe me. I guess, but that's nothing new. People don't believe until they have solid proof. And plus, I doubt any of the devils at your school are old enough to have seen your father to know who your father was or his power, Resivim guessed. Maybe. Still not my problem. Yeah, anyways, who's the lucky girl? So you found out I was engaged but didn't even bother looking to see to who? No, I called as soon as I heard of it. I see. Well, it's to the heir of the Citri clan. Ah, the Citri. They're probably one of my favorite clans. Good choice, Issei. Sadly, it wasn't my choice. Wasn't your choice? Resivim asked, intrigued. It was an error, as I told everyone else. Oh, please do tell what this error was. I asked to play a game of chess with her without remembering the Citri's traditions. Ha! That was quite the failure on your end. But in all seriousness, what happened? It's not normal for you to make such petty mistakes. I don't know. Everything is messing with me. Remember, Issei. All who do you wrong should expect it done to them. So don't be falter in getting rid of all who stand in your way or disrupt your peace. Res of him as he got serious. I know this isn't something that needs to be taken that far, Issei explained. I see. Anyways, I have work to do. Work. Sadly, you and work don't go together. Oh, shut it, I do have work. Sometimes. You're right. Sure, anyways, I'm tired. Then I'll leave you to it. CYA. Res of him exclaimed as the magic circle disappeared. And so Issei went to his bedroom and collapsed into his bed. Issei woke up in an unknown place. Huh. Where the hell? As Issei looked up and around, he was by a cliff, and he could see smoke on the other side of the cliff, but what caught his eye was the dark version of Issei sitting on the edge of the cliff. Finally woke up. The dark version of Issei asked, not bothering to look back at him. Yeah. Where am I? The future. The dark Issei said as the real Issei got up and started to walk to him. The future. What do you mean? Issei said as his eyes widened at the sight before him. A massive city on fire, skyscrapers falling, supernatural beings everywhere fighting, dragons and griffins soaring through the smoke-filled sky. This is the future. Where you let everyone have their own way. Where you never take revenge, where you never take authority. What? What do you mean? Whenever I tell you to take revenge, don't let people walk all over you. It's for your own good. That's why it pains me when you curse and hate on me. Issei stayed silent. But don't get me wrong, Issei. I am aside you that you should hate. At the smallest show of weakness, Issei, I will take over you. You will no longer exist. But guess what? If you get killed, I also die. So I care for you yet hate you at the same time. How do you know this is the future? Or the future if I don't do what you said? Let's just say I know. If you believe me or not is up to you. I am trying to help you, but at the same time I'm trying to tear you down. You really are a fucked up person. I never said I wasn't. But guess what? As much as I'm fucked up, you're even more fucked. I can't disagree with that. I'm going insane. You don't seem to dislike this scene. The dark Issei said as he gestured to apocalyptic scene in front of him. No, it doesn't have anything to do with me. Damn. You are one heartless son of a bitch. No wonder I'm here. They all want a hero. But why should I be forced to be the hero? Can't deny that. They all ask for a hero when things go south. Why do you need to be the hero? Why can't they get off their own asses and do it themselves? Why do I need to do it for them? Exactly. Still, if this doesn't scare you, maybe this will. The dark Issei said as he snapped his fingers, causing the scene around him to change. As Issei opened his eyes to the new scene, he saw a mountain of bodies around him. Blood and mutilated corpses everywhere. But that isn't what shocked him. He saw Grafia, Kuroka, Vali, Rezavim, Ajuka and everyone else he cared for dead. Not just dead, their mutilated bodies were splayed across the room while their heads were lined up one by one. What the fuck? You see what I mean? This is what will happen if you let everyone walk over you. They will keep walking over you, eventually do it more and more until you are crushed. And then they will kill, rape, torture, and do things you could only imagine in your worst nightmares to the ones you love. The dark Issei explained. Issei said nothing, just listened to what the dark Issei had to say and looked up in shock and horror. That is what you will be once this all happens. It was Issei in his battle form, crucified on a cross. As he was nailed there, the heads of his loved ones looked at him in disgust as if they died hating him. But I will say, you brought the apocalypse. Even before you died, you went berserk. You killed hundreds of thousands, if not millions. No, you're lying. Want to see? No. Too bad you get two. And the dark Issei snapped his fingers again, and in an instant Issei saw everything the dark Issei was talking about. If you're tired of all of these nightmares, just don't sleep. Yes, Issei had nightmares like this quite often. Sorry to burst your bubble, but that's not possible, smartass. Still, just give in. It will be so much easier. You have all this power. Yet you let it go to waste. People would kill millions just to have a sliver of what you have. Just given the easy route isn't called the easy route for nothing. Use your power. Sorry, but I lost the privilege to take the easy route long ago. Then get out. The dark Issei said as Issei woke up. Issei's room, morning. Issei woke up in a cold sweat that was presumably from his nightmare. But he had his black hair and blood-red eyes showing. And a worried-looking Grafia and Kuroka next to him. Another nightmare? Grafia asked as she was awoken by his flailing in his sleep. Yeah, how did you know? Oh, you know, maybe the screaming Naya. Or just the fact that we know whenever you're in trouble. Kuroka exclaimed. If only that was true. Issei muttered under his breath, just loud enough for Kuroka to pick up because of her Nikomata enhanced hearing. Well, we still have a few hours of sleep, so I'm going back to bed, Graphia said as she wrapped her arms around Issei to comfort him. It used to work when he was a child. Me too, Naya, Kuroka said as she drifted to sleep. Issei lay there not going back to sleep, mainly because he didn't want another nightmare. Later that day, Orc Clubroom. Issei sat in the Orc Clubroom drinking tea and reading his book in his normal elegant way. Not bothering to talk to anyone, he just minded his own business and enjoyed the silence. And all of a sudden a magic circle with the Gremry crest appeared on the floor, revealing a brown-haired maid. Lady Rias, the maid said. Yes. Rias asked, even though she could probably guess the answer. I need you to come to the underworld right away. Is it regarding the contract? Yes. Shit. I'm running out of time. As soon as possible would be best, Lady Rias. I know. Issei, you can go now, Rias said. Issei got up, closed his book, and walked out, surprising the maid. One would think he was an heir to a royal family, but even heirs to royal families don't have that much elegance. And so he left Issei's apartment. Issei walked in and saw Vali sitting on the couch in the lounge watching TV with Kuroka while Graphia was busy cooking dinner. You're back? Issei asked, clearly not surprised. What's up with that type of answer? It almost sounds like you wish I didn't come back, Vali yelled. It's nothing new, Vali. Anyways, how did training go? Issei asked. Fine. I see. Learn anything new? No, I was just getting my overall abilities better. I see. Care to spar? Issei asked. Sure, Vali exclaimed cheerfully. And so they went to tell Graphia where they were going, and then they headed towards the elevator. Issei hit basement 3 and the elevator started moving. Regular spar? Or want to add something in? Issei asked flatly. Regular. Very well. And as they got to the floor, they entered a viewing room, but outside of the viewing room was a massive, completely white room. But Issei and Vali kept walking to a pair of glass doors and entered the training area. Ready? Vali asked as she stood 50 feet in front of Issei. Issei simply nodded. And in an instant, white armor encased Vali. Issei didn't flinch, or even get surprised, considering he's seen this too many times to count. And in an instant, Vali launched herself at Issei, sending forward a punch to his face. Issei blocked the punch, but another punch followed, aiming for his gut. Issei caught the fist with one hand and stared at Vali, clearly not impressed. But as soon as Vali jumped back, and you could hear "divide" coming from the armor, Issei felt the power leave him, but simply thought nothing of it and kept playing the defensive. Vali launched herself again, this time sending a kick towards his side, but was quickly blocked. In a split second, she sent another kick to his opposite side, hoping to catch him off guard. Issei blocked that one too and grabbed her helmet and threw her across the room. Vali got up again and flew towards Issei, this time releasing her 8 devil wings. She sent a barrage of punches, one after another, too fast for the human eye to keep up with. But Issei was blocking each punch without being pushed back. He kicked forward, causing his foot to land in Vali's gut, sending her flying once again. Ugh. Let's see you try to stop this, Vali exclaimed as she summoned a massive ball of demonic energy. She threw the massive ball of magic towards Issei at unprecedented speeds. But Issei brought out his hand to block the magic. But she was never planning on getting him with that magic. As soon as the ball of magic dissipated enough, she launched through the remaining magic and sent a fist towards Issei. Even he didn't expect the punch to be that fast, but he managed to get a hand to it. Sadly, he was still sent flying into the wall, causing an eruption of smoke to appear. A silhouette appeared in the smoke, walking towards the battle once again. Issei walked out, not looking too bad, except his clothes were a little torn up. You see, I did get better, Vali exclaimed. Issei smirked at her and finally launched himself at her. She blocked the first punch, but too bad that wasn't what he was aiming for. In another split second, he brought another fist at supersonic speeds towards Vali's head. She couldn't do anything to stop it, she simply watched it almost as if in slow motion, as her defeat was imminent. But he stopped an inch in front of her mask and simply flicked her mask as he walked out of the training room. Still no good job. Or you got better. Just walks off without saying a thing, Vali says as she unsummons her armor and follows Issei. Later that night, Issei sat in the lounge with Sona. So Issei, what do you like to do for fun? Sona asked, trying to know her. Future. Husband. Well, maybe. Future. Husband. Reading. Video games. Go hiking. By myself though. Issei answered. I see. Why alone? I can think then. I like the peace. Only thing you hear is the animals and nature and your own thoughts. Issei explained. I see. And what about you? Issei asked, trying to be polite even though he really didn't want to. Reading, learning new strategies. And movies I guess I like. Sona said. Good to know. They sat there in silence, not knowing what to talk about until Issei spoke up again. Sona, I want to ask you this again. Are you sure you want to marry me? Yes, I have already made up my mind. But don't you have anyone you like? Hell, anyone you love. Shouldn't you love who you are going to spend the rest of your life with? I guess. But how can you be so sure love won't bloom between us in the future? Sona asked with a slight blush. I guess. It's just a risky game you're playing. Sometimes you need to take risks. Can't disagree with that. And out of nowhere a blue magic circle appeared. Oh fuck. Issei said, noticing it was a Citri crest and Sona's parents weren't going to come again for a while. Only meaning one person. Issei, I wish to apologize once again, Sona said as she started to back away. And then a beautiful girl with long, black hair tied into twin tails and violet eyes, a childlike body with large breast, emerged from the magic circle. Wait, Issei himself was surprised by her figure. And he isn't one to care for that kind of stuff. But damn. Sona. The girl yelled as she searched for Sona. What do you want, Lord Leviathan? Sona asked, straight-faced. Mao. How rude. To address your older sister like that. The girl exclaimed. Older sister. Please don't do anything dumb here. Sona begged. Now enough of that. Where is he? The girl yelled. Who? Your fiancé. He's right here. Sona said, noticing Issei left. Lead me to him. Fine. As the girl walked through the hall, she could only imagine what kind of character this guy must be to beat her sister in chess. But as Sona entered a room in which looked like a study, she saw a man behind the desk. He made her wide-eyed and stop in her tracks. Issei sat there reading his book in the moonlight, perfectly illuminating him, making his calm, majestic demeanor skyrocket once again. How he always had perfect timings for these things the world could only know. Mainly because even he cannot control it. Issei. This is my sister Seraphal Leviathan, formerly Citri. Sona introduced her sister as she snapped out of her daze. I see. It is a pleasure to meet you, Miss Leviathan. I am Issei Satan. Issei introduced himself. Right. It's nice to meet you too. And please call me Sarah. Seraphal told Issei as she kept observing him. Now what have you come for? Issei asked. Oh. To make sure you are a right fit for my sister. Seraphal exclaimed in a serious manner. Definitely not in her usual magic girl persona. For some reason she didn't want to do anything stupid in front of Issei. Not that her magic persona was stupid. I see. And what do you wish to see? Issei asked again. Play me in a game of chess. Is that all? Yes, that is all. Very well. Take a seat then. Issei said as he gestured for her to sit and opened up a drawer and brought out a chess board. He set the chess board down on the table and set it up. You may go first. Issei said. Thanks. 5 minutes later. Checkmate. Imminent defeat couldn't even describe what just happened. Issei dominated as soon as she placed her first piece. I lost. Mao. Seraphal exclaimed, losing her cool persona, and ran to Sona. She was never the one for chess like Sona, she learned, but was never that good at strategy, and so on. Is that all you wished to see? Issei asked once again. Yeah. Well, I'm going to sleep. If you need me, feel free to spend the night if you want. Issei said as he left, leaving a wide-eyed Sona. Sona. Did you hear that? We can have a sleepover. Seraphal yelled cheerfully. Yay. This one is a key persona. Don't let him go. Or I may just take him. Seraphal said as she skipped out of the room. Take him. Yep. Or maybe we can share. Seraphal yelled from down the hallway. Issei's bedroom. Issei laid in bed staring at his rings on his hand and thinking. He stared at the roof after trying to find anything but nothing. He just gave up whatever he was doing and fell asleep. And so the next few weeks went by peacefully. Sadly, that never lasts long for our hero. Even when he doesn't want to be the hero, he will be pushed into that role whether he likes it or not. Chapter 3. It has been 4 weeks since Issei started school in Kuo. 4 weeks since he met way too many obnoxious devils. 4 weeks since Issei got engaged. But in these 4 weeks he got to know the obnoxious devils a lot more. He wasn't exactly friends with any of them, just acquaintances. The only one he could really say he was on friendly terms with was Sona, only because he was basically forced to, considering they were engaged. But no matter how obnoxious they were, he couldn't help but admit that he was having a little fun. Not that he would tell anyone that though. But we now see Issei sitting in the occult research clubroom sipping on his tea as elegantly as always. But to the normal eye it would seem as Issei had nothing to worry about at the moment. But sadly, Issei could only wish. Something Issei was always good at was reading emotions and telling how people felt just by looking at somebody or talking to them. And right now, that ability was starting to piss him off. Rias was sitting on her desk gloomy, depressed, and desperate. Issei already asked if she was okay a few times, but every time he got the same answer like, "I'm fine. It's nothing, don't worry about it." Or something of the sort. And now he was starting to get pissed off. And while Issei was reading his book and drinking his tea, a grimy magic circle appeared on the floor revealing the same brunette maid from a few weeks ago. "Miss Rias, Lord Reiser is going to be here momentarily," the maid said, shocking Rias completely. "What? Why?" Rias yelled as she composed herself. "He said he wishes to see how his future wife is faring," the maid told the redhead. "Ugh, that bastard," Rias said as she summoned a magic circle and called her peerage to the clubroom, completely forgetting about Issei. Once everyone got there, the room's mood tensed to extreme levels. "Oh, Issei, I forgot you were here. You may Leah," Rias started to say once she noticed him again, only to be interrupted by a flaming magic circle. "Ah, Rias. You look as lovely as ever," a blonde-haired man exclaimed as he appeared out of the magic circle. "Reiser," Rias scoffed. "Rias, is that any way to greet your fiancé?" Reiser said, adding extra emphasis to the fiancé part. "Fiancé my ass. You just want me as a plaything," Rias shot back. "It doesn't matter what you think I want, you are my fiancé. I plan to go by our parents' wishes," Reiser explained. "Yeah, right. Excuse me?" Reiser asked, offended. "You heard me, you couldn't care less what your parents' wishes are," Rias said. "I'll let you know I respect my parents and stand by them," Reiser yelled. "Well, good for you. But, for no reason whatsoever, will I marry you?" Rias yelled back. "Well, that's too bad. Because you have to, no matter what. The Devil Council have already planned a date for the wedding and set up everything. The only way out is to leave the Devil Society," Reiser exclaimed. "Well, then I guess I have to leave the Devil Society," Rias said, knowing full well what she just said. "Wait just a minute, Lady Rias. You cannot just say that. What would your parents think?" the maid exclaimed. "It doesn't matter. It's my life, not theirs. They cannot push their ideals onto me," Rias yelled. "To think you would go as far as to leave the Devil Society just to get out of a marriage with me," Reiser bellowed as flames started to erupt around him. "You do realize I hold the pride of the Phoenix, right?" Reiser yelled again. "To hell with your pride. You lost that long ago," Rias said. "I can't believe you are insolent to say something like that. I should burn everyone in here," Reiser yelled as flames surrounded his fist and sent a fist towards Kiba, who was standing behind him by the door. "Kiba!" Multiple voices yelled worriedly. As the flame-covered fist launched towards Kiba, Issei immediately moved in front of him and caught the flaming fist before it could cause anyone any harm. "Please don't harm anyone here. It would make you look much worse in front of Miss Rias over there. And as of right now, you're going to need a lot of help," Issei said without emotion as the sleeve of his blazer burned off and his skin started to burn. Reiser snapped out of his trance from seeing Issei and asked, "Who are you?" "Issei Satan," Issei told the Phoenix as his skin started to melt off his arm, revealing muscles and veins. But Issei didn't even flinch through the whole ordeal. "Reiser, let go of him," Rias yelled at the Phoenix before he could answer. Reiser looked down to see what Rias was talking about, and saw Issei's forearm and hand completely burnt down to the muscle, and quickly pulled his fist back. "Do you feel no pain?" Reiser asked Issei, still shocked that Issei showed no emotion or any hint of pain. "No. I lost the right to feel pain long ago," Issei explained as darkness was clearly visible in his eyes. I see. Issei. Are you okay? Rias yelled as she rushed towards him. Yes, I'm fine. Now I will be taking my leave. It looks like this is your business, not mine, Issei said as he grabbed his bag and walked towards the door. Okay, Rias said, not knowing what to say. Rias, Issei said as he opened the door. Yes. Do you truly not wish to marry Riser? Issei asked as he tilted his head back towards Rias. No, Rias answered timidly. Normally Riser would rebuke from hearing this, but he was as speechless as everyone else. Very well, Issei said as he left. It was silent for a minute once Issei left. Once again, they were left speechless because of Issei. Who was that, Rias? Riser asked. Just as he said. Issei Satan. Who is he? No normal human, devil, or any supernatural being is like that, Riser explained. He is an anomaly, Rias said, still staring at the door Issei left from. Well, let's get back to business, the maid declared. Yes, let us, Riser said, clearly not as motivated as when he first arrived. With Issei. As Issei walked back to his apartment, he wasn't in the best of moods. Now he had to figure out if he would sacrifice his peace and quiet for Rias and the orc, or leave Rias somebody he didn't dislike but wasn't really a friend with to some noble who she despised. He didn't have anything against Riser even after he got his arm burned down to the muscle. It's not that it mattered either way, his arm was already healing by itself. The skin was regenerating and in a few seconds it would be as good as new. But the problem was still there. He spent his whole life trying his hardest to stay in the shadows and never draw too much attention to himself. But on the other hand, he grew to like the orc and wouldn't just want to leave them to somebody they all despised. For fuck's sake. Why do I always have to do this? For the love of God, Issei said aloud as he looked to the sky, staring at the vast nothingness. Issei's apartment. Issei walked into his apartment trying not to make any noise or get anyone's attention because frankly he just wanted some peace and quiet to think. Naya, Issei, you're home? Kuroka asked as she popped out from the hallway. Yeah. Anything new with Shirin? Kuroka asked with hopeful eyes. Fuck. If I go through with this, the whole plan will get fucked. How could I not think of that? Now if I don't do it, Kuroka's sister will be somewhere she doesn't want to be for her whole life. Then Kuroka will probably never forgive me. God, that would suck. Issei thought to himself. Issei. Sorry Kuroka, now isn't the time. I'm just tired. So please let me be for a while. Issei basically begged. Sure, Kuroka said surprisingly. And so Issei went to his room to think and figure out what the hell was he going to do. Dining room. Naya. Kuroka sighed. Kuroka. Is something the matter? Grafia asked as she put her book down. Yeah. It's Issei. Issei. Did he get back yet? Yeah. Just a few minutes ago. I see. And what's the matter then? Issei. He doesn't show it, but he is working really hard for all of us, I think. Kuroka explained. Ah. Yes, that could be said. Grafia thought aloud. And I'm just adding more on his plate by trying to meet Shirin again. If he didn't explain to me about her condition concerning me, I would have just rushed straight in there and ruined any fragments of our relationship. But now he's going down the hard route just so he can help me and Shirin rekindle our relationship. Kuroka said. Yeah. That's Issei. He is a very keep to himself type of person. He doesn't tell anyone else's problems but takes on everyone else's. That's just how he is. Grafia told the Nico Mata. Yeah. I just wish we could help him. We can try, but he lives in a different world than us. We just need him to come back to us. The only thing we can do till then is give him outside support. Grafia explained. And now I think he has something else on his plate. And that is, I don't know. I just saw him even more stressed than usual. We'll just have to wait and see then. Grafia told Kuroka as she went back to her book. A few hours later. Issei, dinner is about to be ready, Grafia said as she noticed Issei walk in. Alright, I'll be in the dining room. And so when Issei walked into the dining room, he noticed Vali, Kuroka, and Sona already sitting at the table waiting for their food. He was quite surprised Serafal wasn't there though, ever since he got engaged to Sona. She has been around all the time. Finally, I was getting worried, Vali said aloud. About Issei asked. You've been super stressed and tired lately. I thought you weren't going to eat dinner either. Vali explained. Oh. Well, I'm sorry that I worried you. And so the wait for the meal was very quiet. Nobody made any small talk, not even Kuroka, who is usually the life of the party, didn't make a sound. But soon the food got there and everyone ate in silence. And after the meal they were back to square one. Silence. Nobody made a sound. But Issei finally spoke up. Grafia, I need some advice. Issei asked. Yes, Issei. Well, any one of you can answer with your honest opinion, Issei said as he looked at the others present. Let's say somebody you didn't dislike but weren't exactly friends with had a problem. And the only way out of that problem was you throwing away everything you worked for to this day. Would you do it? Or just let them be? Issei asked. The real question would be, could you live without them? Yes. Okay, no, let me rephrase that. Do you want to live without them? Do you enjoy being around them? Do you like their company? Grafia asked. Did he really have fun with them? Could he live without them? Would he sacrifice his life in the shadows for something he doesn't even know if he felt? May I add something? Sona asked aloud. Yeah, go ahead. Okay, well, either answer is the right answer. Just one has a bigger risk and possibly a bigger reward. Would you let the bigger reward go just because you didn't want to take a risk? Or stick with the less risk and less reward, knowing full well you may lose everything you worked for while not taking any risks? So in the end, would you take the risk? Or risk everything else by doing nothing? Sona explained. You guys aren't making my life any easier. Issei grunted. I'll be going to bed early tonight. Tomorrow I may not be home for a while. I have some business to attend to, Issei exclaimed as he walked to his room. I think something big is going to happen soon. Issei will need us more than anything soon. I don't know why, but this seems big, Grafia said aloud. Yeah. Agreed. Vali agreed. The next day was quiet for Issei. Too quiet. In the morning before school, Rias came by to ask how he was and to inform him that there won't be any after-school club activities. Already that told Issei the problem was getting worse and fast. He didn't have much time. And so he debated with himself if he would sacrifice his peace and quiet and his life up till now for Ria's freedom, or live the same way and still have the risk of him getting exposed to the supernatural world. In the end he made up his mind. Ring ring. Issei started to call somebody on his phone. Hello? Yeah, it's me. Issei. What can I do for you? I need help with something. Something that will most likely tell the whole supernatural world who I am. What? I thought we promised each other you wouldn't do that until you were older. Yes, this was Ajuka Beelzebub on the phone. Something came up. What came up? I can't explain it to you here. I'm going to be by your office later. Is that alright? Issei asked. Yes, that is fine. This is probably better to be discussed face to face. Ajuka sighed. I'll see you after school then. Yes. I'll see you in a bit. And then the phone call ended. Why the fuck do I always do this to myself? Issei said to himself. Because you're pretty stupid. Sacrifice everything you worked hard to create, all this peace. And you're just going to throw it all away. For what? Some girl you met barely over a month ago. You aren't a hero. You never will be the hero. Dark Issei whispered over Issei's shoulder. I never said I was trying to be the hero. I don't want to be the hero. I can't be the hero, Issei told his dark counterpart. After school. Ajuka's office. Ajuka was having a fairly good day. Nothing too stressful, nothing too big happening. Maybe it was a bit boring, but when you're in Ajuka Beelzebub's shoes you take a boring day whenever you can. But that soon ended when Issei Satan, somebody he could call a little brother, called him earlier that day. He always wanted to have a good relationship with his younger brother Diodora, but he never could. From a young age Diodora despised Ajuka and was jealous of him, ultimately breaking any sort of relationship they could have had. So when Issei came along he quickly treated him like a little brother, and helped him like an older brother would. But back to the situation at hand. Issei would be here any minute with something that surely would get Ajuka in trouble, and Issei having the entire world after him. Knock knock. Yes. Ajuka called out. Sir, Issei is here for you. A male voice called out from the other side of the door. Send him in, please. Right away. The door opened, revealing Issei in his school clothes, wearing his normal silver cross earring and rings on his fingers. Hello Issei, it's been a while since we could talk face to face, Ajuka said with a straight face. In any normal situation, he would be babying Issei and doting on him like how Surzex or Seraphal would do to their siblings, but Ajuka knew this wasn't the time. Yeah, it has, Issei said as he took a seat in front of Ajuka. You may as well just spit it out, I'm guessing I won't like this either way, Ajuka said as he leaned back preparing himself for what was to come. As you already know since I told you this afternoon, I'm planning something that will no doubt about it expose my identity to the entire supernatural world. Yes, that is why we are meeting now. What brought this up though? Ajuka asked. It's these devils I met. I joined their club and... Okay, let me get straight to the point. I don't know if I enjoy being around them or not. I feel something. But I don't know what it is yet. After the whole ordeal with her I don't know anymore, Issei said as he stared at his hands. Okay. I get that, but what does that have to do with you telling the world who you are? Ajuka asked once again. It's their master. She is forcefully engaged. Ajuka finished his sentence. What? How did you know? Issei asked, clearly confused. You know how I told you a friend recommended that school to me? They really didn't. I overheard Surzex and Seraphal talking about how their siblings went there, and they allowed supernatural beings there since it was run by devils, Ajuka admitted. So I'm guessing the group you found is Rias Gremory and her peerage, Ajuka asked. Yes. Well fuck. I knew someday you would need to come out of the shadows, but damn. Not this early. And this isn't going to go well with the council. Maybe since you are basically royalty we thought we're extinct you may get off easy. But there is still that chance it won't work, Ajuka explained. Issei. I know it's hard, but can you just let this one go? You said it yourself, you don't know if you like them or have fun with them. It's just too risky. I can's losing you too, Ajuka said as he stared at Issei. Ajuka. You are like a brother to me. I love you like you are one. But aren't you the one who told me to follow my heart? You were the one who taught me to love and help others while Rezavim taught me otherwise. You both helped me to extreme lengths. You both taught me lessons I will never forget or would want to forget. You cancelled out his way of thinking from polluting me completely while he cancelled your way of thinking himself. But something you told me long ago that I will never forget was when you told me to follow my heart when you don't know what to do anymore, and I will always respect that and follow it, Issei said, bringing a few tears to Ajuka's eyes. Issei. You are like the little brother I never had and always wanted. I just don't want to lose you like Diodora, Ajuka explained. I know. But I think I need to do this. Okay, I will let you, but can you not make a final decision right now? Can you think about it? The marriage I heard isn't for 2 weeks. That will give you 1 week to think about it and figure out what you want to do. And if you do go through with this, we will have a lot of paperwork to go through, Ajuka asked and explained. Deal. But can you tell me what has to be if I do go through with this? I can figure out the basics, but I want to know everything. Okay, 1 second. Man, Surzex is going to be ecstatic if you go through with this. Ajuka muttered the last part under his breath. Surzex. Why would he be ecstatic? Isn't he Ria's brother? I would have thought he made the marriage happen, Issei asked. Well, it's complicated, Ajuka told Issei. How is it complicated? Well, think about it. He is now one of the 4 Satans, Lucifer. He loves his sister like Seraphal loves Sona. He is a Siskan. So, that still doesn't answer the question. Well, think about it. He is Ria's brother, but he is a Satan before that. And if he voided the marriage, the council would be after him, and could take away his position, and Rias would still have to marry Riser. So he can't do a thing. Even if he doesn't want the marriage to happen. He's basically backed into a wall and can't help his family because of the council. Exactly. He has been trying to get somebody to help him under the radar, but nobody has the balls to go against the Phoenix. Okay, well, I just thought about something that will help my cause if you go through with it. And that is, think about it. Rias is Surzek's sister. Surzex doesn't want the marriage to happen, so if I help him dissolve it, he will help us after the fact. So maybe, just maybe, we could have more of a chance if you do go through with it. But still, this isn't a foolproof plan, so still think about it before you decide. Yeah, I know. Now what would I have to do if I do go through with it? We kind of got sidetracked, Issei said, returning to the conversation. Well, first of all, a shit ton of paperwork. Already figured that out. You would have to do this. How the clans would go about it. And that is a gentleman's duel. So a one-on-one fight, huh? How do we know they will accept? Issei asked. It's simple. They can't not accept. What? In the pursuit of a hand in marriage, if there is more than one party competing for the hand in marriage, it is then settled by a duel. The winner takes all, but even if they do find a way around that, they would be shunned and ridiculed because of it. And considering how high of a regard the Phoenix Pride is to them, I doubt they will risk anything to make them look that bad. Ajuka explained. I see. Wait. I'm not competing for her hand in marriage though. Issei clarified. Oh, on the contrary, Issei. If you want to stop the engagement, you must compete for it. What? I'm fighting for her so she can pick who she wants to marry. Well, think about it this way then. If you do somehow manage to still get a duel for her even though you aren't planning to marry her and beat Riser, somebody will come around at a moment's notice to grab at the chance to marry the Crimson Ruin Princess and have children with her. In engagement contracts like this, the female is basically a breeding tool. And Rias has the power of destruction, not to mention she is the sister of the Satan Lucifer. Ajuka explained once again. Fuck. You still want to go through with this? If you do, you will be engaged to two very influential clan heirs. Fucking hell. Do you think I could do what I did with Sona? Issei asked. And what is that? A trial engagement. Unfortunately, that won't work this time. And why is that? If the council hear of it, they wouldn't let you do it. They want to marry her off immediately, and her family is backed against the wall on it. Just wait and listen to what you just said, Issei said with a smirk forming on his face. What did I say? You clearly said if the council hear of it, they wouldn't let it. Who said we would let them hear about it? We can do it under the table. I wonder where you get that way of thinking from. Me or Rezavim? Ajuka said as a smirk formed on his face too. What can I say? Learn from the two of the most cunning minds, and you tend to pick up on a few things. You said it, not me. Anyways, think about this, Ajuka said as his face turned serious once again. I know. You only want what's best for me. You do this and I can guarantee you won't have your peace and quiet anymore. And you would have paperwork all the time to do. And almost always be busy. Especially at first, you probably won't be able to go to school for a month with all the meetings you will have. Ajuka explained. I know. But hey, follow your heart, you said it, not me. Sometimes you got to make some sacrifices, Issei said. Yeah? Now get out of here, I got work to do, Ajuka said with a smile on his face. I know I don't want to distract you from your amazing research now, do I? Issei said sarcastically as he started to walk towards the door. Issei, think about it seriously. This isn't some small thing, Ajuka said seriously as Issei opened the door. I know I heard you the first time. Talk to you later, Issei said as he closed the door. Man, these coming days are going to suck ass, Ajuka said as he prepared some paperwork. Decide on what you won't regret doing, Issei. You have suffered enough, Ajuka thought to himself. Issei's apartment. Issei walked through his apartment, not trying to get any attention. He was still reflecting on what Ajuka told him and how he would go about it. He still had to figure out how to rush the Shirin and Kuroka problem. He didn't even want to think about taking the precautions for the paperwork and meetings he's going to have to do if he goes through with his plan. And so he went to his room and started to do work, but quickly fell asleep on his desk. Little did he know a certain female wearing a French-made outfit saw him. Oh, Issei. Always overworking yourself. You can rely on us some more, Issei, Grafia said as she looked down to the sleeping Issei. She brought a blanket and put it on him so he was covered as he slept. You could see the faint smile on his face as he was in Grafia's presence. But almost as quickly as she came, Grafia left to do whatever she normally does, leaving Issei in his room all by himself. Issei awoke in the massive city from his last nightmare, but instead of it being in a post-apocalyptic state, it looked like it was built not even a week ago. The only problem was there was nobody. Just Issei in the city as far as Issei could tell. Alright, you can come out now. I know you brought me here on purpose. Issei spoke aloud, hoping to get his dark counterpart to come out. I guess you have finally started to figure these dreams. Took you long enough. Dark Issei said. What do you want? I just wanted to tell you what I think about you going out to save Red from the big bad wolf. Or should I say the big bad phoenix? Issei's counterpart said sarcastically. And why should I care? All you do is fuck up my life even more than it already is. Fuck you too. And no, you can't blame me for your own problems. Everything fucked in your life isn't my fault. I've done very minimal damage if you didn't already tell. Yeah, but that doesn't mean you can't make it a lot worse. Fair enough. Now since I clearly can't leave until you tell me what you want to say, you may as well just get it over with. Fine, fine. Why are you helping her? It's not just her, it's everyone in their little group. I feel something when I hang out with them. Pitiful. And why is that? You think you like them. You think you have fun with them. What if what you're feeling is the complete opposite? What if you hate them? What if you cannot stand them? What then? Everything you built up till now shattered. Lost. You wasted it on some puny devil and her peerage. It's a risk. But sometimes you need to take risks. And I haven't even decided yet. I still have a week. Are you sure about that? What do you mean? On your war to Ajuka's office you had your mind set. You weren't faltering in your decision at all. I know. But he said some things that worried me. Now you're scared. What the hell? And you, how do I know you aren't just trying to trick me into doing it by making me think you don't want me to do it? As I said before, don't try to understand a thing I say. I try to help you because it helps me. But I try to tear you down because it helps me. Everything you do and I do contradict each other somehow. When we agree on something, well, hell usually breaks loose. You remember them, don't you? How could I forget? And what you said was true. If you do go through with it is what I want. Just not the way I wanted it to go down. But hey, beggars can't be choosers. What do you mean by that? God. Do I have to explain everything? If you go through with helping Gremory, it will expose who you are, correct? Yeah. And I want you to bring fear to everyone. I want everyone to know who you are and not even think of crossing your path. So getting you out there will hopefully do that. I would have hoped for you shedding a lot more blood on your big entrance though. So no matter what I do, it helps your cause. Exactly, so I wouldn't think about it so much. Is that all you wanted to say then? Pretty much. Then can you let me leave? Fine. But I'll tell you this before I kick you out. What if it's just a replay of what happened with her? What if they are just playing you, or in a moment's notice they are going to kick you out and shun you? What if they are just using you to get out of the marriage contract? Dark Issei said, and almost immediately Issei flinched from the statement, but didn't say a thing. And so Issei was sent out of his meeting with his dark counterpart, letting him work on his other business. Next day at school. School was fairly normal, the only problem was that the entire orc were depressed and gloomy. And so Issei made his way to find Rias to discuss him having to rush the Koneko and Kuroka problem. Rias, Issei said in his normal stoic voice. Rias didn't even hear him as she was busy looking through paperwork. Rias, Issei said once more. Huh. Oh, Issei. Sorry, I was a bit sidetracked. I see. Well, what can I do for you? Is Koneko ready to meet Kuroka? What? What's the rush? Why so sudden? I can't go into detail, just do you think she can stand meeting her without hating her? Issei asked again. I mean, I don't know. I think she needs one more push maybe. I see. Can you leave that to me? I mean, she is kind of afraid of you. Are you sure that's wise? Trust me. Fine. Okay, have her meet me tomorrow after school. I'm going to bring Kuroka and have a reunion. Are you sure that's wise? Trust me, Rias. Issei said in such a calm voice it relaxed Rias almost immediately. Okay. I trust you. Thanks. Well, I have to go and I guess you are busy, so goodbye for now. Yeah. See you later, Rias said as she watched him leave. The next day after school. Remember what I told you, Kuroka. Do not expect her to be completely open to you. I'm already rushing this a little, as I said. I know. But you never said why you did have to rush this. That's complicated. Fine. Don't tell your really sexy Nico maid. Kuroka. I know it was just a joke. Alright, we're here, stay in the room I showed you before until I call you. Alright. And so Kuroka and Issei split ways and Issei went to confront Koneko, Shirin. Thanks for meeting me, Koneko, Issei said in his normal way as he entered the room Koneko was in. Why, yeah. You could almost tell she flinched as she heard Issei's voice. Calm down, I know we aren't on the best of terms, but I can assure you that I mean no harm. In fact, quite the opposite. The opposite? Well, I'm guessing Rias has told you about your sister, Issei said, and almost immediately Koneko flinched again. I see you're still skeptical, said Issei. Yeah. Well, what do you think about the whole thing? No need to lie, it's just me and you here. A lie. Issei needed to lie in order for Kuroka to understand her standpoint. Well, I'm happy. I spent my whole life scared. I still loved her. She's my sister and I can't just let that go. But I'm scared. I was brought up being told after she left that my powers in senjutsu was going to drive me insane like her. But she never did go insane as they told you she did it for you. I know just. I believed it for so long it's hard to let go of. I see. I don't know what to think about everything. Half of me wants to forgive and forget. The other wants to run away and hide. If she was here right now, do you think you could talk it out with her? Maybe. Well, the real question would be, would you try and talk it out? Yes. I see. Then now's a better time than any. Kuroka. You can come out now. Issei spoke a little louder than before. Almost immediately Koneko tensed up, not expecting her to actually be there. Issei Shirin, said Kuroka with tears in her eyes. Big sister. Koneko didn't know how to react. Thankfully Koneko didn't have to react as Kuroka ran towards Koneko and brought her into a bone-crushing hug. Shirin. You don't have any idea how long I've tried to find you. I didn't mean to make you have such a hard life. I thought I helped when I did what I did. I know. Koneko said as she finally hugged back Kuroka, who was currently crying profusely. Issei smiled at the scene but felt something tug at him deep down. He didn't know what made him feel like that. He didn't know what exactly it was, but he knew it didn't feel nice. And so he left the sisters to talk amongst themselves and catch up. Naya Shirin, I've got so much to tell you. And the greatest of all I have to tell you about. Issei. Kuroka said as she noticed Issei was long gone. Issei. Yeah, he helped me a lot. I'll tell you all about it. Kuroka said as she got back to her conversation. And so they caught up and started to rekindle their relationship as siblings. With Issei, it all went well. Issei said as he entered the room Rias was in with Akeno. Really? That's great. Rias exclaimed. Yeah. But you don't look so happy, Issei. What happened? Akeno questioned. Nothing, I'm just tired. I see. Well, sleep well, we wouldn't want you falling asleep if anything important happens. Akeno said. I know. So if I may ask, what happened with your fiancé? Issei asked Rias. It's not good. Rias answered. What happened? I can't get out of it, Rias said as some tears started to form in the corners of her eyes. I'm sure it will be fine. I don't think so, sadly. I think my luck has finally run out. I get a life of no worries up till now. I think karma has finally caught up with me, Rias said sadly. Don't worry. Calm down and relax. I'm sure the answer will show itself, Rias. Issei said in a voice that made Rias and Akeno melt in his hands and let them be played with like beauty by Issei if he wished. Oh, okay. Well, I must go now. I will see you later, Issei said as he bid them farewell and left. Rias. Yes, Akeno. What was that? I don't know, Akeno. And so the rest of the day went by as normal as it could, considering the events that happened and that were coming in the near future. A week and 1 day until the wedding. And so a week went by, and the closer it got to the wedding the less Issei saw the orc. And Grafia was back at Issei's house in the underworld to get some things. Kuroka was helping her, Vali was out training, and Sona had to stay late at the school to work on student council business. So Issei had the whole apartment to himself. Oh, how happy he was for his peace and quiet. And today was the day he needed peace the most. He would be making a big decision today. Would he help Rias and lose all his life in the shadows? Or let her be and stay in the shadows for who knows how much longer days, months, years? That was the problem, he had a risk either way. And so he put those thoughts out of his mind until he got to his house, apartment. Now what the fuck do I do? Issei said aloud as he pressed the button in the elevator to get to his floor. This is fucking Issei said, but was silenced as he saw what was in his doorway. Welcome back, Rias exclaimed from the hallway holding a ladle. But that wasn't what shocked Issei, no it was. She was only wearing an apron. Nothing else, only an apron, no underwear, not a single thing. Issei stayed silent with his normal look on his face. Which was a I don't care, I have my own troubles type of look. Would you like a shoulder massage? Or would you like dinner? Or maybe me, Rias said as she lowered the apron slightly, revealing more of her breast. Sadly, she was blushing up a storm like a schoolgirl, so she didn't exactly look seductive. More like a cute and innocent schoolgirl. Issei spared a glance that said he acknowledged she was there but walked straight past her without muttering a single word. What? Rias was speechless. She expected many scenarios, but never this. For Pete's sake, any male would jump at the chance to have a go with her. What was he? And so he walked to his study and started to do some work he had laying around. Seriously. What the fuck is she doing? I mean, just looking at her face you can clearly see she doesn't want to do it. So why? Issei thought to himself. So time went by and Rias hadn't shown herself for a while. Sadly, Issei was going to go to bed. He knew it wasn't a good idea, but he was tired as crap, so he didn't really care. This time, as he entered his bedroom, Rias was laying on his bed, but instead of the apron she was wearing a see-through nightgown. But as before, she was blushing madly and was moving awkwardly. For fuck's sake. Issei. Rias cooed seductively. The same as before, Issei walked straight past her and laid down so he could go to sleep. Issei. Shut up, Issei thought. Issei, please. Just shut up and leave. Issei thought once again. Issei. Please. Rias spoke rather loudly. Issei rolled over so he could look at Rias. If anyone walked in, they would think they were about to engage in some rather sexual activities. Rias was on her knees pinning Issei to the bed so her bare bottom was on Issei's crotch as Issei laid and stared into her eyes. Am I not good enough? Am I really that unattractive? Rias asked with tears starting to form in her eyes. No, it's not that. Then please. Take me. Take my virginity. Rias barely choked out as tears streamed down her face. Issei had to think about how he would answer to make sure he didn't add oil to the fire. Rias finally broke out in tears on top of Issei and cried while everything else was silent. Finally, Issei had enough of this and figured out what he would do. So in a swift motion he brought an unsuspecting Rias into a hug that would make any girl melt in his hands. Rias. If you want me to take you, at least be honest with yourself, Issei said in his normal calm and soothing voice. I am, though. I have never been as honest with myself. No, you aren't. Don't try and change what your heart is feeling. I can see it in your eyes. You're forcing yourself to do this. It's just. Rias didn't finish what she was going to say before she started to cry again, but this time she clutched the back of Issei's shirt and cried into his chest. After a few minutes she finally calmed down, but she still didn't let go of Issei. Now, since you calmed down, will you tell me what happened? Issei asked while stroking the back of her head. It was a last resort, Rias answered. Last resort for what? For my engagement. I thought if I lost my virginity to somebody else they would dissolve the contract. I see. Are you mad? No. But I was using you for my own personal gain. I'm used to it. Those words hurt Rias a lot more than if he just said he was mad at her. But now what? What am I supposed to do? I can't run away from the marriage. I don't have any other way. What do I do? Rias exclaimed as tears started to stream down her face once again. And in one motion Issei brought his lips to her forehead and kissed it. Rias was wide-eyed at the action but felt relaxed. Calm down. But do you trust me, Rias? Yes. Then trust me on this. I will get you out of your engagement. You just have to trust me. But how? SHHHH. Just trust me, Issei said soothingly. Okay. I will, Rias said as she felt comfortable in his embrace. Issei. Rias asked aloud. Yeah. Can I spend the night here? It's fine with me, just don't try anything, Issei said as he let go of Rias and settled in himself. Issei. Huh. Can you hug me while I fall asleep? Rias asked as her face was as red as her hair. Fine. Luckily it was too dark for Issei to see her blushing, but he could definitely feel it. Rias let out a comfortable sigh. She felt way too comfortable in Issei's embrace. It was warm, soothing. Wait. Am I falling for him? No, it couldn't be, Rias thought to herself as she drifted to sleep. The next day, as Issei woke up, he noticed a mop of red on his chest. After a few seconds of staring at the red, he remembered yesterday's events. And so he had to get up, so he gently brought Rias off of him and laid her next to him so she could sleep. You look awfully peaceful considering what happened last night, Issei said aloud, even though he knew nobody would answer. And so he got up and walked to his bathroom so he could take a shower and freshen up. After 15 minutes, he finally walked out of the bathroom wearing nothing but a towel wrapped around his waist. He then got his phone and called someone as he sat at the edge of the bed. "Hello?" Issei asked into the phone. "Issei. What do you want?" a tired Ajuka asked. "I've made up my mind." "I see. I'm guessing you want to meet with me again then." "Yeah. Can you come by in like 30 minutes? I know today you don't have school today, so." "Yes, that's fine, I'll see you then." "Yep, see you later." And so the phone call ended as Issei sighed. "Issei?" Rias groggily asked. Issei looked back to see Rias with a bad case of bedhead and drool at the corner of her mouth. "Warehouse," Rias started to say but stopped as she noticed Issei was completely naked under the towel. "Rias?" Issei asked as he noticed blood trickled out of Rias' nose. "Holy shit. Those abs. Those defined muscles. That flawless body," Rias thought to herself. "Hello?" Issei asked once again, but it was finally too much for Rias to take, so she ended up passing out. But nobody can blame her, it's not every day Issei Satan is seen in that state. It was basically every girl's wet dream to see something like that. Issei merely let it go and walked out, ignoring what just happened. And so after he put some clothes on, he made his way downstairs. "Issei?" Grafia asked aloud as he walked into the kitchen. Issei looked back to see all of the girls who lived under his roof sitting at the table staring at him. "Why were you and Rias sleeping together? You realize she's engaged, right?" Sona inquired with a slight glare. "Yes, I knew of that. What are you trying to say?" Issei was getting a little ticked off since he knew where this was going. "For fuck's sake, Issei. Why did you sleep with Rias?" Vali roared. Almost immediately as she said that, Issei glared at her, immediately shutting her and everyone else up. "Just so you know, I didn't have sex with anyone. You should be thankful she came to me and not anyone else, otherwise you would have somebody fucking her into tomorrow morning," Issei told the crowd. "What do you mean?" Sona asked again. "She came to me so I would take her virginity so she could dissolve the marriage contract. Sadly, she doesn't realize that doesn't work anymore in the Devil Society," Issei explained. "That whore," Kuroka snarled. "Whore. Don't say that again unless you want to get punished," Issei said coldly. "I would let you know she was about to be in tears as she asked me to sleep with her. She would go as far as to give me, somebody she hasn't known for 2 months, her virginity just so she could get out of marriage and marry who she wants to and truly loves. And no, I'm not good friends with her, I'm barely even acquaintances with her, but I know who is right and who is wrong. So I will defend her on this," Issei declared. "Sorry," Kuroka timidly spoke. Good morning, everyone," Rias said as she walked out of the hallway into the kitchen while rubbing her eyes. "Good morning to you too. Would you like breakfast?" Grafia asked. "Yes, that would be delightful." "Okay then, please give me a few minutes to prepare." "Take your time, I'm the one intruding." "And you, Issei? Do you want something too?" Grafia asked. "No, I have somewhere I have to be, so no thanks," Issei said as he put on his shoes and got ready to leave. "Oh? Where might you be going?" Grafia asked, hoping to know. "Just running some errands. Making some decisions. No need to worry about anything, I'll be back later," Issei told her. "Okay. Well, have a safe trip," Grafia exclaimed. "Yeah. See you later." Issei left as he waved his hand goodbye. "Rias?" Sona asked aloud. "What Sona?" Rias asked, seeing Sona's stare. It wasn't a good stare. "What the fuck were you thinking?" Ajuka's office. Ajuka was currently sitting on his couch waiting for a certain Satan to arrive. And right on time, Issei arrived via magic circle. "What, no going to the front desk today?" Ajuka asked sarcastically. "No, too long of a wait. So it's fine just waltzing on in here." "No, but I'm an exception." "Fair enough. Now, should we get down to business?" "My thoughts exactly. Now, first of all, what is your final decision?" Ajuka inquired. "I am going to help them. May I ask what was the final spark to light your flame?" "I saw how determined and desperate they are." "Well, she is." "Oh? And what happened?" "I can't say. It wouldn't be fair. Let's just say it was something that people long ago did it to get out of engagements." "Ah. I get it. Yes, so please don't tell anyone." "I won't, don't worry. But did they go through with it?" "No, I didn't go through with it, thanks very much." "Goodman." Yes, now can we get on with this? Ah, yes, I got sidetracked. And so they spent the next few hours going over paperwork and finalizing everything. Thankfully, Ajuka already had most of the paperwork out just in case he did agree, and Issei just had to read over it and sign it. And they sent the engagement duel to the Phoenix so they could agree. Ah, it seems they have answered, Ajuka exclaimed. That fast. As I said, the Phoenix could never deny the request, their pride is on the line. And so they opened the envelope and read over everything, making sure all was in order and ready for duel. Surprisingly enough, they didn't want to move the date of the wedding to a later date. They wanted to have the duel and wedding the same day. Ajuka said they were probably being cocky and wanted as a way of Riser showing his strength and it being a form of entertainment to the guests. So is everything officially ready? Yes, you can now go and rest or train whatever you do before a fight and wait till the duel. I see, well, I'll be going now. See you later. But as Issei summoned his magic circle, he stopped mid-summon. Ajuka. Thanks. No problem, kiddo. Just make sure you kick his ass, otherwise I'll be really angry. Not to mention res of him. I know. But seriously, thanks. Ajuka got up and walked towards Issei and hugged him. What are brothers for? Now go, I'm sure your harem is waiting for you. I don't have a harem, Ajuka. Oh, sorry. And so Issei left Ajuka in his office by himself. Go kick some ass. Ajuka thought to himself. Issei's apartment. Issei did what? Kuroka, Grafia, and Vali all yelled. Exactly what I said. Rias was telling them about the night and how Issei treated her. Wow. The normally calm Grafia said as she was at a loss for words. She was jealous. Is it really that rare for Issei to do stuff like that? Sona asked. Very. He used to be a loving, compassionate child, but he was forced to change. Grafia explained. What happened? How was he forced to change? Well, it's not our place to say. Just wait until he tells you. Wow. So I had him do something really rare to me, Ria said as she started to blush, thinking that she was special. The other girls didn't like how she acted and how Issei did those things for her, so they were a little jealous. Well, that may be an understatement. Hey, don't start thinking you're special. Just so you know, he's done that kind of stuff to us too. Kuroka shot back. I'm back, Issei said as he walked through the lounge to his bedroom. Welcome back. Oh, Sona. Can you do me a favor, please? Issei asked. If it's within my power, I can try. This next week I won't be able to go to school. So can you write me off or whatever you need to do? Yes, I suppose I can do that. But what are you going to be doing? Business, was Issei's short answer. I see. And this won't have anything to do with being the Issei Satan from the Satan bloodline, Ria said sarcastically, earning a few glares from the occupants in the room. Actually, yes, it does to do with that. Sure. Well, I should leave now. It looks like you guys are busy and I need to do the paperwork I missed since I was here all day, Ria said as she summoned a magic circle. Talk to you later, Rias, Sona said. Bye. The rest except Issei all said. Issei just waved without sparing a glance and walked to his room. Issei's room. Fuck. It's official. You are damn right. Now you won't get that peace and quiet you love, Issei's counterpart answered. Maybe I'll find something better than my peace and quiet, said in his normally stoic voice. In your fucking dreams? Hey, I can dream. Not unless you want to have another nice chat with me, you can't. Touché. Issei. Who are you talking to? Grafia asked as she entered his room wearing her nightgown. Nobody, just myself. Technically it wasn't a lie. I see. Do you need anything before you go to bed? Grafia asked. Should I tell them now? Or wait? Issei thought to himself. Grafia. Yes. Grafia was surprised from the sudden change in mood. Can you go and get Vali and Kuroka? Just bring them here, I have to tell you guys something, Issei told the silver-haired beauty. But Grafia was starting to get worried. Issei usually never has to do things like this. But now today he has surprised everyone with how he's been acting. The same attitude and outlook, just doing things he doesn't do unless he's desperate. A few minutes later. Naya. Issei, what did you want us for? Kuroka asked as she Grafia and Vali walked in. Yeah. What's up? Vali asked. In a week, I'm going to be fighting a phoenix in the underworld to help Rias, Issei said in his stoic, calm voice. What? All three of them yelled. Do I need to repeat myself? No. But... Warehouse Grafia was quickly cut off by Vali. Issei. Are you dumb? Vali yelled and ignored the buzzing pain coming from the servant mark she has from Issei. You spent all this time. And for what? Just to throw it away for some slut who threw herself onto you. Vali immediately felt an even bigger shock from the mark, which meant she did something she really shouldn't have done. Issei simply glared at Vali as she started to back off. I'm following my heart. If you think that's so wrong, then maybe you should leave. I'll forgive you, but you went too far this time, Issei said calmly. Almost too calmly. Sorry, Vali said meekly. It's just that you spent all this time trying to keep your peace and quiet, and Vali said as she started to tear up. SHHH. It's fine. Issei gently hugged her and patted her back. No. I don't want you to suffer anymore. You are stressed enough these days. It's fine. As long as you guys are fine. I'm fine. I know. I'd love to let you guys continue, but can you explain how you are doing all of this wedding crashing? Kuroka asked. Agreed, I would like the details. Grafia agreed. Well, in 1 week, I will have a duel with Riser Phoenix at the wedding of him and Rias Gremory. The winner will take her hand in marriage. Wait. Take her hand in marriage? Grafia asked with a tick mark on her forehead. Yes. That is the only way to help her. I went down all the details and possibilities with the Juka and there was no other way. So, I will be having an under-the-table trial engagement like I have with Sona. So we will know it's a trial. But everyone else will think it's just a real engagement. That way she can marry who she chooses and I can protect her from any future marriage contracts. I see. What about you announcing yourself to the entire supernatural world though? That is the complicated part. We will most likely have Surzek's support, and we already have Rezavim and Ajuka, so... Still. That's risky. I know. Wait. If this was about this, why didn't you call Sona too? She is technically your fiancé. She doesn't believe I'm Issei Satan, remember? Same goes for Rias and company. Oh yeah? Damn, are they in for a shocker then? Kuroka said. Well, I guess I should go find all the extra maid uniforms, Grafia said aloud. Maid uniforms? Why? Vali asked, clearly confused. This is your first time going to a formal meeting with Issei, isn't it, Vali? Kuroka exclaimed. Yeah. Why? We all have to wear maid outfits, of course. We are all Issei's servants technically, so we are obligated to, Grafia explained. Fuck. Was all the Vali said. Well, I'm going to bed, I'm tired. If you have any other questions, ask me tomorrow, Issei said as he laid down. Not soon after, Kuroka came and crawled on top of him, curling into a ball. Not soon after them was Vali, then after that was Grafia. All four of them shared the bed. And Issei slept the best he did in a while. 1 week later. Day of wedding. Issei was sitting in his study ready and was as calm as could be. But he soon glanced up at the clock he had on his desk and noticed it was time to get ready for his duel against Riser Phoenix. This would be a fight to watch. It would be broadcasted around the supernatural world. Why would it be broadcasted, you may ask? Well, since Rias is such a big deal in the Devil Society, she was basically a princess. So all the news stations jumped to the occasion when they heard of the wedding. The duel against Riser Phoenix and Issei Satan only made even more people want to broadcast it. And so Issei walked out of the study and went to find all the Grafia, Kuroka, and Vali all nervous in the lounge. Sona wasn't there as she was helping organize the wedding as she was one of Rias' bridesmaids. It's time to get ready. Issei spoke through the silence, making the three jump. Come on, why are you guys even nervous? I'm the one fighting, not you, Issei told the three. I know, but what? Nervous, I can't handle it. No, Jew. Then don't worry. Trust me. Okay. The three all were happy with the response. And so Issei went to his room to get ready as the girls went to a separate changing room to get ready. Issei walked into his room and found the completely white suit he wore his first day at Kuo. And so he put on his suit and checked his earring and made sure it was all fine, and then quickly adjusted his rings. His black ring with gold highlights on his right middle finger, and the white ring with red highlights on his left middle finger. He looked in the mirror one final time and saw his reflection stare back at him, and just stared. Finally the reflection moved and talked to Issei. So you're actually doing it. No point in backing down now. No, just make sure you don't lose. It would make both our lives much worse. Wasn't planning on it. Go kick his ass for me. For you. I don't think so. This is for me and for the others. Suit yourself, I'll take pleasure in it, so it doesn't really matter. And so Issei turned away from the mirror and walked out of the room and called somebody. Issei, my boy. How are you? Rezavim asked over the phone. Sorry Rezavim, I don't have time right now. I just called you to tell you that you may want to put on the devil news right now. Issei told the devil. Okay. The one broadcasting the Gremory and Phoenix wedding. Yeah, that one? Okay. May I ask why? It's quite boring and I would rather not die of boredom. Don't worry, keep watching, you for sure won't get bored watching. Are you sure? Trust me. Alright. Well, I have to go, but keep watching no matter what. I can promise you a good time. Alright, talk to you later, Ajuka said as the phone call ended. As Issei got to the lounge, he was greeted by his 3 maids waiting for him. Grafia had her normal French maid uniform on, but the other 2 had on a typical white and black uniform that barely contained their bountiful assets. You 3 look lovely, Issei said, making the 3 blush. Thanks very much, Lord Satan, Grafia said with a bow. Wait, we have to call him Lord Satan too? Vali questioned. Unfortunately, yes. We can't even cuddle with him. Or baby him. Or anything. Kuroka yelled with a pout. It almost sounded like Sarah Fall with Sona. Okay, I now understand why we have to act like this, Vali said as Grafia nodded in agreement. Are you 3 ready? Issei asked, in which they all nodded. Grafia, if you would. Right away, Grafia said as she summoned a magic circle. Then let's go. Gremory, Phoenix territory. This is demonic news coming in with live coverage of Rias Gremory and Riser Phoenix wedding. We are honored to be here and are happy to broadcast this across the world. An overly excited devil broadcaster exclaimed. We are currently in between Phoenix and Gremory territory to celebrate this wonderful occasion. Many high-ranking officials will be attending today's ceremony along with the Devil Council. We will be broadcasting every second of it, so stay tuned. A second later, you could see everyone in the party stop what they were doing and stared at the 4 newcomers. It wasn't the 3 beauties that made everyone speechless, it was the man that was there. He was calm and serene, he radiated elegance and magnificence. He made everyone stop and stare, he didn't even have to do anything and all eyes were on him. He attracted everyone with his aura. Who is this newcomer? I have never seen him before, but... The broadcaster never finished his sentence, as he was that speechless. With the VIP guests. All of the VIP guests were seated in a section of the outdoor field that was strictly reserved to the top officials and Devil Council. Ah, Lord Gremory. This is a nice wedding, is it not? Lord Phoenix exclaimed as he saw Lord Gremory appear. Yes, it is most exquisite, Lord Gremory agreed. I'm happy you think so. I have a very good source of entertainment for later too. Oh, may I know? Oh yes. Somebody has challenged Riser for Ria's hand in marriage, so we thought we could have the duel today and bring entertainment to all audiences, along with showing everyone how strong and able Riser is. Oh, are you sure that is wise? Who is this challenger? Issei Satan he is. Supposedly. The son of Satan himself, Lord Phoenix said sarcastically as he bellowed out in laughter. Ha! He truly thinks we will believe something as preposterous as that, Lord Gremory agreed. Did you two say something about Issei Satan? Lord Citri walked into the conversation. Yes, whoever he is, he claims to be the son of Satan and challenged Riser for Ria's hand in marriage. Issei. Lord Citri began to exclaim, but was quickly shut up as the challenger everyone waited for arrived. And in that instance everyone went silent. With Issei. Issei stood in the middle of the whole place with all eyes on him as he searched for somebody he knew. Issei. His savior called out. Ajuka. There you are. Where do I need to go? Issei asked. Just follow me until the duel. Alright. News broadcaster. We have just received news that this newcomer has challenged Riser Phoenix for Rias Gremory's hand in marriage. The broadcaster yelled. With Rezavim. Issei. Euclid, get in here. Rezavim yelled out. What is it? Euclid asked urgently as he thought something happened. It's Issei. Issei. He's on TV. He's challenging a phoenix. He's what? The Issei we know. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Wow. Now quit what you're doing and sit down and watch. Yes, sir. Back with the news broadcaster. I have just been informed this challenger's name is Issei Satan. He claims to be the son of Satan himself. With the marriage party. Rias and her peerage and Riser and his were sitting at a table in the massive assembly waiting for everyone to get there so they could officially get married. Rias. Akeno yelled. What is it, Akeno? Rias said in a defeated tone. It's Issei. What about him? Rias said as a flare of hope went through her body. He's here. What? Lead me to him. Rias exclaimed. And so Rias and Akeno ran out in their dresses to confront Issei but was stopped by Kuroka, who was wearing her maid uniform, which surprised the two. Miss Gremory, please go back to your waiting area, Kuroka said in a calm and mature voice. Kuroka, lead me to Issei. I need to talk to him, Rias exclaimed as she started to go past Kuroka. I am afraid I cannot do that, Miss Gremory. Lord Satan has personally requested to make sure you stay where you are supposed to be, Kuroka explained. But, Miss Gremory, please. Fine, Rias said defeatedly. But as Akeno and Rias got back to the marriage party waiting area, they overheard Riser speak. So he has arrived? Riser asked the butler. Yes, just a few moments ago. Very good, I shall prepare. This should be a good show for everyone, Riser said with a shit-eating grin. With Issei. It has been dealt with, Lord Satan, Kuroka told Issei. Thanks, Kuroka. No problem, Lord Satan. The rumors about Issei were already circulating through the crowd, as he was first of all a mysterious occurrence and challenger for Rias' hand in marriage. But now he claims to be the son of Satan. That could get people in a lot of trouble if they take it too far and say it in front of high-class and high-ranking officials. And there just happened to be almost every high-ranking in the Devil's Society attending today. Issei, Ajuka said with a serious voice. Yes. I have some advice for you. Okay. What is it? Today you are already making a big risk doing this, so I need you to go overboard. Like, don't just use just enough to take him out, make sure it's intimidating and flashy. We need people to understand who you are, and you are not just any regular devil. You are the son of the true Satan. Very well. Should I remove the rings? Issei asked. No, that shouldn't be necessary. We don't want to destroy everything here. Just scare them. A lot. Very well. Have you talked with Surzex? No, I am about to go over there and talk to him in private. And what about me? Just wait here, this part was reserved for Satan, so nobody should bother you until the match. Okay, thanks. And so Ajuka left to discuss with Surzex about Issei. With the VIP guests. Lord Citri was speechless. Issei Satan, his daughter's fiancé, was going for another wife already. He wasn't mad, just surprised. The way Issei acted didn't seem like he would do this so fast, and yet he was. He quickly composed himself and heard a bunch of rumors surrounding Issei. Most were mocking him, calling him a fool to challenge a phoenix, and to claim he was the son of Satan was blasphemy to devils, if there was such a thing as blasphemy for devils. He gritted his teeth and fought back the urge to yell at them for what they were saying. He could just go and fight them. They were all from the council, not even he could fight them. So this is the one who claims to be Lord Satan's son. He doesn't even look like Lord Satan, Lord Phoenix exclaimed. I hope he will be good entertainment though. I would hate to disappoint. Even when he gets beaten to a pulp, that will still satisfy the council. Just look at them, they are obviously offended somebody would claim to be Lord Satan's son. True. But this will be a fast fight. Zeoticus, please tell me you aren't underestimating this young lad. Then Alana Gremory spoke up. Oh no, honey. That's what I thought. Anyways, Lord Gremory, the fight will commence shortly, Lord Phoenix said. I cannot wait. Marriage part waiting area. Rias. What is Issei doing here? Sona yelled. I don't know. Well, you obviously do. I didn't invite him. Do you hear the rumors? My fiancé is being made a fool, Sona exclaimed. Sona, trust me. I had no part in this, Rias yelled. If I see he gets in trouble or hurt, you will be in a lot of trouble, Sona said menacingly. If he does, I will try my best to fix it, Rias said. You better. Attention, the duel between Issei Satan and Riser Phoenix for Rias Gremory's hand in marriage will commence shortly. Please make your way to the designated area, somebody said over the speakers. What? Rias said. She was speechless. Issei was what? He was fighting for her hand in marriage. Rias, Sona said menacingly. With Issei. Issei Satan, I presume? Surzex Lucifer asked. Yes, this is. I heard the whole story from Ajuka. I must say. Thanks, Serzek said as he bowed to Issei. He didn't believe Issei was the son of Satan, but he believed the other part Ajuka told him. Please stand up, Serzek, it would make you look bad in front of all these people. I know just. Thanks. You don't understand how much this means to me. I tried everything. But nothing worked. I thought all was lost. But then you came along. So thanks once again. If there is anything I can do, just ask. I have just one thing in mind. And that is, attention, the duel between Issei Satan and Riser Phoenix for Rias Gremory's hand in marriage will commence shortly. Please make your way to the designated area. I guess that's my cue. Wait, what is it you wish for? Serzek asked. Help me and Ajuka with the aftermath, Issei said as he started to walk away. Aftermath. Surely he doesn't mean he is the son of Lord Satan. He doesn't even look like him. And so Issei walked towards the area. All the people parted, making a clear passage to the designated area. And in a quick flare of magic, Issei changed. His pure white suit turned into a black suit with gold highlights. His hair turned as black as night. His eyes as red as blood. This was the son of Satan. Serzek said to himself as he was speechless at what he just witnessed. Hair as black as night. With the VIP guests. Eyes as red as blood. Lady Venelana said aloud, loud enough for everyone around her to hear. He is the spitting image of Lord Satan. Lady Citri said aloud. Please. He can look like him, that doesn't mean a thing. He is probably just using magic to make him look like that. Somebody from the council exclaimed. Sadly, it was too late. All the women blushed at the sight of the boy who was the spitting image of their former leader and king. With Issei, you could hear a pin drop. Everyone was silent. Issei's transformation was making absolutely everyone speechless. Everyone thought he was elegant and magnificent before. Now just multiply what they thought by 100x. His aura became even greater. It was as if he was limiting himself for the sake of the others. So he made his way to the makeshift arena they made. Thankfully, the marriage was an outdoor marriage, so it wasn't that hard to make. It was a fairly large field surrounded by barriers, so they didn't hurt the guests. And so he entered the makeshift arena and waited for the duel to commence. With the orc. After they heard Issei was going to fight for Ria's hand, they rushed off to the arena and got the closest to the arena in the VIP area, so they heard all of the murmurs and rumors surrounding Issei, including when they said he was the spitting image of Lord Satan. At first they didn't know what they were talking about, but then they spotted Issei in the arena and gasped at the sight. He was the same, yet completely different. He was on a whole different level now. He is just a faker. He isn't real. It's a disguise. Satan died long ago. He would have any offspring. People started to say, making Issei's loved ones grit their teeth and keep quiet. Yet some of the older devils were doing a spit take. They didn't know what to believe. They just needed to wait and see. Back with Issei. Issei Satan. I do not wish to fight you. But if you challenge me to a duel like this, I cannot decline. Riser yelled from the other side of the field. I too do not wish to fight this battle. Issei yelled back. Then let us call this of. But I had somebody put their trust in me, and I plan to keep my promise with them. Issei yelled back. Very well. Please do not hold any ill will against me, Riser said. Same goes for me. The battle between Riser Phoenix and Issei Satan will commence after a quick list of rules. The speakers bellowed. The battle will go until one party cannot continue, either by knockout, by surrender, or by death. The speaker announced, making the audience cheer. Fighters, are you ready? Both fighters nodded but didn't move a muscle. Didn't even go into a battle stance. Begin. And so Riser released his devil wings and flew into the sky and beckoned Issei to follow. And so Issei too released his wings. But what happened next made everyone silent once again. Instead of one pair of wings, 12 wings appeared on Issei's back. This caused many more rumors and gasps to be heard. VIP area. Impossible. Is he really the son of Issei? The man who was speaking was quickly cut off. He's probably from the old Satan faction. He is just posing as the son of Satan to get power and restore the old Satan faction. An arrogant old prick from the council screamed as spit flew out of his mouth. Yes, he must just be an imposter from the old Satan faction. That's it. Quickly others followed and believed the old fool, which made the ones who knew the truth to grit their teeth even more. But the ones who knew Issei but didn't believe who he was were just speechless. They didn't know what to believe. The same went for the wiser old devils who met and talked to Lord Satan before he vanished. But there was one other member in the audience. She had blonde hair and red eyes. A body to die for. She had a bust bigger than Akeno's and hips that rivaled Ria's, maybe even beat hers. She saw Issei and started to tear up. "Issei, I finally found you again," she exclaimed as a tear streamed down her face. She was seemingly happy. Sadly, she hadn't yet realized how far she hurt Issei. Author note: this is the girl from the flashback in Chapter 1 when he was fighting Heir, in case you didn't catch on. Back with Issei. Issei flew into the sky to meet a shocked Riser. To say the least, he didn't expect Issei to have 12 wings at all. But he quickly shook it off and shot towards Issei. He shot a fist towards Issei, who Issei quickly deflected and sent a punch of his own. This went on for a while until Riser decided to start using magic. He coated his fist with Phoenix Fire and started to punch faster towards Issei. Issei kept dodging and reflecting, but soon the fire started to annoy him. So he sent a kick to Riser's side and launched him down towards a large builder. The audience gasped. Issei did that. They all expected a one-sided fight from Riser, but Issei kept making them more and more speechless. Riser quickly got up and flew back up towards Issei and continued with his onslaught of fists. VIP area. Lord Gremory. Does that earring look familiar? Lord Phoenix asked about the silver cross earring Issei wore. He shouldn't be able to wear that. He's a devil. The only one who wore one like that was Lord Satan. That looks like Lord Satan's, Lord Gremory exclaimed. Now even more questions were popping up. Still, the main question was Issei Satan the son of Satan? Back with Issei. Issei finished with another kick to Riser, sending him flying into the ground once again. But this time when Riser got up, he unsummoned his wings. Almost instantaneously, though, flames of fire sprouted from his back. He then summoned orbs of fire and launched them towards Issei, who either shielded himself from them or dodged. This went on for a few moments until Riser launched forward faster than before and landed a fist to Issei's face, launching him to the ground. Sadly, for Riser, instead of getting launched into the ground like Riser, he simply landed on his feet and skidded a few feet back. This is getting boring, Issei thought dryly. He then looked towards where Ajuka was in the VIP area and smirked as he saw what Ajuka was doing. With his thumb, Ajuka was making a slaughter him signal by sliding his thumb over his neck like he was slitting it. Time for the big reveal. And as Issei looked back at Riser, he smiled. He did the same as Riser did when he got up from the crater. He unsummoned his devil wings. And a second later, 2 magnificent wings of blood sprouted from his back, immediately shocking everyone in attendance. VIP area. My God. The blood demon form. He truly is the son of Satan. My daughter's fiancé is the son of Satan. To say Lord Citri was ecstatic would be an understatement. He never lost his cool, much like Sona. But this was something else. What luck he had. He could leave his daughter to somebody like this. All the while everyone was still speechless. Even the councilmen from before were speechless. Especially Rias, Sona, and their groups didn't know what to do. They felt a bit guilty. He clearly told them who he was. But they were too naive to believe. And now here the elders were speechless from this. With Issei. And so Issei flew upwards and was parallel to Riser. Riser. I must end this now. So please surrender. I'm sorry, Issei, but my pride is on the line here. Riser yelled. Very well. Forgive me, Issei said as power erupted from Issei. Issei's hair started fluttering all over the place. His blood wings fluttered even more magnificent as before. And then it happened. The clouds above them started gathering around them. There was no sky as far as the eye could see. Then out of nowhere the wind started to pick up, lightning started to flash and strike the ground. The people who knew Issei quickly prepared themselves for the incoming events, and the smart ones who saw them, who were the ones who met Issei before, followed in pursuit. Then the worst came. Tornadoes, cyclones, whatever you wanted to call them, came down from the sky. But that wasn't all. They were cyclones and tornadoes of blood. There wasn't just a couple. There were hundreds of them. The field they were in was starting to get overrun by them, and the high-ranking devils had to work together to put up barriers to stop the forces and protect the guests. VIP area. The blood field. He truly is the son of Satan. An elder yelled out. What? It can't be. Lord Satan vanished long ago. Are you retarded? The proof is right there. Nobody else has even come close to figure out how Lord Satan's magic worked. The elder yelled again. Then my son is fighting the son of Satan. Lord Phoenix quickly got worried. It seems we got too carried away. Karma is a bitch, Lord Gremory said. Indeed. We spoke too soon. With Resivim. Spill. Whatever Resivim was drinking at the moment was currently coming out of Resivim's wide open mouth and spilling onto the floor. What has gotten into Issei? I don't know. That's my boy. Finally. Taking what is his. Showing fear into his enemies. To say Resivim was proud would be a huge understatement. Resivim was in ecstasy right now. With Issei. Issei brought his hand up and flicked his wrist towards Riser as a cyclone of blood flew towards Riser at insane speeds. Gah! Riser screamed out in pain as his arm was cleanly torn off. He didn't know what happened. His arm was just gone. His arm was nowhere to be seen. Did the blood truly disintegrate it? Surrender. Riser. Issei called out again. I'm sorry, Issei. I cannot do that. My pride is on the line. My family's pride. Issei then brought his hand up again and launched another cyclone of blood, making his other arm disappear. Gah! Riser's regeneration wasn't working right, so he just had 2 stubs of arms. Even the spectators were wondering why Riser wasn't regenerating until the elder exclaimed how Lord Satan controlled blood. So quickly Lord Phoenix too put the pieces together and realized Issei was controlling the Phoenix blood and wasn't letting him regenerate. Issei kept sending more and more cyclones of blood and let Riser regenerate some just so he didn't die. And so here Riser was. A bloody mess. No arms. He was on his knees coughing up blood. Looking up towards a true demon. A demon of blood. Riser. This is your final warning. Surrender. Issei said as he looked at the bloody mess that was Riser. Riser only muttered one word though. Pride. Riser gave a smile and awaited his oncoming death. Then die with your pride, my friend. May you find your pride in the afterlife. And all of a sudden power erupted from Issei once again. Issei's blood wings started to morph again. They wrapped around Issei and started to change into a black color with rare red highlights. All of a sudden it morphed into a phoenix and flew there for a minute until it launched towards Riser. VIP area. The blood phoenix. The elder yelled. No way. No. Lord Phoenix bolted towards the arena to try and stop his son's death. Everyone else just stayed speechless. He used moves that Lord Satan used himself in the Great War. Nobody knew what to do. With Issei. Issei in his blood phoenix form flew towards Riser ready to finish the fight. As he was milliseconds from hitting the phoenix, a form came in between them. Please. He surrenders. Lord Phoenix yelled as loud as he could. He then got face first on the ground and started to beg. At the last second Issei redirected his blow and flew straight up, making sure he didn't hurt anyone. And in a second the blood phoenix dispelled and Issei was flying there with his blood wings still out. Phoenix. Your pride you hold too high. You need to learn your pride is not everything. You showed you understand that today. But please teach your children the same. I do not wish to see pointless deaths in the name of pride like today again. Issei spoke in a calm tone as he descended to the ground. Yes. Thanks for sparing my son. Think nothing of it, you surrendered for him, I believe that is enough. As started walking to the exit, cameras flashed everywhere, reporters stormed into the arena, news broadcasters everywhere. Issei was going to be busy for a while. Looks like I won't be needing my magic to change my looks anymore, Issei said to nobody in particular. VIP area. Everyone was still speechless. He did it. He was the son of Satan. He saved her. He proved the council wrong in their assessment. He finally had people believe who he was. No way. Lord Gremory was still speechless. He didn't just witness the son of Satan, but he noticed the phoenix drop their pride. Issei made the impossible possible. Issei. Rias had a tear stream down her face. She was happy. Truly happy. The first time for a while she was truly happy. Issei is actually the son of Satan, Sona said with guilt heard in her voice. Issei Satan saved my sister, and is actually Satan's son. Ajuka. You have a lot of explaining to do, Surzex told his best friends, who only sweat dropped. I'll tell you later, right now we need to. I know. Help Issei. I'll hold up my end of the deal, it's the least I can do. He saved my Rias, Surzex said as he got serious. Councilman. We must have a meeting, please go to the meeting room immediately. We shall send for the son of the Satan. Seemingly the leader of the council yelled. With Issei. To say Issei was having a hard time was an understatement. He was being berated reporter after reporter. He just had to try and find a juka to get onto the hard part. And so as he was trying to maneuver through the crows, Issei was quickly pulled and emerged outside of the crowd by Grafia. Thanks, Grafia. No problem, Lord Satan. Pissed Issei. Over here. A juka tried to get Issei's attention. A juka. What now? We are going to a council meeting to discuss what to do with you. I see. Issei, I have sent Kuroka and Vali back home already. Thanks, that will help. Will you accompany me, Grafia? Do you even need to ask Issei? Grafia said with a bright smile. Now let's go before they find us. Ajuka told the two as they got into a limo ready by Ajuka himself. As they rounded a corner, Issei saw somebody he didn't want to see. It was her, the root of all his problems. With her blonde hair and red eyes. Issei. Issei. Are you okay? Grafia asked, clearly worried. I saw her. She is in the crowd. Instantly Ajuka and Grafia stopped. It's fine, Issei. That was long ago. Grafia tried to console him. Issei. As much as I want to let you have your moment, we don't have time for that right now. I know. Please continue what you were trying to say. Remember what I explained a week ago. We can do this. I know. Now I have informed Rezavim about needing his help and he agreed already. Ajuka explained. Thanks. No problem, also Surzex is on our side already. I think Serafal may be too. Issei informed the Beelzebub. Really? How? She seems to like me after she met me when I got engaged to Sona. That's wonderful. 3 Satans on your side. And Rezavim. We may be able to do this. The car then stopped outside a massive building. Issei walked through the corridors with Ajuka in front of him and Grafia in tow. As he opened the door, he noticed Rezavim grinning wildly at him as if proud. Surzex smiling at him as if happy. Serafal jumping and waving like a little girl. And the elders were confused, as I could say. So Ajuka quickly took his seat as Issei went to the podium. Well then, let us begin. A week later. A week went by for Issei. He never had time to see anyone he knew except Ajuka and Grafia. Kuroka and Vali couldn't come because he was too busy. Rias couldn't come because she wasn't allowed, and the same went for Sona. He has seen none of them since the wedding. Rias never even got to say thanks. But Issei picked up a newspaper and turned on the news and laughed to himself with slight pride as he saw the headline. It said, "The son of the true Satan." A month later. It's so boring without Issei, Kuroka said as she was sprawled across the couch. Yeah. Rias agreed as she sat on the couch in Issei's apartment. Ever since the wedding, Rias made the orc meet at Issei's apartment until Issei got back. So far they have waited and waited, but nothing. The guilt started to well in each of them as they slightly mocked Issei when he said he was son of Satan. Now they saw all the headlines and announcements from the council and the 4 Satans themselves. He was also announced part of the Supernovas, the same group Rias was in. The Supernovas were the strongest of the youth devils, you could say. Rias herself wanted to thank him for helping her but was also worried. She was married to Issei now. Was she happy? She didn't know. She needed to talk to Issei about it when he got back. Issei. Kuroka moaned out. Kuroka, shut up. Vali yelled. Naya. It's not my fault, I truly love Issei unlike you. What? I'll let you know. Vali said before she pounced on the Nikomata and started a cat fight. Please calm down. What would Issei think if he saw you guys like this? Sona asked in her normal voice. Even though she too was feeling guilty. Naya. You're right. Outside the apartment. Finally. I can sleep. Issei said as he walked through the lobby to the elevator. Oh please, you got enough sleep. Remember all the times you used me as a pillow? Grafia asked with a slight blush. I'm stressed the fuck out. I need sleep. You can do that all you want, but that work was insane. Fine, you can have your well-deserved nap. I may join you in that. Grafia said as she yawned. Ding. The elevator came to its floor and opened, revealing Issei and Grafia. I'm back. Issei said with his normal calm voice. Issei. Multiple girls yelled as they launched towards him. Fuck. Chapter 4. I'm back. Issei said with his normal calm voice. Issei. Multiple girls yelled as they launched towards him. Fuck. And so Issei was hugged by 3 girls. Kuroka, Vali, and Sona. Rias would have joined in, but she was still confused. On one hand, she was happy, but on the other she didn't know if she was forced into another marriage. "You're back." "Yeah, I'm back," Issei said as he tried to get out of their grasp. "What have you been doing? Why did it take so long? You said it wouldn't take any longer than a week," Kuroka asked. "A lot of things." "Well, would you like to tell us? I'm pretty sure everyone would like to know," Sona asked. "Ugh. Fine. But first, Rias," Issei called. "Yes," Rias asked. "Don't think I'm forcing you into a marriage like before. I already see that you think that way," Issei explained. "What do you mean? I made this an under-the-table trial engagement like how I'm engaged to Sona." "Why under the table?" "That's where it gets complicated. Basically, if I didn't make it an official engagement, the council would have forced you into yet another marriage. And as I think you already know, everyone would love to have you and have an easy life. So, I expect everyone here to stay quiet about this and don't do anything stupid. If the council hear of this, I'll get in trouble and Rias will be forced to marry somebody who could be even worse than Riser," Issei explained. Everyone nodded, but then Sona spoke up. "Wait. The council let you have an engagement with me and Rias both?" "Yes." "Why?" "Well, usually a clan head or heir can only marry one influential clan heir or head. So if you're engaged to both me and Rias, that's kind of breaking the rules they made," Sona explained. "Ah. Well, that did come up, but they honestly want me to marry more people from influential clans. Something about wanting me to restore the devil faction and so on," Issei answered. "I see. You really thought about everything, didn't you?" Sona asked. "It's more complicated if I didn't. And so, Rias, you can go find your true love like you wanted in the beginning. Just don't go blowing the cover," Issei explained. Rias started to tear up slightly and rushed towards Issei and brought him into a bone-crushing hug. "Thanks," Rias said with tears of joy. "I promised I would help. I was just fulfilling that promise." "Still, thanks. Now can we get on with your questions? I'm tired. I want to sleep." And so they all went to the lounge so Issei could tell them all what happened. Where should I start? How about from the very beginning?" Sona added. "Fine. Gosh, this is going to take a while. After the wedding, I was taken by Ajuka Beelzebub to a meeting. A meeting. All of the elders, council members, and clan heads were at the meeting. All of them. All of the main ones and most of the lower ones. Still, I've never heard of a meeting of that scale. Only if we were going to go to war. Well, I guess I'm a big deal. Anyways, they questioned me and made their decision to see what they would do with me. And when a few individuals heard that, they yelled about how there wasn't a decision to make in my life, and what I do isn't up to them. And so they all agreed that I would be named the son of Satan and heir to the Satan bloodline. After a lot of paperwork, I was told I was to have meetings with all of the clans in order to have a somewhat familiar relationship with all of them. Shortly after I made my first few meetings, I was named part of the supernovas. That fast. I thought it would take longer than that to decide on something like that. Rias was quite surprised. That's what I thought. But considering I took down Riser Phoenix, an extremely powerful foe, without getting injured in the slightest, they deemed it was more than necessary. I see. Can you tell me who exactly are in the supernovas? I didn't have the time to investigate at all. I don't entirely know what the supernovas even are, Issei announced. What? They didn't tell you? No, I was too busy dealing with everything else to ask. Ah. Very well, Sona said as she adjusted her glasses. The supernovas are basically a group of young devils who excel in some sort of field and are prodigies in that field. Okay. That explains a little, I guess. And who's in the supernovas so far besides me? Issei asked. Well, to start off, there is me and Rias. Rias' cousin Serorg Bale, Sigvera Agars. Sona seemed to be in thought and didn't finish. Only 4? Issei asked. Oh no, I just got sidetracked. Sorry. There is also Diodora Astaroth, Zephyrdor Glaciolabalas, and... Sorry, I'm forgetting somebody. Sona told Issei, trying to remember who it was. Oh. The Amon clan. Rias exclaimed. Ah yes. Thank you, Rias. Erica and I love Amon. Sona exclaimed. Crash. Grafia, who went to get tea, dropped the tray she had as she walked in and heard the 2 names that were spoken. Grafia. Are you okay? Sona asked, clearly worried. Ah yes, I'm fine, I just slipped. Grafia looked towards Issei to see how he reacted at the names, but he simply didn't react. He was surprised, that's for sure, but he damn well didn't show it. He wasn't angry or sad, just nothing. Absolutely no emotion was shown. This didn't go by unseen by Sona. Already she was trying to figure why they would react that way. Okay, after I was named a supernova, I had meetings with the other clans and had a lot more paperwork to do. Then I had a meeting with the 4 Satans about territories and all of that clan stuff. And did you get any? Rias asked, clearly intrigued. I got a lot, but I really didn't need it, Issei explained. Didn't need it? Sona questioned. I already have probably one of the biggest territories in the Devil faction, so what good would it do? Issei told the group. What? How? Sona, who was clearly confused, asked again. Well, you all know about the massive territory, the Forbidden Land, Issei asked. Yes. The orc and Sona asked. That's Satan territory. I've lived there my entire life until I came here. You're kidding. Nope. Why is it forbidden then? Because after my father went missing they made it somewhat sacred land. Kind of as a memorial of sorts, Issei explained. I see. But wait, wouldn't somebody have noticed you there? They have that place monitored like everywhere else in the underworld. They did. Thankfully that person was smart and thought about the collateral damage there would be if he exposed who I was when I was 7. Issei told them. Who was it? Ajuka Beelzebub. Issei answered like it was nothing. What? A Satan didn't tell anyone. Sona and Rias both lost their cool with that one. This time Grafia spoke up. Well, think about it. You both have Satans as siblings, have you never heard them complain about all the work? Well, yes, but what? He thought about the underworld being plunged into chaos like how it was after your wedding. And a 7-year-old handling all of that. No, obviously that wouldn't work even if Ajuka helped him. So he told Issei to wait until he was older to introduce himself to the underworld. And he was going to wait for when he was at least 25, but somebody had a certain marriage she needed breaking, so he had to rush into it. Grafia added emphasis on the somebody. Sorry, Rias timidly answered. What's done is done. Wait, so Issei? Rias asked. Are you really the son of Satan? Rias asked. Grafia was one to always keep her calm, but even she couldn't comprehend what she just heard. Vali facepalmed so hard the entire town could hear, and Kuroka fell to the ground laughing. Seriously? Issei asked. I'll take that as a yes, Rias answered, blushing up a storm from being embarrassed. Anyone who has read anything about Satan would know Issei is his son, Grafia answered. I know. Wait then, Issei. Yes. Your power is the same as Satan's. So, how does it work? I've always read how no faction up to today has figured out how your power works, Sona asked. Well, I don't even know. No. I tried to do my own research but nothing came up, Issei explained. Then how can you use it? Sona asked, clearly confused. My father on his deathbed transferred his knowledge of the power to me. I see. So Satan really is dead? Sona spoke. Yes. Issei clearly didn't like the topic. Please don't bring up that topic, Sona. It's not the best one to talk about here. Grafia spoke up since Issei obviously didn't want to. I see. I'm sorry. It's fine. Wait. So if he transferred his knowledge of the power to you, does that mean you know all the magic he knew too? Rias asked. Sadly no. I'm almost positive he wanted me to find my own magic and grow in my own way. That's how he would have wanted it. He only gave me the knowledge of the blood control power since nobody has any other knowledge on it, Issei explained. So can you teach it to anybody? Sona questioned. No, it's in my bloodline. Many others have already tried but nothing worked. I see. If I may ask, who all has tried? Sona countered. Only a few. Ajuka did, Rezavan did, and Euclid was the last to try, Issei answered. Wait. Ajuka. Rezavan. Ajuka Beelzebub helped you. He didn't just ignore you. What's your relationship with him? Rias exclaimed. Me and Ajuka are brothers. It took a second for what Issei just said to set into the unsuspecting group in the room. What? My god, do I need to repeat everything? Me and Ajuka are brothers. No, technically we aren't, since we don't share a drop of blood or DNA with each other, but growing up he was my brother, and I was to him, Issei explained. I see. What about his real brother Diodora? Sona asked. That is a complicated story. Sadly, it is not my place to tell you, so if you want to know, you will have to ask Ajuka yourself. Okay. And you said Resivim? Yes, Resivim Lucifer, also known as one of the Super Devils. Why am I even surprised anymore? That explains a lot now that you explain it. And what's your relationship to him? Sona asked. Like an uncle. Something like that. If it wasn't for him, I would have been introduced to the entire world when I was 7. And he gave me Graphia when I came to the underworld too. So did they teach you anything? Rias, who clearly wanted to know, asked. As a matter of fact, yes. They both taught me magic since I came to the underworld. May I ask what kind? Ajuka taught me demonic power and some of his personal, calculative demonic power. While Resivim, if there is one thing that old bastard is good at, it's forbidden and ancient magic. Or a mixture of both. Forbidden magic. Yeah. While Ajuka has his calculation and strategy skills along with massive demonic powers that makes him a super devil. Resivim has his magic knowledge and all that forbidden arts and ancient magic to back up his immense demonic powers to make him a super devil. Issei explained. I see. Can you show us? Sona asked, as she clearly wanted to know so she could add something to her already vast knowledge of magic. I would love to, but I would rather wait till it's absolutely necessary. I need some tricks up my sleeve in case something happens. Sona clearly wasn't happy with the answer. Fine. Can you at least tell us about your blood magic? Since there is no way of us figuring it out. Sona hoped to at least hear about that. Looking around, he saw that Sona looked like a begging puppy, and Rias and the orc weren't far from that. Ugh. Why the fuck not? It would be better to just show you. Issei gave in. Show us. Rias tried to summon an orb of your destruction magic. Issei commanded. Okay. Huh. Why can't I use magic? Rias yelled, clearly worried. Because I can control the blood flow and magic inside of you. The blood and magic are connected in slight ways. But those slight ways make a big difference. So if somebody was to disrupt those ways, well, you can see it yourselves. Issei explained. Wouldn't that make you impossible to defeat then? Rias yelled. No, not exactly. If somebody is strong enough, they can use magic to protect themselves. And if they were insanely strong, they wouldn't even have to think about it, and they would be protected. Like if I were to go against Resivim or Ajuka, I wouldn't be able to cancel out their magic. That makes sense. Also, I can do this. Issei then used a knife that was on the table and pricked his finger so a drop of blood appeared. The blood in my body can turn into anything with the hardness of steel, if not stronger. Issei further explained as his blood turned into a dagger. But the blood from the marriage game is another story, Issei said as he stabbed the dagger into the table. What do you mean? It clearly isn't your blood. I can create blood from thin air. But it won't be as strong as my own blood from my own body because that blood is special, so to say. I see. Wait. If you can control other people's blood, does that mean? Rias started saying. That I can kill them. Easy. I can rupture arteries, implode somebody's heart, even make them drown from the inside if I so wished. Issei explained, slightly shocking everyone in the room. So, Rias started once again. Have I killed anyone? Plenty of times. Issei said, shocking everyone once again. But he quickly saw their expressions and followed up with, What? You have all killed stray devils. There is no difference killing a stray devil and another being. Whether it's a human or devil, killing something is killing something. It's not fair to those who died if you only care for a certain race's death and not another's. This seemed to make them think and shut them up. Now, is there anything else you want to know? Or can I go to sleep? I have been working almost non-stop for the past month. Issei exclaimed. No one answered, so Issei got up and started to walk away. Wait. Rias called. Is that your new look? Rias asked, talking about the fact he still had black hair and red eyes. What do you mean? This is my normal look. That brown-haired look was my new look, Issei said as he walked out. I'll take that as a yes. Oh. Is there after-school club tomorrow? Issei asked as he peeked around the corner. Oh yes. At the old school building. Same time as always. Alright. I'm going to bed, see you tomorrow, Issei said as he finally left, in which Graphia followed him. Well, that was... yeah. Issei's room. Issei got into his room and quickly went into his bed with Grafia in tow since they were both extremely exhausted. You know, you spoke a lot more than usual in there. Grafia spoke up. It was the easiest way to get done faster. If I didn't, we would still be in there. You know, since Erica and Ialava are in the supernovas, you're going to need to meet them soon. Grafia could feel Issei flinch ever so slightly. Can I just go to sleep? I would rather not deal with that now. Yeah. Sorry. It's fine. I'm just tired, Issei said as he dozed off to sleep. Maybe he is getting better, Grafia thought while thinking about how he interacted with and spoke with the group just before. Next day. Thankfully it was a weekend, because if it wasn't, Issei would have missed half of the school day. It was already noon, and Issei just woke up. He looked around and noticed Grafia still asleep right next to him, and surprisingly Kuroka and Vali weren't there for once. He got up, brushed his teeth, and took a shower to freshen up, then walked to the kitchen. As he walked into the kitchen to get a cup of coffee, he saw a note on the counter that said, "I'll be out with Shirin today. Your sexy Nico maid." Issei crumbled up the note and got his cup of coffee when he saw he had a text message from Vali. It read, "I'm out today training. I'll be back in a few days. Vali." Issei then sat down and drank his coffee in silence. So it's just me today, huh? Kuroka's with her sister, Vali's out training, and Grafia isn't waking up anytime soon. Sona is probably doing student council work, Issei said aloud. Oh come on. You've got me, Issei's dark counterpart said. How could I forget? Issei said sarcastically. So what were you gonna do about it? The counterpart asked. About? Issei asked as he sipped on his coffee and read his book. Oh, you know. How about the Amon clan? Erica and Ialava. I don't need to worry about that right now, Issei answered with a voice that said there was no room for argument. Sadly, his counterpart could see right through it. Oh, but you know you're going to have to see them soon. Your past is catching up with you. You're a supernova now, aren't you? You know who else is a supernova? Erica. The counterpart countered. I'll deal with it when it happens, Issei said as he started to get ticked off. Ho. Am I starting to get on your nerves? I'm just saying what you usually say. Aren't you the one who says it's less stressful to take care of things before they happen? Issei's counterpart mocked. Just shut up. I'm not in the mood for you right now. And when are you? Exactly. So just fuck off. You know. The dark counterpart was cut off because Issei's phone went off. Finally. Just stay quiet, Issei said as he looked at his phone. It was a text from Rias. It read, "Can you get here early please? We have a problem. Sorry to bother you, I know you're tired, but I'll explain when you get here." Why do I never get time off? Ugh. At least I won't be bored all day, Issei said as he got up and put on some casual clothes. He was wearing a blue t-shirt, black jeans, and a black jacket. So he walked through the town completely ignoring all of the remarks about him and stares he attracted and just kept walking to the school. At school. 20 minutes later. As soon as Issei stepped foot into the schoolyard, he felt three presences he wasn't familiar with. So he made his way to the old school building. As soon as he was within earshot of the building, he already heard yelling and some arguing. So he went to the door and opened it. Inside the Or Club room. Are you trying to say we would side with fallen angels? Rias said, clearly not in the best of moods. No, but I'm saying I don't want any devils poking around where they don't need to. A blue-haired teenage girl wearing white church robes said with venom in her voice. I will poke around where I need to. This is devil territory if you can't get that through your thick skulls. I have my job to do and I intend to do it. Ah no. Can't we just come with an agreement? I'm sure these devils don't intend to do anything bad. A blonde nun with green eyes said from behind the blue-haired girl. Exactly. So, can't we just do our job, Zenobia? We don't need to make the devils angry. A girl with chestnut-colored hair said. Irina, Asya, be quiet, I'll handle this. The now called Zenobia said. I know, but... Irina started. Just be quiet. Zenobia snapped back. How about this then? We have a duel. If you win, we won't interfere with your work. And if we win, we can do our job. Kiba, who walked, said with a sinister look on his face, asked. Oh. And you think you can beat one of us? Zenobia said sarcastically. I know so. I've waited a long time to face an Excalibur fragment, Kiba said. Oh. And why is that? Because it took everything from me. My friends. My family. You must be from the Holy Sword Project from years ago. I thought you seemed familiar, Zenobia said. Familiar. I'm sure you all forgot about us and just buried it so nobody would know how evil the church really is. What did you say? I'll let you know they kept tabs on you once you escaped. Oh. And what about it? If you knew about me, why didn't anyone help? It just shows the church is full of ignorant pigs. Kiba yelled. What did you say? Zenobia said as she brought out her sword. At the same time, Kiba summoned a sword and everyone in the orc and all of the newcomers got ready to fight. A second right before anyone would move, the door opened and it all went silent. And in came Issei. He heard enough to know what was happening, but he couldn't care less it didn't involve him. At least that's what he thought. Issei. You're here. To say Rias was relieved would be an understatement. Issei nodded and walked the couch and sat down. He noticed Kuroka wasn't there, but he figured Rias told her to go into a different room until the company left. Having somebody who used to be an S-ranked criminal just sat there is kind of not the best of ways to introduce yourself. What are you? You have a devil's aura, but it's different. And you're wearing a silver cross, so I would assume you aren't a devil. Zenobia questioned. Why do I need to tell you? I don't even know you. Issei countered while he started to read his book and Akeno brought him tea. Fair enough. I'm Zenobia Corda. These are my colleagues Irina Shidu and Asia Argento. Zenobia told Issei. Where was that when you introduced yourself to us? Rias said sarcastically under her breath. You don't seem like you deserve to have me introduce myself like that. Zenobia snapped back. Enough. Are we going to have a duel for this or not? Kiba snapped. Kiba. This is not the time. Rias chastised. I don't see why not. I can put you in your place that way. Zenobia said. Ugh. Fine. We can do it in the courtyard. Rias said as she rubbed the bridge of her nose. Very well. And so they all moved to the courtyard. Outside. Courtyard. Kiba and Zenobia both stood 50 feet apart in the courtyard waiting for the signal to start. Issei and the rest stood at the sidelines ready to watch the match. This match will not be a death match that goes for both of you, Rias announced. Obviously. I don't want to sully my blade any more than I have to, Zenobia said. Kiba just nodded. Then, begin, Rias yelled. And so both sides rushed towards each other. A clash of strengths happened, both parties trying to get the edge on the other, both sides not letting up. Kiba was winning in the strength department, so Zenobia backed off. Kiba rushed towards Zenobia, sending a quick few slashes towards Zenobia, hoping to catch her off guard. But sadly it didn't work. You're stronger than you look, Zenobia yelled in between attacks. I try, Kiba said sarcastically. This is as far as you go. I'll get serious today, Zenobia said as she opened a pocket dimension and brought out Excalibur Destruction. Finally. I've been waiting for this, Kiba yelled. And so they both rushed each other once again. With Issei. You're playing a risky game, Rias, Issei said calmly. Huh? What do you mean? Rias asked, confused. That Excalibur. One slash on Kiba and it will do lethal damage. And if there's an incident, he's as good as dead, Issei explained. I told them this wasn't a duel to the death, Rias told Issei. Anything can happen. You should know better, Issei told the redhead. We can stop it if anything happens. If you say so. Is that blonde over there still staring at me? Issei asked without flinching so he wouldn't look suspicious. Isn't that normal? Everyone stares at you, Rias said, not thinking it was anything important. But Issei wasn't bought with that answer. Every few seconds the nun Asia would stare. No. Analyze Issei. Issei caught on but disregarded it until they tried anything. And so they went back to watching the match. Back to the fight. Kiba kept summoning swords one after another since Zenobia's Excalibur Destruction was destroying all of them. Kiba rushed towards Zenobia once again and slashed towards Zenobia's head, but she easily ducked out of the way. She sent a slash towards Kiba's gut, but at the last second he parried it. Sadly, he was still sent back 20 feet from the impact. He quickly summoned another sword, but Zenobia rushed him before he could do anything. She sent a diagonal slash across his chest. He went to block, but he took a step back beforehand and misstepped into a crater that was created earlier. Shit! Kiba exclaimed. But it was too late. Zenobia didn't expect him to slip and was millimeters away from dealing him a deadly blow. Kiba. the girls from the orc yelled as they too noticed the imminent danger. Zenobia tried to stop too, but it was too late. She couldn't stop herself. At the very last second, Issei's eye flared and Zenovia's arm stopped, and Excalibur destruction flew in the air, rapidly spinning towards Issei. He caught it with one hand and examined it for a second before saying, "You should learn how to use this before you go making duels with it." Everything was silent. Everyone was still in shock that Issei could wield the sword without any repercussions, but nobody dared move a muscle. After everyone snapped out of the initial shock of the matter, Irina and Asya, who were standing nearby, drew their swords and put a sword on both sides of Issei's neck. All three swords were radiating such potent holy aura any normal devil would get sick just being by them. Sadly, Issei wasn't any normal devil. Issei clearly was starting to get pissed off. He had too much crap going on. He wasn't going to let some random people he just met walk all over him. "Kneel." With one word, Issei made the two drop to their knees in front of him. Asya and Irina both had complete and utter shock written all over their faces as they couldn't move a muscle. "Issei, you shouldn't be able to even hold that," Akeno said this time. "Yeah, there's a lot of things I shouldn't be able to do." Issei disregarded the remark and walked towards Zenobia, who was still in shock. "I believe this is yours," Issei said as he extended the blade towards Zenobia, who grabbed it slowly. "Thanks." Zenobia honestly didn't know how to answer. "I would like to talk to you after this if you don't mind," Issei said as he walked away from Zenobia. "Sure. We'll wait at the entrance of the school." "Very well." And so Issei walked back to the orc clubroom and left the rest to finish their discussion. After a few minutes, Rias, Akeno, and the rest of the orc walked in. "Are you finished?" Issei asked. Yes. We just finished. They said they will be waiting for you at the front gate," Rias answered. "I see, thanks for telling me. If I may, what exactly are you going to talk with them about?" "Just business." "May I borrow Kiba?" Issei asked. "Why?" "As you can see, he isn't in the best of mental states from the little show earlier, so I think I can help him." "Or would you rather him stay here?" Issei asked. "No. You can borrow him for now. It seems he needs to cool down anyways." "Alright, I won't be long, just want to talk." "Kiba," Issei called out. "Huh? What?" Kiba was snapped out of his thoughts from Issei. "Come with me." "Why?" "I need your help." "Okay." Kiba looked towards Rias to see if it was okay to go with him, and she returned the look with a nod. "Then let us go." After Issei and Kiba left, Rias said, "I feel like I'm forgetting something." In a different room in the old school building. "Naya. What's taking so long?" Kuroka sat in a chair, bored, waiting for somebody to come and say the guests were gone. Yes, she could use her senjutsu to see if they were gone, but frankly, she was too lazy for that. So she just sat and waited. At the front gate. "Thanks for waiting," Issei answered. "No, the pleasure is mine. You spared us when we threatened you for a stupid reason," Zenobia answered. "Either way, I would like to ask, since I wasn't informed of. What is your mission?" "To retrieve the Excalibur fragments from some fallen angels who have stolen them." "I see. And if I may, who are these fallen angels?" "Kokabeel and a group of loyalists," Zenobia answered. "I see. I have one request of you. And that is..." Zenobia was clearly starting to get skeptical. "Let Kiba here help you," Issei said as he nudged an unsuspecting Kiba forward. "What? I'm sorry, but I don't think I can grant that request," Zenobia exclaimed. "Oh, and why not? From my view, both of you did something wrong and aren't all in the right. Think of it as you merely atoning for what the church did to him as a child in the Holy Sword Project." "Ugh. Fie," Zenobia tried to say, but was cut off by the blonde nun Asya. "And why should we do that? What did you do for us to make us agree?" Asya said, narrowing her eyes. "Oh. Have you forgotten? First of all, I saved your friend over here from killing the Gremry Heiress Knight. If you killed him, you would have a lot more problems on your palate. And you and your other friend brought both your swords upon me. I could myself do something about that in itself. But I'm willing to forget about that if you let my friend here help with the job. And I'm sure he would help a lot," Issei explained with a cold stare towards the blonde. This shut the blonde nun up. "And what would the Gremry Knight gain from this?" Zenobia asked. "You allow him to destroy one of the fragments." "What? I will destroy all of the Fra." Kiba quickly was shut up as Issei glared toward him. "And why do you think we would allow him to destroy a fragment?" the chestnut-haired exorcist asked. "Tell me now," I don't think the church is stupid, so I presume they told you as a last resort to destroy the fragments, am I wrong? They obviously would rather them be destroyed than be in the hands of an enemy. Or am I wrong? Issei asked. No. You are correct. Irina looked downcast. Then let Kiba here help you, and if need I will too. But just promise to let him destroy one of the fragments. Issei knew he officially had them all right where he wanted them. Sadly for the exorcist, Issei isn't one you want to have a battle of wits with. Everyone was silent. Can I presume you agree then? Issei asked. Yes. Alright, then I'll let you all get to know each other, Issei said as he turned around and was about to walk away. One last thing. Issei started. What is it? What do you plan to do if you encounter Kokubile? Issei asked. Fight him, of course, Zenobia said, full of resolution. You'll die, Issei told them flatly. If I can die for the Lord, I will do so wholeheartedly. And I think it is the same for these two here, Zenobia answered while looking at the other two, in which they too nodded. You know, God doesn't want you to run to your own death. He wants you to stand firm in the face of death if it comes to you. That is what he says to you all, isn't it? And you running towards Kokubile and your imminent death isn't helping anyone. Especially not God. Anyways, that is all I wanted to know. I'll see you later, Issei answered, not wavering at all. You seem to know a lot. Are you a fellow Christian? Zenobia asked. Nope, I just know a lot, Issei said as he started walking away. The church is open for you at all times if you wish to join. We would welcome you with open arms, Zenobia yelled towards the departing figure. I'm sorry to say, but I'm the last person they would welcome. Nonsense. They would welcome anyone. Issei didn't say anything else, just quietly walked away. Once he was out of earshot, he said to himself, the church welcoming the spawn of Satan with open arms. Don't make me laugh, Issei said to himself as he kept walking. Later that day, after finishing things up with the orc, he told Rias that Kiba will be helping him with some things for a few days, and Rias trusted Issei enough to let him and hoped that it would help Kiba with his past. Ah, you're back, Grafia said with her stoic voice as she peered down the hallway from the kitchen. Yeah, Issei answered. Ah, I know that look. What happened? Grafia asked as she saw Issei was more stressed than usual. There are unwanted guests in town, Issei said as he sat down and got a cup of tea from Grafia. And who is it? A group of exorcists and fallen angels. Anyone important? Just the fallen angels' leader. Oh, and who is he? Kokubile, the angel of the stars, also known as the fallen angels' war mongrel, Issei informed Grafia, and immediately Grafia got serious. Why is he here? He isn't some pushover. I could probably barely keep up with somebody like that. He stole some Excalibur fragments. I'm assuming he wants to do something to Sona and Rias to start a war or something. And what are you going to do? I had Kiba help the exorcists with the search for the fragments, since he seems to have history with them. And I'll just sit back and wait. If need be, I'll interfere. Still, even for you, Kokubile is no pushover. I'll figure it out. Okay. Wait. Where's Kuroka? Grafia asked. She said she was going to be out with her sister. But it has been a while. With Kuroka. How long does it take? Kuroka exclaimed. Fine. I'll check myself. Huh. Nobody's here, Kuroka said as she used her senjutsu to sense if anyone was there. They forgot about me. Kuroka stormed out of the room. Oh, is Issei going to hear about this? Kuroka yelled. Back with Issei. What the? Issei felt a chill go down his spine as he read his book. What happened? Grafia asked. Nothing. Just a chill. Are you catching a cold? Do you need a sweater? And so Grafia started babying him, and later that night Issei heard from Kuroka every detail on how she was forgotten. Well, Kuroka thought he heard he was actually completely ignoring her and reading his book. A few days later, Kiba informed Issei in secret that Zenobia, Irina, and Asya wished to meet with him regarding Kokubile. So now he was on his way to meet them at a cafe. At least that's what he thought. At the corner across from the address that they gave him, which was a cafe, all three of them were begging for money in the name of God. What are you three doing? Issei asked, clearly not amused. Well, hee. Irina started. Irina here bought a fake painting of a saint, and it cost all of our money. Zenobia explained, clearly annoyed. And now we don't have a penny to our name. Asuya added. Get up. Let's go. Issei ordered them. Where are we going? Zenobia asked. To the address you gave me, Issei told them. But we don't have MO. I'll pay for it, just hurry up. And so they all went to the cafe and ordered their food and sat at a table. So, what did you want to talk about? Issei asked the three who were currently stuffing their faces with food. Oh, we may need your help tonight. We have a few leads, but we need an extra body, Irina exclaimed in between bites. I see. What time? Around 12-ish. Zenobia answered this time. Alright, where do you want to meet? The park at the center of town. Is that alright? Irina asked. Yes, that will be fine. Alright, and thanks for the meal. Zenobia exclaimed and bowed as Irina and Asuya followed in suit. Think nothing of it, simply help me by helping you. By the way, how is Kiba? Issei asked. Well, he's set on destroying the Excalibur fragments, that's for sure, Irina said. I see. He hasn't tried anything, has he? Oh no, other than clearly telling us how much he detests the Excalibur fragments, he's been fine. I see, that's good. Now about those leads. May I know what they are beforehand? Yes, I should have told you already, Zenobia answered. We found two places that seem to be a hideout of Kokobil's and his followers. One is a warehouse by the docks east of town, and the other is a church to the north of town. And we also found out who some of the helpers of Kokobil are. That's why I needed to talk with you also. And why is that? Do I know them? No, but Kiba does. We haven't told him yet, but Valper Galilei, the one who ran the Holy Sword Project, seems to be helping Kokobil. And the source of Kiba's hatred is the Holy Sword Project, so if we tell him, you fear he will blow your cover and run straight towards Valper. Exactly. It's a good thing you told me. I'll tell him before tonight and make sure he doesn't do anything stupid. Yes, that would be very helpful. And can you tell him about tonight too? Issei nodded and agreed. Every so often Asuya would stare at Issei like back at the duel, but not just stare, analyze, and it was seriously starting to annoy Issei. But he knew better than to call her out on it. Normally he could just ignore people staring at him, and whatnot, but his gut was telling him something was up. Alright, is that all you needed to tell me? Issei asked. Yes. Alright, I'll be leaving now. I paid for the bill already, so just leave when you wish, Issei said as he stood up and put his jacket on. Thanks again for the food, Irina exclaimed. Don't worry about it, as I said, it helped me to help you, Issei told the group as he walked away. See you tonight, Zenobia yelled this time. Issei just kept walking and left the building. He's mysterious, Irina said. Agreed. Asuya simply stayed quiet, seemingly in thought. Later that day, Issei got up from his study where he currently was working on paperwork. He saw the time and knew it was time to meet with Kiba and go to the park to start the operation. And so he walked through his apartment, and put on his jacket and was about to walk out. Where are you going? Sona asked from the hallway. She was currently in baby blue pajamas since she was done with student council work for the day. Business, Issei answered flatly. That business doesn't involve some pests that infiltrated Kuo, does it? Sona countered, clearly suspicious of him. It's just business. He wasn't lying, he just wasn't going to tell them where and what he was doing. He never liked people interrupting him. I see. I hope you aren't involving Rias Knight. It's just business. Sometimes Sona was too smart for her own good. Well, if I hear anything later today, don't worry about it and ignore it, Issei answered. Oh? And why is that? I thought you were handling business. Sona was already acting like a wife from these few months. She knew exactly how to press his buttons from hanging out with Vali, Kuroka, and Grafia. To be totally honest, she grew to like him. She wasn't sure if she loved him yet like Kuroka, Vali, and Grafia, but she did like him, that's for sure. Just don't worry about. Issei finished the conversation and left before she could retort. Oh, Issei. I guess I'll ask Grafia and the rest about it, Sona said to herself as she walked towards the kitchen. Kiba's apartment. Issei knew Kiba wasn't going to be at the Orc clubroom. He hasn't been at school or the Orc for the past few days. Rias insisted on going to look for him, but Issei kept reassuring her that he was fine and was doing something for Issei. Was this betraying her trust? Maybe, but Issei knew how to play his cards, so he wouldn't do anything too out of proportion. And so Issei was on his way to Kiba's apartment, since that was probably where he was. How did he know where it was? Issei did his research on the orc when they first approached him. And so there he was in front of Kiba's apartment thinking on how he should tell Kiba about Valper. In the end he figured he would figure it out after he saw Kiba's condition. Knock knock. Nothing. Issei knew Kiba was there, he felt his presence. Knock knock. Now Issei was starting to get annoyed. Knock 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 knock. What do you want? Oh, it's you. Sorry. Kiba said sheepishly. You look not the same as before, Issei said monotonously as he noticed Kiba looked haggard and tired. Probably because he has been away from his master for so long and working non-stop to find Kokabeel and the Excalibur fragments. Come in, I'm sure you didn't come here for nothing, Kiba said as he led Issei inside the apartment. It was a small one-person apartment with a kitchen, living room, a bathroom, and a bedroom. Nothing fancy like Issei's, but it did the job and Kiba liked it. Here it's not as good as Akeno's, but it should be okay. Kiba offered Issei a cup of tea in which he accepted. So, what did you want to talk about? Kiba asked. Well, first of all, I'll get this over fast because we have to go help the exorcists on a mission. They found both the hideouts, as you may already know. But they asked me to help them since they were short a body. Okay. They could have told me that. I'm guessing you have something to tell me that they can't. Kiba wasn't as smart as Sona no, but he definitely wasn't stupid, he knew when something was up. I'll get this done fast. I'm assuming you know who Valper Galilei is? Issei asked, in which Kiba visibly flinched and clutched his cup of tea, cracking it in the process. I'll take that as a yes. Well, he's helping Kokabeel. We don't know the specifics yet, but we do know they're helping each other out with something. Then let's go now, Kiba roared. Kiba, sit down. No. I just heard that the one who killed my friends and family, and you expect me to sit down? I'll go there myself if I have to, Kiba yelled as he stormed to the door. Sit down. Issei raised his voice for once. That was the first time anyone from Kuo heard him raise his voice, and let's just say, it was intimidating, that's for sure. I'm not saying do nothing. I've lost my friends and family before. I know how you feel. But rushing in now will only danger yourself and your friends right now, Issei explained. Then what do you say I should do? Do this intelligently. Once we finish this all and I help you capture Valper, you can torture, kill, imprison, do whatever you want to him, I don't care, Issei said and added emphasis to say he would help Kiba with it. Okay. And thanks for helping me with this. Don't thank me. As I told the exorcists, I'm helping you because it helps me, that's all. Are you sure about that? I think you may just be a nice guy, Kiba answered, and it sounded sarcastic, but he did mean it. Yeah, and I'm an angel, Issei humored him. At the park. You're early, Zenobia exclaimed as she saw Issei and Kiba arrive. Same could be said about you. We had nothing else to do, so we've been here all day. I see. Anyways, how do you say we go about this? Issei asked. We go in teams of 2. Me, Issei, and Kiba go to the warehouse since it had signs of more activity, and Irina, you and Asya can go investigate the church. If you see anything or find anyone, don't engage until you tell us you hear that. Roger, Irina said and saluted Zenobia, which made everyone cringe. Anybody have any problems with the plan? Zenobia asked. Everyone looked around to see if anyone didn't agree with the plan, but everyone agreed. Then let's go, Zenobia exclaimed. And so both teams went their separate way. At the warehouse. After a awkward journey to the warehouse, they finally made it. Why was it awkward? Well, Kiba was focused as hell. Issei wasn't a very talkative person if he didn't need to. And Zenobia, well, she tried. Yeah, you could say that. But they made it in one piece at least. So this is the place? Issei asked. Yeah. We saw some fallen angels going in and out and found a few things in there that said they were there, but we didn't get far before the guards picked up on us, Zenobia explained. There are 2 people inside, Issei answered with his blood-red eyes flaring in the night. What? I can't feel anything. How do you know? Kiba asked. Their blood, was all that Issei had to say, and Kiba seemed to understand. Zenobia was still confused as hell though. Their blood. What does that mean? Should we sneak in? Or go through the front door? Zenobia asked. Issei, what do you think? They're waiting for us. It doesn't help us to sneak in now, Issei explained as he started to walk to the entrance. They're waiting for us. What do you mean? Just follow me. Kokabil isn't that stupid, he seems to have caught on to you is my guess. Issei explained. And so he opened the warehouse door and stepped in with Kiba and Zenobia. Both of them had their swords drawn ready for anything that may happen. Finally. We've been waiting all night. A deranged-sounding voice reverberated throughout the warehouse. Issei immediately looked into the pitch-black part of the warehouse, as he knew where the voice was coming from, but Zenobia and Kiba looked around trying to find the source of the voice. Then all of a sudden in the back part of the warehouse the spotlights turned on, blaring at a makeshift stage made from crates, and on top of it were two figures. One was a middle-aged looking man with short black hair wearing a trench coat and a black fedora. The second figure was a young man with white hair and red eyes wearing an exorcist outfit. You! Kiba exclaimed. Ah, the shitty devil boy. It's so nice to meet again. The white-haired man snickered. You know him? Issei asked. Yeah. We had to deal with him and his friend there when they were causing trouble in an abandoned church in town. The white-haired one is Fried Selzen and the one in a trench coat is Donasik, I believe. Kiba explained. Or would you look at that Donasik? He remembers us. Fried was happy. It would seem so. What do you two want? I know you two were waiting for us. Issei spoke up. Oh, we have a smart one. Well, it doesn't matter now, we've waited long enough. They should be done by now. We were simply stalling. Now your friends should have been dealt with by now. What? We were sent to stall while Kokabil and Valper dealt with the other pests. Donasik explained, much simpler than Fried. We've been tricked, it seems. Why are you helping the war mongrel, if I may ask? Issei spoke up. He noticed Zenobia starting to get nervous at what they said and Kiba starting to get annoyed that he missed Valper. Why, you ask? He gave us power. Donasik yelled. Power? How and why would he help you? You should know he doesn't care for you. He just wants war. Issei said calmly. It doesn't matter, he's giving me what I want and Fried what he wants. Care for me to show you. Sure, what power can he give you to make you want to be his pawn? Issei asked, still keeping his calm. This. Donasik yelled as he let out his 8 fallen angel wings. Impossible. Kiba exclaimed. What happened? Issei asked. Just a few months ago he only had 1 pair of wings. What? Fallen angels take decades just to gain another pair. Zenobia yelled this time. Issei was surprised, but he damn well didn't show it. Care to know how? Donasik asked. Enlighten me. Issei answered. By this. And almost instantaneously dozens of fallen angels fell from the ceiling. But they were all skewered by chains and mutilated to an inhumane degree. Kiba and Zenobia felt sick just seeing them, but Issei didn't flinch. And you, Fried? What has he given you? Issei asked. Me. Sadly, I cannot show you yet. Kokabil said to wait for the big reveal. And oh, I can't wait. I can't wait. But sadly you won't make it out of here today, Issei said as he flared his power. Oh. I don't think you should be doing that. You should be rushing towards your friends to save them. Or are you going to let them die? Fried mocked. Issei looked back at Zenobia and noticed she was scared. Not for herself but for Irina and Asya. And so Issei picked the safer option. Let's go, they should be alive still, it hasn't been long, Issei said as they ran towards the exit. But a few feet from the exit and the doors slammed shut. Cold iron on iron reverberated through the warehouse as they turned to face Fried and Donasik. Did you think it would be that easy? Donasik asked. Well, the last thing Kokabil wanted us to tell you was this. In 3 days. That's Saturday if you aren't up to date. He will meet you at your lovely school and wishes to see the heiresses of the Gremry and Citri clan there. Okay, I'll pass on the message, Issei told the two since he was pushed to be the leader once they got there. Will you though? Kokabil said to relay the message. He never said you need to live, Fried yelled. Issei immediately flared his power once again. Let's see you escape this. Fried roared as he pulled out a device from his pocket and pressed a button on it. Then all of a sudden the darkness was illuminated by thousands if not tens of thousands of green numbers counting down from 10. They were bombs. And not just any bombs, they had magic runes on them to amplify the effect. Toodles, Fried said as he prepared to leave. Issei prepared to leap towards Donasik and Fried, but Donasik summoned a massive light spear and launched it towards the 3 of them. Issei caught it with one hand and it destroyed his sleeve entirely, but as he looked back at them they were gone. He saw the number countdown from 7 now. Fuck. Both of you by me. Now. Crouch. Kiba and Zenobia immediately went towards Issei and crouched down. Forgive me for using your defiled bodies, Issei thought to himself as his eyes burned red and the blood from the fallen angels came out of their bodies and started to swirl around Issei and his companions. It then made a barrier around them as they braced for impact. They heard the thousands of beeps in sync with each other, but other than that it was dead silent. It repeated once again. Then it stopped. Nothing. No noise whatsoever. Just the sound of the three of them breathing. Huh. Maybe it was a blue, Kiba said, but was interrupted quite loudly. Thwum, the loudest thing any of them had ever heard sounded. It sounded like lightning was constantly crashing around them. Like the world itself was self-destructing. Everything shook. It was unlike anything you would ever feel. They were getting protected from the initial blast, but it still hurt. That's how bad everything vibrated and how loud it was. A few seconds later, and it was as silent as when it started. Issei's apartment. Sona called Rias and the orc over after she talked to Grafia and knew something was up. So what do we do about Issei then? Rias asked. We just have to wait. He'll open up to us sooner than later, Grafia said. And Kiba, Koneko said in her monotone voice. Issei said he needed his help, we can only trust him, Akeno answered. Still, something is going to happen soon, Sona said this time. Rias was going to add something but was interrupted. Thwum. Everything in the apartment vibrated, the cups of tea spilt, and out of the window they saw a pillar of fire erupt from the south side of town. They grabbed what they could so they wouldn't fall, but the windows cracked and shattered, making the wind blow in at extreme strengths, forcing everyone down and flipping the furniture. And then it stopped. As fast as it started, it stopped. Issei and Kiba was all that was on their minds. And so they all let out their wings and flew towards the explosion. At the warehouse, or where the warehouse was, all they could hear was ringing. Issei undid the shield he created out of the fallen angel's blood and collapsed to the ground. Kiba couldn't hear a thing, just an extremely loud ringing that went through his ears constantly. He slowly picked himself up to check on Issei, but it didn't feel nice, that's for sure. Zenobia didn't want to move. Everything in her body felt like mush. She tried to get up to help Issei, but she physically couldn't. Thankfully, she saw that Kiba got up and go towards him to check on him. Issei knew somebody was talking to him, but he couldn't hear them. He just felt the vibrations on his skin. The ringing was so loud it was unbearable. It took all of his strength to keep that makeshift shield up. It felt like 2 nukes went off and he was in the worst of it. He wasn't going to be surprised if the entire town was destroyed, that's how bad it was. He forced himself to roll over so he was facing the sky, and he noticed Kiba above him yelling something to him, but he didn't understand a thing. He then took note that Kiba was bleeding from his ears. I guess our eardrums ruptured, Issei said aloud, even though nobody could hear him. So he went with a nonverbal approach. He weakly gave a thumbs up to Kiba and pointed towards Zenobia, signaling him to help her instead, and then his arm collapsed back to the ground. Once Kiba saw that Issei was okay, he went to Zenobia, who didn't move from her crouching position, and helped her up. Holy shit, Kiba said to nobody in particular. Now Kiba looked around for the first time. Everything a mile around him was desolate. Nothing at all. All of the warehouse buildings from before. Gone. The docks from before. Gone. But the weird part was that the explosion was an exact circle surrounding them. But everything in that circle. Gone, no trace at all. It was like it was never there at all. Dirt and concrete was all that remained. The first time this entire ordeal, and Kiba was speechless. Issei protected them from that. He had all the right to lay there. Finally, something from the corner of his eye caught his attention. He looked towards the sky and saw the entire student council and the rest of the orc and Issei's group too flying towards them. Kiba. Issei. Yells were coming from everywhere, Sona commanding her peerage to check the 3 and to secure the surroundings and make sure nobody was nearby during the explosion, nor the people who were the cause of the explosion. Sadly, all the yells to Issei, Kiba, and Zenobia weren't heard. Issei, Grafia, Kuroka, and Vali ran towards Issei, frantically searching for any injuries. Grafia started to use healing magic while Kuroka checked his body for the injuries. Issei, can you hear me? Issei, Grafia yelled frantically. Kiba, say something. Kiba honestly didn't know what they were saying either. Enough. They can't hear you, calm down. They probably ruptured their eardrums. Sona yelled, calming everyone down. Bring them here, Issei weakly said. Why? You aren't in the shape. Grafia yelled with tears forming in her eyes. It isn't every day you see Issei in this condition, and Grafia was known to be overprotective of him. Just do it, Grafia. If he asked for it, you can at least do that. Or are you going to ignore his request? Vali yelled at her. Fine. Rias. Bring Kiba and Zenobia here. And so they brought the two right next to him, and he pushed himself up so he could see them. Once he analyzed them, and Kiba gave him a weak smile, he bit his thumb, drawing some blood. He then let the blood drop into Kiba's mouth, then he repeated the same thing with Zenobia. The color visibly restored in the two as Issei collapsed back down again, his chest heaving. Kiba. Zenobia. Are you two alright now? Rias yelled. What? I can hear you now. What happened? Issei's blood has a healing property in it. So, when he gave it to you, it healed you. While it's not as strong as a phoenix tear, it still does the job. Vali explained, since Grafia and Kuroka were still trying to help Issei. I see. Kiba said. What the hell happened here, Kiba? You better explain now. Rias yelled. Well, we came here to search for Kokobile and the fragments, but it was a trap. Well, Kokobile didn't mean for it to be a trap, at least. Freed Selzen and Donasik from the abandoned church a few months back were here and planned on killing us after delivering a message from Kokobile. And so they activated the bombs all around us. But they had runes on the bombs to multiply the power or something too. Kiba explained. And the message isn't important right now. After they trapped us inside, Issei was going to take them down, but they launched a massive light spear at us, and he was forced to block it. Once he looked back, they were already gone and the bombs were at 7 seconds. So he yelled for me and Zenobia to crouch near him, and after that I didn't see what happened. Kiba finished explaining. He protected you two from something of this caliber? Sona asked, clearly impressed. Exactly. Kiba answered. Issei. Come on, respond. Kuroka yelled as Issei was in a horrible condition. What's wrong? Rias and Sona yelled. His vitals are dropping. He used too much power frantically to protect the other two from the explosion. It burned him dry. Kuroka explained. What can we do? Sona yelled. Does he need blood or something? I don't know. Rias yelled. That's it. Grafia yelled as she remembered something from long ago. What? Tell us. Rias and Sona yelled in sync again. A blade, give me a blade. Grafia yelled. Kiba blade. Rias commanded urgently. And so Kiba summoned a small dagger and handed it to Grafia, who was still kneeling by Issei. What are you going to do? Just be quiet. Watch. She then cut her neck so blood flowed out in a steady stream and brought Issei into a hug where his head was in the crane of her neck where she cut it. The blood entered his mouth and he flinched for a second before it bit her neck so he could take in more blood. Grafia moaned slightly, causing the females to blush, but looked relieved when finally the color came back to him and he stopped taking blood. Sadly, Grafia was drained of magic and blood, so she was close to unconscious now. Is he a vampire? Rias asked, confused. No, he's not vampire at all, that's just... Damn. Not even I've seen that before. Where did Grafia even learn of that? Kuroka clearly didn't know what just happened. Issei looked towards Grafia, who smiled weakly at him, but was happy to see him healthy again. He then picked her up in a princess carry and said, Thanks. But you know I don't like it when you do that. Issei told Grafia, who was in his arms. What can I do? When I see you like that, my heart breaks. I couldn't resist. Grafia said weakly. I'll let it go today then. Now get some sleep, you deserve it. Issei said as he kissed her on the forehead, and she finally lost consciousness. What happened, Issei? Vali asked sternly. I'll explain later, we have to get to her commissarates. Issei said, looking towards a resting Zenobia. Very well, I'll wait for an explanation for later. Sona said this time. Vali, Kuroka. Please take care of Grafia, I'll be back in a little. Issei asked. Hell no. We aren't leaving you alone after what just happened. Vali roared. Vali. Please. Issei asked desperately. But. Vali, come on, Issei asked us so politely, we can't deny that now, can we? Kuroka said as she grabbed Grafia out of Issei's arms. You better get back soon. Otherwise you're giving me more kittens than you promised. Kuroka explained, making everyone's sweat drop from her antics. Deal. Issei said as he turned to look towards the group. Arena and Asya went to an abandoned church to the north of town. I can go with Zenobia and Kiba since they are back to able condition, and I'm pretty sure they aren't going to sit down and wait. They both have reasons to go, so I expect you to allow them both to follow me there. Issei explained. Then let us go with you too. We can help you in case you encounter any trouble, Rias offered. No, you and Sona must not come with us. Kokobile is planning something, and if he gets you too, we would just be playing into his hand, Issei sternly said. What? Can you please explain it to us then? Sona asked. I will later. We don't have time, let's go. Issei looked towards Zenobia and Kiba. Wait. At least take Akeno and Tsubaki, Rias exclaimed. Fine. But hurry. We're leaving, Issei said as he summoned a magic circle to transport them. Wait. How will Zenobia teleport? She won't be able to, she doesn't have the right type of magic, Akeno asked. My teleportation circles are different and won't matter. Do you know where we're going? Zenobia asked. Yeah, I planted a teleportation circle on Arena earlier without her knowing. Alright then, what's the wait? We have to save them, Zenobia yelled. You heard her. Let's go, Issei commanded as he fully summoned the magic circle and everyone entered it. And the next second they were gone. In a forest. As they came out of the magic circle, they saw Asya kneeling over Irina, and Irina in a horrible state. Cuts and bruises all over, probably broken bones underneath her skin. Irina, Zenobia yelled as she sprinted towards her. Everyone check the parameter. Me and Kiba will check the church, Issei yelled. Zenobia, do you know any healing magic? Issei asked. No, but Asya does. Then why the hell aren't you healing her? Issei yelled as looked towards Asya for the first time. But as he saw her, he couldn't help but notice she was close to perfect health. Only her clothes were slightly ruffled up. Her blood flow showed no problems at all. It was suspicious to say the least. Oh, I'm sorry, Asya said as a green light enveloped Irina. Kiba, a blade please, Issei asked. Here. Kiba handed him a blade. Issei then cut his palm and let the blood drop into Irina's mouth. After he did enough, his hand healed up perfectly. It won't do a lot since she's in that condition, but it should help accelerate the healing, Issei explained. Thanks. It's fine. Kiba, let's go, Issei said as he started to head towards the church. Alright, it's just ahead, Kiba explained. After running for 5 minutes, they finally found a small wooden building. Is this it? Issei asked. Yeah. Issei then heightened his senses and checked if anyone was inside. Well, whoever was here is long gone. TSK damn. Let's go search inside, I have to get back fast, otherwise I'll have hell to pay, Issei said as he opened the door. I heard about it. Kittens. Are you against buying her a kitten? Kiba asked as he didn't get what she said. Issei stopped completely, he didn't know how to go about it. What? Are you that against it? No, just. Then why don't you give her one? Kiba asked, totally oblivious to the hint. It's not that simple. Issei really wanted this conversation to change. Usually Kiba is the one to catch the hints the fastest and figure out what the hidden names meant, but it seems that today wasn't Kiba's day because of the recent problems. And it wasn't even a hidden name. Then why not? I'm sure you wouldn't even know it's there, Kiba told Issei, who was busy searching through a desk in the small church. Kiba, if you had a child, what would it be classified as? Issei asked. Huh. Like its name. No. What would it be classified as if it was just born? A baby. Kiba didn't know how this was relevant but went with it anyways. Kuroka is Nikomata like Koneko, is she not? Yeah. Now Kiba started thinking. She calls what her offspring would be kittens. Kiba started to blush from embarrassment as he finally got why Issei was opposed to it. Exactly. So can we please just hurry up? Issei asked, happy that the conversation ended. Yeah. Sorry. Just don't mention this conversation with anyone. I wouldn't dare. After another few minutes of silence, Issei finally found something. Under one of the drawers was a small switch. Found it. Issei exclaimed. Found what? This. And Issei flipped the switch and the ground started to shake slightly and a bookcase behind the desk moved, revealing a secret passage. Wow. Real original, Kiba said aloud. Let's go, we already wasted enough time. And so they walked down the narrow passage until they reached a metal door. Issei pushed through the door as he didn't sense anyone inside, but what was inside was disturbing. What the fuck? Kiba wanted to puke just looking at it. Issei didn't like it, that's for sure, but he didn't care for it either. He's seen worse. Inside was a metal surgical table with bloody medical supplies. But that wasn't what was bad. Literally buckets of innards from what would seem was from humans and fallen angels. And in test tubes were fallen angels with tubes stuck inside of them, and some were missing arms or legs, and one even lost his heart and had an artificial heart hooked up. But the tubes were pumping a blackish purple fluid inside of them. Are they dead? Kiba asked. No, but they feel strange, Issei said as he felt disturbances in their bodies. Author note: if you can't already tell, Issei can sense people by their blood flow and by their magic. So depending on the situation, it may say either one. How so? I don't know. Let's find out, Issei said as he pressed a button near one of the capsules. With a whoosh, the liquid in the container started to drain and the tubes detached from the body. Once the liquid was completely gone, the capsule opened and the body fell out in front of Issei and Kiba. Is it dead? No. He's waking up. The man that fell up and opened his eyes and looked around before flailing in pain. Kill me. Please. Kill me, the man asked in desperation once he stopped flailing. Why? What did they do to you? Issei asked, wanting to get answers before the man died. Experiments. Things. You don't want to know. Now please. Kill me. Kill everyone. They would all want it, the man said. Very well. I'm sorry we didn't get here earlier, Issei told the man. Thanks, the man said, giving a small smile towards Issei. As Issei approached the man and held up his hand about to kill the man. But the man started flailing again and stood up this time. Hurry! The man screamed. The man's arms started to grow larger and gain a purple tint. Then from his back sprouted 5 fallen angel wings. Not 6 but 5 wings. It was unheard of fallen angels to have an uneven number of wings. Once one wing was torn off, either the holder of the wing would die or the other wing would fall out. It never stayed. But in front of them was a monster with 5 fallen angel wings. It was no longer a fallen angel, it couldn't be classified as one anymore. Kiba freaked out and drew his sword, but Issei stayed calm and looked like he pitied the creature. Rest in peace. You have been defiled in death. I will punish the ones who did this. Issei then brought his hand up towards the creature, but the thing ran towards Issei and Kiba. Goodbye. And Issei closed his hand. The creature stopped in its place, then blood poured out of its eyes and mouth. After the creature fell, making the cabinets and tables shake around it. We're done here. After I deal with the others, we can leave. Look for anything around while I do it, Issei said as he walked towards another capsule. You're going to kill them? Yes. They would just ask like the other guy here. Even the guy said it. Least I can do is give them a peaceful death they don't see coming. But what if they feel the same? I already know it's going to end the same way. I'd rather not see that again. It's not easy killing somebody who doesn't deserve death, even if they ask for it. Issei clearly wasn't keen on the idea of killing them all either. Sorry. It's fine, just try and find anything you can. I don't want to stay here any longer than need be. Alright. And so one by one Issei walked to each capsule and extended his hand and did the same motion for each capsule. He imploded their hearts so they died instantly and painlessly. Once he was finished, he walked towards Kiba, who was looking at a folder full of paper. It's finished. Okay. I'm done here too. Find anything. Just this, Kiba said as he had journaled to Issei. I'll look at this later. Did you see anything of importance in it? No. I couldn't read it. It was in some language I didn't understand. But there were pictures. Some looked like Excalibur, but I couldn't tell. And others looked like the fallen angel anatomy. I don't know, that's just what the pictures looked like, Kiba explained. Got it. I'll look into it tomorrow. I just want to go home, quite frankly, Issei honestly said. Same. But thanks. What did I do to deserve your thanks? You could have told me to help you deal with them. But you didn't. It's fine. Nobody should have to do that. Sadly. Never mind. Still thanks. Save it for after we get Valper and Kokabeel. But can you do me a favor? Sure, what is it? Save explaining what happened till tomorrow. I don't feel like doing it today, Issei said. You don't have to ask me again. I feel like crap too, Kiba said as they finally got out of the church. Go meet up with the rest, I'm going to destroy this place. It doesn't deserve to see the light of day. I can wait, we're in no rush, Kokabeel isn't here anymore. Suit yourself. Issei then held out his hand and out of nothing a black spiraling orb appeared. Imagine the Rasengan but pitch black. You may want to step back, Issei said, in which Kiba took his advice immediately. Issei then tossed the orb into the middle of the church and started to walk away. As he walked away, not once looking behind the church, 1 second was there. Then the next the orb expanded big enough to swallow church and the underground laboratory. Then it rapidly decreased in size, leaving a large crater but nothing else. The church and laboratory was completely gone, nothing left at all. What are you waiting for? Let's go. Issei walked past Kiba, whose mouth was slightly hanging open. What did you do? Kiba asked as he caught up with Issei. You remember how I said I had magic I was taught by Resavim and Ijuka? Yeah. That's it. Okay. Kiba got the hint that time. Issei didn't want to tell the world his secrets or power. They then walked to the 2 queens and the exorcists so they could go home. As they got there, they noticed Irina was still unconscious but looked much better, and Akeno and Tsubaki were on guard as Zenobia and Asia looked over Irina. Oh, you're back, Akeno exclaimed. Yeah, Kiba said. Did you find anything? Was anyone there? Zenobia asked. No, everyone was gone. Then did you find anything? Akeno asked this time. Yes. We'll explain tomorrow. What? Why? Just tomorrow. Issei was tired and so was Kiba. He didn't want to deal with it today. Everything in the laboratory and the warehouse took a toll on him. Okay. Akeno was slightly worried by how they both looked. But she knew not to ask. They clearly didn't want to talk about it. And so they made their way back to Issei's apartment. Issei's apartment. It was a quiet walk home. Issei and Kiba stayed quiet. Zenobia and Asia were busy with Irina. And every so often Akeno talked to Tsubaki, but nothing major. And so they all walked through the hallway of Issei's apartment and entered the lounge where everyone was waiting for them. Thankfully they used magic to restore the place so Issei didn't have to deal with it. Ah, you're back, Rias exclaimed as she stood up from her chair and approached them. Darn. I don't get another kitten. Kuroka pouted as Koneko patted her head. Are you too? All right. Rias started enthusiastic but ended quiet and confused, because Issei and Kiba walked past her without muttering a word, totally ignoring her. What happened? Sona asked. I'll explain tomorrow. What? Do you expect us to allow that? Rias yelled. Rias, Kiba said quietly. No. He took you when I trusted him to help you and he exposes you to danger. I deserve to know. He said he would explain after, and now he needs to. I can't thanks enough for dealing with Riser but endangering my peerage. That is much worse than being forced into a marriage. What if Kiba had died? What then? Hey. Issei protected them with his life, didn't he? Don't say how Kiba could have died when Issei clearly wasn't going to let that happen. Vali yelled this time. Issei didn't say a word, he didn't even face them, he just clenched his fists and bit his tongue. Okay, fine. But he still betrayed my trust. Now explain what happened. Rias was cut off by Kiba. Rias. Kiba yelled. Kiba. Rias was speechless. Not once has Kiba ever yelled at her. This was a first. Issei may have betrayed your trust. But if he didn't, I wouldn't even be here anymore. I would have went without you even allowing me. I would be astray right now if Issei didn't interfere. Sure, he endangered me. But what would have happened if I went there without him helping? I wouldn't be standing here now, would I? I know, Boreas tried to say again. No. No buts. He did something today no person should ever have to do. I don't blame him if he wants to take more than just a night off. Hell. He shouldn't even help us with Kokabile. He's done way too fucking much. Just give him a fucking break, Kiba said as he calmed down and tried to catch his breath. Issei. Now Rias looked visibly ashamed after hearing that. How could she not? Rias and Sona. Both your peerages and you are to stay here until Sunday. Tomorrow you guys can go and get your essentials, but today don't leave for anything before that. Kiba, you and Saji can use the rooms by mine. The rest of you, Kuroka, Vali, and Sona will show you to your rooms, Issei said as he walked out of the room, not looking back even once. Kiba and a tan-haired boy from Sona's peerage named Saji followed shortly after. What the fuck happened out there? Vali asked, breaking the silence. I don't know, but I think I messed up. Rias told nobody in particular. You think? Vali asked sarcastically. With Issei. After showing Kiba and Saji their rooms, Issei went straight to his. Once he entered, he noticed Grafia lying in bed sleeping. The moonlight illuminated the room and glistened off her pale face and silver hair and made her look breathtaking. Issei made his way towards the bed and sat there and stroked a lock of hair out of her face. Issei, Grafia asked weakly as she just awoke. Sorry. I didn't mean to wake you. Oh. You're okay. Grafia exclaimed as she pounced on Issei. And so she lay on top of him, hugging him as tightly as she could. I told you I'd be fine. I know, but after seeing you like that after the explosion, I couldn't help but worry. Well, I'm fine, so you can relax now. Promise me you won't do that again, Grafia demanded. I told you I was caught off guard. Issei was cut off as Grafia smashed her lips on top of Issei's. This caught Issei completely off guard, and for once even Issei blushed. Promise me, Grafia said sternly, her face blushing like crazy and out of breath, and her hair draped over Issei, making him see nothing but her face. I told you. Issei was cut off once again, as Grafia kissed him once again. Promise me. Issei knew the voice Grafia was using. That was the voice she used when she was in an argument, and she wouldn't back down and lose it no matter what. I promise. Good. Grafia exclaimed cheerfully as she gave him one final peck on the lips. And so they laid there for a good while in silence, with Grafia laying on top of him using his chest as a pillow, and Issei running his fingers through her hair. Kuroka and Vali surprisingly didn't come in either. You know, Issei started. I did something today I don't regret doing, but it didn't feel right. Do you want to tell me? Maybe I can help. We found an underground lab at the abandoned church, and somebody experimented and tortured these fallen angels. They were tested on like livestock. It was disturbing. But that wasn't what got me. The guy we released from the capsule he was in. He asked me to kill him. That's how bad it was. Even in death, though, he was defiled. He turned into this thing. And I had to kill him in that state. But he seemed happy in the end. Then I did what he asked and killed dozens of other fallen angels who were in the same condition and would have asked me to kill them too. I killed somebody who didn't deserve death. Yet asked for it. It doesn't feel right. You know, Issei, you really confuse me sometimes. Sometimes you're so intelligent, and other times you're just like anyone else. What do you mean? Just, you have killed so many people but you never bat an eye. Or you help somebody when no one else would. Yet you have your moments like this when you seem just like one of the normal people. I didn't know I wasn't normal. Far from it, sweetie. Anyways, what I'm trying to say is that you shouldn't feel bad. I know why you do and understand you, but they would thanks if they could. Trust me on this one. Alright, I will. See, don't you feel better now? Yeah. Thanks. H-m-m. Grafia hummed as she snuggled closer to him. Now we should get some sleep, we have a long day tomorrow. Yawn, alright. I'm tired from today anyways. You know, giving somebody your blood takes a toll on you. Yep, Issei said as he drifted to sleep. And so, the two fell asleep with smiles on their faces and not a worry in the world. The next day, Issei got up at the crack of dawn and freshened up before his day. He made sure to get up really early so he could start his research early. He had to figure what that journal was that Kiba found. For some reason, he felt motivated to get to the bottom of everything. Was it what Grafia did the night before that motivated him? Maybe. Or was it the fact he swore to avenge the fallen angels who were experimented on? Maybe. It was most likely a mixture of both. And so he walked out of his room as quietly as he could so he wouldn't wake Grafia and made his way through the apartment. As he entered the lounge, he noticed Vali and Kuroka sprawled on the couches. They seemed to have caught on that Grafia and Issei were having their personal time and were letting them have it. Thanks, you too, Issei quietly said to the two sleeping figures. Yeah, you're still sleeping, I shouldn't expect you to say anything, Issei said as he started to head towards the kitchen. No, Issei, Kuroka said in her sleep. Not here, Issei, Kuroka moaned out. Really, Kuroka? Even in your sleep? Issei quietly said, clearly disappointed. Ah, you're so big. Fuck me. Give me a whole litter of kittens. Kuroka started to yell. Issei noticed her hand started to wander towards her nether regions. What the actual? Oh, you think we're done here, big boy? Kuroka mewed. Fuck. Issei finished his sentence. After another minute of her Rambling. Issei had finally had enough. He walked towards Kuroka and extended his arm towards her. And in a loud snap, Issei flicked her right on the forehead. Ow! What the heck? Kuroka exclaimed as she held her forehead in pain. That was for your show. Learn some restraint. What? Why? Kuroka asked. First of all, look at your hand. Second of all, what were you dreaming about? Issei asked. Huh. Oh. He. Kuroka said as she noticed there was a sticky fluid on her fingers and it was staying through her panties too. Save it for when you're by yourself. I can't help it if I'm asleep. Figure it out somehow. Issei started walking towards the kitchen. Wait. Kuroka called out as she grabbed Issei by the wrist. What? You know why I'm like this? Why? And with one fluid motion, Kuroka pulled Issei onto the couch and trapped him under her. You don't do enough stuff with me. Like last night. I couldn't help but think of what went on in that room with you and Grafia. It made me get in the mood, Kuroka said as she pulled off the t-shirt she was in and let her breasts free. With a jiggle, both her mounds were unleashed for Issei to see. Kuroka usually slept in one of Issei's shirt and a pair of panties, and that's all. And Issei clearly wasn't in the mood. I just really want to fuck you right now. I'm so horny, Kuroka exclaimed. That's when Issei saw it. Kuroka was breathing extremely hard and was completely flushed. Kuroka, how long has it been since you've last been in heat? Issei asked. What? Who cares? Now fertilize these eggs, Kuroka told him as she literally ripped off her panties. Kuroka, stop. No. Let's have sex. Alright, I've had enough. So you want to now? Yeah. And Issei's eyes flared as he stared into Kuroka's eyes. And in a second she was out like a light. Fast asleep once again. Now where's the marker? After Issei found a marker, he wrote, I'm in heat, don't trust a word I say. Right on her forehead. That should explain it to them. And so Issei went into the kitchen to grab an energy drink and headed towards his study. Once he got there, he closed the door, locked it, and grabbed a remote that was on the wall and pressed a few buttons on it. We should be good to go now. As he said that, the walls all rotated, revealing laboratory-type walls that had different materials and tools on them. And last but not least, a stereo system came out with surround sound speakers all around the room. Ajuka rubbed off on him with that one. Nobody knows it except his closest friends and family, but Ajuka likes to listen to very loud music when he does his experiments. It's just something Issei picked up over the years. Now this. Where should I start? Issei asked aloud as he brought out the journal. How about the fact that Rias is starting to throw you out? Issei's dark side asked him. What type of music do I want to listen to today? What? Are you going to ignore me? I guess I'll start off with The Show Must Go On by 2 Cellos. An instrumental. Then I'll go to some Imagine Dragons. Then I'll finish it off with some rock. I don't know who yet though. So are you just gonna ignore the fact that Rias is starting to throw you under the bus? The fact that the others will start to follow her too? Issei then walked straight towards his dark side. As he got right in front of him, he stared him straight in the eyes and said, I don't need to ignore you if I can't hear you. And Issei pressed a button on the remote and music started blaring. The dark Issei then disappeared into thin air and Issei could do his work again. Thankfully his walls were soundproofed in his study so nobody could hear from it. All you could hear was the slight sound of music when you stood in front of the door. So he didn't need to worry about waking the others since it was still 5 a.m. and everyone was asleep. And so Issei started his work. A few hours later, Rias just woke up from a bad night, you could say. She was afraid of approaching Issei after Kiba's breakdown. She didn't know what to think. And this is Rias we're talking about. The princess of the underworld. A supernova. The heiress of the Gremry. But I guess in the end she was still a teenage girl. And so she got up, put her clothes on and walked to the kitchen to meet the others who she heard talking. Rias, would you like breakfast? Sona asked as she was cooking today. To be frank, Sona couldn't cook before getting engaged to Issei. She always thought her servants would do it for her, but after living with Issei she saw how they lived and was taught by Grafia, so she could sometimes cook for the house. Sure. You don't look good, Akeno said. It's nothing. Just. Have you seen Issei? Rias finally knew she had to approach Rias herself to apologize. Nope. Been gone all morning. He hasn't left, but I haven't seen him, and his shoes are still here, so he's in the house. Alright. I guess I'll go look for him. By the way, where's Grafia? She's usually up earlier than us. Still sleeping. I guess whatever she did for Issei yesterday did a number on her. Oh. Well, I'm going to go look for Issei. Leave my food on the table, please. Okay. After looking around the house for 15 minutes, she finally stopped in front of his study. She heard music coming from inside, so she knew somebody was in there, and everyone else was either still sleeping or in the kitchen or lounge, so it had to be Issei. Knock knock. She tried knocking, but no answer. Knock knock. She tried once again, but no answer. What is it? Is Issei in there? A voice asked from behind her. Yeah. Rias turned around to see Grafia in a robe and holding it closed with one hand. Here, let me see, Grafia said as she walked towards the door. What are you doing? Rias asked as she saw Grafia put her ear to the door and listen. Nope, he won't hear you. So don't feel bad either. When he's working, he locks the door and blares music. Grafia explained. I see. When will he come out? Don't know. Sometimes he's been in there for days. Other times just a few hours. Days. Yeah. He's very devoted, if that's the right word. Wow. Yep. So like I said, don't worry, just ask him whatever when he comes out, Grafia said as she walked away. Wait. I did something to Issei and I don't know how I should approach him about it. I figured you would know the best since you've been with him the longest. Well, that isn't incorrect, but Issei has changed. And when he changed, he closed off the world. So not even I know what he's thinking anymore. But what did you do? Maybe I can at least help with that. I screamed at him and said some things I should have. And I was yelled at by my own peerage for it after the fact, because I guess Issei did things to help me. Oh God. What happened? Grafia asked as she started to get worried. And so Rias told the long story of what happened. Crap. What? Is it that bad? Rias asked, clearly worried. No, just. To a normal person it wouldn't be that bad, just apologize and get over it, but Issei. A normal person. Issei has history with betrayal. I don't want to go into the details because I may get them wrong, but Issei didn't get through it that well. Granted, it was much worse, but it's still the trauma, Rias said as she understood slightly. So I would apologize as fast as you can if I were you. Got it. He has gotten better, so he may just accept your apology. He isn't one to hold grudges unless it's something really bad, so I think you may be alright. Just give him some time if he doesn't accept immediately. Alright. Then good luck. When he comes out, make sure the time's right, and you don't interrupt him or anything. He really hates when people interrupt him. I caught on to that. Then let's go get breakfast. He'll come out eventually. And so they left Issei to his work. Another few hours later. Finally. I think I'm done, Issei said as he closed the journal. He worked non-stop, and now it was time to explain what he found to the group. Issei turned off his music and reset the room to how it was beforehand and left the room. Oh. You're done earlier than I expected, Grafia said as she was sitting in a chair that was sat right outside the room. Grafia, gather everyone in the lounge, please. I need to explain some things to everyone. Alright. Right now. Yes, this is important. And so, it took about 15 minutes, but finally everyone gathered in the lounge. It took the longest for Kiba since he stayed in his room all day. What he saw yesterday was scarring for him. In his opinion, that was much worse than killing stray devils. And Kuroko was in confinement with Vali since she and Grafia were the only ones who knew how to handle her other than Issei. And Grafia got off since she wasn't in top condition to fend Kuroko off. What did you call us for, Grafia? Just wait. She didn't call you, I did, Issei said as he entered the room and sat down in his personal chair. Issei. I'll explain everything now since I'm feeling much better than last night. I also found some things out. Like? Sona asked. I'll get to that later. What do you guys know already? That you and Kiba and Zenobia were set up at the warehouse and you protected them from the explosion, Sona said. Alright, then I'll start from the beginning. Alright, please do, Sona said. Back when the orc and the exorcists first met, I saw from Kiba's attitude that he would do something reckless if I didn't step in. So I did, and I made a deal with the exorcists that he would help me if need be as long as he could destroy one of the fragments. Issei told them. Is that true? Sona asked the exorcists. Yes. Then I'll continue. I was told from Kiba that they needed to meet me, so I went and met them. They told me how they found the two places, the warehouse and the church where Kokobil's hideouts were. And later told me Valper Galilei was involved too. What? Rias gasped from that information, but Issei ignored her. So Kiba was already wanting to rush in, but I made him calm down so he didn't blow our cover. But once we split up and went to the warehouse, we encountered Donasik, the 8-winged, fallen angel, and freed Cells and a stray exorcist. Wait, 8-winged. He was only 2-winged when we met him, Akeno informed. That's what I've been told. I'll explain how that was possible later. But once they delivered a message to us, they then set off all the bombs and I had to think fast. So I made a makeshift shield from the blood of the dead fallen angels in the warehouse. Sadly, since I couldn't prepare and I was rushed to 5 seconds, I burned all of my magic, and that's why. Grafia had to give me her blood and magic. And the message? Sona asked. That Kokobil would be at the school in 3 days to meet the Citri and Gremory heiress. So make sure you're there. I see. That makes sense. He wants to start a war. And what about you being a vampire then? Sona asked. A what? I'm no vampire, it's just something I inherited from my father. When I was little and I overexerted myself to an extremely dangerous condition because of Resivim's training, I just knew to do that, and I took Grafia's blood without thinking and it worked. I'm assuming that's why my father was so feared on the battlefield. He could replenish his strength by simply, directly taking and consuming the blood of somebody. I see. Continue please. Once we left you guys and found the other 2 exorcists, me and Kiba ventured into the church for clues or any stragglers from Kokobil's group for answers. But what we found inside was disgusting to say the least. Valper, I figured out after my research, was doing experimentation on the fallen angels. It was more like torture on how they did it though. Intestines were removed, arms and legs cut off, genitals taken off, and everything of the sort. It was sick. And it was all to enhance the fallen angel's powers. That's how the Donasik person gained 3 pairs of wings in such a short time. Well, after we saw everything, we released an experiment from the capsule he was in and he flailed in pain until he asked us to kill him. As I was going to kill him, he transformed into this monster because of this purplish black fluid that was injected into him. After I examined the contents because of the journal we found, I figured out it's a type of drug closer to a steroid than anything, but it morphed you and caused immense pain if your body rejected it. And it was a 85% chance that it would reject it. So I killed the monster and put it out of its misery. I then told Kiba to search for anything that could help us while I finished the job. Finished the job? Sona asked, slightly worried. After I checked their vitals and learned how they were all in the same state as the first guy, I had to kill them all. Gasps were heard around the room. So I killed them all as fast and painlessly as I could and left as quickly as I could with Kiba. Why couldn't we find anything when we checked earlier? Sona asked as she kept her cool. I destroyed the entire place. I made sure it never saw the light of day again. It wouldn't be fair to those I killed if I didn't. But after we left, me and Kiba agreed we would wait till today to explain, since none of us clearly were in the right state too. And then we met with the exorcists and Tsubaki and Akeno. Then we got home and, well, you know what happened. Alright. Did you find anything else in the book? Actually, yes. Something big. And that is? Sona asked as she was doing all the talking while everyone else just listened. Valper is planning on combining all of the Excalibur fragments. Issei explained as again multiple gasps were heard. What? Impossible. We have tried for years to do that. Zenobia yelled. Exactly. It seems he finally cracked the code. But he doesn't have all of the pieces, Sona said. He's starting with what he has. And it seems he has 4 at the moment. My gosh. But what about a wielder? I thought only a select few who are chosen by the sword can wield it, Sona yelled. He also cracked that code, Issei explained. Shit. This isn't good, Sona said as she rubbed the bridge of her nose from the stress. Exactly. Then what do? We only have until Saturday. Leave that to me. I'll come up with a plan, just make sure everyone's in tip-top condition. Don't train, it's too late for that, just do light exercises and prepare for the worst, Issei said as he got up. Alright, you heard him. You're dismissed, Sona said. But before everyone left they heard Issei calculating the strategy already. Let's see. We have a bunch of reincarnated devils. A Nekashu devil who can't use senjutsu. 3 exorcists. 1 reincarnate with a dragon sacred gear but can't use it. 2 clan heiresses. We've got Grafia. Kuroka is out of the picture because she's in heat. Vali. Maybe. And a devil and fallen angel hybrid. Issei contemplated aloud. Everyone stared at him in shock. Even more so Rias Peerage and Akeno. What? Stop looking at me. Issei told them. How do you know all that? We surely haven't told you all of that. Rias asked. You didn't. For Sona's peerage I did my research about them when I first arrived. For yours. Well, as I said, I can sense and figure out what's somebody by their blood. I see. Then with Akeno. I knew she was a hybrid the first time I saw her. And all of a sudden Akeno ran out of the room. What the fuck happened now? Issei asked. Akeno she. And so they told Issei the story of why Akeno despises her fallen angel blood. Her father is a high-ranking cadre in the Grigori and her mother was a shrine maiden. And one day her mother's family came and killed her mother and tried to kill Akeno because of her blood. And they wanted to purify the bloodline once again. Her father never came back during that day and now Akeno despises her father and her fallen blood. Well, it would have been better to tell me that in the beginning. But what's done is done. When she opens up to me again I'll talk to her. We seem to have some things in common after all. Issei informed them as he started leaving the room. In common? Yeah. Issei then left and made his way to his study to think up a strategy. Wait, Issei. Rias called out from the other side of the hallway. What? I just wanted to say. I'm sorry. For what? I betrayed your trust. You have no reason to apologize to me. I know, but what? You pity me now since you heard what happened. Save it. Come and talk to me after this is over. I'm busy now. Issei finished the conversation as he closed the door to his study and turned on his music to drown out the world. I'm sorry, Rias said as a tear streamed down her cheek. And so the next few days flew by as they nervously awaited the day they would meet Kokubile. And so the days went by like a flash for most and took years for others. Rias was one of them that it took years for. She was ignored by Issei every time she saw him. He never talked to her unless absolutely necessary. Was it harsh? Yes, but Issei couldn't help it. He needed to get over his trauma, but sadly that wasn't happening anytime soon. This just reopened old wounds. Is everyone ready? Issei asked as everyone from all the groups gathered at the lobby of Issei's apartment building. Well, everyone but Kuroka and Vali. Kuroka, well, was a bit too horny. Wow, that's an excuse I never thought would be valid until now. And Vali was out on a mission from Issei. Yes. Everyone answered in sync. Alright, don't forget the plan now. But make sure you are all flexible at the same time. The plan may have to change at a moment's notice. This is Kokubile we're talking about. He won't give us any room for error. Issei told the group. Alright, Grafia, please summon the magic circle. Already on it. Grafia reverted back to her stoic attitude. Remember, Sona, you and your peerage are to hold the barrier. I may call for some of you to help if need be. We don't know how many forces they will have, so be prepared for anything. It's ready, Issei. Grafia informed. Alright, let's go. And so they all teleported to the school. Kuo Academy. And so in a bright flash everyone appeared in the courtyard. Well, look at who finally decided to show up. Fried said as he jumped off the roof of the academy to get closer to the group. Everyone go. You know the plan. Issei commanded. And so everyone fled to their positions. Except Kiba. Kiba. What are you doing? Did you forget your position already? Issei asked, not sparing a glance towards Kiba as he looked forward towards the foe. No, I haven't. But, I want to stay with you on the front lines. I no longer need to fight selfishly now. I have more than just my friends and family to avenge. Those test subjects you were forced to kill. And all the others who may have fallen because of these sick bastards. And my friends and family who are alive now. If I lose them too, I wouldn't have a reason to live any longer. So I'm planning to stand my ground today even if I die doing it. Kiba said, full of resolve. I respect your resolve and I will let you if you wish. But make no mistake, you aren't dying today. Not if I'm still alive and breathing. Issei explained as he started removing one of his rings. Why are you removing a ring? Kiba asked. It's a Seal of sorts. I have more power when I remove them, Issei explained. I see. I feel better about today then, Kiba said as he summoned a sword and stood in a battle stance. Freed. Where is Kokabil now? Issei asked. He should be here right about now, Freed said as he stared at his imaginary watch. And almost as soon as Freed finished his sentence, magic circles appeared over the school. And out came the big honcho himself and his loyal followers. Well, that is, Kiba started. More than we expected. Issei finished it as he stared at the people who just arrived. A man with long black hair, pale skin, and pointed ears like that of an elf, wearing a cadre uniform and 10 fallen angel wings fully spread out, appeared in the middle of everything. Next was 3-headed dogs to the right and left of the cadre. And then about 15 fallen angels with wings ranging from 4 and 8 wings. Danasik was leading them, it seemed. None of these guys were pushovers. Then behind the cadre, who Issei identified as Kokabil, an old chubby priest, appeared. Valper. Kiba spit out with as much venom as he could. Ah, Freed. The old man, now identified as Valper Galilei, exclaimed. What is, old man? It's done, Valper told the stray exorcist. Finally. Give it here, Freed demanded, and Valper gave him a golden sword that reeked of holy energy. This thing didn't just radiate holy, you could physically see it pouring off the blade. Valper. You will fall today. You shall perish for what you did to everyone you experimented on. And most of all, my friends and family, Kiba yelled out. Ho! And you are? The old priest asked. Kiba Yuto. You tried to exterminate everyone from the Holy Sword Project. But I survived. I shall avenge my past friends and family. NP. Chapter 5. It was the day after the fight with Kokabil. The entire orc, minus Issei, and student council only just got back from the school 2 hours ago. Why was that important to point out, you may ask? Because it was currently 8 a.m. They were out all night. So Sona, who lived with Issei, had Tsubaki sleep over since Tsubaki lived farther away. But before she went to sleep, Issei woke up as she got back, told her about how he was going on a vacation, and to inform everyone when she saw them. Where are you going then? Sona asked. She looked very tired, dark bags under her eyes and entire stature was slouching. Kyoto. Issei answered flatly from the kitchen table where he was at. Kyoto. Any specific reason why? Sona asked. No, just the first thing that came to mind. Vali was also excited when I offered Kyoto. Something about Kuroka telling her stories and whatnot. Issei explained. I see. You do know that Kyoto is Yukai territory, right? Sona informed the son of Satan. That's what I've been told. Well, if you know then, I guess it's alright. Just don't start any wars. Anyways, that was all I wanted to tell you. Please inform everyone else when you meet with them. And I would go to bed now if I were you. Somebody already dozed off. Huh. Sona then looked over to Tsubaki, who fell asleep as she sat at the table. See. I'm surprised you're still awake, you look very tired. Alright. It's a good time for you to go on vacation too. School is cancelled for 2 weeks, so you don't have to worry about that. Now I'm going to bed now, so see you? Sona said as she helped Tsubaki to her bedroom. Wait. When are you going? Sona stopped at the doorway and asked. In a few hours. So you probably won't see me later. What? Why so soon? And how long are you going to be gone? We're leaving early to get some things for Kuroka. And for how long? I don't know yet, I'll figure it out when we get there. Issei informed Sona. Alright. What does Kuroka need so urgently then? Some things for her heat cycle. They have special Yukai serums that work to nullify the heat cycle, and it works for Kuroka, and we only have one more serum, so we need to use it, and get over there so we can get more. Issei explained. I see. And why don't you use it more often? Like these past few days? Well, Kuroka read a fake article online about how it affects your fertility if you use it too much, so she refuses to take it that often. Ah, that sounds like her. Exactly. So she's taking it for this week or two so she can come with us on vacation. I see. Well, I guess goodbye. I'll see you in 2 weeks, Sona said. Yeah. See you then. And so Sona left to go and sleep while Issei finished his coffee. And made his way to his bedroom. Knock knock. Issei wouldn't normally knock, but he had to wake up Grafia and Vali, who were currently sprawled out on the bed. Issei. What is it? Grafia asked. MMMHFFMMM. Was all that was heard from Vali's mouth. Get ready, we're leaving for Kyoto in an hour or two. So get ready. Issei explained as he left the room to go get Kuroka. Why so suddenly? Grafia asked stoically as she sat up and fixed her hair. Kuroka will refuse to get left behind, so I'll give her that Yukai serum to nullify the effects of her heat. But we only have one, so we have to get there soon. Issei explained again. Ah. But I thought she refused to take it since she saw that fake article about it affecting her fertility. She'll agree, trust me. Now just wake up Vali and get ready, Issei said as he walked out to get Kuroka. With Kuroka. Issei. Where are you? Kuroka moaned out. Right here. Issei announced his presence, scaring the Nekashu. Issei. Kuroka exclaimed as she pounced at Issei. No. Issei simply said as he dodged and Kuroka face planted. Why? Because if you want to hug me, then take this, Issei said as he pulled out the Yukai heat serum. HSSSS, get that away, Issei. It will harm my future kittens, Kuroka hissed out. For the last time, Kuroka, that article was taken down for the false rumors a month after you saw it, Issei informed her. I don't believe it. And I won't take it for anything, Kuroka exclaimed. Ah. I guess you don't want to come with us then, Issei said as he turned for the door. Wait. Where are you going? Kuroka asked nervously. Huh. It doesn't matter since you aren't coming. But if you must know me, Grafia and Vali are going to Kyoto for a vacation, Issei informed her. Kuroka never was good with Issei's manipulated mind. And right now she was taking the bite. Wait. Without me? Yep. We can't take you if you're in heat and the entire time. So I'll see you in 2 weeks. Try not to get in too much trouble, Issei said as he started walking out of the horny pussycat chamber, as Vali would call it. Wait! Kuroka yelled. Hook, line, and sinker, Issei thought to himself as he turned around. What is it? Issei was an extremely good actor. I'll take it. Take what? Issei faked it again. I'll take the serum to nullify the effects, Kuroka exclaimed, defeated. Very well, take it. Then hurry up and pack up your bags, we're leaving in an hour, Issei told her. And so Kuroka grabbed the vial and drank it. And she fell back onto her butt. Issei, Kuroka said aloud. What is it now? I need you to take me upstairs. It made my legs weak for a little bit, Kuroka told him. Was it a lie? Not just bending the truth. It was true, it made her legs weak, but she would rather Issei take her. Ugh. Very well. Issei knew it was a lie, but it was the least he could do. He made her take something she was scared to take for a good reason. Even if what she read wasn't true, which it wasn't. And so he picked the now happy Kuroka up into a princess carry and took her upstairs to finish packing. 3 hours later. On a train going to Kyoto. They took a train because Vali refused to teleport. Why, you may ask? Because she claimed, if we are going on vacation to Kyoto, we are doing it right. And wouldn't let up for a thing. Issei was fine with it, so they went on the train. Naya. Issei, you are always so comfy, Kuroka purred as she sat on Issei's lap. Usually Grafia sat next to Issei on any trips or business meetings, but Kuroka kind of had to. The serum to nullify the heat doesn't completely nullify the effects. More of dulls it. So Kuroka is still extremely clingy and affectionate to Issei, and will overreact if she isn't by him. Was Grafia mad? Obviously, but she didn't let it get to her. I'm sure I am, Issei said as he continued to pet Kuroka's head. And she literally purred every time. You are. I could stay like this all day, Naya. Well, you aren't. Anyways, Grafia, how much longer? Issei asked Grafia, who was sitting directly on the other side of the aisle with Vali. It has already been an hour since they boarded. 2 more hours, I believe, she answered. All right. And so Issei was going to go back to his book, but was interrupted as his phone rang. As he pulled out his phone, he saw that it said, Resivim. What does Resivim want? Issei said as he nudged Kuroka to get off, which she desperately tried not to. And so he took the call and walked out of the train cabin, since Vali doesn't really like Resivim, and Issei doesn't like talking to him in front of the others. Hello? Issei asked over the phone. Yes, Issei, hello? Resivim seemed extremely cheerful for some reason. Yes, hello Resivim. Come on, what's with that greeting? Did something happen? Oh no, it's just that. I'm kind of on vacation, Issei reassured him. Ah, I see. Well then I'll get down to business. Rezivim cheered. And that is? I heard you defeated Kokabule, the angel of the stars. Rezivim exclaimed. Issei could already see the grin on Rezivim's face across the line. What? I didn't think it would be made known this fast. Oh, but it did. You're all over the underworld internet. The latter half of the fight is all over the internet and newspaper. Rezivim informed him. What? How? I don't know either. All I know is you're getting more famous, respected, and even feared by the second. I see. But who recorded it? It had to be somebody you know. Unless somebody was watching that you didn't know was there. Maybe. Anyways, I'll let you off here. I just wanted to say hi and tell you how happy I am with you. I'm sure Juka will call you later, so make sure you're prepared. Got it. I'll talk to you later then. Yep. See you later. And so the call was ended, and he made his way back to the others. 2 hours later. Kyoto. After the long 2-hour wait, they finally made it to Kyoto. Kuroka was the only one mad that the train ride ended so fast. Her time on Issei's lap was ended as quickly as it started. It looks like we're finally here, Grafia said aloud, breaking the silence that was upon everyone in the train cabin. Alright then, let's go. The hotel should be ready by now. We can take our bags there first, then figure it out from there, Issei said as he stood up and started to get the bags from the overhead compartment. We should go exploring first, Vali exclaimed as she was extremely excited. We can after we drop the bags off at the hotel, Issei declared. Fine, Vali said dejectedly. And so they got off the train and made their way through the town. I didn't think there would actually be this many yokai in broad daylight, let alone in the middle of humans, Issei said aloud as he noticed all the yokai. Issei could sense and see yokai everywhere. Every other person you found was a yokai in human form. They didn't pay him any mind because every day a devil would make its way through Kyoto. So it was nothing new. They did however stop and stare because, well, it was Issei they had to marvel in the sight of him. His aura never once stopped screaming elegance and magnificence. Agreed, Vali said in awe. Naya. What's wrong, Issei? Scared of a few yokai? Kuroka taunted. Issei simply ignored the taunt and kept walking to the hotel ahead of the others. Way to go, Kuroka. Now you got him in an annoyed mood, Vali exclaimed. Naya, it's not my fault. Oh, but it's your problem now. Now he won't allow you to hug him or give him any physical contact like you want, Vali informed. Kuroka's eyes widened at this. You better figure something out, cause you're sleeping in the other room tonight. Now Vali started to taunt the Nekishu. Issei. Wait for me. I'm sorry, Kuroka yelled as she ran to catch up with Issei. Grafia simply smiled at the antics of the others and kept walking behind them. 30 minutes later. At the inn. After they walked straight through the town, they finally found the inn. It was a Japanese-style hot spring inn. So Issei led the group inside to the reception desk where they were greeted by a yokai who looked like an old man with gray hair and glasses. Ah, hello? Do you have a reservation already? The old man, yokai, greeted them. Yes, it should be under Issei Satan, Issei answered professionally. Alright, let's see what we have. Ah, yes. You have a 4-person suite and personal outdoor spring, the man informed them. Yes, that should be us. It says that you are for sure staying a week. But you may stay longer. Is that correct? The man asked. Yes, that would be correct. Okay, well, when you know for sure, just come and inform the reception desk at any time. Just go straight down that hallway and take your first right you see. It should be the last room down the hallway, the old man explained as he handed a key to Issei. Alright, thanks, Issei said as he grabbed the key and walked down the hallway toward his room with the others right behind him. 2 devils and Nekishu hybrid. And an unknown this time, the man muttered under his breath as they walked down the hallway. Excuse me, Issei asked as he barely heard it. Huh. Oh no, I was just surprised to see a Nekishu and an unknown staying in the inn. Usually it's all fallen angels and devils. And Nekishus are known to be an extremely rare breed of Nikomata. Not to mention you, sir. I see. So you aren't trying to hide what you are then? Me. Oh no, this is a supernatural friendly inn. That's good to know. Anyways, we'll be going now, Issei said as he started walking away again. Wait, sir. The man asked again. Yes. If I may ask. What are you? I've seen many different races come here, but none of them felt like how you do," the man explained. "Me. I'm a devil," Issei informed him. "Surely not a normal devil though," the man said. "You aren't wrong there, I guess. Anyways, does that answer your question?" "Ah, yes. Forgive my rudeness. Will you all be having dinner here?" "Yes, we will be." "What is dinner here?" "We will bring it around 6:30. "Alright, we will be going then." And so they finally all went to the room and put their bags down and settled in. Well, that was unexpected. Grafia broke the silence that settled in the room. "Agreed. I thought that all yokai liked living in seclusion," Grafia said to nobody in particular. "Yeah, me too," Vali told her. "All races have their different views and different people who don't go with their views. It shouldn't be too surprising," Issei explained. "Yeah, true. Anyways, when are we going to go explore?" Vali asked aloud. "We can leave now since everyone already settled in. But we need to go to the main yokai territory eventually to get more of the yokai heat serum for Kuroka," Issei informed them. "Alright. Kuroka, do you know where to buy it?" Vali asked. "Yeah. We can go after we're done with the other stuff." Kuroka sighed since she didn't want to buy it. "Alright. Then let's go." And so they went to explore the town. At the inn. 5 hours later. They walked around half of the town exploring historical monuments or shopping. They didn't go to the yokai headquarters yet and planned to go there tomorrow. But now Issei was relaxing in the outdoor bath. Finally. Some peace and quiet, Issei said aloud as he went deeper underwater and closed his eyes. Shuffle. Shuffle. Issei opened one eye and looked toward the door. "Geez, move." He heard somebody whisper. "No, I want to go first." A different voice whispered. "Wait. No, that's not fair." A third and final voice yelled. Issei already knew who it was, so he simply closed his eyes and tried to relax again. Crack. Issei knew what was about to happen. Crack. Boom. And the whole sliding door that leads to the changing room collapsed, revealing Grafia, Kuroka, and Vali. Grafia and Vali both wore towels that somewhat covered them, somewhat. But Kuroka. Absolutely but naked. She didn't have any shame showing it all to Issei. Ouch. Kuroka sat up and rubbed her nose since she face planted into the ground. "What are you three doing?" Issei asked, not even looking at them. "Haha, well," Vali started. "We came to keep you company and maybe help wash you," Grafia finished. "Why did you think I needed any?" Issei asked, still not looking at any of them. "Well," Grafia didn't have an answer. "Listen, Issei," Kuroka yelled. Issei still didn't spare a look toward them. "We all want a bath with the man we love. And we will be doing that whether you like it or not," Kuroka yelled, surprising Grafia and Vali. "Knock yourself out, I never said you couldn't." Issei didn't look surprised, but even that surprised him. "Yay." And so Kuroka jumped into the hot spring. "Then I will enter too," Grafia stoically said as she stepped into the water. "Me too." And so they all sat in the hot springs in silence and enjoyed it. "So Issei," Kuroka purred. "Oh God." Issei thought to himself as he noticed Kuroka start to get flushed. "Yes. When do you plan to have kittens with me? Or kids with Grafia and Vali?" Kuroka asked. Issei stayed silent while Grafia and Vali blushed crimson red. "Well," Kuroka asked again. Grafia and Vali tried not to show it, but they really wanted to hear the answer. "The real question is, when do you want to?" Issei asked. The key to getting out of this problem was addressing another question. What? Kuroka asked. "You heard me. When do you want a litter of kittens?" Issei asked as he started to get out of the bath. Aye. Kuroka honestly never thought about it. She always went on instinct whenever she was in heat. "Well, I'm leaving now. I'll let you three think it over." Issei stepped out of the bath, giving them a full view of his body. He did have a towel wrapped around his waist, but still. It was a sight to see for any girl. And man, for that matter. "Whoa. Never gets old," Kuroka said aloud as blood started running down her nose. Agreed. Vali and Grafia also had blood start streaming from their nose. Issei was a sight to see. Wasn't too bulky but wasn't too lanky. A perfect in between. Wasn't too pale and wasn't too tan, just in the middle. And his aura amplified everything by 10x. So anyone who saw it probably would have had the same reaction as the other three. In the recreation room. Issei just got there from the hot springs and still had his towel around his neck. At least I had some peace and quiet. Even if it was for a brief second. Issei said aloud. Agreed. Sometimes we just need some silence even if it is for a brief second. A man said from behind Issei. As Issei turned around to see who spoke, he saw a beast of a man. He had short and spiky brown hair and a goatee. But his body was a tank. He was tall and built like a tank. And the scars all over his body made him look even more intimidating. Issei analyzed the man. He felt power from him, but it felt concealed. Immensely. So already Issei was wary of him. The name's Belzard. The now named Belzard stood up from his seat and put his hand forward for a handshake. Issei. Issei grabbed the man's hand and shook it firmly. Belzard's whole aura made people want to cower before him and not want to mess with him. But Issei wasn't any normal person. Belzard was taller than Issei and Issei was 6.2, so that was intimidating in itself. But Issei didn't back down. He stood tall and shook the man's hand. Belzard didn't just go for a handshake, he went to crush Issei's hand. Issei has extraordinary strength already, but Belzard forced Issei to use magic and reinforce his strength. And Issei didn't even feel any magic coming from the man. Nice to meet you, Issei. Belzard finally released Issei's hand. Same to you, Belzard. Issei responded. So, what are you here in Kyoto for? Belzard asked as he took his seat again. Just vacation. I needed some time to relax and whatnot. Issei explained as he took a seat too. I see. Where are you from? Kuo. Oh. Belzard raised an eyebrow. Do you have history with Kuo? Issei asked as he noticed the man's reaction. Me. Oh no, I just heard some things about Kuo these past days. Oh. Like what? Oh, you know. Fallen angel activity. A certain cadre attacking the siblings of the Satans. And somebody else of importance. Belzard answered. I see. Issei wasn't surprised that he knew about that supernatural. He felt something from Belzard the moment he laid eyes on him. Well, I should get going now. It was nice meeting you. Belzard then stood up. Likewise. And so Belzard started walking away but said something before he left that worried Issei a little bit. I want to fight you, but I feel like I should wait. Son of Satan. And Belzard disappeared down the hallway. Well, that was unexpected. Issei said aloud. I guess I'd better get back to the room, they probably are already waiting for me. Issei said as he started walking to his room. And so the night was quiet for the rest of the night, and everyone got a well-needed rest. The next day, Issei woke up the Kuroka completely on top of him. Usually Grafia and Vali would be there too, but it seems Kuroka kicked them off and was awfully territorial of him since she was in heat. Yes, she used the serum and it was still active for another few hours, but it still didn't take all of the affects away. Kuroka. Naya. Please get off of me so I can go get ready. Issei told the cat. Naya. I don't wanna. We should stay like this for today. Kuroka said as she snuggled closer to him. Kuroka. We have to go to the Yukai sector today. We have to get the heat serum. Issei informed her. I don't wanna. Kuroka pouted slightly. Kuroka. Do you want me to send you back home? You can't control yourself if we don't get any of it. Issei explained. But. Fine. Kuroka crawled off of Issei so he could get up and walk to the bathroom. Grafia, Vali, wake up. We're going to town in an hour, so get ready. Issei said to the two who were at the opposite side of the room, then Kuroka. Okay. And so Issei got ready and prepared for the day. An hour later, Issei was waiting in the lobby waiting for the others since they all said they needed to finish some things up without him. Issei was wearing casual clothes today since he wasn't forced to wear the Kuo Academy uniform. What's taking so long? Issei asked himself as he leaned against a wall waiting. Issei. Kuroka yelled out to him as she ran towards him. Issei's eyes slightly widened at the sight in front of him. Kuroka was wearing her signature attire that consisted of a black kimono with a red interior, a yellow obi, a set of golden beads, and an ornately detailed headband. Vali was also wearing a kimono. It was a silver kimono with a blue interior, and a matching blue obi. The one who surprised Issei the most was Grafia. She wasn't wearing her normal French-made attire for once. She was wearing a sky blue kimono with a white interior, and a matching white interior. What's the occasion? Issei asked, still surprised. Naya, Vali said, since we came all the way here we had to do this all the way. So she made us all get kimonos for when we go into the Yukai sector. Kuroka explained. When in Rome, do as the Romans. Vali told Issei. I see. It does change things for once, so I won't say I dislike it. Issei told them as he turned around and started walking away. Yes. It worked. Vali and Kuroka said in unison. Grafia simply smiled happy at the compliment. And so, the group left the inn and made their way toward the Yukai sector. They walked through the town, and the closer they got to their destination, the more and more Yukai they saw walking and interacting with the humans. But alas, they finally made it to the Yukai sector. The Yukai sector was the area of Kyoto strictly for the use of Yukai and supernatural beings only. So there was a barrier around the area, making it impossible for mere humans to enter. This is it, right? Issei asked Kuroka, who has been there multiple times. Yep. Right through here there are no more humans, Naya. Kuroka exclaimed. Alright, good, then we can find your heat serum, you're clingy enough as is. Vali added in. Naya. Rude. Kuroka stuck her tongue out towards Vali. That's enough, we're here for vacation, not to argue for pity reasons. Grafia said with a smile on her face, but was radiating a scary aura since she saw Issei was starting to get annoyed. Oh okay. Man, she is still really scary. Kuroka whispered the last part to Vali. Oh. What was that, Kuroka? Grafia asked. The aura flared even stronger. And nothing. That's what I thought. Alright, let's go, we look dumb just standing here. Issei says as he walks through the barrier. And so they all entered the barrier. Inside the barrier was quite a big difference than the outside world. First of all, the entire town was a different theme. Instead of the city like the outside was, it was an old traditional Japanese-style town. And atop a hill at the center of the town was a massive Japanese palace. Also, all the Yukai didn't care to take on human form. Everyone just stayed in their natural form. Wow. Vali was in awe. Yep. That's exactly how I was when I first came here. Kuroka told the group. Even Grafia was impressed. Alright, enough admiring for now. Kuroka, where do we get your serum? Issei asked. Huh. Where do you think? Kuroka answered as if it was a no-brainer. I don't know, that's why I'm asking you. Really? It's really a no-brainer. The Yukai pharmacy. Kuroka told them. You're kidding. Vali's sweat dropped at the answer. Nope. Alright. Then lead the way, Kuroka. Issei said as he gestured for her to go in front. Naya, alright. But they didn't make it 30 seconds before. Hey there, cutie, how about you leave them and come hang out with us? Now, normally you would think it would be a group of guys hitting on one of the girls with Issei. But that wasn't the case this time. A group of 4 female Yukai approached Issei and immediately started flirting with him. Excuse me. He's with us, sweetheart. Vali intervened. So, how about it? Wanna come hang out with some real women? The same Yukai asked as she completely ignored Vali. Hey bitch. Vali yelled as she got offended. Huh. What do you want? The Yukai finally took notice of her. That's our man. Hands off. Vali yelled. Huh. You just said? Our. That means there's room for us. So what's the big deal? The Yukai was getting more and more annoyed. He doesn't want any random hussies. Vali retorted. Vali. Issei said sternly. Yes. Vali looked back, not caring. First of all, I'm not your man, and second of all, I can handle myself. Issei told her. What? Fine. See. He's not even your man. The Yukai exclaimed. Now I'm sorry for her attitude, but sadly I cannot accompany you today. Issei said and added as much emotion he could to it. Which wasn't much, but it was enough to make the girls blush. Huh. Well, that's too bad. Maybe next time. The Yukai asked, but was clearly disappointed. Sure. If we ever meet again and I'm free, I would love to. Issei answered them. At that very moment a gust of wind blew, and his hair flew majestically in the wind. Why yeah. The girls were speechless of the sight that could only be described as sexy as fuck. Well, we must be leaving now. It was nice meeting you. Issei said as he waved goodbye and left the group of Yukai speechless in the middle of the street. And so they kept walking with Vali snickering something and Kuroka leading them. TSK. Those hoes. Kuroka spat out. Kuroka. Issei said warningly. What? I didn't say anything. Did you perhaps hear something that you would agree with? Kuroka asked innocently. Forget it. How much longer till we get to the pharmacy? Issei asked as he was getting annoyed at all the stares directed towards him. Like 15 more minutes. Kuroka answered. Ugh. 15 minutes later. Old lady? Kuroka yelled out as she entered the small pharmacy. Huh. Who the hell said that? An old-looking Nikomata woman asked as she walked out from the back room. It's me. Your favorite customer. Kuroka exclaimed again. Huh. Kuroka. You're back again. I thought you were never going to come back again after you found the fake article about the heat serum affecting your fertility. The old woman asked. How rude. You make it sound like you don't like me coming here. Because I don't. Alright, what can I do for you? The woman asked. I need 24 bottles of the heat serum. Issei walked in front of Kuroka and said. Ho. And you are? The woman asked. Issei Satan. Oh. So you're the one Kuroka always talked about. Talked about. Issei was scared to hear the answer. Oh, you know. How you two were destined for each other, and how you promised her 24 kittens at least. Oh, and that you got married a month after you met. And much more, but I think you could guess what it was already. The women explained. Kuroka. Yar Issei was interrupted as Kuroka jumped onto him. Yep. This is my Issei. Kuroka exclaimed. Ugh. Can you just get the serum? Issei pleaded. Yes. I know your pain, so I'll go as fast as I can. The women then walked into the back room. A few minutes passed, and she finally passed, and she walked out carrying a large box. Here we go. I even threw in a little special present for you, the woman said as she handed Issei the box. Oh, thanks. What will the total be? Issei asked. It will be 1042.52, but I'll give you a discount since you are such a good customer. Oh, thanks once again. Don't mention it. By the way, that present you can use on Kuroka whenever you want, not just when she's in heat. The lady then finished it with a wink. Okay. Issei was confused as to what it was. And so they left, and started to walk back to the inn so they could drop of the serum and whatnot. But as they walked back to the inn, curiosity took over Issei, and he looked to see what the gift was. And in the box was a tranquilizer gun and darts. But on the gun was written, Horny pussycat put to sleeper. Issei was surprised, yet thankful. He never thought of a tranquilizer for Kuroka, but it was worth a shot. But they got back to the inn and days passed before anything happened. Just peace and quiet. What Issei loved. Sadly for our protagonist, peace was very valuable because it was rare. 4 days later. It was currently late at night, and Issei and the girls went for a peaceful walk through the forest. Sadly, the peace only lasted so long. So Issei, how do you like Kyoto so far? Kuroka asked as they rounded a corner in the path. It's peaceful. I like it. Issei answered truthfully. Yay. I knew you would like this place. Oh yeah. Vali started to say something but was interrupted by a large crash. Out of the sky, a meteor. Something was falling from the sky and it was on fire. What the fuck was that? Vali yelled. I don't know and I don't care. Issei started walking the opposite direction. Issei. How could you? What if something happened? Kuroka yelled. Not my problem, I did my good Samaritan work for an entire decade when I dealt with Kokabile. Issei said as he continued to walk. Issei. Listen. Why should I be the one to help them? I have nothing to do with them and probably never will. Why do I need to be the hero? Huh? Issei asked as he turned around to look at the group. Issei. Kuroka and Grafia clearly looked hurt and disappointed. Vali on the other hand wasn't surprised. Issei never liked unnecessary work and definitely wouldn't go out of his way to help others. Issei just stared at them. And they just stared back at him. Man. Fuck this. Alright, let's go. Issei gave into the 3. I knew you would pick the right answer. Now I can give you a special reward later, Naya. Kuroka jumped onto Issei as he started to going towards the explosion. No, I refuse any reward, just leave me alone when we get home and give me my peace and quiet. Issei deadpanned as he walked past the group. Naya, rude. Kuroka said as she let go of Issei. Now let's go before I change my mind. And so, they all made their way through the forest toward the crash site. It's there. Issei pointed to an area of the forest where the trees were hit down. As they came out of the forest into the clearing, they saw something. Everyone down. Issei ducked behind a bush. In the middle of the clearing was 3 figures. The first was a downed figure that he couldn't see what they looked like due to the fact that they were laying away from him. The only thing he saw was long golden blonde hair. The second figure was a little girl with the same golden blonde hair, but she was crying over the downed figure. And the third was a massive figure clad in red armor. The red armored figure then summoned a magic circle by their helmet. It's done. You can retrieve the body now. But don't touch the girl. I promised that nothing would happen to the girl, and if anyone lays a hand on her I will personally skin you alive and feed you to the hellhounds. The figure spoke with a deep and gruff voice that seemed familiar to Issei. Alright, we're sending in a retrieval unit right away. A voice was heard from the magic circle. Alright, I'm leaving then. But if the body is gone by the time you get here, don't blame me. I killed her, that was my job. The man in red spoke into the magic circle. Okay. And you're sure she's dead then? The voice from the magic circle asked. Who do you think you're talking to? Yes, I'm positive that she's dead. I can't feel any kind of aura coming from her. The red-clad figure said. Alright, then you can leave. We'll get her body momentarily. And so the man prepared to leave. But Issei felt something off. He wondered what was wrong, but he then turned around. He then saw Vali with a smile on her face that could only be described as excited. Vali saw the figure clad in red armor and was ecstatic about it. Issei wondered why she was like that, but then it hit him. It was the Red Dragon Emperor. And Vali was the White Dragon Emperor. Issei's eyes widened for a split second before Vali lunged forward. Issei grabbed her arm and flung her back and forced her onto her back. He saw she was about to yell, so he put his hand onto her mouth before anything could be said. Vali struggled and thrashed to get out of Issei's grasp, but she couldn't. So she bit him. She bit Issei's hand as hard as she could. All Issei could do was grit his teeth and hope that the Red Dragon Emperor would leave fast. And so Vali's mouth filled with blood but still tried to escape Issei's grasp. The Red Dragon Emperor looked towards where he heard the noise. No noise. I guess it's my imagination. And the Red Dragon Emperor left. Issei waited another minute or two until he let go of Vali. Fuck. Issei cursed as he shook his hand in pain. What the fuck, Issei? Vali roared. What the fuck? What the fuck? Is that all you have to say? Couldn't you feel his power? Not even I could have taken him. It was not time to fight him, and you know it. Issei yelled at Vali. It doesn't matter. It's my destiny to fight him. It's not your decision. Vali yelled. Oh. Are you sure about that? You are my servant. I think it's plenty of my decision. Issei shocked the group since he never forces them to do anything using the servant excuse. He hates calling them servants, it's all for the public view mainly. TSK. Fine. I'm going back to the inn. Vali then left for inn. And so Issei turned his head back to the remaining 2 figures in the clearing. He slowly got up and made his way toward the 2 since he felt no threat. Mommy. Mommy, please. Wake up. The small girl cried over the body. After Issei got close enough, he saw that the woman who was seemingly the girl's mother had a giant gash in her side and a hole in her heart. The mother was dead. Issei didn't say anything, but Grafia did. Hello? Are you okay? Grafia asked in a sweet yet stoic voice. Huh. Can you help my mommy? The girl asked. Issei was never a fan of little kids, but something about this made his heart drop. I'm sorry, but your mommy isn't going to wake up anymore, Grafia told the crying little girl. What? Why? Please, you have to help, the girl begged. We can't. She's dead, Kuroka told the girl this time. No. Mommy. Mommy. The girl's eyes widened in shock and she wailed over her mother once again. Issei couldn't help but see himself in the child. He remembered when he lost his father. He remembered wailing over his corpse. The loneliness he felt as his body went limp. The coldness of his normally warm body. But most of all, the pain it brought. And so he started calculating. Fuck. Okay, she's a Yukai. She's of the fox Yukai race that's rare and strong already. I can feel remnants of magic lingering in her body, so that means she knows magic. And if they had the Red Dragon Emperor himself take her out, she has to have some strength. Fuck. Then what peace? Issei mumbled to himself, barely audible. Grafia looked over to Issei, who was mumbling random things that she couldn't hear. Fuck. I can bring out all of my pieces and use the trick Ajuka taught me. Fuck. Why am I even doing this? Issei continued to mumble to himself. Issei. Fuck, I better not regret this. Move. Issei ordered the little girl and Grafia. Issei. She's just a little girl. Grafia yelled. Do you want your mother to live? Issei asked the little girl, and immediately Kuroka's and Grafia's eyes widened in shock. Really? The girl exclaimed. Yes, so move. The girl then immediately moved away to let Issei do his thing. Issei, you don't mean? You are. Kuroka yelled in shock. Issei then kneeled in front of the women and rolled her onto her back. He then summoned an entire set of chess pieces. Yes, he summoned evil pieces. They were red and black, yet they looked different than normal evil pieces. They were mutated, yes, but that wasn't what was different. They were dripping in blood, and it looked like they were filled with blood. And so Issei mumbled some words, and the entire set of evil pieces formed a circle and rotated over the dead blonde-haired Yukai. After they made 3 full loops, they all stopped, and the queen piece went into the middle of the circle. No fucking way. Issei mumbled to himself as he grabbed the queen piece and unsummoned the other evil pieces. No way. For some reason, the queen piece surprised everyone more than any other piece. And so Issei didn't waste any more time and put the queen piece on the woman's chest, and it started glowing. Issei chanted the resurrection chant, and the queen piece entered the Yukai. And in a breath of life, the Yukai breathed in fresh air. Her wounds closed up and she slept peacefully. Issei breathed out in relief, and the girl ran to her mother. Mommy. The girl yelled cheerfully as she noticed her mother was alive. She isn't going to wake up for a while. She needs to sleep for a while, so ease up on her, Issei told the girl. Issei. Congratulations. I guess that was your first peerage member. Kuroka congratulated Issei. I didn't plan on having a peerage member anytime soon, Issei explained. Still. Alright, I'm tired, let's go back to the inn. Grafia, you grab the kids since you're probably the best with children here. I'll get the woman, Issei commanded as he picked up the woman in a princess carry. Alright. Can you walk on your own? Or do you want me to carry you? Grafia asked the girl. I can walk, the girl said shyly. Alright. Can I know your name? Grafia asked the girl. Kunu. Kunu. What a wonderful name, Grafia said with a smile. Thanks. Well, let's go get you guys some rest. We can take you to our place so we can make sure your mommy is okay. Okay. Grafia informed the girl. Okay. And so the girl held hands with Grafia and followed the group. And the group made their way out of the forest and to their inn. An hour later. The inn. They finally got back to the inn after an awkward walk through town. For some odd reason, everyone was giving them a weird stare, and there were Yukai guards running around everywhere. What the fuck did you guys do? Vali asked as she noticed them enter with 2 more bodies than before. She also calmed down from before, which helped. Issei here got his first peerage member, Kuroka explained. He what? Vali went slack-jawed. Just as she said? No need to overreact, Issei said as he put the woman down on the futon. But, you had hundreds of people ask to be in your peerage that people would die to have in their peerage. And you refused every one, Vali yelled. I know now, shut up, there are people sleeping. Issei pointed to the Yukai woman and Kunu, who was being carried by Grafia since she fell asleep. But, wow. This was surprising. Well, get used to it. And so Grafia put Kunu to sleep in the empty room while the blonde-haired woman slept in the main room where Issei and the others talked. I can't help but feel like I know this woman. Like she's somebody important. Kuroka broke the silence as she had a pensive look on her face. Huh. It's probably nothing. Kuroka shrugged it off. It probably is something knowing you, Vali said. Hey. Alright, be quiet. They're still sleeping. If you know something about her or remember something, just tell us when you do, Issei said as he shushed them. Okay. And so it would take multiple more hours before the blonde-haired Yukai woke up. 8 hours later. Everyone fell asleep all over the place. Issei was simply sitting on the chair with his eyes closed. One would just think he was resting his eyes. Kuroka was sprawled on top of Vali on the couch. And Grafia used the armistress to sleep. But the blonde-haired Yukai was starting to wake up. Huh. The feminine voice mumbled out groggily. No response. I thought I died. Huh. Where's Kunu? The woman asked urgently as she looked around the room. Still no response. So the woman walked toward the nearest person, who was Grafia. And her fingernails sharpened and grew longer as she approached Grafia. And she brought her hand closer to Grafia's neck. "I wouldn't do that if I were you." A voice spoke up out of nowhere and scared the woman. Who are you people? Where is Kunu?" the woman asked urgently. "She's fine, and if I were you I would take it easy. Your wounds got healed a few hours ago, so you may still feel weak," Issei explained. "What? So that was real? What happened? I thought I was dead." "Anyways, that doesn't matter. Where is Kunu?" the woman asked again. "She's sleeping in the other room. If you used your senjutsu like most of you yokai have, you would be able to tell," Issei answered calmly. "Oh yeah? Sorry." The woman blushed in embarrassment. "It's fine. Now I assume you have questions?" Issei asked. "Ah yes. Who are you people?" "My name is Issei Satan, and those three are my servants. The silver-haired one over there is Grafia. The other silver-haired one is Valora. And the Nekishu over there is Kuroka." "Okay. That's rare. Well, what else do you want to know?" "Okay, what happened?" "Well, me and my group found you and your daughter in a clearing in the forest. But before that, the Red Dragon Emperor said something about finishing his job and killing you. So I approached you too after he left, and I revived you." "Okay. Wait. What? What did you do? How did you revive me?" the woman asked, shocked. "I used evil pieces. I saw your daughter crying over you and remembered when I lost my father, so you could say I felt bad for her, and that's why I revived you. So yes, you are now a reincarnated devil," Issei explained. "No way. This isn't going to be good. Now would you explain why the Red Dragon Emperor was sent to kill you?" Issei questioned. "Well, it would be easier to just tell you who I am." "Okay. Go ahead." "Well, Issei Satan. My name is Yasaka. I am the leader of the Yukai faction. Nice to meet you." The now named Yasaka introduced herself. Issei's eyes widened in shock. "That's it. I know her, Issei. She's Yasaka, the leader of the Yukai faction," Kuroka yelled as she woke up from her deep sleep. "You're late, Kuroka," Issei told the Nekishu. Kuroka then looked up to see Yasaka sat in front of Issei wide awake. "Oh. My bad," Kuroka said dumbly. And so another few minutes passed by as Yasaka explained some things and Issei told her about the evil peace system and whatnot. "Well, this could be a problem," Issei said aloud. "Indeed," Yasaka agreed. "Who is the leader of the Yukai faction other than you?" Issei asked. "Why does she need to leave the Yukai faction, Issei?" Kuroka asked. "Kuroka. Think about it. She can't be the leader of the Yukai if she isn't a Yukai now, can she?" "Oh. Yeah, I didn't think about that." "Exactly. So Yasaka, what do you suggest we do?" Issei asked the former Yukai leader. "I don't know," she answered. "Well, fuck. Well, the heir of the Yukai is Kanu. But she's too young to take it up," Yasaka explained. Do you have any other relatives?" Issei asked. "I mean, I do have my sister, but she isn't exactly leader type," Yasaka informed. "Would she work for a few years? Until Kunu is old enough?" Issei asked. "Perhaps. What abo?" Kuroka started to say something but was interrupted. Issei sensed the incoming threat and spun around on his feet and shoved Yasaka and Kuroka away. The door sliced in half and then exploded forward. And in came a figure. He had white spiky hair that went to his mid-back. And he wore a black trench coat with a bare chest inside, black jeans with a chain on one of the pockets, black fingerless gloves, and last but not least he had black combat boots on. He wielded a Japanese nodachi that was completely black except some Shinto runes that were on the blade. But his eyes were intimidating to the normal person. Kuroka felt shivers as she saw them. Issei didn't pay attention nor care as he was trying to protect everyone, but Kuroka saw them and was quite frightened. He had slits in his eyes while his irises were pale blue. So he rushed Issei as he entered the room with sword in hand. Issei saw the incoming threat and readied himself. The white-haired man who looked around Issei's age swung to slice Issei in half, but Issei saw this beforehand. He positioned himself and rushed toward the unsuspecting attacker. He then brought his palm of his hand to the attacker's wrist that he wielded the sword with. And the sword flew away and punctured the wall. Issei wasted no time taking the man down and making him fall to the ground. "Wait. He's with us," Yasaka yelled, making Issei stop. Doesn't seem that way. He tried to kill me. I know, but he probably didn't know. The white-haired man and Issei visibly relaxed. Fine. Who are you then? Issei asked the man. Valerian. The now named Valerian answered flatly. Okay. I'm Issei Satan. Nice to meet you. But would please tell me how you know Lady Yasaka? Valerian asked. He saved me and Kunu. Yasaka answered for Issei. Thanks. The man bowed to Issei. Lift your head, I don't want any thanks. I didn't get there in time anyways. Didn't get there in time. Valerian was clearly confused. Valerian. Yasaka said. Yes, Lady Yasaka. I was resurrected. I'm a devil now. It took Valerian's mind a minute to register what he just heard. Valerian. Are you really a devil? Yes. I see. Then what do we tell the Yukai Council? The truth. They will most likely agree and let my sister take over until Kunu is old enough to take it over. Alright. First, before you get any further, do you mind telling me what happened exactly? Valerian asked. Yes. Where should I start? Yasaka asked herself. And so they explained the whole story to Valerian. A few minutes later. Well, what are you going to do now, Valerian? Yasaka asked. What do you mean? Valerian asked, confused. I mean, the only reason you stayed with the Yukai was because me and Kunu were there. Now you're free. Yasaka explained. The other occupants of the room simply listened attentively. I don't know. I haven't thought about it yet, Valerian answered. I see. Well, I guess you can figure that out whenever. Now we have to figure out how to break it to the Yukai Council. Why don't you just tell them flat out? There are already guards and search teams running all around town. It would be better if you told them, wouldn't it? We don't want them to find out coincidentally. Issei told them. Yeah. I think we may just have to. Yasaka agreed. It's the best option. Master. Where do you live? Yasaka asked. Immediately everyone's eyes widened at what Yasaka called Issei. The most shocked of all was Valerian. In Kuo. But please don't call me master, I'm not a big fan of that. Issei explained. I see. Isn't that what we are supposed to call you though? Yasaka asked. I mean, yes, but I would rather you didn't unless we are at official business. I see. Very well then, Issei. Alright, now that we have that sorted out, when are you going to tell the Yukai? Issei asked. As soon as I explain the situation to Kunu. Then I'll go to my sister, then the council. But if I were you, I wouldn't go with me. They may not like you even if you did save me. Yasaka informed them. I can see why. Alright, so should we prepare to leave then? Issei asked. Yeah. They might get suspicious if we stay in town any longer. Man. I wanted to stay longer. Vali added out of nowhere. Me too. Now I have to go back to the loud mess. Issei sighed. Sorry. Yasaka apologized. It's fine. It's probably my fault with my luck. Alright, we will pack up and meet you at the train station in 6 hours. Do you think that's enough time? Issei asked. That should be fine, I don't think it will take that long if I have my sister with me and agreeing to help me. Yasaka told them. Very well, I'll see you then. And so they all went their separate ways. Valerian left with Yasaka and Kunu to deal with the Yukai government, and Issei and the girls started packing up their bags. It was a long day to say the least. 6 hours later. Issei and the others were waiting at the station for Yasaka and Kunu. Do you think they're okay? Vali asked. They're fine. Issei answered flatly. Aren't you guys taking this too calmly? Vali asked Grafia and Kuroka. It's Issei, we learn to accept these things. Kuroka answered and Grafia nodded in agreement. What the heck? Fine. And finally they saw Yasaka wearing a Miko outfit, and Kunu. This was the first time Issei could really appreciate how Yasaka looked though. She had golden colored eyes, golden blonde hair, an extremely beautiful face, pale skin. Her body was so voluptuous you could see it through her Miko outfit. Issei was no big pervert, but he saw her most impressive asset was her breasts. Her breasts were bigger than Akeno's, they were huge. Any man would die for this woman, that's for sure. You're here. Sorry, we had to pack up our things and it took longer than expected. Yasaka explained. It's fine. I'm guessing it went fine since you're here. Issei asked. Yeah, they were shocked and urged that Kuna stay here in Kyoto, but I said since she was now technically the leader of the Yukai, it would be better for her to be under the radar until she is old enough and strong enough to take care of herself from assassins. Yasaka told them. I see. Well, that's good. Yeah. Now why don't we go? Yasaka had a sad look in her eyes at first but shook it off quickly. I know it's probably hard for you to leave Kyoto after you stayed here so long, but... Issei started. Huh. No, it's fine. It's just another adventure, and as long as Kuna can come, then I'm fine. Yasaka tried to play it off. Okay. Well, just try and make yourself at home when we get there. Issei told them. Alright, thanks. Now shouldn't we get on the train? Yasaka asked. Yes. We might miss it. Come on, let's go. Issei told the group. And so they all boarded the train except Issei. Wait. Somebody yelled. Issei looked back and saw Valerian running up to them with a duffel bag strapped onto his back. What happened? Issei asked. Master, please make me a devil. Valerian went down on his knees to ask. What? Why? Issei asked. Because I still want to be loyal to Lady Yasaka and Lady Kanu. Valerian answered, his face still on the floor. Valerian. Yasaka saw what was happening. Then I can't reincarnate you. If you aren't loyal to me, what's the point? Issei asked. No, I will be. If Yasaka obeys you and you are his master, then you are my master. Valerian explained. Why do you need to be a devil for that? Issei asked. Because I will do this all the way through. If Lady Yasaka became a devil, then so will I. Valerian exclaimed. She didn't have a choice, I resurrected her. I still want to. I won't change my mind. No, I refuse. Please. No. Please. They are my only family. Ugh. Yasaka. Issei called out. Yes. In your opinion, how is he fighting wise? He is top of the divisions in the Yukai faction. Arguably one of the strongest we have. Except he was never loyal to the Yukai faction, only me and Kanu. He was more of a mercenary. But to answer your question simply, he is a well-worth ally. Yasaka answered truthfully. Fuck. Is he worth resurrecting? Yes. Man. Are you sure about this, Valerian? You would no longer just be serving Yasaka or Kanu, but me too. Issei asked. I'm positive. I made my choice. And I will stand by it. Then raise your head, I will make you my first knight. Issei said as he summoned a knight piece of his evil piece set. Yes, master. And stop calling me that. Yes, Lord Issei. Issei gave up and just let it go. And so he did the ritual and reincarnated Valerian to his first knight. Normally he wouldn't do this, but he felt Valerian's power firsthand and heard about it, so he gave in quite easily. Then let's go, we have a long ride before we get home. Issei took his seat in the train. And so they all waited to get home. 4 hours later. It was already 8 p.m. at night, so the streets were pretty empty in Kuo. And so the group made their way to Issei's apartment. This town is really nice. Yasaka complimented. Yes, I guess it is. Issei answered flatly. Yasaka figured out on the train ride from Valley and Kuroka that Issei was never big on small talk or talking that wasn't important. So now she had a slight grasp on his personality thanks to them. Mommy, look a park. Kunu exclaimed. I know. Maybe we can go soon. Yasaka told her daughter. Yay. We're here. Issei told them as he looked at the very tall structure in front of them. Master, your house is really nice. Valerian told Issei. Thanks. Anyways, let's go, and I'm tired. Issei walked inside. The newcomers were in slight awe at the fancy decorations and theme of the entire building, but kept following Issei to the elevator. There will probably be devils in my house, so don't kill them. Issei informed them, but mainly looked at Valerian. Very well, master. Ugh. And so they finally made it to their floor. Issei, you're earlier than expected. Sona greeted them as she was in the middle of a game of chess with Rias. Yeah. We ran into some trouble. Would that happen to do with those three? Rias asked nervously as she was still afraid Issei hated her. Actually, yes. Issei answered, still not paying attention to Rias. They are. Sona asked. My new peerage members. Oh. Please introduce us then. Sona was slightly surprised. This is Valerian, my knight. Issei pointed to the white-haired male. Hello, Valerian. I am Issei's fiancée, Sona Citri. Sona introduced herself. Hello, Master's fiancé. Valerian bowed to her. And the other Issei? Sona asked. You may want to sit down. Oh, please, I won't get surprised by anything anymore. Sona reassured him. Don't say I didn't warn you. I said I'm fine. Fine. This is my queen. Yasaka, also known as the former leader of the Yukai. Crash. Sona was holding a cup of tea that she dropped as she heard the news. Hello? Yasaka said with a nervous smile. What the fuck? Chapter 6. Crash. Sona dropped the teacup in her hand as she heard it. What the fuck? Sona and Rias were absolutely speechless. I mean, they thought they got used to things like this happening with Issei. But this. Oh, how wrong they were. Don't say I didn't warn you, Issei said nonchalantly. Issei. Explain. Sona told him sternly as she was the first to regain her bearings. I was already planning on it, Issei said as he sat down on the couch. So, get on with it then. Sona adjusted her glasses and awaited the explanation. Alright. When we were out exploring Kyoto, there was this explosion, and after some discussion, we all went to see what it was. We found Yasaka, who we didn't know who she was at the time, dead with her daughter crying over her. But that wasn't the biggest problem. The one who killed her or was ordered to kill her was, Sona asked. The Red Dragon Emperor. As he finished the sentence, Sona and Rias both gasped. Well, this could be a problem. In the underworld there have been some rumors about how he's joining some not so nice groups. And this Red Dragon Emperor has been known to be more ruthless and power-hungry than others. Sona informed them. That could be a problem. Yasaka told us they tried to recruit her. But they did it under the table. So they kidnapped her daughter and blackmailed her to meet with them. Or him. The Red Dragon Emperor waited outside of Kyoto, and when she refused to join his group, he attacked her while he had Kunu to make sure she took the hit. And shortly after they had a little squabble and ended up with her death. Well, that was cowardly. Or smart. Anyways, that was when we found her, and I reincarnated her as my queen. Then the next morning we figured out who she was when she woke up. So, we discussed how to go about it, and all that, so we figured out we should just go out, and tell them, then leave as soon as we can. But Valerian here attacked me thinking I was kidnapping Yasaka and Kunu, but we sorted that out quickly. So after that we prepared to leave while they handled that business. But once we were about to leave, Valerian here wanted to join my peerage. And long story short, I reincarnated him. So happy now. We left in peace and already took care of everything. Well, Yasaka started. Everyone looked at her. Well, what? Issei was already worried for the answer. We may have ran away. Oh, for the love of God. What happened? Issei asked as he held the bridge of his nose. Well, they wanted us to wait a little bit to finalize some things. But I realized if we did wait, we may be stuck there for a long time. So we fled without telling anyone. But it could be nothing. I was officially let go and my sister is the temporary leader. Yasaka tried to wave it off. Ugh. Alright. I'm going to make dinner since none of us cooked yet. Are you staying, Miss Gremory? Issei asked, but Rias flinched when he addressed her like that. This didn't go unnoticed by the others in the room. Why, yes, if that is fine. And so Issei walked out of the room, leaving a few individuals awestruck. Why? Well, did Issei just say he's cooking? Grafia asked with wide eyes. I think he did, Vali exclaimed. Quick, Kuroka, go get the best dish we have and set the table. Vali prepared the drinks. Grafia ordered as Vali and Kuroka ran out of the room. Wait, what's happening? Rias asked. You've never had Issei's cooking, have you? Grafia asked the redhead. No. Why? Well, Issei was always very bored growing up, so he tried everything. And when he tried things, he mastered them. His cooking is from years of research and testing. He is easily better than me. And once you taste it, it's as heavenly as the devil can have. Grafia explained with a dreamy look in her eyes at the end. Is it really that good? Sona asked. It's better, Grafia answered seriously. Now people were starting to move. Grafia ordered Sona to take the newcomers to the rooms they could use while she went to help with anything Issei may need for his creation. Alright, Rias. Just sit there and look pretty, Grafia said as she started to walk out. Wait, Rias called out. Yes, Grafia asked as she turned around. Can you help me with? Grafia raised an eyebrow. I need help with Issei. As you may have already figured out, I kind of messed up with him, and I feel like it's just going to get worse if I don't do anything. And I don't know what to do. Kind of messed up? Grafia asked sarcastically. Alright, I really messed up. Just please, can you help me? She asked again. Grafia stayed silent as she thought. Please, Rias begged. Fine. Just because you swallowed your pride with this, Grafia told her. Thank you. I tried thinking of anything, but you are the only one I could think of confronting about this. Kuroka as well. Kuroka. And Vali, I feel, isn't the best at these types of things, and she doesn't really trust me. I can see why you would think that. But they can both be serious if the situation is right. Anyways, I need to go help Issei in the kitchen. I'll see what I can do, but I can't make any promises. You still have aid to do your work. Yeah, I know. Anyways, thanks again. Like I said, don't thank me yet. And so Grafia left the room to help Issei, leaving Rias to think about what she has to do. 30 minutes later. Alright, every come to the kitchen table. Grafia yelled in her normal stoic voice. After a minute of silence, finally everyone sat down at the table except Issei, who was finalizing the food. Wow. Yasaka spoke out. Exactly. Kuroka was practically drooling from the scene in front of her. On the table was foods from all over the world. Mexican, Japanese, American, and many more. But it wasn't just food from all over the place, it was the best of their cuisines. It was all something you would find at a 5-star restaurant, if not better. I think I'll like it here more than I realized. Yasaka was still speechless. Agreed. Master sure knows how to cook, Valerian added. Once everyone sat down and settled down, Issei walked in. Alright, this is the last thing. Issei spoke as he brought in another tray. Issei wasn't wearing his normal clothes, no, he was wearing a white t-shirt and a blue apron, but the apron was brought down so it only covered his waist down. Imagine Soma's cooking outfit from Shukyuji no Soma. Except flipped. Alright, I'm starving, let's eat. Kuroka yelled as she stabbed a steak and put it on her plate. Alright, calm down, it isn't leaving anytime soon. Issei was cut off as a green magic circle illuminated the room. And out came Ijuka. But instead of his normal cheery attitude, he looked serious and pissed. Valerian immediately summoned his sword and prepared to engage. Valerian yielded. He's fine. Ijuka. I didn't expect you to be coming here today. What happened? Issei was cut off again by Ijuka. Issei. Ijuka said sternly, and then he looked around the room and saw Yasaka, who he had a few meetings with for some faction affairs. He widened his eyes, as did Yasaka, but waved it off. He would figure that out later. He had bigger problems right now. What? Issei, in your study now. Okay. Grafia, prepare drinks for us, please. Issei then led Ijuka to his study in silence. Issei's study. They arrived and both took seats in front of each other and stared at each other in silence as Grafia brought in a tray of drinks. Thanks. Ijuka thanked her as he continued to stare at Issei with a contemplative eye. Is that all? Grafia asked. Yes, now please leave us. Issei told her. Right away. And Grafia bowed and left. And so they sat there for a few seconds in silence until one of them spoke up. Where the fuck have you been, Issei? What the fuck were you thinking taking on Kokubyo? Ijuka finally spoke out. To answer your first question, Kyoto. Well, that explains why you have the fucking Queen of the Yokai in your dining room. What I really want to know is why the fuck you fought Kokubyo and didn't inform me. Ijuka exclaimed. Well, Issei was cut off yet again. No. Just be quiet for a second, Issei. As soon as I heard about what happened, I rushed here and completely left my work. But guess what? You weren't here. I came back again and you weren't here again. I even went to res of him personally. And you know how much I hate going anywhere near him. And he just laughed and said something about a rebellious age. And you wanting to get out of the house. You could have asked Sona. Maybe I could have. But I was so worried it didn't even register in my mind. Do you even understand how worried I was? Sorry. No, sorry is not gonna cut it. Ijuka yelled out again. Then what do you want me to say? Issei finally yelled out. I want you to inform me when things like this happen. And run away. Run away anytime something happens. You didn't raise a coward. Issei stared Ijuka straight in the eye. That isn't relevant right now, Issei. Do you not trust me to help you? Can't I help you? Ajuka. What? Is this about me or your real brother? Issei said without backing down. Issei. You are my real brother. Then let me rephrase that. Is this about me or are you thinking you will lose another brother? Well, Ajuka just stared at the floor. Issei awaited the answer. Ajuka choked out. Issei was as surprised as he saw Ajuka in this state. I just can't risk losing another brother, okay? Ajuka finally looked at Issei. And you aren't going to. Oh. And that's why you keep throwing yourself into these problems. Maybe you don't think you're ever going to get hurt, but somebody has different plans. Same with me. I could die tomorrow. Hell. I could die as soon as I leave. Ajuka. No. Do you know how many eyes you are attracting? And no, they aren't all good. Now there are fucking terrorists, and you're on their radar. Ajuka. Issei finally yelled again. I know. It's alright, we knew this was going to happen ever since we made that deal all those years ago. I know, but I just can't forget the pain of losing Daidora. It's fine. And so Issei got up and hugged Ajuka and they slowly got back to normal. So now do you mind explaining why the leader of the yokai is in your dining room? Gladly. A few minutes later, after Issei's explanations, Ajuka finally got back to normal. Yes. So it worked. The blood pieces worked. I knew using your blood to enhance the evil pieces would work. Ajuka roared out as he was extremely proud of his creation. Still, it was the queen, and you know what happened when we tried the queen, Issei said as he seemed to remember something. Yeah. Ajuka had the same look on his face. Flashback. Okay, this shouldn't hurt at all, but if anything's wrong just tell me and I'll stop it right away. Okay. Ajuka asked a 14-year-old Issei who was sat on a medical chair. Okay. He answered while Grafia sat 15 feet away on a regular chair watching. They were in a laboratory with monitors everywhere, and connected to a bunch of cords was a set of evil pieces. If you followed the cords that were connected to the evil pieces, you would find them all connected to Issei. Now I already told you what we're doing, but I'm going to explain again, okay? Ajuka informed him as he turned around from his computer to face Issei. Alright. So I'm going to try and use your blood since it holds special properties and fuse it and/or fill the evil pieces with it. We already fused them with you so they hold your magic, but if my hypothesis is correct, we may be able to make these pieces even stronger. And since they all turned mutated as you entered your magic, I think it's safe to say it's because of your lineage they answer to you even more than the average devil. Any questions? Ajuka asked. Why is it due to my lineage? I know I'm the son of the original devil, but are we the same race if we are so different? Issei asked. Well, think of it like this. Humans advance over the years, correct? With devils we are advancing, yes, but you are like an advanced breed of devils, even though you are more original than most other devils. It's hard to explain. Basically, you hold more evil than other devils. I also think it may have something to do with that blood oath that you learned from your father. But the blood oath part is just hypothesis. Evil. Am I really that evil? Yes and no. Evil in the devil world is just a title. Evil can mean many things. The way you would think, which would be bad or not good. Or in the devil way, it means how much of a devil you are really. It's hard to explain, that's why we call them evil pieces, and not another name. So yes, you are more evil, but at the same time you aren't. That's just how it is in the devil society. I see. Then are we ready to go? I'm tired of sitting here. Yep, we will start with the pawns, then your knights, then bishops, and then rooks, and last but not least the queen. Okay. And you're sure this isn't going to hurt? Issei asked skeptically. It shouldn't. But if it does, tell me immediately. Alright, then let's get this over with. And so they began. All of a sudden the tubes filled with blood and was absorbed by the evil pieces. Pawns complete. Ajuka spoke out after a minute. How much longer? Issei was already starting to feel drained. Just a few minutes, the knights are next. And then the knights started to absorb and fill with blood. Knights are done. Okay. Issei was even more tired than before, which worried Grafia but didn't seem to faze Ajuka. Okay, you're doing good now, the bishops. Alright, just hurry up. And so they went through the bishops and rooks with no problems. Now was the queen. Okay, this is the last one. And then we can go do something fun, alright? Ajuka asked. Yep. And so it started. It was normal at first, but then the computer started to spark without anyone seeing. Alright, it's good so far. Ajuka informed them, but little did he know the computer started to malfunction. It's starting to sting. Issei informed Ajuka. What? Hold on, let me check what's wrong. Ajuka said as he went to check on the monitors again. But as he got there and pressed a button on the keyboard, the computer immediately started sparking everywhere and blew him back. Issei started to scream as Ajuka was blown back. Issei was in agony. The tubes that his blood was flowing through started to go faster and black magic started radiating around the tube. Issei. Grafia yelled as she stood up and rushed towards him. Grafia unplugged the tubes on his left. I have his right. Ajuka ordered. Issei continued to scream. Done. Grafia yelled. Alright, me too. Ajuka yelled. But he continued to scream. Ajuka, what's wrong? If something happens to Issei, I will freeze you alive and make you want to die. Grafia threatened. I don't know. Everything is unplugged, there isn't power connected. But then he saw the tube of blood still connected to his arm and still working. There. Unplug the tube on his arm. The one taking blood. Ajuka ordered Grafia again. Alright. And she unplugged the tube. But what happened next shocked them even more. He continued to scream. The blood didn't stop when they took out the tube taking the blood. It flew in midair from his arm to the queen piece. The black magic also came stronger from Issei and spiraled around the blood. What the fuck? Ajuka was speechless at this phenomenon. Ajuka. Grafia spoke threateningly as Issei was continuing to scream. I don't know. Ajuka exclaimed. Ding. And Issei stopped screaming and passed out. What the? Ajuka then looked at the monitor above the queen piece. I thought you turned it off. Grafia asked. I did. You saw it yourself, you took out the cords. On the monitor was the green. Complete. Sign that was on the other pieces once they were finished. Alright, move away Grafia, I need to check his vitals, make sure he's okay. And so he scanned Issei for any problems and saw none. He's alright. Just passed out. I think his magic somehow seeped through with his blood and made a connection of some sort. And it made the queen evolve. I have to research more, but for today let's take Issei back home. Ajuka explained as he picked Issei up and Grafia prepared a magic circle. And that is how the Crimson Blood Queen was created. A malfunction turned masterpiece. Flashback in. So who's next? Ajuka asked out of the blue. What? Who's next for your peerage? Or which piece are you looking for at least? Ajuka asked again. Ajuka. I'm not looking for any. These two were special cases I never meant to even add to my peerage for a while at least. Issei explained. Yeah? But you are getting to the rating game stage. And already people your age and barely older are starting. And the supernova meeting is in a few months too, so you need to get ready? Ajuka said, but ended like he accidentally said something he wasn't supposed to say. A supernova meeting? Issei asked skeptically. Shit. I wasn't supposed to say that. Well, it's too late now. What's the supernova meeting? Issei asked. It's like the name says. We planned it a few weeks back after you fought Riser and were pronounced a supernova. Apparently it's for everyone to meet up and communicate. I don't even know. The elders, Surzex, and Seraphal were the ones up for it. I just went along with it because it was the simplest thing to do. But I think the main thing is for people to know who you are. And gauge your power along with the other supernovas. And yes, the Amon clan will be there since. Well, I think you know Erika and Ayalava are supernovas, so yeah. Don't tell anyone I told you about this though. I wasn't even supposed to tell you. Ajuka informed Issei. Fuck. Man, fuck this. Do I have to go? Issei asked. Hey Issei. As somebody who cares about you a lot, you need to face this. It's not something you can hold your whole life. And us devils live a long ass time, Issei. Ajuka finished the last part with a small chuckle. How long till this thing? Issei asked as he leaned back on his chair. It's not for sure, but a few months. More than 5, that's for sure, but I don't know for sure. If I had to estimate, like 7 months maybe. So you have time to prepare. Or whatever you need to do, Ajuka explained. Ugh. Fine. In the dining room. After Issei left, everyone sat there in silence, not knowing what to make of the situation. Even Kuroka and Vali, who are used to the appearance of Ajuka every once in a while, were a bit tense. It's not every day Ajuka shows that expression. So, does anyone want to tell us, newcomers, why one of the strongest devils in the world and one of the leaders of the devil faction is here? Yasaka asked, breaking the silence. Why is he here? I don't know, but he is a welcome guest here. He is Issei's brother after all, Vali explained. Brother? I thought his last name was Satan, not Astaroth. Yasaka was clearly confused. Well, it is. They both have particular circumstances that brought them to bond like siblings. It's not my place to say, but the only thing separating them is blood. And blood isn't that big of a barrier, Vali further explained. I see. I've been meaning to ask though, why is Issei's last name Satan? Is it just coincidence or? Yasaka finished as Vali started to laugh. Pfft. Ha! Vali held her stomach as she was laughing too hard. The same could be said for Kuroka. Even Rias and Sona were chuckling. Hell, even Grafia had a slight smile from it. What? What did I do? Yasaka asked as she started to blush. Honey, Issei is an actual Satan. I'm sure you have heard something about the son of Satan returning after years of his father's disappearance. Or something like that at least. Vali explained. Wait. So Issei really is Satan's son? Yasaka widened her eyes in realization. Yep. Ask him yourself if you don't believe us, Vali said as she returned to eating. Holy shit. Yasaka muttered. Cough. Are you sure you should be saying that in front of? Sona pointed towards Yasaka's right where Kunu was sitting. Yasaka widened her hers even further as she realized her error. Back with Issei. Also, another reason I had to meet you was to inform you about something, Ajuka informed Issei. About what? Issei asked. As you may have already guessed, we are going to be having a peace meeting, and your little problem with Kokubio was the final push for us to finalize it. I see. Yeah, and we are going to be hosting it in Kuo, Ajuka further informed Issei. Fuck off. I don't want it to be anywhere near me, I want to stay out of it, Issei explained. Sadly, since you were the main factor in Kokubio's failure, you are needed to be there. Ugh. Fine. When is it? Issei asked. In a week. But everyone in the meeting will be arriving in 4 days, Ajuka said. Why? Why can't they just come the day of? It's not like you have to fly here in planes like normal human governments. You guys have freaking magic. You know how it is. We like how the humans do their government, and want to do the same, Ajuka explained, slightly embarrassed by his associate's antics. Ah. Fine. But they can't stay here. Issei spoke before Ajuka said anything else. Ahaha. Too late. Me, Surzex, and Seraphal are already going to stay here. Azazel and the fallen angels are staying at a different hotel. And the angels, I think, are staying at the church around here, Ajuka explained. This is not a hotel, Ajuka. I know. We just thought it would be good. Fine. Do what you want. I'm going to go back to my meal I made now, and if you want any, feel free to join. But I'm done talking business, I'm tired, I just got back from Kyoto, in case you couldn't tell, Issei informed Ajuka as he walked to the door. You made it. Didn't I just say I did? Then hell yeah. You don't even need to ask, Ajuka exclaimed as he stood up and followed Issei out. In the dining room. Alright. Issei, you did it again, Ajuka yelled as he entered and startled the inhabitants of the room. Yeah? Issei spoke up as he sat down beside Grafia. I see you cleared up whatever you two discussed, Grafia asked in monotone. We did, Issei told her as he took a sip of whatever he was drinking. Lord Beelzebub. Aren't you going to ask why I'm here? Yasaka asked. No need. Huh. Issei already explained everything. And you aren't. I don't know, worried. What about? All I really care about is that Issei got really good additions to his peerage. I see. Yasaka's sweat dropped from the answer, but let it go either way. And they ate and everything was normal. But something was bugging Yasaka. Psst, Kuroka. Yasaka whispered towards Kuroka since she was the closest. What? Why isn't Issei eating anything? Yasaka asked since she didn't see him even getting food the entire time he was there. What? Oh, that. Issei doesn't like eating in front of people. Nobody knows why though. He just said. It's simpler that way. And we never asked about it after that. Kuroka explained. I see. Yep, so now you know. Kuroka med. Alright, I think it's time for me to leave. I have a lot of work tomorrow, so I need to prepare for that. See you all in 4 days. Ajuka got up from the table and prepared a magic circle. What? 4 days? Sona asked. Oh, I didn't tell you guys. Issei will explain it to you. Anyway, see you all later. Ajuka waved goodbye and left in a flash. After he left, all eyes were on Issei once again. Well? Sona asked. Fuck, Issei thought to himself. Later that night, Issei just finished explaining to them that there was going to be a peace meeting. And now, well, why don't you see for yourself? Issei. Ria spoke up while everyone else was in their own conversation. Yes. Can I talk to you? Okay. What do you want to talk about? Issei clearly didn't care for where this was going. No. In private, please. Rias already flinched from his tone. Ugh. Alright, go to my study, I'll be there in a second. Issei told her as he picked up his cup and walked to the kitchen. Little did he know a certain Lucifuge was listening in to the conversation and already preparing to confront him before his discussion with the Gremry heiress. In the hallway to Issei's study. What does she want this time? Issei spoke to himself as he rounded the corner towards his study. Issei. Grafia was standing in the middle of the hallway. Grafia. Issei asked confusedly. We need to talk before you go in there. Grafia informed him. Okay. Talk. Can you find it in yourself to forgive Rias? I don't know what you mean. I did. Issei didn't even flinch. Issei. You know just as well as I do that you didn't. You still give her the cold shoulder and don't even talk unless you absolutely need to. She didn't know what she did. And can you blame her? She thought you brought her family into harm's way. Wouldn't you be mad if me, or Kuroka, or even Vali got hurt or brought into something dangerous without you knowing? Grafia pushed further. Vali already does. Issei. I'm serious. Please. For me. Grafia asked as she cupped Issei's cheeks. Fine. But I'll do it my way, and if she refuses then I won't ever forgive her. Issei told her seriously. Good. Grafia then gave him a peck on the lips and started to walk away. And so Issei opened the door to the study. In the study, Rias was scared shitless at the moment. One wrong word to Issei and her relationship with Issei could be forever ruined. But now she sat in the guest couch in Issei's study fiddling with her fingers as she awaited Issei's arrival. Click! And Issei opened the door and entered the room and sat across from Rias. So what did you want to talk about? Issei asked. Oh yeah? Issei. Can you please forgive me? Rias exclaimed as she lowered her head. I already have. Issei answered flatly. No. Can you forgive me for blaming you? I know you forgave me, but I want to go back to how it was. So please. I didn't know anything and went off on you even though I didn't know the situation. So please. Rias practically begged. Fine. Rias brightened up. But it's going to cost you. Issei explained. Deal. What do I have to do? Rias asked. Very well. Then bow before me. And Rias immediately bowed in front of him. No. If you want to go back to the way it was, you have to get down face first and grovel for it. Before Issei could even finish, Rias was already face first on the ground, which surprised Issei. No devil, let alone an heiress from an influential clan, would grovel before someone that easily. Do you have no pride? Issei asked. What do you mean? Rias asked as she looked up from her position. Any normal devil would never do this so fast. Well, aren't you the one who told Riser and Lord Phoenix to cast away their pride if it means protecting your family or helping somebody you care for? And that's exactly what I'm doing. Rias explained. Sigh, very well. Let's go back to how it was. Issei put his hand out to help Rias up. But as he helped her up, she sprang up and enveloped him into a hug. I'm sorry. I didn't know. So please forgive me if I mess up in the future too. Rias whispered into his ear. I'll try. Thanks. And so once she finally let go of him, he was now walking towards the door. What is it now? Issei questioned. Well, I was wondering. Rias fiddled with her fingers and stared at his feet with a slight blush on her face. Well, can I sleep with you? Rias finally blurted out. Well, yelled out. Thankfully the walls in his study were soundproof so the other girls didn't hear. No, was the flat reply as Issei had a slight scowl on his face. Wait, I didn't mean it that way. Rias was completely flushed by now. Then what did you mean? Issei asked, obviously not caring to where the conversation was headed. Can I sleep beside you? Like nothing indecent. Just sleep. Why? Issei obviously was annoyed. Well, when I slept next to you that one night it felt nice. You know what, never mind. I'm sorry I asked? Rias saw how annoyed Issei was getting and let it go. Sigh. Do what you want. I don't care. Issei informed her as he waved her off and walked out. Yes. Rias' fist pumped in the air in victory. 4 days later. The next 4 days went by normally. Well, as normal as it could when the devils had to adjust to having the former queen of the Yukai in their presence. Well, and Rias joining in on the Issei's bed brigade, as Rezavim called it. Oh, how that went. Flashback. Issei finally got to sleep. He expected to be able to rest as soon as he got back from Kyoto. Well, you saw how that went. First Ajuka, then explanations, and last but not least Rias. But now he lay in his bed trying to zone out the constant rambles of the other occupants. What are you doing here? Kuroka yelled as she noticed the redhead in the bed that she claimed. Well, why are you here? Rias asked innocently. Well, because Issei wants me here. Exactly, Rias said with a smirk forming on her face. Wait. You don't mean Issei? Kuroka had evident hurt visible on her face as she turned toward him. What? Issei asked as he looked up from his book, clearly not listening to the conversation at hand. How could you let this WW wench sleep in our bed? Kuroka exclaimed. What makes her any different from other girls? You said it yourself that you didn't care if I had more. And you three don't even need to be here, so I would watch what you say, Issei said as he looked at Grafia and Vali. I never said anything, Grafia said blandly. Me too. Don't make it sound like I'm with her. Vali quickly defended herself. Why? Because she tried to sleep with you before me or either of them. It's not fair, we knew you longer, Kuroka exclaimed as she pointed at Grafia and Vali. Kuroka. Do I need to bring up all the times you have tried to sleep with me before Grafia and Vali? Issei asked, not even sparing her a glance. No. But, ugh. Fine, if you just let it slide, I'll let you request one thing of me. No matter how cold Issei may act, he always has a soft spot for Kuroka, Grafia, and Vali. Not that he'll admit it though. Deal. Kuroka med. Kuroka then fell back onto the bed at Issei's right side. Shortly after grabbed his arm and places his hand on her right breast. Ah. Kuroka sighed happily. What are you doing? Issei asked in monotone. What do you think? This is my request, Kuroka said as she squeezed his hand, which in turn made him squeeze her breast. Are you serious? Issei deadpanned. Yep. And she gave his hand another squeeze, and she moaned slightly after. So be it. Issei didn't have the will to fight Kuroka at the moment. Ahem. Grafia now wanted attention. What? Issei asked. Grafia didn't answer, she just gave him the look. Ugh. Issei then lifted up his left arm and gave her the okay. Immediately Grafia laid next to him and repositioned his arm so it was wrapped around her waist and sighed in content. Cough. Issei then looked at Vali and Rias, who in turn gave him the same look. Another night, was the simple answer. And so the night went on quiet and peaceful for Issei. Peace and quiet. Oh, and the occasional moan from Kuroka when she used Issei's hand as a toy and, well, you know what she did. At least she wasn't in heat, otherwise it would have escalated very quickly. Flashback in. But now Issei walked down the side of the road towards his house, to hopefully get there before his guests. Today was the day 3 of the most powerful devils would be staying at Issei's apartment. And in 3 days exactly there would be one of the biggest meetings for the supernatural world for a long time. Yes, the peace meeting that would bring the 3 strongest factions together in an alliance. Was Issei nervous? Maybe, but I mean, who wouldn't be? Any one of the 3 sides participating could try and assassinate the other leaders and start another war. Or a third party. Or should I say a fourth party, could intervene and try to disrupt everything. And even if this does go well, guess what? It just means more enemies on the radar. But that could wait for the future. Issei had to make sure his house was still standing right now. So he walked through the front door and immediately sensed the three devils already in his house. "I'm back," Issei called out as he walked through the corridor towards the lounge. As he entered the room, he was greeted by Surzex, Ajuka, and Sarah Fall sitting on the couches drinking tea that Grafia prepared. Kuroka and Vali seemed to be in the gaming room since they weren't one to greet nobles or anyone of the like. "Ah, Issei. Welcome back," Ajuka greeted from where he sat. "Ah, thanks for having us." Surzex then stood up and shook Issei's hand. "It's fine, it was no bother," Issei replied, even though it was a blatant lie. "I mean, what they don't know won't hurt them." "Issei." Serafal flew towards and brought him into a bone-crushing hug. "Serafal, please stop." Issei didn't even flinch, he was prepared for this. "Mao. What did I tell you about calling me by my name?" Serafal pouted. "Ugh. Sarah, would you please get off of me?" "Good. Now don't forget it next time," Serafal exclaimed as she jumped off of him. "Right. Anyways, has Grafia shown you to your rooms already?" Issei inquired. "Yes, she gave us the tour and gave us our rooms. Well, except for Serafal, she is staying in Sona's room." "Good, you can have anything in the kitchen or main rooms, just don't go in any private rooms, which I'm sure Grafia already explained to you. Then I'll be in my study if you need me." And Issei walked away, leaving them to their own doing. In Issei's study, Issei sat there going over the papers from Valper's experiments when a voice interrupted him. "I just wanted to tell you. I think something's going to happen soon. And it's going to hurt you really bad." Issei looked up from his desk but couldn't find where the voice came from. "Oh, come on, do you really need even look around? You already know it's me." Issei's counterpart hovered over Issei's shoulder and spoke out. "When you come out whenever you feel like, it surprises me sometimes," Issei explained. "I guess so. But you heard me, I feel like something bad is going to happen." "Oh? And why should I believe that?" Issei asked sarcastically. "Because you should know I'm usually not wrong on these types of things. I can feel it. So, the meeting will be postponed or in trouble if you're right." "So what? I was already expecting something to happen." "No. What? I'm talking about in the near yet far future." "Okay, what the fuck are you talking about? I've done what I wanted to do, I'm leaving." And so Issei's dark counterpart started to fade away. "Wait. What the fuck do you mean? You are living in my head, then it's time to pay fucking rent. Now fucking answer me," Issei roared. "Oh." The calm and collected son of Satan is getting riled up. "Just answer me." "Ah. Very well. Beware the devil with red hair that you just saw. Surzex was it. And keep your servants close, because at a moment of weakness everything could be taken from you. Or at least it will feel like it." And the counterpart completely faded away, leaving Issei to think about his words. "Well then," Issei spoke to himself. "Knock knock." "Issei, dinner is ready," Grafia informed him after she knocked on the door. "All right. I'll be right there." And so Issei got up and made his way to the dining room. Dining room. In the dining room everyone is sat there, including Rias, who officially started staying there. Her excuse was, "We have to make the engagement look real." So Issei just let it go. Ajuka explained to Surzex and Serafal why Yasaka was there, and Valerian, who didn't need as much explanation as Yasaka. "This is absolutely amazing, Grafia, thanks for the food," Surzex exclaimed as he ate. "I must agree, Grafia, this is really good," Ajuka added. "Thanks for your compliments, but I really don't deserve them," Grafia said as she smiled slightly at the praise. "Oh, I disagree, anything on this level deserves as much praise as it can get," Surzex informed further. "Oh, please, compared to Issei's this is simple," Grafia explained. "Issei can cook?" Surzex asked, thoroughly surprised. "Yes, and he easily surpasses me." "Are you sure you're not just saying that because he's your master? Surely he couldn't cook anything better than this." Surzex toned it down. "Sadly, I must agree with Grafia, this is absolutely amazing, but Issei surpasses it," Ajuka explained as he noticed Grafia was getting annoyed at where the conversation was heading. "Oh. I see." That shut Surzex up. Issei just sat there contemplating what he was told by his counterpart. "Issei. Are you alright?" Grafia asked as she noticed the difference in attitude that Issei had that nobody else noticed. "Huh. Oh yeah? Issei reassured. Okay. If you don't, okay, I can get something for you. No, I'm fine. Issei finished with a sip of tea. If you say so. And so Grafia sat there quietly like normal, totally oblivious to what Issei was doing. Issei was analyzing her first of all, then Surzex. Nothing was different with her but Surzex. Whenever Grafia wasn't looking, he would sneak looks at her. But that wasn't what was annoying and worrying Issei. The gaze was almost predatory. It was like he was a lion waiting to pounce on a gazelle. It only made Issei contemplate what his counterpart said even more. Later that night, Issei was walking to his room after he finished in his study when he heard talking coming from his bedroom hallway. So he stopped and listened. You know, I still have that open space in my peerage, Grafia. I never gave up on you since all those years ago. What sounded like Surzex spoke to Grafia. I already told you my answer is the same as before, no? Grafia answered calmly. But why? Anyone would want to join my peerage. I even disregarded a demigod because I wanted you. Well, then you missed out on a great chance to have whoever that was in your peerage, Grafia answered. Ugh. You aren't even in Issei's peerage though. So why? Surzex then cornered her onto the wall and pinned her there. Because I'm loyal to Issei and want to stay with him for the rest of my life. Grafia didn't falter even though he had her incapacitated. That's when Issei knew it was time to come out. What does he have that I don't? Grafia would have answered, but she noticed Issei walk around the corner and make his way toward them. She quickly shook Surzex off from their precarious position and straightened herself out again. Issei. I'm going to bed, let's go, Grafia. Issei didn't even spare them a glance as he walked past, but they both knew he wasn't in the mood for anything. Later that night, Issei and Grafia laid in bed alone since Rias was told to sleep in her room since Surzex was here and Kuroka and Vali were still awake in the game room. But it was all silent as Issei subconsciously pulled Grafia closer. Grafia. Yes. How long has it been going on? What do you mean? How long has Surzex been trying to get you? Oh. I don't remember how long. Around a few years. And why haven't you ever told me? Do you really want to go with him? Do you not trust me? What? No. I didn't want to make you have more problems on your agenda. I see. You realize he wants more than just to recruit you for power, right? Yeah. If you want to go, you can. I told you all I never once will hold you back if you want to leave me or go somewhere else. This isn't about that. I told you I don't want to leave. I just don't want to be a burden. You never were. And you never will be. And so Issei pulled her closer and tighter to him as he fell asleep with a confused yet happy Grafia. I mean, Issei rarely has conversations like that. But she let it go considering the conversation he overheard. One day before the meeting, Issei was sat in the Orc clubroom with Grafia next to him, Zenobia and Irina in front of him, and Rias behind her desk. Now you may ask? Why are Zenobia and Irina there? Well, flashback. Issei just finished school and made his way to the Orc building. But when he entered, he noticed the two exorcists from the Kokabile. Problem. What the hell are those two doing here? Issei asked Rias, who was doing paperwork. What? Or right. You weren't told. Rias clapped her hands together in remembrance. Told what? Issei was clearly cold towards them. Well, say hello to me, two new assets of my peerage. Zenobia, my knight, and Irina, who took 3 pawns. Rias exclaimed. I see. The slight venom was still evident in his voice. You don't seem to be too happy about it. Rias was slightly surprised. I mean, it's just that their commissary literally and figuratively stabbed me in the back. Issei explained, and Zenobia and Irina looked down in shame. We are. Irina started. Very sorry. We didn't know she was a traitor. But please forgive us. Zenobia finished. Ugh. Fine, just don't even try to get me to forgive her. She's dead anyways. They both flinched at that but agreed nevertheless. So why did you two become devils? Issei asked again. Well, when we learned that God was truly dead, our worlds were destroyed. Everything we ever believed in was stripped down in front of us. We felt betrayed that nobody told us the news, and I guess we didn't want to be a part of it anymore. Irina explained. I see. But you do realize you weren't told because it would just make a massive problem, right? Yes, we understood that. Zenobia stated. And you won't regret it. Issei asked as he took a seat on the couch. No. We can now do things we couldn't before, Zenobia further stated. Oh? Like? Issei asked. Well, sex. Zenobia was cut off as Irina covered her mouth. We can just do more stuff. That's all. Ha! Irina finished with an awkward laugh. I see. If you want to have sex, just go for it. You could die any day, so I don't see why not. Everyone has their way to cope with the death that could appear at any minute. Issei then opened his book and read it, ignoring the surprised expression on the ex-exorcists' faces and Rias. Flashback in. He made Grafia come with him to school every day after the little incident with Surzex, since he never felt safe after that, and his counterpart's little warning didn't help either. Issei. Rias called out from her desk. Yes. Akeno wishes to speak with you. Rias informed him. Oh. Where has she been? I haven't seen her anywhere for quite some time. Issei questioned. She's been staying home. I see. Any reason why? Or just wanted a vacation? Well, you know what? She will explain why when you get there. Rias explained. Alright. Where does she live? Issei raised an eyebrow at the way Rias answered but shook it off nonetheless. After Rias told him where to go, Issei prepared to leave with Grafia. Grafia, let's go. Issei ordered, but Rias quickly jumped up to stop them. Wait. What? Issei asked. I don't think Grafia should be there. And why is that? I can't say. You will get it once you arrive. Okay. Grafia, you go and head home. I'll get home when I can. Stay with Kuroka and Vali if you can too. Issei was getting really protective about his loved ones. Very well. Grafia then bowed and left. So, she lives at the shrine, right? Yep. And so Issei left and made his way to whoever and whatever awaited him at Akeno's home. Akeno's shrine. Issei climbed up the final set of stairs and finally spotted the shrine. He slowly made his to the door and knocked on it. He then heard shuffling of feet from inside the house, and that was when Akeno opened the door in her Miko attire. Issei wasn't necessarily surprised, but he wasn't exactly expecting it. I mean, he was told about how she takes care of the shrine, but still. Oh, you're here. Please come in. I'll go make tea right away. Akeno brought him into the living room of the house, shrine that was a traditional Japanese room with a coffee table in the center and a TV at the right corner. But the part that Issei loved was the sliding door that you could keep open and just stare at the nature in the backyard in peace and quiet. Sadly, Issei couldn't do that at the moment. He had unknown business to attend to. Here you go, Akeno said as she poured Issei a cup of tea. Thanks. But what did you want to talk to me about? Yes, well. Akeno looked downcast for a second before she looked at the clock on the wall. Well, we can get to that after. First, we have a guest who should be here right about. Knock knock now. Akeno clapped her hands together as she stood up and walked towards the door. Issei was clearly clueless. He didn't know who he was meeting and for what. But then he felt the being's blood and immediately he knew who it was. But why did he want to meet him? Only God knows. Well, in this case, only the one posing as God knows. Akeno let the man in and bowed and left so Issei and the guest could talk. You must be Issei Satan. An overly cheerful, handsome man with long blonde hair and green eyes. He wasn't too muscular but wasn't skinny either. He was perfectly lean, and the white suit he was wearing fit him perfectly. Michael. Archangel of Heaven. Poser of God. Issei's eyes narrowed at the being in front of him. I see you know about me. I don't mean any harm, so please don't feel threatened. Michael tried to defuse the situation. Alright. But what would you possibly want with the son of Satan? The son of your arch enemy. The son of the being who is the root of all evil? Issei asked. You know as much as I do, Mr. Issei, that isn't true. And trust me, your father and I were good friends. Michael explained. And why should I believe you? Well, you don't have to, but aren't you forgetting something? I can't lie. Michael explained with a smile still present. You're right. Anyways, what do you want? Issei asked. Well, it has come to my attention that you are the one who defeated Kokabil. Would I be correct? You would. Then I would like to ask for forgiveness. Michael bowed his head towards Issei. For what? It has come to my attention that one of the exorcists we sent was a traitor and backstabbed you and attempted to kill you. That is correct. But you had no say in it, so lift your head. That is partially true. We did our own research on her and figured out when and why she betrayed us and joined Kokabille. And that is, Issei raised an eyebrow. The church separated her from the outside world. She had no friends, no family, she was just a holy maiden. Nothing more, nothing less. Finally she started to get depressed and wanted more in life. That's when Kokabille swooped in as her savior and tempted her. And it worked. He promised her a family, friends, and a new life. Then once she joined him, he slowly but surely changed her and corrupted her. I see. It is all forgiven then, no harm done in the end. Thanks. I would like to give you a gift for this. But not just for the Asya incident, it is for defeating Kokabille also. No thanks. If that is all you came for, I am sorry for wasting your time. But I did it not for you or anyone else, I did it to protect the people I care for in my pitiful life. Issei explained, and Michael frowned at the response. You know, Issei, as an angel, let alone an archangel, I can sense people's thoughts, feelings, no matter what race they are. It's kind of how I am. Whatever you are holding on to, I think you should just let go. It is eating you alive. And I can sense the good in people. You don't deserve whatever you are holding on to. Issei barely flinched when he heard that, but flinched nonetheless. Thanks for that, but I need to hold on to it. It's a burden I must carry. It reminds me of who I am and what I can't be, Issei explained. I see. Some would call it honorable and others would call it foolish. But in the end, it doesn't matter. It's all what you think that matters. Michael nodded in understanding. Thanks. Anyways, back to my gift to you. I already told you I politely decline. Oh, are you sure about that? Excuse me. Wouldn't any son want to inherit something of his father's? I mean the thing his father used most of his life. Michael informed. What? Show me. I guess you do want it. Michael then summoned something in front of Issei. It was a sword, but it wasn't just any normal sword. It was a European-looking sword, but the hilt was completely gold with gold markings on it, but at the bottom of the hilt was a gold cross. The guard was completely golden too, but it was a simple guard that was more like two blades sticking out from above the hilt. But at the center of the guard was a red jewel that literally glowed. Then right after the guard for 3 inches was a golden ribcage that the same red jewel was inside. Then came the blade. After the golden ribcage part was the blade. It was wider by a half an inch on both sides of the ribcage. It wasn't wider than the guard, no, the blade's width was about 3 to 4 inches, and the metal on the blade. It was a white metal that didn't even have a scratch on it. But along the white blade were elegant golden markings. The full length of the sword was around 5'4". Altogether the sword was magnificent, elegant, and majestic all at the same time. But the sword also radiated such potent holy and divine energy it would make any normal devil sick. Author note. I strongly advise for everyone to look up Ragnarok Noblesse. That is what the sword looks like. I did it as good as I could, but I feel like it would be better if you look it up for yourself. That was and is your father's. Your father called it Ragnarok, or Doom of the Gods. We found it after the Great War and haven't found the right wielder for it. And all of a sudden the son of the original wielder appears. So who else better to give it to than you? Michael explains. But you are giving your enemy a weapon worth this much. Not even one of the Satans could afford something like this. What are you talking about? Tomorrow we will no longer be enemies. Think of this as a peace offering, and a gift for defeating Kokabille, and returning it to its rightful owner. Right. Who made this for my father, if I may ask? God himself. Michael informed with a straight face. So it wasn't the Norse? Issei muttered as he was speechless. Well, it's yours now, why don't you take it? I mean, I don't think I should. Or can for that matter. It's too valuable to your faction. Michael then walked over to Issei and put a hand on his shoulder. Issei, it's yours. Please. Michael then handed the sword to Issei, who shakily accepted it. Issei grabbed the sword and it felt right. But it felt nostalgic for some reason. But then a wave of emotion hit him. The thought of getting something his father used and cherished. He felt closer to his father yet again. That's when Issei stared at his reflection in the sword and let out a flow of tears. He didn't know why he was crying, he just did. Michael saw the scene and smiled for the boy, but he had work to do before the peace meeting, so he had to leave. Well, now that I've given you that, I must leave. Right. Thanks. No. Thanks. Michael said as he left the room and bowed to Akeno, who was listening in on their conversation. After a minute of waiting, Akeno finally entered the room. Are you okay? Akeno was clearly worried as she just witnessed Issei cry. Yeah. I don't even know why I cried. I just did. Issei explained as he wiped a tear from his eye. Yeah. I know what you mean. So, what did you want to talk with me about? Issei then picked up the sword and placed it behind him. Well, Issei just waited as he noticed Akeno take a darker route. Why do you hang out with me so easily? Shouldn't you be disgusted? Akeno asked. Excuse me. You know what I mean. No, I'm sorry, but I don't. Issei informed her. My cursed blood. I'm a hybrid with disgusting blood. Akeno exclaimed. Issei finally recalled what they told him before he went to Kyoto and subconsciously nodded his head in understanding. Blood is blood. What's so disgusting about it? Issei asked. Because just look at me. Akeno then took off her top, not even blushing in embarrassment at her bare chest, but then she unfurled her wings. One was a leathery black and the other was a midnight silky black feathery wing. Yes, she had a devil wing on one side and a fallen angel wing on the other. Issei simply stayed quiet and analyzed the scene in front of him. You see. Even you think it's disgusting. Akeno yelled as tears streamed down her face. No, I don't. You do. Don't deny it. Akeno yelled again. Akeno was trying to catch her breath from her outburst when Issei spoke up. You know. Me and you were very similar at one point. What do you mean? Akeno inquired. When my father died. I hated devils. Akeno was yet again shocked by this revelation. What? I spent a long time despising all devils and demons alike. Because I thought to myself, if my father wasn't Satan, he wouldn't have had to die. I thought that for a long time. The cursed blood that flows through my veins. If only I didn't have it. I thought that for many, many months. But then I realized. Am I doing him any goodwill by hating my own blood he bestowed upon me? He gave me a gift, and I was neglecting it. So Akeno, let me tell you this. Don't push away the gift you were given. Embrace it. Don't label it as fallen angel or cursed power. It is your power, it is. Akeno's power. The day you were born it became Akeno's power. So don't feel disgusted by it. Embrace it. Everyone who says otherwise is just jealous. Issei. And trust me. Your mother would hate to see you like this. Because trust me. She's watching you. Just like my father is watching me. Issei finished as Akeno broke into more tears. Issei did what he thought best and brought Akeno into an embrace. Normally he would make her put something on, but right now, in this moment, none of them cared as old scars were finally starting to leave. Thanks. Akeno muttered with her head in the crane of his neck. Anytime. And so they stayed like that for a while longer, and finally Issei teleported back to his house with a passed out Akeno and brought her to Rias' room so Rias could watch over her. And so Issei had a thought as he went to bed. Should I tell everyone about Ragnarok? Or should I keep it a secret until the peace meeting? I mean, this was no normal sword. I mean, its name literally means Doom of the Gods. And by the time he went to sleep he figured out his answer. The day of the peace meeting. Today was the day everyone has been waiting for. The school was cancelled for a gas leak. But that was just a cover-up for the real reason, the peace meeting. Yes, today would be the day that would be marked in the history books for the years to come. The entire Orc Student Council, Issei's group, minus Yasaka and Kunu, and the Devil Kings waited in the lounge of Issei's house and awaited for the time to leave. The younger devils, minus Issei, are sat there clearly nervous. I mean, can you blame them? They were about to witness something that would change the supernatural world as they knew it. And being in the same room as a few of the most powerful beings in the world didn't make it any better. The Devil Kings all had serious expressions on their faces. Even Seraphal was being extremely serious at the moment. Issei. Well, Issei was very unreadable at the moment, the reason being. He was in thought. Deep thought. It's time to go. Ajuka spoke up, breaking the silence. Alright, Graphia, prepare a magic circle. Issei ordered. Oh no, Graphia, please, I can do it. Serzex offered as he conjured up his own magic circle. Issei narrowed his eyes slightly at this but let it go. He would worry about it after the meeting. Then, let's go. Ajuka said as he stepped into the circle. And one by one everyone entered the circle and prepared to teleport. And in a flash, they were all gone. Kuo Academy. They all arrived in a flash, and just in time to see the others arrive. In a purple flash, the fallen angels arrived. First was Azazel, and right behind him was a woman with long flowing swirled purple hair, strong and beautifully rare-looking deep blue eyes, and an hourglass figure and large breasts. She was wearing a beautiful purple royal-looking dress that showed off her breasts amazingly. And last but not least was Heir standing meekly behind the woman. Ah, Surzex, Ajuka, Sarah Fall, so nice to see you today, Azazel exclaimed as he made his way towards them. Likewise. Ajuka extended his hand towards Azazel, who accepted it. Ah, Issei, Azazel exclaimed as he saw the son of Satan. Azazel. So how has life been? I heard you recently went to Kyoto. How was it? You see any fine women? Azazel inquired. That is none of your business, Azazel, Issei answered flatly, while the Orc and Student Council were surprised by the Governor of the Fallen Angels antics. Oh, fine. Anyways, I have somebody to introduce you to, Azazel informed. Alright. Issei looked behind Azazel and saw the woman and Heir behind her. Well, first of all, that is Heir, who I think you already know, Azazel said awkwardly. Indeed. And this here is Penemu, the Grigori's secretary, Azazel introduced her. Nice to meet you. Issei extended his hand to the secretary. Likewise. The gentle voice of Penemu greeted. The reason I introduced her to you, Issei, was because, if you wanted, we could have a political marriage. Penemu could marry you and bring our two factions even closer. Think about it. The son of Satan and one of the Grigori's leaders married. I can already see the headlines, Azazel explained with a grin. Issei don't accept. Knowing Azazel, he probably has a secretary fetish, knowing all that porn he reads and watches. She's probably been fucked more times than we can count, Ajuka told Issei, not caring if everyone heard him. Penemu immediately flushed on, got angry, very angry. Just so you know, I haven't slept with that pig once. I refused every time he threw himself onto me. In fact, I haven't slept with a single man. I am a fucking virgin, Penemu yelled. Everyone stood there stunned at the outburst. Even Azazel was shocked at how much she was opposed to sleeping with him, or even being said that she slept with him. Well then, does that clear things up for you, Ajuka? Azazel asked, still stunned. Yeah. You're free to do what you want, Issei. Quite frankly, Ajuka was scared of the woman after that outburst. Penemu, on the other hand, realized what she just did and blushed, and tried to hide her face in shame. So what about it, Issei? Wanna marry Miss Virgin? Azazel asked as he chuckled at his new nickname for Penemu. Penemu just tried to hide even more. I don't think Penemu would like that. Wouldn't you, Penemu? Issei asked. I don't mind. Issei widened his eyes in shock as Penemu answered. Oh ho ho. So what about now? Azazel had a large grin plastered along his face. Why does nobody say they don't want to marry me? This is like the third fucking time. Issei spoke to nobody in particular. Hey, blessed or cursed, take it as you will, Azazel answered. Before anyone else could say anything, they were blinded by a bright white flash. And out came two figures. The first was Michael, and the second was an extremely beautiful woman with curly blonde hair and a voluptuous figure wearing a gold and white dress. Oh, it's so lovely to see the angels again. Azazel dropped the conversation with Issei. For now. Same to you, brother, Michael greeted. Ah, Gabriel, it's so nice to see you. Azazel completely ignored Michael and went straight for the blonde beauty that is Gabriel. Same to you, Azazel, Gabriel greeted with her heavenly smile. Nice to see you again, Michael, Surzex greeted. Same to you, Surzex and company, Michael responded. Little sister, what happened? Gabriel asked as she walked up to Penemu, who still hid her face in embarrassment. Elder sister. Oh, nothing happened. Penemu diffused the question. Is that right? Ah, you must be Issei Satan. Gabriel then greeted Issei, who was standing close to Penemu. You would be correct. You two are sisters, correct? Issei asked as he saw a visible resemblance on the both of them. You would be correct. The only difference is Penemu fell when the others planned on falling, Gabriel exclaimed. I see. Enough about that. How do you like heaven's gift to you? Gabriel asked loud enough to catch everyone's ears. I am extremely grateful to you all. Issei then bowed in thanks. Oh dear, please lift your head. You are our dear friend Satan's son, you don't need to bow to us. We just returned what was rightfully yours. Gabriel put a hand on Issei's shoulder and made him lift his head. Issei was still surprised at how the angels treated his father. Even he thought they might even slightly dislike Satan, but I guess he was wrong. Gift? Sirzex asked. Yes, we will explain that inside now. Shall we get this meeting started? Michael asked with his signature smile. I must agree with you, Michael, I don't have all day. Azazel explained as he walked towards the school. And so they all made their way inside to the conference room. Conference room. In the room sat the leaders of the 3 great factions. Around a circular table. Everyone else stood behind their respective leader or leaders. For some reason they had Issei stand behind the leaders but by himself between the devils and angels. So we all know why everyone is here? Azazel asked. Yes. Multiple voices said. Alright, then let us start. How about we start with what Gabriel said back in the courtyard? Something about a gift. Would that be a peace offering? Sirzex asked. It would be, like I told Issei yesterday when I gave it to him, it is a peace offering, a gift for defeating Kokabil, and returning it to its rightful owner. Michael explained. I see. Can we see this? Peace offering? Sirzex asked again. That would be up to Issei, not me. It's completely his, not mine. Michael further explained. Alright. Issei. Can we see what they gave you? Sirzex asked. I was hoping I could keep it a secret a little longer. Issei sighed. Oh. You don't have to, Issei. Ajuka offered. No, it's fine, we are having the peace meeting for trust either way. Smart kid. Azazel added. Well, here it is. Issei stepped up to the table and brought out his hand and summoned the blade so it floated in the middle of the table. All of a sudden the room was filled with the divine and holy energy. There was even an unknown energy radiating from the blade very potently. All of the devils and fallen angels immediately stepped back in shock from the extremely potent energy the blade was radiating. Holy shit. Azazel spoke up. What the fuck? Ajuka finally spoke up for the devils. Issei just stayed quiet and let everyone take it all in. Issei. Why didn't you tell us? Grafia asked. As I said, I was trying to keep it a secret. For now anyways. Grafia simply nodded. Michael, where the fuck did you get that from? I haven't seen that thing since the Great War. Azazel asked seriously. Language please. Michael stated seriously in return. Oh, please spare me the time. You know for well we fell from heaven. We can do whatever we want now. It still doesn't hurt to try and stay clean. Michael sighed. Yeah? You still didn't answer my question. Where the heck did you get that from? Azazel put extra emphasis on the heck part. Oh yes. We found it in the middle of a massive crater in the Atlantic Ocean a few years back. A crater in the ocean. Are you sure it wasn't just a natural landscape? Azazel asked. The way the crater wasn't like any natural landscape. It was from a massive attack. We can't say from when it was during the Great War. So he lost it then. Azazel nodded in understanding. If I may. Sirzex raised his hand. Yes. Michael asked. Who wielded the blade? Sirzex asked, clearly confused. Issei's father, Satan himself. Michael informed. Immediately everyone who didn't know of this widened their eyes in shock. They knew the sword was extremely powerful already, but this made it onto another level of power. Well fuck. Azazel leaned back onto his seat and sighed. Is something wrong, Azazel? Ajuka asked. How am I supposed to give Issei something on that level? I didn't even think I had to get something for him. Now I need a peace offering too. Azazel rubbed his goatee and thought. You don't have to, Azazel, the angels just gave it to me for defeating Kokabil and returning it to me like they said before. Issei insisted. Exactly. Everyone here probably thinks it was my fault Kokabil did what he did. I should have been the first one to get something. Damn angels always giving gifts and being nice. Azazel cursed. No, really you don't have to. Issei was cut off by Azazel. I got it. Azazel exclaimed, scaring multiple of the occupants of the room. You got what? Ajuka asked. Issei. It came to my attention that my subordinate Heir and you have history together, and you probably dislike her quite a bit for it. Azazel informed as Heir immediately stiffened up from behind Azazel. Yes. Then I am going to give you Heir as your own personal slave. Azazel yelled as everyone in the room widened their eyes once again. No, really, I don't need anything. Especially something like that. Issei tried to get out of the situation at hand. Oh. Are you trying to deny a peace offering? Azazel questioned. What? No. Then it's fine. Ugh. Fine. Good. But that's not all. Oh Lord. Issei was worried once more. I have information. About. Issei asked. Your father. And all of a sudden, the room dropped a few degrees as Issei stared straight into Azazel's eyes, awaiting whatever he was going to say. Even the Devil Kings raised an eyebrow at this. Michael, on the other hand, didn't seem surprised. Explain. Issei demanded, not even holding back, even though he was talking to the leader of the fallen angels. Oh. Now you want my peace offering. Very well. Are you aware of your father's third form? Azazel asked, getting raised eyebrows from every direction except Michael, who witnessed it firsthand. No. I never heard of something like that. Issei informed the man. I see. That's not that surprising considering how few of people saw it and lived to tell the tale. From what I saw, you can use your blood demon form. But he had another form he used when he was on his own against armies or enemies who he was forced to take extremely serious. It was called the War God, formed by everyone who saw it and lived through it. Azazel explained. I see. Do you know how he did it? Is there any way for me to learn it? He didn't give me the knowledge of that. Issei informed the room. Sadly, I do not know. All I know is your father was the epitome of a monster. On the battlefield with and without his War God form. Azazel explained. I see. Issei was in thought once again. Well then, why don't we just sign the dang papers and get this over with? Azazel clapped his hands together and exclaimed. I don't see why not. Michael said with his bright smile still evident. I agree. Ajuka spoke up. Then let's get this over with. After a few minutes of each respective faction signing a few papers, they finally finished. Well then, we are officially allies. Smiles were evident across the room as Azazel said that. It has been such a long battle between us all. Finally we can just live in peace with each other. Michael was clearly happy. Agreed. But I think we have other business, don't we? Ajuka spoke up again. Ah yes. Why don't I start? Azazel asked. Sure. Well, since we all agreed to share our knowledge on the terrorist groups and the supernatural world, I found something unsettling. Azazel got even more serious. And that is, do you all know of the race of dragons called the Elder Ones? Azazel asked. I do, Michael informed. As do I, Ajuka added. I don't know, Serzex informed. Me neither. Serafal finally spoke up. Alright then, let me explain. The Elder Ones are a race of dragons that have existed far longer than most races. They are easily one of the oldest races in existence. They are all divine dragons, not simply normal elemental dragons. But the part that makes them so scary are their numbers and power. All the dragons range from Super Devil or Super Angel class to Heavenly Dragon class. But to our knowledge there are only 3 dragons that are Heavenly Dragon class as of right now. Azazel explained. Gasps were heard from around the room, but Azazel kept on. We don't know their motive, but considering their history, it could be troublesome now since they are reappearing now. Azazel explained. History? Serzex asked. Geez. Do devil schools not teach them anything about Satan? Long ago they're the leader at the time of the Elder Ones. King, as he was known since very few knew his name, threatened to go to war against the devils if Satan did not come out and have a duel with him. So, what was so scary about this? King? Dragon? Serzex further asked. Ugh. This King was easily Dragon God class. That's why. And for some reason the Elder Ones did not like Satan, who was known as the Dragon Lover, while God was known as the Dragon Hater. So this is a much bigger problem than you may think, Serzex, Azazel informed. Holy shit. Dragon God class. Like Ophis and Great Red? Serzex asked. Easily Dragon God, Azazel clarified. I see. So what happened to him? Well, Satan accepted his request. They fought for an entire day by what I was told. It said that their fight was so massive it bent and destroyed multiple dimensions in its path. Whoa! Surzex was speechless. Issei simply listened intently at the information of his father's battles. So how did it end? Seraphal asked. With Satan killing King. After he was killed, the Elder Ones went into hiding and only lately have resurfaced. This could be troublesome if they come out as enemies then. Ajuka spoke out. Indeed. Michael agreed. Anyways, that was my information. Who wants to go next? Azazel went back to his normal self and awaited the others' information. We will go next then. Ajuka spoke up on behalf of the devils. Very well, then we shall go last. Michael said. Right, well. We have information on a terrorist group called Cow's Brigade that recently surfaced. It seems they have recruited multiple minor factions and the outcasts of main factions. We don't know for sure, but we reason to believe that the Old Devil faction is a part of this group. The same goes for the Hero faction and some fallen angels and a few angels too. But the part that makes us fear this group is their leader. Ajuka explained. And their leader is? Azazel asked. Olphus, the infinite dragon god. Well, fuck. Azazel said as he leaned back once again. We also have heard about another unnamed group, but we don't have enough information on them to discuss anything about them with you. Surzex added. Is that all? Michael asked. Yes. Then I will start for us. We have gathered intel about a smaller but lethal group called Blitz. It consists of mercenaries of multiple factions but mainly assassins, and rogue witches and warlocks. They have been targeting major VIPs of multiple factions and killing them with no known motive except for the money. But we have reason to believe they have an ulterior motive. Michael explained. Witches and warlocks. Not wizards like in the Hero faction. Surzex asked. No, witches and warlocks who made deals with evil beings in exchange for power and knowledge. In my opinion, they are more fearsome than wizards. I see. Anyone who we might know in that group? Ajuka asked. Not that we know of, that's why it worries us. They are a bunch of nobodies who are extremely smart and powerful. Michael explained. I see. That is troublesome. We don't know anything about who we would be dealing with then, Azazel said. Indeed. Well then, I think this meeting can be adjourned, Ajuka informed as he stood up and stretched his arms and legs. Iagra. Michael was cut off as a massive surge of magic flared through the building. What the? Issei exclaimed as he noticed many of the occupants of the room were frozen. The only ones who weren't were the faction leaders, Issei, Kuroka, Vali, Grafia, and Rias, who was stood right next to Vali and Kuroka. Gasper. Rias yelled, clearly worried. Who is Gasper? Issei asked, even though the fallen angels and angels thought the same thing. My bishop. Gasper was sealed into a room in the old school building. His sacred gear freezes time and he can't control it, so we were forced to seal him in there. Rias explained. Forbidden Valor view. That could be a problem if somebody is behind this. Azazel spoke to no one in particular. Agreed. We have company. Issei informed them as he looked out of the window and saw hundreds of magic circles appearing in the sky. They slaughtered all of the guards stationed around the school immediately since they were all frozen in time. Alright, Michael, can you help us with a barrier to protect the ones who are frozen? Surzex asked. Gladly. Alright, Seraphal, go out and start trying to take out whoever they are with Azazel. Ajuka ordered. Roger. Seraphal yelled as she flew out of the window. Gabriel, please give them support and heal anyone who may get injured. Michael told her. Same with you, Penemu. Azazel ordered. Alright, Issei, you and your group go and help take out the enemies. Wait. What about Gasper? If we go and help him, we can unfreeze everyone. Rias exclaimed. Ugh. Ajuka stopped to think for a second. Vali, go with Rias and support her in helping Gasper. Issei finally ordered. Alright. Let's go, princess. Vali grabbed Rias and started off towards the old school building. Outside. Courtyard. By the time Issei got out, he already saw at least 20 wizards with ice spears stabbed into them dead. And 10 more with holes in their chest from light spears. Once everyone was out that wasn't holding the barrier, everyone outside regrouped. But as they regrouped, a massive magic circle appeared. Great. Who is it now? Azazel asked. No clue. Seraphal answered. And out came a tall, bespectacled woman with a voluptuous figure. She has tan skin with long brown hair tied into a bun with a headset, and she also has purple eyes that matched perfectly with her. And after her was another legion of wizards. Yes, it was Kateria leading a group of wizards to attack. Ah, the fake Leviathan and Azazel of the fallen angels. Kateria greeted as she didn't notice Issei and his group yet. Leviathan. Azazel greeted. Kate. Sarah Fall narrowed her eyes slightly. Azazel, if you leave now I will allow you to. I only have problems with the devils here. Kateria informed the group. Sadly I can't do that, Miss Leviathan. We just signed an alliance and peace treaty. It's your death. Kateria then started conjuring magic and prepared to attack. Take this. Kateria yelled. Kateria. Issei yelled, making her stop and postpone her attack. Issei. What are you doing here? I thought you died. You just up and left me without saying anything. Is this where you have been all this time? She asked, clearly embarrassed. I did leave a note. Now get your ass down here. Issei yelled. Kateria clearly looked conflicted but then shook her head and stood firm. I'm sorry, Issei, but I cannot obey your wish. I am here for my brethren in the old Satan faction. She explained. Ugh. Get down here or I will never think of marrying you. Issei yelled again. Issei waited for her response as Azazel chuckled at the conversation and Sarah Fall was oblivious to the situation. Grafia and Kuroka weren't surprised by this at all, though it happened all the time before they came to the human world. That is a risk I must take. You never seemed fond of marrying before and now I must do this. So unless you agree right now I cannot come down. So please. Leave this place and let me do my job. Kateria yelled again in worry. Issei stayed silent in thought. You see. You never wanted to marry me. She was cut off by Issei. Fuck. Fine, come down here and I agree. I'll marry you. Issei yelled, surprising everyone in earshot. You would think Grafia and Kuroka would be jealous, but sadly you are mistaken. They knew this would happen one day, it was just a matter of time. I mean, Kateria was like them, she knew Issei for years already and it was clear that she liked him. Are you serious? Kateria was speechless. Yes. Now get your ass down here. Issei yelled again. Immediately Kateria teared up and flew down towards Issei and crashed into him and hugged him. Oh, I knew you would agree someday. Traitor. You bitch. How could you? The magician yelled many things to their former leader, but were quickly shut up when Issei glared at them all. Now then. Shall we have some fun? Azazel asked as he summoned another light spear. Gladly. And so Issei summoned Ragnarok and gave it a swing backwards. The power was so immense the ground behind him cratered and a wall of rock formed behind him. Damn. That's flashy? Azazel exclaimed. And so Issei launched forward, attacking every enemy in sight. He didn't have any style or skill with the sword, but his speed and strength easily overpowered them. Shortly after, the others joined in. 15 minutes later, as they fought, another massive flare of magic went off again and time restored. It's about time. Azazel roared as he finished off another wizard. Agreed. Guys. We got Gasper and he's with the others in the barrier. Rias yelled out as she flew towards them with Volley behind her. Alright, now we can turn this around. Kuroka yelled and punched another poor sap in the chest, causing it to cave in. Sadly for everyone, they spoke too soon. Way too soon. So how about we finish this? Surzex asked as he came out of the school building now, since he didn't have to hold up the barrier with Michael. Oh yes, how about we do? An unknown voice asked from behind the group. What the? Surzex was cut off as a red fist crashed into his jaw, sending him flying yards away and crashing into the school. It was Belzard with 2 red gauntlets on. Belzard. Issei spoke seriously. Ah, Issei Satan. What a pleasure to meet again. Belzard yelled out. You know Belzard, Issei? Ajuka asked, clearly nervous. It's a long story. Well, you better explain later. This man is wanted by most of the factions. He isn't a pushover. Ajuka further explained. Issei. I'm going to fight him. He has the boosted gear. Volley then was encased in the divine dividing armor and burst forward with amazing speeds towards Belzard. Fuck. Grafia, Kuroka, Kateria, back her up. Issei yelled across the courtyard as he finished another wizard off. Ajuka, let's go. We need to help them. Issei started off towards where Belzard was engaging a battle with the others at. Not so fast. Another figure jumped in front of Issei and Ajuka. He was wearing a red hood so nobody could who he was or what he looked like, but he was a truly scary being. He put off a divine and evil aura at the same time at such an extent that it even made the leaders subconsciously shiver. "Who are you?" Ajuka asked. "That's none of your business. Just know that only Issei may go past this point. My colleague over there has something he wants to see with him, and I'm here to help him," the hooded figure informed Ajuka. "Fuck. Surzix. Michael. Create a barrier again. We might destroy the town if we don't," Ajuka ordered. "We're on it. Azazel, come and help me with this. This guy isn't a pushover," Ajuka yelled again. Yeah? Alright, what do we know about this guy?" Azazel asked as he landed next to Ajuka. "Nothing. Great. With Issei." As soon as Issei got around the hooded figure, he almost stopped in his tracks from the scene in front of him. Belzerd already finished all of them off. Vali laid in a crater in the wall of the school building. Kuroko was on the ground face down behind Belzerd. Kateria was on the opposite side of the field laying in a puddle of her own blood. And Grafia. Belzerd was holding her by her neck, seemingly trying to kill her. Issei's blood went cold. He saw red. He was mad, really mad. "Belzerd." Issei roared as he flew towards Belzerd with his blood wings already out, and he threw Ragnarok to the side and it landed in the ground. Finally. I was getting tired of these weaklings. Belzerd then threw Grafia to the side and readied himself with his gauntlets, ready to fight. But these gauntlets weren't like the regular boosted gear. These were less sharp and draconic, looking more like medieval gauntlets, and there were two of them. With Rias. Why did he throw out his sword? Rias asked in worry. "Oh shush, Rias. That is the smartest thing he could have done. Right, Kiba?" Sona said. "I must agree with Sona here, President." Kiba agreed. "What? Why?" "Because he has no skill with the sword. If he used it against an opponent like that man who took out those four like it was nothing, he wouldn't stand a chance," Kiba explained. "I see. Back with Issei." "Ra!" Issei yelled as he sent another punch towards Belzerd. Weak. Belzerd blocked it easily. Issei then flew back and sent a massive spiral of blood towards Belzerd. Weak. Belzerd simply punched into it, and it dispersed. Issei got behind Belzerd and sent an axe kick to the back of his skull. But Belzerd simply put his hand behind him and grabbed the foot. Weak. Son of Satan, I expected more. Why must you disappoint me so? Belzerd kept his hold on Issei and span and threw Issei straight to the ground. Issei coughed out blood but stood back up. He flew towards Belzerd and sent a punch to his jaw. But Belzerd saw it coming and sent his own punch to block it. Issei's arm erupted in blood and bone as the fists connected. But Issei didn't scream, he simply grit his teeth and bared with it. Belzerd wasted no time and sent a straight kick at Issei, sending him to the ground once again. This time Issei didn't get up, he was too badly injured. How weak, Issei Satan. You simply let me kill your family. Let me walk all over you. What a pitiful existence you are. I thought better of you. And to think you inherited the Satan bloodline. Your father must be ashamed. Belzerd roared. Issei couldn't respond. And so Belzerd generated a red orb and prepared to fire it at Issei, but the hooded figure stepped in and stopped him. Stop. You know why he must stay alive. He isn't worth killing right now anyways. The cloaked figure explained. TSK. Fine. Get stronger, Issei Satan. Because next time I won't spare you or your family. Belzerd yelled as he turned his back to Issei and was about to enter a magic circle that the hooded figure created. Issei clenched his teeth once more and stood up while Belzerd's back was turned. He brought his one working arm up and concentrated all of his magic onto the one hand. Then all of a sudden the ground started to shake and everyone looked towards Issei, including Belzerd and the hooded figure. Blood from everyone around started creating an orb on the palm of Issei's hand. Then once it was a massive sphere, the same black magic that Kiba witnessed when Issei destroyed the laboratory started to come out and spiral and the blood orb. Belzerd raised an eyebrow as the ground around Issei started to crack and start to fly into the air from the energy and power of the attack. Even Ajuka and Azazel, who were known to be some of the smartest beings in existence, were confused. It didn't help that they were extremely exhausted from the fight they had with the hooded figure. Bring it on, son of Satan. Belzerd then opened his arms, welcoming whatever came his way. And so the sphere and magic spiraling around it condensed into a palm-sized orb. Issei brought his hand down towards Belzerd and let it go. All of a sudden a massive beam of blood and magic rushed towards Belzerd and the hooded figure. This wasn't like the blood spirals, no. This was on another level. Even Belzerd got worried for a second, so he brought both his hands down towards the blast and tried to keep it at bay. Amazing, Issei Satan. I was right about letting you live. Belzerd roared as he blocked the attack. After the attack disintegrated, the hooded figure was clearly impressed as Belzerd's gauntlets were both broken at the palms of his hands and Belzerd's hands were both burnt and raw from the attack. Let us meet again, Issei Satan. Belzerd yelled as he walked through the portal with the hooded figure. And so it was over. No casualties except for the magicians and fallen angel and angel guards. Are they okay? Issei asked hurriedly as he limped over to Grafia, Kuroka, Vali, and Kateria. Yes, they are all going to need to rest for a few days, but nothing serious. Gabriel, who treated their wounds with Penemu, informed him. Thank God. Issei then got a dark look on his face that contorted with anger and walked away. Wait, Issei. We need to treat you. Your arm. Penemu tried to tell him but was ignored. Issei. Ajuka tried to put a hand on Issei's shoulder as he walked past him. Don't touch me. Issei yelled, surprising the orc and student council. Everyone else knew what he was feeling and related at one point. Issei then walked away but was still in view of everyone as he stared at Ragnarok in the ground. He then thought about what Belzerd said. He was right. He didn't deserve the Satan bloodline. He was weak. He let him walk all over him and his loved ones. He was pitiful. He was weak. He let him do what he wanted. He is a disgrace. His father was probably disgusted with him. He was disgusted at himself. Fuck. Issei yelled as he brought his working fist down to the ground as hard as he could, making a massive crater, surprising the ones witnessing. He cried again. His father told him not to unless they were tears of joy. Yet he disappointed his father again. He cried at himself. He had to get stronger. He had to. He couldn't do anything at this point. Fuck. 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 Issei repeatedly punched harder and harder as his fist started to bleed. And so the next days would be the longest days Issei has had since a long time ago. Chapter 7. Fuck. 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 Issei repeatedly punched harder and harder as his fist started to bleed. Issei was in pain. Agonizing pain. Not physically, no, mentally. He was never one to brag about his strength, or even tell people of his strength, but he at least had faith in his own power. I mean, what good is power if you don't have any faith in it? But now Issei was crushed. He punched and punched with his one working arm and ignored the crunching of bone he heard from his bad arm and his working arm that he was now in the process of breaking. Issei continued to curse at his own weakness. He started scaring the ones watching as his working arm started to, well, not work. But he didn't care. He felt disgusting. Belzerd's words really struck a chord in him. His father would be ashamed. He was weak. He was pitiful. He was worthless again. Why? Why can I do nothing? Issei continued to cry. Why? Another punch. Everyone cringed at the sounds coming from the punches. It could have been the rocks crunching and cracking, but they thought differently. Why? And another. Why? The punches got weaker. Why? And weaker. Why can't I protect anyone? Issei's punch finally died out and his fist simply landed on the ground. And so Issei was on his knees crying, covered in his own blood and the blood of the fallen enemies. With the others. Issei, Rias and Sona were speechless. The elegant and majestic devil they once knew was gone. Now it was just a broken man, no boy cursing at himself for something out of his control. Ajuka simply looked on sadly at his younger brother's condition. But he kept his mouth shut. He knew now was not the time. The other leaders experienced enough in their time to know what Issei feels like, but it still made them frown sadly at the scene. Since Grafia was the least injured, she woke up before the others, and she was just in time to witness the scene. It broke her heart that she was the cause of this pain in Issei. And so she stood up, shocking Gabriel and Penemu, who were working on healing everyone, and she started limping towards Issei. Grafia, wait. You are still injured. Penemu to follow after Grafia but was stopped by a hand on her wrist. Azazel simply nodded his head. No. When she was about to ask why he stopped her. And so Grafia slowly stumbled towards Issei, who completely zoned out the world. She got closer and closer, tripping multiple times, but she got back up and kept going towards Issei. She once again stumbled down the crater he created and made her way again towards Issei. And in one fluid motion she hugged the back of his crying form. "It's okay," was all it took. Issei cried harder and hugged her back. They were both a sweaty and bloody mess. But they didn't care. And so after a few minutes of silence as everyone witnessed the scene, they finally stood up. Issei brought back Grafia back in silence to where the others were being treated. He received minor treatment for his arms, even though the arm he punched Belzerd with literally had bone fragments sticking out of the skin. Thankfully, due to his power, his bone and muscle had accelerated healing capabilities. All they did was reset the bone. "Issei, are you alright now?" Ajuka asked, still skeptical at Issei's silence. "Yes. I'm sorry you all had to see that." Issei spoke loud enough for everyone to hear. But nobody answered, they simply nodded. Surzex looked angry, pissed off. Issei couldn't tell. Even Surzex was about to say something, but he at least had the decency to keep his mouth shut. For now, at least. "Alright. The attack that just occurred?" Michael asked. "I don't know. That was the Cows Brigade though. We had a few reports of Belzerd joining them, but now it just tells us that he is the real deal," Ajuka explained. "I see. Azazel, do you have any information on Belzerd or the hooded figure? I figured you may know the most since you had a separate investigation on him after he attacked one of the Fallen Angel headquarters to steal a sacred gear," Michael asked again. "I do. Do you want to share it with us then?" Michael continued. Very well. But first of all, I want to say this. No offense, Issei, there was no possible way you could have defeated Belzerd, so don't hurt yourself thinking over it. And if you did defeat him, I would be scared of you," Azazel explained. "What do you mean?" Ajuka asked. "Well, Belzerd is only half human. You all know of Titans from Greek mythology, correct?" Azazel asked, and everyone nodded. "Well, Belzerd is from a race called Eternals. They are half Titan and half human. Now you may ask, wouldn't that just be a Greek god? That's where they originate from. But sadly, this is a different case. The original Titans that weren't slain by the Olympians went into hiding. Their hate never dwindled, so they tempted humans to come to their domain and gave them all of their power so that they could evolve and one day defeat the Olympians," Azazel further explained. "And after that they made their own race of Eternals and lived for hundreds of years. But the Olympians started to fear these Eternals, so they sent an army to eradicate all of them. Now this is where Belzerd comes in. Belzerd was one of the greatest prodigies of the era at the time. He unlocked the boosted gear from his human bloodline, and that only made him even stronger. But when the Olympians attacked, he was only a teenager, so the leader, as he was dying on the battlefield, told Belzerd to run and avenge them when he fully mastered the God Slayer, also known as the boosted gear. And after that he just trained and trained and killed and trained and killed, and so on," Azazel finished. "I see. How do you know so much then? You would have had to speak to him directly for that in-depth of information." Ajuka narrowed his eyes at the explanation. "Well, what you guys never heard was, I was in the building as it was attacked. That is also where I got this from," Azazel informed them as he pulled his shirt to the side, and you could see a scar that looked like it was stabbed with a spear on the right side of his chest opposite his heart. "Holy. Exactly. And that looks like a spear, doesn't it?" Azazel asked, and everyone nodded again. "Well, that is from his fingers," Azazel informed the group, and once again got gasps from around them. How powerful would you say he is?" Surzex asked. "Super Devil class easy. Maybe surpassing if he uses the boosted gear to its full potential." Azazel spoke the grim truth. Ajuka grit his teeth and grabbed Azazel by the collar and lifted off the ground. "Then why didn't you stop Issei?" Ajuka roared as his power flared to new heights even though he was exhausted. "Because I heard what the hooded figure said. I thought it would be a good opportunity for Issei to see how strong real enemies are." Azazel looked down in shame. "And if he died?" Ajuka roared as Surzex tried to pry him off of Azazel. "But he didn't. Like he said, he wants to wait for Issei to get stronger. He is a war mongrel. He loves to fight. He wouldn't kill a weakling who has potential to one day challenge him and maybe even defeat him," Azazel explained. "But he tried to kill him. But he didn't." Ajuka then punched Azazel in the face and sent him to the ground. Ajuka glared for a second but then calmed himself down. "I'm sorry about that. I care for Issei deeply as my own brother. I'm sure you have related before. Ajuka put his hand out for Azazel. No. I deserve that. Don't apologize. So do you have any information on the hooded figure we fought? He was truly a scary being. Ajuka asked again. Sadly I do not. But I must agree he was a truly fearsome foe. What happened with him? Me and Serzex were busy with the barrier to see what happened. Michael asked. Well, we have another monster to deal with. Ajuka voiced. What do you mean? Serzex narrowed his eyes slightly. That thing was playing with me and Azazel the entire thing. I don't even think he broke a sweat. Explain, was the short response. Very well. Flashback. Ajuka and Azazel had already been fighting for a few minutes and were already exhausted. He's playing with us. Ajuka spoke in between breaths. I know. We're going to have to do something. And quick. With what, Ajuka? He's as slippery as a snake. I know. Come on. Come on. I got it. Ajuka exclaimed. Well, what's the idea? Azazel was still staring at the still hooded figure. All I need you to do is make the biggest light spear that you can and wait for my signal. Ajuka explained. Alright, you're the boss. And so Azazel did what he was told. Ajuka then flared his power as he made multiple magic circles. If I can get the angle right. Ajuka doing geometry in the fight. And all of a sudden all of the magic circles shot out with magic. It was like a Gatling gun of magic. But that didn't even do the trick. The hooded figure sprinted in and out, dodging and weaving through all of the attacks. They had no visible effect on him. And so he continued to dodge and weave until two tendrils grabbed each of his arms. Azazel now. I got him. Alright, here I go. Azazel yelled as he threw the spear as hard as he could at breakneck speeds towards the figure. It hit him in dead center in the chest, or did it? No, the spear flew straight through him, not affecting him, or his clothes at all. Well, that was a close one, now wasn't it? The hooded figure asked sarcastically as he broke out of the tendrils and dusted off his clothes. What the fuck? Azazel being shocked would be an understatement. What are you? Ajuka yelled. Me. It seems my friend over there is about to make a stupid decision. You should thank me for saving your brother. The hooded said before he flew towards Belzerd and Issei. Flashback in. It probably would have helped if we went out since the very beginning, but we were afraid of destroying the city. Ajuka further explained. So you're saying? Azazel's strongest light spear attack went straight through him. Michael asked, clearly worried. Exactly. I do believe though, if we can find a way to stop whatever magic that was, we could take him down next time we see him. Ajuka informed the group. I see. Then we will have to do more research on the Cows Brigade. Michael put his hand to his chin in thought. Agreed. Now shall we adjourn this meeting? Azazel asked. Yes. Everyone go back and inform your people of what happened today. Then I will start researching the hooded figure too. Azazel informed the group. Then let's go. Issei. What are you doing? We are teleporting back to your house. Ajuka asked as he noticed Issei walking off by himself. I'll meet you back home. Make sure they get home safe. Issei explained as he pointed towards the 4 injured girls. Everyone looked on sadly at Issei, knowing this wouldn't just end in one day. But Serzex. He had enough of it. What the fuck do you think you're doing? Serzex asked. No answer as Issei kept walking off. Do you really think you deserve to be depressed and sad? Stop trying to get attention. Serzex yelled again. Everyone looked on in shock at Serzex. But nobody moved, they didn't know what to do. Issei didn't answer him, he just stood there with his back towards him and listened. Hey! Don't ignore me. Look at me! Serzex yelled as he grabbed Issei by the shoulder and spun him around. Issei just stared at him, his blood-red eyes burning in the night. It sent shivers to everyone just seeing them. Serzex though. He was too into his rant to feel it. You don't fucking deserve any of them. You couldn't do a damn fucking thing. They could have died. Serzex roared. This is when Ajuka heard enough and was out of his state of shock. Serzex may be his friend, but Issei was his brother. And Serzex was going way over the line. Serzex, stop! Ajuka yelled. But Serzex didn't listen. He simply flared his power as high as it could go to make a makeshift field around them. Ajuka had the same amount of power as Surzex, but he didn't want to flare it because Surzex's power was already making it harder for the teenagers to stand, let alone breath. So he was forced to stay back. Issei forced himself not to get mad. He didn't have the right, was his belief. But sadly, even he had a limit. It just took time to cross that limit. You don't deserve them. You don't deserve a single fucking one. Especially not Grafia. I deserve her more than you. You don't deserve anything good that comes your way. Surzex roared, even though he was slightly surprised that Issei wasn't affected by him flaring his magic. I mean, he took the brunt of it, and wasn't even visibly affected. Finally Issei snapped. But he stayed silent. He glared straight at Surzex. And kept glaring. And all of a sudden, as if from the shadows themselves, a black luminous figure, no, monster, towered over Issei. And that was no easy feat. Issei was easily 6 foot. And it stared straight at Surzex with the same blood-red eyes, as if staring straight into his soul. The figure was a completely black shadow. Whether it was made out of shadows or something else, it was scary. It had a humanoid figure that was completely ripped as in very muscular, with 2 horns sticking out of its forehead and the blood-red eyes. Everything else on it was indescribable, as it was too shadowy and dark to see. Immediately Azazel and Sarah fall ready for combat, shocked at this new creature. But Ajuka quickly stopped them by putting out his hand. Ajuka for one didn't even look scared nor shocked by the being. It looked like he saw whatever it was before. The same went for Michael, but instead of a worried look, it was one of sadness and pity. Surzex for one was visible scared for a few moments. He even took a few steps back in shock. I'm going to walk home, and when I get back, you better not be there. Issei spoke in a calm voice. Too calm for anyone's liking. Surzex was still stunned as Issei turned away and walked off. As he turned around, the thing simply went back into the shadows without a trace. Once Issei was out of earshot, Azazel finally spoke up. Ajuka, what was that? Let's just say, that was Issei's darkness. And with that, Ajuka finished the conversation. But unknown to the group, Koneko was literally shaking in fear right about now. Why? Because that was the same monster that she saw when she used Senjutsu on Issei when they first met. With Issei, he didn't know how long it's been, what time it was, or how far he walked. His mind was a mess, and he didn't know what to think anymore. All he wanted was a moment of clarity. And a moment of clarity he got. Hello? I want to start stage 2 of my training. What? Why so suddenly? I don't think your body is ready for it yet. I don't care. I'm ready. Trust me. This is why I always liked you. Alright, meet me at your estate in the underworld tomorrow. Alright. Thanks. Don't mention it, just be prepared for the worst, and then even worse than that. Alright. I'll see you tomorrow. Yep. Bye. And Issei's hand and a phone fell from Issei's ear as he stared at the night sky. Issei's one moment of clarity was gone. But it wasn't in vain. All of the ridicule from Surzex did break him down further, but it helped him figure out what he needed to do. Issei's apartment. Click. And the door clicked shut as Issei entered the apartment. He didn't bother try and sense who was there. He knew Surzex got the message, but anyone else, they were free to stay if they so wished. And Yasaka and Kuna probably went to sleep. And Valerian was probably told by the others about what happened and went to do his thing. Issei, I expect you're okay now. Ajuka asked from the lounge where he was seated alone drinking coffee. I am, was the short response as Ajuka beckoned him to take a seat. Then I wish to speak to you. Regarding what happened. Then speak. About what happened between you and Surzex. I didn't do a fucking thing if that's what you are implying. Issei said without a doubt in his mind. I never said you did. Then what? You need to be careful. He isn't a Satan for nothing. And beyond that, he's a super devil. So don't be doing anything stupid, even if it involves a loved one. Ajuka stared seriously at Issei. If it involves a loved one, I don't care if he's a Satan or super devil. I will not stand back and let him do what he wants. I will die where I stand if I must. But never once will I stand by and watch. Issei explained. Ajuka smiled for a second and took slight pride in how Issei had become, but you won't be able to scratch him as you are now. I know. He would take everything you have in front of your eyes. I've known Surzex for a long time, and he is as stubborn as a mule. Good thing I am too. You aren't even strong enough to touch him. I already have that covered. What? Ajuka raised an eyebrow in confusion. I'm starting stage 2 of my training early. What? No, we went over this, you will wait, Ajuka said sternly. Too late, it's already decided, Issei responded without falter. Fuck. Fine. When are you starting? Ajuka asked. Tomorrow I'll be going back home. Fuck. Alright. I have to go home and get a few things ready. You don't have to help. You're damn right I don't have to. But I would rather have you not die midway. So I think I'll go, Ajuka said as he created a magic circle and prepared to leave. Wait. Where are they? And what's going to happen with Kateria? Issei asked. They are all resting in your bedroom. As for Kateria, I took up the job to interrogate her and get any information on her, so I'll do it in a few days when everything has settled down. Luckily she never attacked any of us, so she will most likely get let off as long as she tells us everything she knows about the Cows Brigade. Alright, thanks. I'll see you tomorrow. And Ajuka waved goodbye and left to prepare for the many, many days to come. Issei walked down the hallways dreading what he may see in his room, but he forced himself to go and see for himself. And so he stood in front of his room in silence. He stood there for a few minutes debating what he would do, waiting for somebody to push him from behind. And his wish came true. So are you going to go in? Sona asked from the hallway holding a bucket of water and rags. Yeah. Issei reached for the door handle but was stopped as Sona spoke again. You know, you probably heard this like 1,000 times, but it wasn't your fault, Sona informed him. That's what I've been told. You don't seem to believe me, why is that? Sona inquired. I don't know. There was something I could have done though. I could have been faster, stronger, smarter. I could have done something, anything, just to change the outcome. Well, you didn't, Sona said the flat truth. Issei just stared at the door again. You didn't do any of that, and the outcome has already happened. All you can do is learn from your mistakes and get faster, stronger, smarter, do whatever it takes to make sure it doesn't happen again. Now get in there before Rias has a heart attack. She thought you went and hurt yourself. She honestly doesn't have any faith in you. Sona finished with a small smile. And you do. Of course. What type of wife would I be if I didn't have faith in my husband? Sona explained with slight sarcasm. You realize we aren't married, right? That's where you are wrong. We are engaged and could end up married any day, so why shouldn't I start acting the role early? Sona explained as she opened the door for Issei and entered the room. Very well. And Issei followed her in the room. In the room was Akeno and Rias treating Grafia, Kuroka, Vali, and Kateria, who were all laid on Issei's bed. They were all wrapped in bandages, but the worst of them all was Vali. How are they? Issei asked, shocking the two occupants. Issei, when did you get back? Rias exclaimed louder than Issei's liking while Akeno simply smiled. SHH. They're sleeping. I got back a few minutes ago. Anyways, how are they? Issei asked again. They're stable now. They should wake up tomorrow morning just like normal, Akeno explained. Alright, good. Tomorrow I need to talk to all of you, Issei informed the group, in which they raised their eyebrows slightly. About. Just meet me tomorrow morning in the kitchen. Akeno, you can sleep here if you want, Issei informed them as he sat on the seat at the edge of the bed. And you? I don't think you can sleep on your bed, Rias asked, since the bed was completely filled since all of the bodies were spread out. I'll sleep right here and keep watch on them, so you can go to sleep now, Issei told the three. Surely you can't sleep all night. I'm not. I'm a light sleeper when I want to be. If there is even a groan in discomfort, I will wake up immediately, Issei explained. Ugh. Fine. Rias and Akeno then walked out of the room. Sona stayed silent as she stared at Issei, who was staring at the four on the bed. Aren't you going to bed too? Issei asked. I am. But I wanted to ask. Should I be worried about what you want to tell us tomorrow? That's all up to you. And can you please tell Yasaka and Valerian to be at the meeting tomorrow too? Ugh. Fine. I'll see you tomorrow, Sona exclaimed as she walked out of the room and shut the door. And so Issei sat there watching the bed in silence. And he slowly closed his eyes and awaited morning. The next morning. Ugh. What the hell hit me? Vali groggily said as she awoke. The boosted gear. Oh right. Wait. What happened? Vali asked as she noticed Issei. That's what I'd like to know, Issei explained. What? Explain what happened when you fought Belzerd. I want every detail. Everything. Belzerd. The Red Dragon Emperor, that's his name. And how do you know that? I met him before, now explain. None of that is relevant. Yes, it is. How come you never told me you knew who the Red Dragon Emperor is? Because I didn't even know. I met him back in Kyoto, but he didn't have the boosted gear equipped. Now explain what happened. I'm losing patience, and you're the only one awake. Issei informed. Fine. Flashback. Raha. Vali roared as she flew towards Belzerd, fully equipped in the Divine Dividing. Ah. My fated rival. What a pleasure it is to finally meet. Well, meet again. Belzerd roared as he stood himself in a fighting position. Vali didn't reply, just flew even faster towards Belzerd. She was about to punch Belzerd straight across the face, but Belzerd completely stopped the attack. Belzerd crouched slightly, pulled his boosted gear-covered fist back, and lunged forward with such power and speed Vali couldn't comprehend what happened. He planted his fist straight into her abdomen and caused her to puke up blood and spit. Finally, she was launched back, only the building there to cushion her fall. Ugh. Vali was still in shock from both the pain and how easily she was hit. The armor from her stomach area was completely gone, crumpled away from the punch. Vali. Are you okay? Grafia asked as she, Kateria, and Kuroka landed by the rubble. TSK. Yeah. As much as I don't want to say it, I'm going to need help. That already made Grafia's eyes widen. Vali never asked for help, unless it was really, really bad. Alright. What can you say on him? Grafia asked. Nothing. This is from one punch. Vali explained. Okay. Kuroka. Use your senjutsu and try to poison him. Kateria. Use water magic and try and surround him and cover him in it if possible. Grafia ordered, in which they did as they were told. And so Kuroka had poison surround Belzerd, who was seemingly still. He allowed whatever was happening happen. And then Kateria completely submerged him in a sphere of water, just like she was told. Alright, now. Get out of the way. Grafia yelled. Grafia then generated a massive magic circle, and out came a massive blizzard. It completely devoured the water sphere. And soon after it stopped, revealing a solid sphere of ice. Did we get him? Kuroka asked. I think so. Kateria responded. Vali, prepare to attack. If that sphere even cracks, I want you to blast it into an oblivion. Grafia narrowed her eyes at the sphere. It was easy, too easy. Then the sphere exploded into millions of shards. Vali. Got it. And Vali shot forward and expected to be able to catch Belzerd off guard. She saw Belzerd and went for a kick again, but he caught it without even trying. You know, normally I would like to fight my rival, but I think I've found a better rival, so I must use you as bait. Belzerd exclaimed as he threw Vali across the field. What? Kateria asked, worried of the answer. Oh, Kateria. You know what I mean. Who did I always ask questions about? Who have I been waiting to fight? Belzerd asked. You don't mean. Kateria's eyes widened in realization. What? What happened? Grafia asked. He's after Issei. Kateria exclaimed, and everyone widened their eyes at the revelation. Bingo. Now I'm going to need to rough you up a little bit. So don't think it's anything personal, just a man trying doing what he needs to do. And with that, hell was unleashed. Belzerd blurred out of existence and appeared behind Kuroka first and slammed a leg into the back of her skull, most likely cracking it in the process. He then rushed towards Kateria, who was sending water bullets toward him. He dodged and weaved in and out of the attacks and sent an elbow to her gut, causing her to hunch forward in pain. Ugh. Kateria spit out. He then grabbed her skull and slammed her skull into the ground, causing blood to run down her face and pool around her. Vali, get up. Vali was still on the ground in pain from the last assault. But it was too late. Belzerd was already by her and kicked her head like it was a soccer ball, causing her to fly into the school once again. TSK. Grafia knew she was in deep shit. So with all the remaining magic she had, she made a massive magic circle and sent millions of ice spears toward Belzerd. Ho! Still fighting even though you've seen all of your commiserates so easily beaten right in front of you. How honorable of you. But sadly, honor does no good in a fight to the death. And so with an uppercut to Grafia's jaw, she was sent flying into the sky. Grafia tried to summon another magic circle but was stopped. Belzerd flew upwards and in one motion sent his foot straight down to Grafia, who was still flying upward from his earlier attack. The heel of his foot made contact with her back before she was sent flying downwards and smashed into the floor. Not so honorable now, huh? Belzerd mocked as he floated in the air as dust covered where Grafia landed. As the dust cleared, Grafia was on the ground face down. But slowly yet surely, she started to get up. Once again. Honorable. But honor does no good in a battle. You should have just stayed down, Belzerd said. Grafia was now standing trying to bring her arm up for one more attack. But sadly, Belzerd had other ideas. He disappeared from existence once again only for him to appear in front of Grafia and hoist her into the air by her neck. She couldn't breathe, his grip was too strong. So, she tried to grab and claw at his wrists so he would let go. But nothing worked. That was when her savior appeared. Belzerd! Issei yelled as he rushed toward him. And Grafia was thrown away only to get knocked out. Flashback in. Once I saw you going towards Grafia, I was relieved and shortly after passed out. Vali explained. I see. Issei gripped the chair's arm mistress slightly at the information. So, what? What happened after? Vali asked. I lost. Badly. He was going to kill me if his accomplice didn't say they needed me for something in the future. So he simply said to get stronger because next time there would be no mercy. Issei explained. I see. Vali was shocked. But why? She saw firsthand how strong Belzerd was, yet she still thought Issei could somehow defeat him. It looks like the others are waking up. Can you go and tell Rias and Sona I will be down for the meeting in a few minutes? Issei asked as Grafia and Kateria looked like they were waking up. Meeting? Vali asked. I'll tell you in the meeting. Just go tell them please. Issei sounded weak for some reason. Not like the cool, calm and collected demeanor and voice he usually had. Alright. It shocked Vali a little bit, but nevertheless she did what she was told. Kitchen. Vali slowly stumbled into the kitchen with a small limp. As soon as she entered the room, the occupants quickly noticed her. Vali. Are you alright? You shouldn't be up. Rias rushed toward her to help. I'm fine. Just a little sore. Anyways, Issei said that he will be down in a few minutes. Vali explained as she sat down at the table. Then I guess we wait. Sona said as she turned to Vali as for asking for a question. What? Vali was confused as all eyes went on her. And so for the next few minutes Vali would explain what happened in the fight versus Belzerd. And finally, Issei came in with Kuroka leading but Kateria and Grafia both having to use Issei as a crutch. Issei slowly put Grafia on a seat and then Yusaka got up and helped Kateria on the one next to it. So now it was just silent. So, are you going to tell us why you called us here? And not even introduce us to her? Sona asked as she looked towards Kateria. I'll get to that. Okay. Then. What is it? Rias asked this time. And so they waited. I'll just say it straight. I'm going home. And with that it felt like the world itself was falling apart. For Sona, Rias and Akeno at least. Why for Sona? Because she started to actually like Issei as a husband, and wasn't against having him as her husband. Why for Rias? Because he was her knight in shining armor. She wouldn't admit she liked him, but deep down she feels something for the boy. Why for Akeno? Because Issei became something of a lifeline to her, he dealt with the same type of thing as her. She felt herself around him. So if he left she felt her lifeline would leave too. WW what? Why? Sona shouted, surprising some of the occupants. Yeah. I thought you liked it here with us. Was that all a lie? Rias yelled next. Akeno was still in shock of losing the one person she could relate to. Okay, everyone calm down. That is why I had this meeting. I'm going back to the Satan estate to start the second stage of my training. Issei explained. Issei. That isn't what I meant when I get stronger and faster yesterday. You can do that here. Why do you have to go home? Sona exclaimed. I can't do it here, I need to be there so my teachers can be there too. Well, why do you have to leave us? Why can't they come here? I never said I was leaving you guys. Then why? Sona tried to say but was cut off as Issei raised his hand so he could speak. That's why. Rias, you and the orc may come too. Think of it as a field trip if you must. Issei explained as he looked at Rias, who beamed at the announcement. Whoa, whoa, whoa. If she's coming then I'm coming too. I'm your wife so I have to go. Sona stated, surprising the group once again. Unfortunately for her, she also got glares from the group. Let me finish. Sheesh. You can come too. I would say bring the entire student council, but I don't think the school would make it with no student council or orc. Issei explained. Good, then when are we leaving? Sona asked. I have to be there by tonight, so I would leave around noon so you can get a lay of the land and get used to it. Issei informed them. Ugh. Why can't you schedule things like normal people? Always leaving the day of. Sona said as she got out her phone and texted somebody. Who did you text? Issei asked. Tsubaki, she'll be here in 2 hours. Sona responded. Are you sure that's wise? What is? With you and your vice president gone, I don't know if your school will be there when you return. Oh. Do you not have faith in them? Sona asked threateningly. This has nothing to do with faith. Anything can happen for the time we will be gone. The others simply watched in amusement at the conversation. Oh. And how long are we going to be gone? Sona asked sarcastically. A few months. What? Sona was clearly shocked. Point made. Okay, fine, I'll come and check everything every other week. Sona declared in defeat. Alright then, is everything fine with Urias? Issei asked the redhead. Yep. My peerage will be here in an hour with everything packed. Alright, good. We will leave late noon. Now everyone go pack. And so Issei helped Grafia up while Kuroka helped Kateria up, and they went back to the room where they could pack. Pissed. Volley. Rias asked, causing Sona to pay attention too. What? Why does Issei's training take months at a time? Rias asked, clearly curious. Because the type of training they do. Volley explained. The type of training. What does that mean? Training is training, I thought. Only difference is physical, mental, and magical. Rias spoke out. That's where Issei differs. Issei must do a different type of training, along with normal training. Something to do with his blood power. I never figured out what they meant. Volley shrugged her shoulders. They. Ajuka and Rezavim, obviously. What? They are going to be there too? Rias asked. Obviously. Rezavim has the most information from Issei about how his power works. And Ajuka won't let his baby brother go and train without him. Considering the circumstances. Circumstances. It's a long story. He'll probably explain it when we get there. Anyways, with Ajuka and Rezavim working together, they make an unbeatable training regimen for Issei. That's why he has such power at such a young age. Volley explained. I see. Then we should probably start packing before Issei gets mad. Akeno clapped her hands together as she informed the group. Yo, we don't want Issei leaving us. Because he will. Trust me, it's happened to me. Volley informed. And with that, everyone scattered to wherever they had to go and started to get ready. With Issei. So, Issei. Kateria started as she sat on the bed watching Issei pack a bag for himself and Grafia, who couldn't do it by herself yet. Yes. Why didn't you ever tell me you were leaving or that you were going to be here? Kateria asked, not really mad, just curious. I did. Did not. Kateria shot back. Yes, I told you multiple times beforehand and even left a note for you. Issei explained. When? One of the many times you barged into my office to ask me to marry you. That's all. No, did you ever even walk into my study at least once for a clue to where I may have went? Issei asked. No. Why? Because there was a note labeled. For Kateria. Right on top, you couldn't miss it. Oh. My bad. Kateria blushed slightly while Grafia simply chuckled slightly at her. I can show you when we get back if you want. Issei asked. No, that's fine. Then I'll tell you now. Ajuka is going to be interrogating you in a few days. You must tell him everything, and I mean everything, about the Chaos Brigade. Got it. Got it. Kateria reassured Issei without even noticing it. Good. And so they finished up whatever they had to do and awaited the time to leave. A few hours later, Issei was currently waiting for the arrivals in his lounge, alone and reading in peace. Grafia and Kateria finally recovered enough strength to walk by themselves, so they were off doing their own thing. Rias was having a last-minute meeting with her peerage regarding Gasper and the needed training for him since the terrorists used him as a weapon against them. Sona was doing paperwork for the school council and waiting for Tsubaki to arrive since she was to be the last arrival. Volley and Kuroka. Issei honestly didn't know, but they were probably in the game room. Yasaka was packing Kunu some last-minute things. Valerian was probably doing what he usually does. Valerian was much like Issei in some ways. He didn't speak too much unless it was necessary. He was serious, but too serious at times. So he and Issei got along well, but even Issei thought it would be a good idea to get to know him better since he's in his peerage. And he knew a perfect way how. Issei needed help with his swordsmanship, so he would most likely ask for the knights of the group's help and arena since she was also accustomed to it. But that was a discussion for another time. Issei was brought out of his thoughts as he heard a ding from the elevator. Ah, Lord Satan. Thanks for inviting me to go out with Sona and everyone else, Tsubaki said with a bow. Please, think nothing of it. I simply told Sona she could bring whoever she wanted. And call me Issei, I'm not a fan of titles. Issei explained. Very well, Issei, and still you allowed me to come either way, so thanks, Tsubaki stated as she continued to bow. You're welcome then, feel free to make yourself at home while you wait. I know you've been here before, so don't be afraid to do whatever you want, Issei informed as he went back to his book. Then I will wait here. Tsubaki then sat down on the couch across from Issei. So then they waited in awkward silence. At least for Tsubaki it was, for Issei it was just peace and quiet. And eventually the group started to enter. Lord Satan, I hope I am not late, Valerian said as he was slightly out of breath with a duffel bag on his back. You're fine, Valerian, and what did I say about titles? Issei asked. Oh, you're right. Please forgive me, Lord Issei. Valerian then bowed in front of Issei. Ugh. Just sit down and wait, please, Issei said without looking away from his book once. Very well. And so he sat. And once again Tsubaki sat in awkward silence. Valerian wasn't much of a talker to people he didn't know or serve, and Issei just didn't talk if it wasn't necessary. And then Yasaka and Kunu walked in. Ah, Issei. You're already waiting for us, Yasaka said in her loving motherly tone. I'm just reading, I wasn't particularly waiting, Issei explained without glancing away from his book. I see. I meant to ask you earlier but I didn't have the chance, Yasaka started. Issei hummed. Are you okay? I heard what happened yesterday and… At first Tsubaki wondered what about yesterday, but then she remembered his little outburst. I'm fine, don't worry about it, Issei reassured her. If you say so. And so the room went back to the way it was with the exception of Yasaka interacting with Kunu. And so Tsubaki finally brought out her phone to check on her own things. But a few minutes later everyone could hear bickering. I won't just admit it, Vali exclaimed as she walked into the room with Kuroka. No, I clearly won, Naya, Kuroka countered. I clearly got more than you, Kuroka. Just admit it, Vali once again claimed. No, Vali. You just can't admit I'm better than you. You are not. Am so. Are not. Am so. Are not. Would you both please shut up? Issei clearly wasn't pleased in their bickering. Oh, Issei. I didn't see you there, Naya, Kuroka spoke. Well, next time look before you come and disrupt the peace. Naya, fine. Same goes for you, Vali. Was all Issei got in response. Tsubaki smiled at the scene slightly. It was refreshing to see people acting like that and not all seriously. The only time the peerage was together was for business and schools, so she never got to see things like this too often. And so they waited even more, and eventually Sona, Grafia, and Kateria arrived and greeted the group. They're late, Vali exclaimed into the silence that permeated the room. They've got 10 minutes, Issei informed the group as he looked at his watch. And then we leave them, Vali asked. And then we leave them, Issei informed. Good. And so they waited. 5 minutes went by. 7 minutes went by. And finally, 9 minutes went by. Alright, I'm creating the magic circle. Issei was not one for people who were late. We're just leaving them, Sona asked, not necessarily mad, just surprised. If they don't get here in 30 seconds, yes. I like you even more now, Issei. Sona clearly was happy at how Issei did things. 10 seconds, Issei informed the group as he looked at his watch. And so the group consciously counted down. Ah, I hope we aren't late. Rias walked in with the orc in tow. You guys are so fucking lucky, Vali claimed, not caring if Kunu was in attendance. What? You guys were just going to leave us? Rias exclaimed. You were late. Now Sona added. Technically they aren't. But if they were late, Issei informed them. Who's the girl? Kuroka asked as she noticed somebody new in the group. The girl had platinum hair and pinkish violet eyes, and was even smaller than Koneko, and wore a cool girl's uniform. Girl? Rias asked for a second and then it clicked. Oh right. You haven't met Gasper yet. This here is Gasper Vladi. And he is a boy. Rias introduced him. The room went silent and all that was heard was a crack, and everyone turned towards Issei. Issei's grip on his teacup he was holding cracked the teacup in shock. So everyone just looked at Gasper and analyzed him. All of the eyes made him hide behind Rias though. Alright, let's go. Issei just disregarded the entire conversation and summoned the magic circle. And so everyone entered the magic circle and awaited departure. Satan territory. Issei's true home. As the group flashed into existence, they were in front of a massive wall and gate with a familiar symbol on it. The walls looked to be simple obsidian bricks, but anyone with magic capabilities would know otherwise. They held such magic that anyone in their right mind wouldn't touch it. But unlike the first time Issei was here, they were completely cleaned of dirt, vines, and overgrowth of any kind. They were perfectly cleaned. The group was already in awe of the seemingly never-ending walls. I mean, who wouldn't? They were massive and went as long as the eye could see. Alright, everyone stand back. I put the barrier up before I came to the human world. Issei explained as he walked towards the gate. The gate was a black gate with purple gems all over it, and the Satan symbol carved into it. Wait. Why a barrier? Rias asked as she looked at the massive purple barrier around the entire thing. So nobody would enter the territory, smart one. You do realize people have tried to enter this place for thousands of years, right? Thieves, nobles, anyone who was curious enough to try. Vali explained. I see. Wouldn't having the barrier up for this long drain you of your magic? Sona asked this time. No. Listen to what Vali said. My father created a self-powering magic barrier strong enough to keep out supreme beings and enemies of any kind. So it doesn't affect me in any way. Except for the fact that only I can open this, unless you have a special key which only Kuroka, Grafia, Kateria, Ajuka, Rezavim, and Vali have. Issei explained as he waited for everyone to step away from the gate. I see. Sona slightly blushed at her dumb question. It wasn't every day she would disregard what she heard and ask a pointless question. Now step back. Issei told them again. And so they did. And with a quick breath Issei lifted his hand and a blood cyclone appeared at his side and hit the Satan symbol straight in the center. And slowly the blood started to trace the symbol. It was a magic circle with a horned demon surrounded in dragons. The dragons were surrounding the horned demon and looked like they were worshipping him. But around them were hundreds of arrays and magic runes to finalize the magic circle. But once it was completely filled with blood there was a loud clank, and the gates slowly opened. And so it confused the group as the barrier didn't falter, but only one asked. I thought you were taking down the barrier. Yasaka asked. I did. Partially. The barrier has multiple levels. The first is the main barrier which nobody but me can open. Even if you do have one of the keys you still can't open it. The next is the stage where the gate is open but only those with keys can enter. Then where the gate is completely open and anyone can enter. Then the last one I've only tried twice switches off the entire thing. Issei explained. I see. So who's seen the inside before? Sona asked once again. Only those four and Rezavim and Ajuka. Issei pointed towards Grafia, Vali, Kuroka, and Kateria. Once again, the group was speechless. They were about to see something that quite a few would die just to catch a glimpse of. And so Issei and the four who have seen it before walked in, leaving the others still standing there. Even Yasaka was excited to enter. Well, are you guys coming or not? Issei asked from inside. And so they all entered and Issei closed the gate behind him. Holy shit. Several voiced out. In front of them was something of fairy tales. The massive castle that was Issei's house. The castle itself was width and length of a village. The height. That's another story. It was taller than any skyscraper they've ever seen. There were at least a dozen towers on the castle that reached to the heavens themselves, well, whatever counted as heaven in the underworld. But the white brick of the castle glistened like it was cleaned just yesterday, and the windows. There are millions of windows, and at least a few thousand rooms. It was the biggest and one of the most magnificent things they have ever seen. Just wait until you get inside, Vali said as she continued to walk. But outside on the thousands of miles of land was just vast forests and gardens. Any direction you walked you would find something breathtaking, whether it be a giant fountain or waterfalls as big as the Niagara Falls themselves, or even fields of nothing but flowers as far as the eye can see. "Let's go, it will take us 30 minutes to get there," Issei informed them as he walked ahead of them. 30 minutes? It's like right there. Where are we going? Rias asked. No, it's not right there. It's about a 2 to 3 mile walk from here, Issei explained. And once again shock washed over them. What they saw was from 3 miles away. That made this onto another level once again. Holy fuck. The group voiced out again, not even remembering Kunu was in right next to them. Vali could only chuckle. And so they started their trek to the castle. 30 minutes later. Man. That was long. Rias wheezed out. Really? You guys are seriously out of shape. Vali pointed out as he saw the orc minus Kiba Zenobia, and Koneko out of breath. Why do you think I invited them, Vali? I knew they might want to train, so I invited them. Issei pointed out as he walked to the 2 large doors. Man. This is even bigger up close, Yasaka pointed out. Nothing less than the best for Lord Issei, Valerian pointed out in pride. Anyways, I guess I should say, welcome to my home. Issei then pushed open the doors, revealing the massive welcome room. It was a massive room that was easily the size of the gymnasium at Kuo Academy. 2 rows of pillars parallel with each other going down the large room, hallway. And a large red carpet marking the walkway, but even where the red carpet wasn't at, there was just glistening marble floors. And along the walls were different types of creatures. Mythical beings like unicorns, Pegasus, dragons, griffins, and many more. Once again everyone's mouth was agape. Come on ladies and gentlemen, if this is making you go brain dead, you aren't going to survive an 1/8 of this house tour. Vali broke the silence once again. Oh yeah. And so they kept on. They went around the main parts of the house, which were not even scratching the surface to how many rooms there were. And already people wanted to take a break. I must inform you guys. We have multiple baths, but none of them are labeled genders. So make sure you do something to show it's in use, Issei explained. Oh. Okay, are there signs there? Yasaka asked. Sadly, no. May I ask why? Yasaka wasn't mad, simply curious. We never expected to be bringing a lot of people here for a long time. And well, Issei started. We just bathed together, Naya. Kuroka finished without blushing once. What? Rias, Sona, and Akeno yelled while Yasaka simply blushed slightly. Yep. We've already seen all of each other's body, Kuroka said with slightly narrowed eyes. Not true. I always wear a towel. Just because you try and strip me and sometimes rape me doesn't mean you have seen all of me, Issei answered calmly. Naya. How rude. I was trying to make a point. Well, your point was invalid, Issei countered. Anyways, are you guys ready to be taken to your rooms? I'm going to put you guys together so you don't get lost. It will be my study and library, so you guys will be around me, when I'm around at least, Issei explained. Alright. And then Issei brought them to their wing of the castle where they could stay. Everyone got their own massive room. And now Issei was sat in the lounge room by his library and study. He waited for everyone to unpack and be settled in. But slowly but surely everyone made their way back together. I'm guessing you all settled perfectly, Issei asked. Yes, thanks for such an accommodated stay. Yasaka thanked her master. Yes, thanks Lord Issei. Valerian bowed. Think nothing of it. It's a king's duty to supply everyone with what they need. At least that's what I've been told, Issei replied. Thanks from us too. Thanks. Like I said, think nothing of it. If I didn't invite you, I wouldn't hear the end of it, Issei answered, which caused a few to blush in embarrassment. And so they talked about a few things and rested in the lounge until Sona pointed something out. Issei. Yes, Sona. When were you going to introduce us to Miss Leviathan over there? Sona asked as she pointed towards Kateria. Oh yeah? Kateria, this is Sona Citri and her queen Tsubaki. Sona, this is Kateria Leviathan, heir of the Leviathan clan. Issei introduced them. Nice to meet you. Sona put out her hand in greeting. As much as I don't like your sister, I do not hold anything over you. So nice to meet you too, Kateria informed the Citri heir. Right. Sona was slightly confused, but then she put the pieces together. Why wouldn't the Leviathan be mad when her title was given to another? And Kateria, this is Rias Gremory and her peerage. Rias and company, this is Kateria Leviathan. I hope we can be friends, Rias stated. Likewise. And last but not least, Kateria, this is my peerage, Yasaka and Valerian. And that there is Yasaka's child Kunu. And before you ask, yes, that is Yasaka, the queen of the Yukai, or should I say former. And peerage, this is Kateria Leviathan. Issei introduced her once again. I'm happy to meet one of Lord Issei's commiserates. Valerian introduced himself. Same goes for me. Yasaka agreed. Well, I'm happy to know he has such able servants. So you have my gratitude for protecting him. Kateria bowed slightly. We didn't do anything to protect him, yet at least. But you would if you could, wouldn't you? Kateria asked. I would with my life. He resurrected me and gave me another chance with my daughter. Yasaka explained. The same goes for me. Lord Issei has done nothing but good for me. Valerian exclaimed. Then you both have protected him. Kateria reassured. Pissed, Vali? Why is Kate acting so mature? Kuroka asked louder than she should have. Oh, Kuroka. I am only acting the part fit for Issei's wife. Am I not? Kateria told her. Naya, I was bound to him before I was born, so I have the advantage. Kuroka mewed. What? No, you weren't. Kateria was slowly returning to her normal self, not the dignified wife like before. Hey Issei. Rias asked innocently as the other two bickered. Yes. Where is your room? She still acted innocently. Follow me. Issei figured she would find it either way, so he should just show them. And so they followed Issei to the corner of the lounge where there was a big doorway. As they entered the doorway, leaving Kateria and Kuroka in the lounge, they saw a staircase. And so they climbed the staircase. And climbed. And climbed. And climbed some more. Holy crap. How long is this staircase? Rias asked. The tallest one in the house. Issei informed. Why? You will see once we are up there. Issei replied shortly. And so they walked more. And more. And more. And some more. And finally made it all the way up. We're here, Issei said as they stared at a door at the end of the stairway. Finally. Well, this is my room. Issei then opened the door and walked in. It was a large octagonal room. Half of it was brick wall while the other was a complete window. There was a table and 2 chairs by the window. And on the opposite end was a massive bed, dressers, a mirror, a bookcase, and a wardrobe. Whoa. This is why I chose the highest room, Issei said as he walked towards the window. I can see that, Sona added. Outside the window you could see everything, and I mean everything. For thousands of miles. You couldn't even see the barrier from the inside of it, so there wasn't any barrier covering the view. So does this answer your question, Rias? Issei asked. Yes. Then I need to get ready for Resivim's arrival, so go and make yourself at home. Issei informed them as he walked to his wardrobe and opened it. Alright then, will we see you at dinner? Akeno finally asked something. Probably not. Issei didn't bother looking their way. What? Why? Because I'm going to be forced to start with Resivim immediately. I see. Then. Good luck. Akeno tried to cheer him on. And so slowly everyone left, even Grafia and Vali. Issei was by himself. This is for the best. I need to do this. Even if it scars me forever. Issei spoke to himself. But little did he know somebody was listening in to his little conversation with himself. A few hours later, Issei sat across from Resivim in the massive training room that Satan himself built many years ago. You realize what this will do, right? Yes. You realize why we were going to wait 2 years too, right? Resivim wanted to be a 100% sure. Do you want to remind me? I may as well. Your body still isn't ready for stage 2. And as you are right now in a real fight, if you use your power too much it will literally destroy your body. Yes, you may heal over time, but if you push it too far you could die. That's why your father left those rings. They seal your power and help you control it easier. Without them it would be like a hurricane of power. And with them it helps you control it into small things like a sword or spear, for example. If you didn't use the rings you could only make massive cyclones of blood. So, we are working so you have the control and body capable of handling without rings. Resivim explained. I knew all of that. Well, you said to remind you? I did. And so Rezavim ignored that and brought out a journal with brown leather covers. This here is going to be our Bible for the next few months. Got it. It has all of the information you could give me and I could find in every book ever. Me and Ajuka put aside our differences to make this too, so you should feel honored. Rezavim informed him as he waved the journal around. What else is in there? My own ideas about your power, I think Ajuka's too. Also, I have this book. Rezavim then pulled out another book that had black leather covers instead of the brown from the other one. This holds the magic and ideas of my personal magic I taught you before and am going to teach more of. Rezavim explained. I see. Thanks. Think nothing of it. I like teaching you Issei. So don't think this bothers me. Still, like I said, no worries. Anyways, have you told the others about your condition and what this training could do to you to your harem? Rezavim asked seriously. First of all, they are not my harem. And second of all, no, I will not be worrying them with this. Issei told the super devil. Ugh. I'm going to tell them if you don't Issei. That is my only condition to training you. Rezavim was never one to do anything like this, but he knew for Issei he would have to. If you must, then go ahead. Rezavim lived a life of. Devils are beings that have to be evil, wicked, brutal, bad, scum, wrong, brute, and vicious. We should only do what we want and not worry about anyone else. So for him to say what he said means he truly is worried for Issei. He never went back on his ideals, just did something for Issei to use those ideals. At least that's what Rezavim thought in his insane mind. Ajuka will also be here to train me later. Issei informed Rezavim. I know. And I'm planning on it. I see, that's good. Oh, and Issei, one thing before we start training. Rezavim started. What is it? Welcome to Hell. Chapter 8. Holy shit. Issei was shirtless and sweating profusely in the large training room in the castle. It has been 3 weeks since Issei returned home. 3 weeks since he started training. And 3 weeks since he lost his time with everyone else. The room could literally change into whatever you wanted because of the magic knowledge and power Satan used when he created it. But right now it was a simple white paneled room. Come on, Issei. Is that all you can do? Rezavim yelled as he sent another magic attack towards Issei. It wasn't regular devil magic, no, not even natural magic. No, this was a pure black orb of magic flying towards Issei. Issei then lifted up both hands and summoned a wall of blood in front of him as a shield. But like the many other shields he made, it wasn't enough. Come on, Issei. Rezavim roared. He no longer had the crazy and goofy personality like before. Now he was a strict and brutal teacher. The black orb made contact with Issei's blood shield, but it made a loud squealing sound for a few seconds before smoke started to erupt from the area of contact, and then the orb passed right through the field and at Issei. Gah! Issei cried out in pain as the orb went straight through his side, leaving a massive gash. Next, Rezavim yelled as he looked towards Ajuka, who was awaiting his turn. Then all of a sudden Ajuka summoned a dozen magic circles and fired magic from all directions. Issei summoned 2 shields on back sides and tried to block the shots of magic, but Ajuka manipulated them and made them curve and bend into impossible angles. This time Issei simply grit his teeth as the magic hit him in the chest, arms, and legs. Issei, think. If you can't block and can't counter it, then what do you do? Ajuka yelled. Then Issei thought, and had an idea. Rezavim generated another orb of the black-colored magic and sent it soaring towards Issei. Then Issei tried something new. What if he deflected it? And so instead of making a regular shield this time, he made a cone-shaped shield so it would deflect to the sides. And lo and behold, it worked. The orb simply deflected off to his side and crashed into the wall, leaving a black mark. Finally. It took you long enough. Rezavim yelled, not exactly mad but clearly not happy. Another one. Issei yelled before Rezavim could take a step forward. Another. You already figured out the point of this exercise. And clearly need a break. Rezavim asked as he saw Issei's broken and bloody form. Just do it. I have to try something. And send it straight at me, more powerful than before. Issei yelled. Ajuka, is this a smart idea? Rezavim asked. It's Issei, he always does this. May as well add fuel to the flame. Ajuka replied. Alright. And so Rezavim generated the black orb again, but this one screeched in the air from the power and speed of its spinning. And so it went at Issei even faster than the earlier ones. But Issei stayed calm and lifted one arm. He generated a cyclone of blood and made it spiral faster and faster as the passing moments went by. Finally, the orb was within 10 feet of Issei. So he sent the cyclone to cushion the orb it looked like. Issei grit his teeth and had to raise another arm to control it. Finally the cyclone started to slow down and almost completely stop. Ajuka and Rezavim raised their eyebrows at this but nevertheless watched in curiosity. And all of a sudden the cyclone exploded back to life. It started spiraling even faster than before and all of a sudden something shot out of it like a cannon. Holy shit. Run! Rezavim yelled as he dove out of the way. It was the orb that Rezavim sent, but it was coming at them even faster than when they sent it. Boom! It hit the wall and left a large mark. Rezavim looked up in slight shock and then looked at Issei. Issei was covered in blood and sweat. His shirt was torn off long ago and his pants were in shreds. He was breathing heavily as his one arm hung idly in front of him. And then Rezavim grinned. He grinned like a man. Once again Issei surprised himself, and most likely Ajuka, who had the same expression on his face. And with a thud, Issei fell face first onto the cold training room floor. Well, he lasted longer than expected. Rezavim spoke out. Agreed. And that last move he did? Unexpected to say the least. Ajuka responded. It was. But I must ask. Why is Issei all of a sudden so hellbent on getting stronger, and not waiting until it's 100% safe? Rezavim asked as he walked over to the passed out Issei and rolled him over. Well, it was Surzex. He is still well. You know how the whole thing failed with Grafia and Surzex back then. It seems Surzex is as obsessed with Grafia as before. And Issei was defeated by the Red Dragon Emperor who hurt her, and a few others. So well, Surzex went off on him to say the least. I expect it's also from what the Red Dragon Emperor told him. Ajuka started. I see. The Red Dragon Emperor, huh? What did he say to him that might have made it worse? Rezavim asked, clearly wanting answers. He said some things about Issei's father. How he was a disgrace to him. How Satan was probably rolling over in his grave because of how much of a disgrace and weakling he was. And his father probably thought he was disgusting for how much of a pitiful existence he is. Ajuka finished. Ah. So one side of him is doing this to protect his living loved ones, and the other one is to protect his fallen loved one's name. Quite a burden to bear. Rezavim mused. It is. Ajuka, I'm going to need help with something. Rezavim sounded for once desperate. Oh. The great Rezavim Levan Lucifer asking for a favor. What can this be for? Ajuka asked sarcastically. I'm not very good with people who aren't my servants, especially teenage girls. So I need your help explaining Issei's condition in this training. You know, the whole. He could die if we don't do this correctly. Part. And to make sure they do not disturb him when we are training. Rezavim explained. I see. And Issei is letting you. I told him if he wants me to train him, either he has to or I have to tell them. And he obviously isn't doing it. Rezavim informed. Ah, okay. Then take Issei up, then we can tell them after. And so Ajuka walked towards the door while Rezavim picked Issei up and threw him over his shoulder. Ah. Now the real hard part begins. Rezavim spoke to himself as he made his way to the door. Main lounge. Ajuka and Rezavim entered the room with Issei passed out. Everyone was there except Rias her peerage, Vali, and Valerian, who was training with Kiba. Issei. Is he okay? Kateria jumped up from the couch she was on and ran to Rezavim, who held Issei over his shoulder. He's fine, sit down. Rezavim spoke out calmly. Gather whoever cares about Issei and meet here in 2 minutes. I'm taking Issei to his room. Rezavim simply said. Wait. Issei has been coming back like that for 3 weeks straight, and you haven't told us a thing. We haven't even seen him except for after we're already asleep. You better be explaining everything. Grafia said monotonously. I will. Now get everyone who cares about him because I won't be repeating what I say twice. Rezavim started up the staircase to Issei's room and left Ajuka there. Ajuka. Should I be worried? Grafia asked threateningly. No. Maybe. Ajuka already faltered slightly under the gaze. Grafia was not to be made lightly of, especially when it comes to Issei. Are you the cause of it? Once again Grafia was completely calm. Me. No. And Rezavim. No. Then what is it? Just get everyone like Rezavim said and we will explain. Was the simple response as Ajuka sat down and waited for the arrivals. A few minutes later. Everyone was there but Vali. Rias and her peerage were still sweaty and beaten up from their training, but nevertheless they were there. Vali though. Alright, what do you guys want? Vali asked as she entered the room. You're late, Sona exclaimed. But then Vali looked around the room and scowled as she saw Rezavim. Oh hell no, whatever you want to talk about it without me. Vali waved off as she started to leave the room. Vali, this is not the time, sit down, Rezavim said seriously. Yeah, well, it's never the time. Call me when dinner's ready. So you would leave even if it meant Issei's life was at stake? Rezavim asked seriously once again. But little did he know Kuroka stiffened up immediately. She may have eavesdropped on Issei before. Immediately the room fell several degrees. It could have been because of Grafia, because she started to exude cold air and ice particles. What the fuck are you talking about? Vali turned around to stare at Rezavim. Sit down and you will know. Fine. And so finally everyone was sat around Ajuka and Rezavim. Silence permeated the room as everyone waited for whatever news Ajuka and Rezavim may say. Let me get straight to the point. Issei could die if he fights anything stronger than him by a certain amount. Gasps were heard all around the room, but Sona had different thoughts. Anyone here would die if they fought somebody insanely stronger than them. Sona wanted answers, so she wasn't going to let anything slide. Little girl. Sometimes you need to learn when to shut the fuck up. This is serious, not a time for witty comments. Rezavim clearly got ticked off right off the bat. What he means is that this is serious and not a normal thing, so please keep the comments to yourself if you really care about Issei. Ajuka tried to calm Rezavim down. Sorry. Sona clearly saw this wasn't a matter to be taken lightly. Not that she had to keep everything to herself until the end. Issei holds so much power. Rezavim started. And? Grafia asked, still worried. It's too much for his body as it is right now. What? Then why are you training? Wouldn't that add more power? Grafia asked. It's not that simple. It's his body, like I said. If he doesn't train his body, he can't use his power to his full potential. But, Rezavim started again. But, everyone was worried for the answer. We were supposed to wait 2 years until we start the next stage of training. But here we are now 2 years early. Why the fuck aren't we waiting then? Kuroka yelled this time. She knew what she heard and now it all made sense. Rezavim stayed silent. Kuroka, please. Ajuka tried to calm everyone down. No, why are we starting this early? Is it worth his life just to get 2 years ahead of training? Devils live for a long fucking time if you didn't know. Kuroka continued. Ajuka stayed quiet this time. Enough. We didn't have anything to do with this. Why the fuck do you think he's doing this? I was simply told about what happened and I knew. So think. For fuck's sake. Rezavim yelled out of nowhere, surprising the room. It's because of how we got beaten. It was Belzerd. It's our fault. Grafia widened her eyes in shock. Oh god. We're just burdening him even more. Grafia was going slightly hysterical. That's not all. Issei thinks he isn't good enough for the Satan name. From what I've been told, his little fight with the Red Dragon Emperor opened his eyes to many things. Not all good things. Everyone stayed silent. Think about it. You have to be strong enough to protect everyone you care for, but in the end you fail when it matters most. Then when you are on the ground they just ridicule you and call you a disgrace to the Satan bloodline. That is what is fueling Issei to go through with this training. Once again silence permeated the room. So do yourself a favor and don't try and disturb Issei's training. Because it could literally mean life or death. Rezavim explained. Well, that is all. Me and Ajuka need to go discuss tomorrow's schedule. Rezavim informed them as he stood up and Ajuka followed. After the two left, the room was deathly silent. Finally, somebody broke the silence. Lord Issei really is working hard, isn't he? He does all of these things in secret and never asks for help. Valerian commented, breaking the silence. All they could do was nod in agreement. Then all of a sudden Vali got up and charged towards Issei's room. She was clearly not happy. Vali, no. If what Rezavim said was true and Issei could really die easily from this training, they were in trouble. Vali was never one who would stay calm when her emotions are running wild, and when she let them run wild. She got violent. But it was too late, she was already halfway up the stairs. And so the group rushed after her, trying to stop whatever she may do. Issei's room. Issei was sat in front of the massive window in his room in silence. He woke up a few minutes before to the sound of somebody yelling. And now he heard somebody rushing up his stairwell. He already knew what probably happened. He didn't want to deal with this right now. He was in pain everywhere. I mean, look at him. He had bandages everywhere and bruises everywhere else. Issei. Vali roared as she swung open the door in a blind rage. What? Issei didn't seem surprised. Vali didn't even look at him as she stormed towards him and brought her hand back for a punch. But the punch never came. Instead, she lifted her hand into the air. And in a swift yet strong motion, she slapped him across the face and made him fall out of his seat in the process. He felt too weak to try and stay up. As he fell, she saw the state he was in and instantly regretted her decision. Bandages covering his entire torso and chest. Both his arms completely wrapped in bandages. And she couldn't even see his legs because of the pants he was wearing. His hair was unruly and not in the normal style. His eyes looked tired. In all, he looked like he was in immense pain and just wanted to fall asleep. Are you happy now? Issei stumbled as he tried to stand up, not even bothering to hold where he was slapped. Vali was still surprised at his form. And so he picked up his chair and sat back onto it, but this time he faced Vali. Why? Vali started. Issei didn't bother answering, he already knew where this was going. Why are you doing this? Do you think we aren't strong enough? Just because one person defeated us doesn't mean everyone will. Is it worth risking your life if it means getting stronger for us? Vali continued. Well, why can't you just leave it to us for once? Why do you have to do everything by yourself? By this time the others came in and stood in the walkway just listening. They all widened their eyes at the broken sight of Issei, but nevertheless stayed silent until after Vali finished her rant. Are we really that weak to you? Are we nothing but burdens to you? Vali finally fell to her knees in tears. Issei got up and limped towards Vali and knelt down, and in a slow motion brought her into a hug. Why do you have to go to such lengths? Vali spoke in between tears. I do this so you guys don't have to fight. My father always told me that I should be the one to fight for my loved ones. And if I see you guys broken and beaten, I feel even worse. I don't care how broken and beaten I am as long as I can protect everyone. And never call yourself a burden. You and everyone else are gifts. For me. Somebody who doesn't deserve anything good he gets. So I'm going to make sure I never let you guys get injured because I wasn't strong enough. Even if I die in the process. The last part was no more than a whisper. But why do it to this extent? Vali asked again, still crying profusely. To prove I'm not a disgrace to my father's name. Issei answered softly. And so Vali just continued to cry into Issei's chest. TSK. Fuck. Issei said quietly as he fell back. Issei. Finally, the others flooded in. What happened? One of my wounds opened up again. Issei explained as the blood seeped through the white clothes. Alright, let me help. Grafia exclaimed as she instantly got more bandages and started unwrapping the bandages. I'm doing the right thing. Once this is over, I will need to get stronger and stronger. So I can protect everyone. Issei thought as he slowly drifted out of consciousness. Issei. Issei. Grafia cried out frantically. Issei, wake up. Vali yelled this time. Everyone just stared in shock. He's fine. He just passed out from the strain on his body. Ajuka spoke as he leaned against the doorframe. Good. Kuroka finally said quietly. I came here when I heard a commotion. I see it was a good thing I did. It's really a surprise Issei is even awake. Me and Rezavim thought he would be out until tomorrow night. Ajuka explained as he walked towards Issei and knelt down. Everyone just watched. You know. He cares for every one of you. Even the ones he may not talk to a lot. If somebody he cares for you, then know he cares for you too. So I wouldn't get mad at him for going through with this. In the end, it's his choice, and this is what he chose. Ajuka picked Issei up and brought him to the bed. I know, but what? It is horrible to even think of being mad at him. He's doing this all for you. The least you can do is cheer him on. And if you don't even do that, do you truly care for him? Let alone love him? Ajuka spoke to the entire group, but made it clear to who the message was really for. Anyways, let him rest. If you are going to sleep with him, don't cuddle next to him, you could injure him. Ajuka informed the group as he walked out of the room, leaving everyone in silence. And in silence they stayed. The next day went by normal for Issei, other than Rezavim explaining that most of the powerhouses of the three great factions being weaker than they were in the Great War. Something about only the ones who kept training in, or the ones who were born with immense power were in their top form still. Even Kokobile, who was a war mongrel, needed to be constantly fighting in order to be in top form. The Kokobile Issei fought was strong, yes, but that wasn't him in top form like in the war. But now it was Rias, Akeno, Sona, Tsubaki, and Vali in the hot springs. The room was basically a massive white marble room with a natural hot spring that was the size of an Olympic pool, golden fountains all around, pillars of marble from the ceiling all the way to the floor. Ah, Vali sighed as she entered the water. Agreed. Akeno also was in paradise. After a few minutes of silence, Rias finally said something that sparked everyone's interest. So Vali. Yes. Vali didn't bother opening her eyes. You never did tell us. How do you and Issei know each other? Rias asked. Ugh. It's not that fancy of a story like Kuroka's. Are you sure you want to know? Vali asked. Yeah. I want to know more about Issei's past. Well, good luck with that. Not even I know that much. Still. It's worth a shot, right? Anyways, we're off topic now. How did you meet Issei? Ugh. Fine. Flashback. Come on, Valora. You can do better than this. Rezavin yelled as Vali tried desperately to attack Issei. Shut up, old man. I don't want to hear it. Vali yelled back. Issei and Vali were both around 14 years old, and were sparring in hand-to-hand combat in a field outside of the Lucifer Castle. Thump. Issei had Vali pinned under him as he looked at her emotionlessly. Very good, Issei. But you, Vali. You need to try harder. Rezavim was slightly mad at Vali. Now go back to your bedroom. Rezavim ordered the silver-haired girl. Fine. Vali trudged off. After she left, Issei kept training with Rezavim. That girl. I swear. I'm going to have to get rid of her if she keeps acting up. Rezavim said seriously. Why? Issei asked monotonously. Because she can't do anything good. She can't cook. She can't clean. She can't do anything. And she never liked me. If things keep going on like this, she will have been no use to me. The only good she has is her looks. And that does no good to me. Rezavim explained. Brutal. Cruel. Savage. Those were all words one could use to describe Rezavim. If something didn't help him in some way, he wouldn't have anything to do with it. It even made Issei think if he had any worth in Rezavim's eyes. Now that I think about it. Your birthday is coming up, isn't it? Rezavim asked. It is. Do you know what you want yet? Rezavim asked the boy. I don't know. Issei answered emotionlessly. I see. Tell me if you think of anything. I can get whatever you want. Okay. And so Issei thought about something. So how about we get this training over with? Rezavim asked. Okay. And so they started to train again. A few hours later. Knock knock. What do you want? Vali asked from inside of her room. I want to talk. It was Issei. TSK. Come in. And so Issei opened the door and entered. What do you want? Vali asked. I just wanted to talk. About Rezavim. He wants to get rid of you. Issei informed the girl. So, I'd do anything to get rid of that man. Vali exclaimed. I don't think you want that. He said the only good thing about you was your looks. Issei explained. And for some reason Vali blushed. That means he may sell you to some bad people who will use you for your looks. Issei explained. And what do you want me to do? Vali asked as she gathered herself from her little blush. Get Rezavim to like you. Like me? Are you kidding me? Issei stayed silent. All he cares about is you. He won't even bat an eye towards me. Vali explained. It's all your fault. Issei raised an eyebrow. If only you were gone. And Vali grabbed the knife she kept by her nightstand and lunged towards Issei, who didn't react. She had the knife to his throat. If only you weren't here. Maybe my life would be better. The fact of the matter was, she was ignored, malnourished, and treated as if she were nothing. Rezavim never abused her, no. Quite the opposite, which was a type of torture in itself. And so she lowered the knife, drawing a small stream of blood. That's when she looked into Issei's eyes. They were dead, no emotion at all, just nothingness. I'm sorry. Vali got off of him and placed the knife away. Don't be. No harm done. Issei answered stoically. It would be better if I was sent to an evil man. At least that way I would have a purpose. Vali said somberly. Do you really mean that? Issei asked. Yeah. Now will you please leave? Vali asked. Very well. And so Issei left Vali to her own accord. A few days later. Issei's birthday. Issei, my boy. Rezavim yelled. Rezavim. Issei greeted. What a good day. You have officially grown a year older. Soon enough you will be thousands of years old just like me. Yep. Issei had a far-off look in his eye. This didn't go unnoticed by Rezavim. What wrong, Issei? I think I know what gift I want. Issei responded. Really? What do you want? I'll get it right away. Rezavim beamed. I want another servant. Oh. Getting greedy now. Very well. Do you have any ideas of who you may want? Or what kind? Rezavim asked. I want Vali. Issei answered seriously. Issei. Rezavim immediately got serious. What? I can't do that. How do I know she won't run away? Or try and overthrow you? Rezavim explained. I can make a blood oath with her. Issei persuaded. Ugh. Very well. Are you sure? Rezavim wanted confirmation. Yes, I am sure. Can I talk to her beforehand? Issei asked. Sure. She's probably in her room. Rezavim explained. Vali's room. Knock knock. What? Vali yelled. It's me. Issei informed. TSK. Come in. And so Issei entered the room and saw Vali in a white dress sitting on her bed. What do you want? Vali asked, clearly annoyed. You said you would leave this place as long as somebody had a purpose for you. Right. Issei asked out of the blue. Yes. Why? Is he finally selling me? No, you're already sold. Issei explained. Immediately Vali's eyes widened in shock. No way. Yes. To who? Vali demanded to know. Me. Issei explained. You. What the fuck are you thinking? I won't obey you or serve you. Vali exclaimed. You don't have to. You can do whatever you want, go wherever, as long as you do a ritual with me to show Rezavim that you are under my command. Issei explained. You're right. Why should I believe you? Vali asked. Does it look like I would lie to you? Issei questioned. And then Vali looked at him. Dead and emotionless eyes, black hair, emotionless face. Fuck. Vali cursed. What's the matter? Didn't you say you didn't care as long as you had a purpose for somebody? Issei asked. I did, but... Fine. But you better not go back on your promise. Vali yelled. I wouldn't dare. Now please kneel before me. Issei instructed. And so Issei bit his thumb and drew a small amount of blood, then he put his thumb to Vali's mouth and chanted. Shortly after the chant finished, a red collar tattoo appeared around her neck. Is it done? Vali asked. Yes. Welcome to the Satan household, Vali. Grafia and Kuroka can teach you different things when we get back to the castle. It's a pleasure to be here. Flashback in. And from there on I started to like Issei more and more. And Grafia and Kuroka taught me how to cook, clean, and every other type of household errand I may need to do. Vali explained. Wow. So you got saved too? Rias asked. You could say that. Well then. It seems Issei has a forte for saving damsels in distress. Akeno said jokingly, but you could see she was serious behind the facade. Oh. And he saved you? Vali asked sarcastically. You could say that. Akeno clarified, and immediately Vali widened her eyes. Well then I think I'm going to get out now. We have been in here for quite a while already. Sona claimed as she got out of the bath. And so once Sona got out soon enough, everyone else followed. With Rias. Rias made her way to Issei's room where he was most likely at. He was usually on break for his training by now, but even when he was on break he was reading magic books or guides from Rezavim and Ajuka. But this couldn't wait any longer. Something tugged at Rias for a few days. Issei. Rias called out from outside Issei's room. Come in, was the short response. Thanks. Rias thanked as she entered the room. What do you want? I'm kind of busy right now. Issei informed her. I would like to apologize. About. I don't remember you having a need to. Issei asked as his eyes never left his book. About my brother and how he treated you. Rias stated. Immediately Issei tensed. He clenched his book but quickly unclenched, and he looked towards Rias. You didn't have anything to do with it. Don't apologize, Issei simply said. But I can't help but feel responsible. And when he yelled at you after Belzard, I didn't do anything to stop it, Rias explained. Rias, Issei said seriously, making Rias flinch. Yes. Did you know he would do that? Did you know he wanted Grafia? Did you even have a clue? Issei asked, not faltering in the slightest. No. Then leave. You have no need to apologize. And if you want to apologize so badly, then I forgive you. But I cannot pin your brother's actions on you. So, if that is all I have reading I must finish before I go back to training. Issei simply returned to the book. Rias smiled for a second in happiness before she quickly left the room and skipped away, happy that Issei thought what he thought. Time skip. With Issei, Kiba, and Valerian. Issei was wielding his sword, Ragnarok, in a massive field of flowers across from Kiba, who was holding a sword of his own. They were both sweating profusely and panting slightly. You really are a fast learner, Issei, Kiba yelled from across the field. Like I said, I take my training seriously, Issei yelled back. Man, I know Grafia explained to me and Valerian the situation, but still, this is monstrous, Kiba thought to himself as he analyzed Issei. What he was talking about was the fact that Issei has only been training in swordsmanship for 3 days and he could already take on Kiba. Yes, he could defeat Kiba if he simply used his strength and speed, but how would that help him? So he brought down his strength and speed to Kiba's level just so he could learn swordsmanship the correct way. Valerian was simply watching from the sidelines and analyzing the fight. Surprisingly enough, Valerian was very good at instructing people on swordsmanship, given the fact that not even he knows what style he uses or if it even is a style. But what was Kiba saying about Grafia informing him about Issei? Flashback. Kiba. Grafia called out from behind Kiba, who was walking down the hallway. Miss Grafia, may I help you? Kiba asked in his normal manner. You are going to start training Issei in swordsmanship soon, am I right? Grafia asked. Yes. Is there a problem? Kiba was genuinely worried. No, there is no problem, just. When Issei does something, he does it 110%, and when he's motivated to do something like this. Considering his father was a swordsman, Grafia started but confused Kiba even more. I'm sorry you lost me. What do you mean? Kiba asked again. What I'm trying to say is, don't feel offended when Issei surpasses you in little to no time. And how sure are you in this? Kiba asked. 100% sure. Since this has something to do with his father, he will probably be even more motivated to train than normal. So please just keep with him even if he surpasses you. Please. What kind of swordsman would I be if I simply dislike somebody if he surpasses me? And if he beats me, that means I should just train more. I haven't been in top form lately either, so I can try harder now. Kiba explained, reassuring Grafia. I see. Thanks then. And so Grafia left to have the same conversation with Valerian, and Kiba went back to what he was doing. Flashback in. Apparently Valerian took what Grafia said even better than Kiba. He was ecstatic to know his master could be motivated to such a length for something Valerian loved too. But back to Issei and Kiba. They were stood across from each other just waiting, standing completely still. Then all of a sudden, they both flashed forward. Kiba made the first strike. It was a downward slash on towards Issei's chest. But Issei parried it and pushed Kiba back. Issei then made a slash to Kiba's side, but Kiba jumped over the slash and spun in the air to try and catch Issei off guard. But Issei saw that coming and ducked under the blade before he jabbed his blade forward, trying to get Kiba before he landed. But Kiba simply stabbed his sword into the ground and used it to spin around and kick Issei straight across the face. Now normally you would think, there is no way that a true swordsman would use anything other than his sword to fight. It is unethical for them to use anything else. That's what Kiba originally thought. But Kiba was learning as much as Issei was. He learned not everything can be done in honor and just tactics. Sometimes you need to do other things in order to survive or protect others. Now back to the fight. Issei staggered back a few steps and recovered from the heel to his face. And sure enough, he blasted right back at Kiba. Kiba was already in a defensive position as Issei approached. Issei did a quick yet powerful slash downward towards Kiba's head, but Kiba blocked it. The attack held enough power to make Kiba's heels sink into the ground. Kiba hid away the attack and sent an attack to Issei's side. Issei put his sword to his side, blocking the attack. Kiba made another attack to his other side, but the same thing happened again. Kiba knew he needed to do something or he wouldn't win the fight. And so Kiba drew back with as much force as he could, then in another slash he put the same amount of force. It looked like it was going to be a diagonal slash across Issei's chest, but it wasn't. Issei put up his sword as a block, but Kiba's slash curved at the last second and went towards Issei's neck. At that moment Issei moved with such speed Kiba had trouble keeping up. He dodged the attack and Kiba wasn't on guard since he used so much force in his attack. So he jabbed his sword forward and put the blade against Kiba's neck. Ugh. Kiba fell back exhausted. That was a good spar, Issei said. Indeed. But you won fair and square, Kiba said as Issei put his hand out to help him up. On the contrary, I had to up my speed to above your level just to defeat you, Issei explained as he helped Kiba up. But I would be dead in a real fight, so you won. Fair enough. Issei couldn't deny his thought process. You know, you are a really fast learner. I'm almost jealous, Kiba exclaimed. Almost? Issei asked. Well, why be jealous about something you don't have nor will have? Just work harder so you don't need it. That's how I see it, Kiba explained. I see. That's very wise of you. Please. You make me sound old. Now I have to go back and work with Ajuka and Resivim again, Issei informed. Really? Do you ever stop? Can't, you've heard about my condition. I have to do this in order to get stronger. I guess you have a point. I still don't know how you do it. Anyways. Good luck, Kiba exclaimed. Valerian. Yes, Lord Issei. Valerian asked from his perch. Tomorrow am the level of my training. Very well. And so Issei left Kiba and Valerian while he made his way back. Training with Resivim and Ajuka. Alright. As you may have figured out, we are doing training outside today, Resivim exclaimed. They were in a large flat rocky area. It looked like it used to be a volcanic area. I figured that out when you said follow me outside, Issei deadpanned. Ha! Very funny. Anyways, today you will be fighting Ajuka. So be prepared, Resivim informed. You're kidding. Sadly, he is not. Ajuka appeared from a magic circle. How the fuck am I supposed to beat him? Issei asked. We don't expect you to win, Resivim informed. So you're gauging my power. Exactly. It's been 5 weeks. Why wouldn't we have a test? Resivim asked as if it was a no-brainer. Very well. Now Issei, I won't be attacking the entire time. I'll be moving around and attacking from precise points. So you don't have to worry about me spamming magic at you, Ajuka explained. Then both fighters. Go to the opposite corners of the field, Resivim ordered. And so they both walked to the opposite directions of the field. Ready, Resivim yelled. Issei threw off the jacket he had on. Set, Resivim continued. And Issei immediately flared his power, and his blood demon form activated. His blood wings flaring ever so strongly. His eyes burning even brighter than normal. Go. And Issei immediately took to the sky. Ajuka flared his own power and let out his own pair of wings and also took to the sky. Issei wasted no time and immediately opened his arms. Tornadoes of blood started forming from the sky and surrounded Issei. Issei, you know that won't work, Ajuka yelled from across the field. Issei didn't answer. Issei then brought his right hand down and a cyclone of blood shot towards Ajuka. Ajuka didn't even flinch. He knew how this move worked. So Ajuka just flew at insane speeds, dodging the cyclone, and right after sent an orb of demonic towards Issei. Issei created a quick shield out of magic. This slightly surprised Ajuka. Issei usually only blood shields. This meant that Issei already figured out the problem. Blood took time to form. Magic was at your disposal in the blink of an eye. Magic could form faster. Was it stronger? That's all up to the user. Meanwhile, Resivim continued to analyze the fight, not missing a thing. And so Issei sent another cyclone barreling towards Ajuka, yet like the one before it had no effect. Ajuka started sending more and more attacks at Issei. Issei blocked all of them except one. The one orb managed to go right through Issei's blind spot and hit him in the back. TSK. Issei grit his teeth as he figured out he needed to try something else. Simple blood cyclones wasn't going to work. And so Issei summoned his sword, Ragnarok, and burst towards Ajuka. Ajuka coated his hands in magic, something only beings with an insane amount of magic control could do. And so Issei brought his sword downwards towards Ajuka's skull, but Ajuka used his hands to push away the sword. But then what happened next surprised Ajuka. The sword cut through even his magic. Ajuka quickly dodged and looked down at his hands, massive cuts where the blade made contact with. At that Ajuka knew, that sword combined with Issei would a deadly and lethal combo. And so Ajuka knew if that sword came towards him he had to deflect it or dodge. Issei quickly noticed Ajuka's surprise but didn't know why he was, so he tried doing what he did before, attacked. Issei made a horizontal slash at Ajuka's side, but Ajuka ducked under the blade and used his magic-coated fist to punch the flat side of the sword upwards. Issei's arm went with the sword as he flew upwards, leaving him defenseless. Ajuka used this opportunity and sent a fist to Issei's gut. Ugh! Issei puked out saliva. Ajuka then spun and kicked Issei in the side, forcing him to go barreling to the rocky floor. He hit the floor and kept rolling. Issei slowly got up with cuts and bruises from the rugged terrain. He then closed his eyes for a second. Ajuka simply watched for a second. And so Issei opened his arms slightly. The air began to pick up, and it got slightly colder. Issei's blood wings started to flare even stronger. What is he doing? Ajuka was cut off as his instincts kicked in and started screaming danger. Meanwhile Rezavim was grinning like a madman at the scene. Ajuka looked around and saw nothing, but then something caught his eyes. He was in a shadow that wasn't there before, and it was growing in size. Ajuka then looked up and widened his eyes in shock. A sword the size of a 4-story mansion was coming straight at him, and it wasn't slow, it was coming in fast, really fast. Immediately Ajuka dived out of the way, and right where he was moments ago, was the massive sword stabbed into the ground. Now that Ajuka could see the sword he realized something. It was made of blood, and it wasn't like the blood cyclones that was just dull yet raw power. No, this sword was sharp. Meanwhile Rezavim just grinned even further than before. Well then, this is new. Me and Rezavim never taught him this. Ajuka said aloud but widened his eyes at the end as another shadow cast over him. He immediately dodged and another sword came hurtling down. But before he could do anything else yet another sword came down. He then realized what was happening. He was no longer the hunter. He was the hunted. And so Ajuka was forced to continue to run as more and more blood swords the size of mansions kept dropping on him. If not for him being able to fly at high speeds he would already have been cut in half. But Issei at the moment currently had both hands out using them as directors for the swords. But he didn't look too good either, he was gritting his teeth in frustration. And so he started to try something else, predicting Ajuka's movement. But unfortunately for him Ajuka wasn't one who could be predicted that easily. And so Issei tried to summon in front of Ajuka, but Ajuka easily saw through it. That was when Issei had an idea dangerous. Probably, but Issei had to try new things in order to evolve. And so Issei grit his teeth harder and flared his power even more. This caught Rezavim's attention, who wasn't busy avoiding massive blades like Ajuka. But upon further inspection of Issei, Rezavim narrowed his eyes. Blood started to leak out of Issei's mouth. He's overdoing it. His body can't handle it yet, Rezavim thought. He would have stopped it, but sometimes you had to exceed your limitations in order to break through them. If it ever went too far he would call it immediately. And so after Issei flared his power even more and blood started to leak out, the game changed immediately once again. 3 swords at a time fell around Ajuka. He was still being chased like before, but now he had a sword on his left and right, so he couldn't turn anywhere, literally just fly forward. Now Issei could really feel the toll this was taking on his body. He fell to one knee but kept concentrating. He knew he had to finish this. And so with one final push he flared his power once more and scaring Rezavim in the process. Blood started to stream out of his eyes, a single stream down his left cheek from his eye and the same for the right side. Rezavim finally thought it was time to step in. But Issei kept going. He stood up, brought hands up, and threw them down towards the floor. At the same time, a blood sword landed in front of Ajuka, but he had nowhere to turn to. So he went to fly up, but as he flew up he noticed multiple blood swords flying down this time. He had nowhere left to run. If this was anyone else they would have lost easily. But sadly, this wasn't anyone else. Ajuka compressed all of magic around him, and then in one motion it all exploded outward, causing the swords to fly back and shatter, dissolve. As Ajuka looked around for Issei, he saw Issei kneeling on the floor, bleeding from both eyes and mouth. Yet, he smiled. He wasn't worried. He knew that Issei would pull through. This fight was proof of it. So he made his way towards Issei. Rezavim started towards Issei too, but Ajuka waved him off and mouthed, I need to talk to him. So Rezavim got the message and turned around and made his way back to the castle. Ajuka finally got to Issei and kneeled down in front of Issei with his back facing him, then he ushered him to get on. I can get back myself, Issei informed. No you can't, now get on so we can get back. Plus I want to talk, Ajuka explained as he ushered again. And so Issei blushed slightly in embarrassment as Ajuka gave him a piggyback. They stayed in silence for the first halfway back to the castle, but Ajuka then spoke up. You know, I remember taking you back from training when you were younger. It seems like that was just yesterday, Ajuka started. Issei simply stayed silent. Back then you had no worries in the world. You finally put your father's death behind you and you were having a fun time. Training. Playing games. Talking with me about what new things you could do with magic. Ajuka continued. Nowadays you don't do that as much. I would say it's because of Erika, but I don't think so anymore. You have so much to worry about, it forced you to grow up. Sometimes I wish that we could just go back to the time where there were no problems. Issei understood what Ajuka was saying. I mean, even Issei loved those days. But he wouldn't take it all back, he wouldn't have met any new people. And he wouldn't have been as motivated to get stronger. And if he didn't get stronger, then he could lose everything. Nowadays I have my brother and best friend fighting. Terrorists trying to overthrow the three great factions. And hell, the three great factions joined forces. The people who were automatically enemies by birth. Working together. Ajuka spoke out. That's how I've grown up. I've learned to embrace the unexpected. Like it? Hell no, but embrace it. Take control over it. And push through it. Issei spoke up from his silence. I can't disagree with that one. You've endured unexpected changes your entire life. Unlike me. Pampered from birth because of my family. Hailed as a king because I have more power than normal devils. Made into a Satan because of my intellect. Only now am I truly dealing with this. I grew up in the Devil's Civil War. Fought in it. Killed. And I was probably the leading causes of casualties in the enemy side. Using traps and tactics nobody could outwit. Ajuka had a far-off look in his eyes. But you prospered through it. Became who you became because of it. Without it you may not have met me. I may have been dead right now. Same goes with Rezavim if he may have not found me. I guess I really shouldn't be sulking about it then. Anyways, we should get back. Ajuka tried to change the conversation to a lighter one. And so they made their way home. Ajuka complimented Issei on his training. And when they got home, Issei made Ajuka put him down. I mean, Issei was a man, he couldn't have others see him being carried like that. But it all went fine later that day. Rezavim made him read things the entire rest of the day. He didn't see anyone until late at night either. Later at night, Issei was finally done with training for the day. He was covered in blood, sweat, cuts, and bruises. All he really wanted was a long, peaceful, quiet, and hot bath. And so clad in only a towel he entered the room with the hot spring. It was covered in a thick layer of steam so he couldn't see that far. He figured everyone was asleep already considering the time of night it was, and he was too tired to use his power to check if anyone was here either. Oh, I see you're done with your training for today. A sweet sultry voice spoke out from the hot spring. Issei quickly looked to see where the voice came from. It was Yasaka, clad with only a towel around her breasts and waist. Well, the towel tried to cover her breasts. Keyword being tried. Her breasts were on the edge of falling out of the towel. I mean, the poor towel was being stretched just to cove. Okay, that's enough of that. You get the picture. Oh, sorry, I didn't know you were in here. I'll come back after, Issei quickly said as he made his way out of the room. Oh no, it's fine, you can join me, Yasaka informed him sweetly. I wouldn't want to be rude, Issei tried to say. No, please. It would be my pleasure. Plus, isn't it a servant's job to clean their master? Yasaka asked casually. Not really. But very well, I will join you then. Issei didn't see any problem in it. He wasn't going to try anything and Yasaka didn't seem to mind. Good, now I have somebody to wash my back, Yasaka chain-med. But as Issei got within viewing range of Yasaka, she immediately went wide-eyed. The steam finally wasn't obstructing her vision, and she could see the Issei in all of his glory. Shirtless and half-naked glory. Holy shit, Yasaka whispered as she subconsciously licked her lips at the sight. You would think the bruises and cuts would take away everything good looking on Issei's body, but it still screamed perfection. In Yasaka's eyes and the other girl's eyes at least. Did you say something? Issei asked as he slowly entered the hot spring. Oh no, I was just admiring the view, Yasaka explained. What view? Issei was oblivious of the intense gaze coming from Yasaka's direction as he closed his eyes and relaxed in the hot water. What? Oh, I mean the statues and fine decorum. Yasaka quickly realized what she said and tried to wave it off. I see. My father decorated everything when he created this place. I haven't moved anything, just kept it cleaned and refurnished, Issei explained. I see. Anyways, what is the former queen of the Yukai doing here so late at night? Issei questioned as he sunk deeper into the water. Oh, you know, I put Kunu to sleep and realized I needed a nice hot bath to relax myself. I have been training Rias Peerage and Sona since you requested me to. So that was something too, Yasaka explained. I see. Thanks for that, by the way. Think nothing of it. That was the first thing you ordered me to do too. So it was my pleasure. But what about you? What are you doing here this late at night? Yasaka asked in return. I've only been able to take baths this late at night. I just finished training. So, I'm trying to ease the pain in my muscles and cuts, Issei informed. I see. I could give you a massage if you wanted. I'm pretty good at them, Yasaka offered. Issei thought about it for a second. Why the hell not? I'm in pain, what's the worst that can happen? Issei said. Alright, then I'll start immediately. Just sit back and relax, I'll tell you to move when I need you to, Yasaka explained. Issei did what he was told and simply sat there with his head back, eyes closed and relaxed. Then all of a sudden, he felt a weight on his lap. So he opened his eyes and saw Yasaka, who was straddling his lap. He raised an eyebrow but simply let it go. She did say she would tell him when to move. So do you do this type of thing for everyone? Issei asked. I give massages to anyone needs it. But I only give the special service to special people, Yasaka informed as she started to rub her hands over his muscles. And I'm special? Issei asked as he closed his eyes again and simply relaxed. Oh, of course. You are my master, Yasaka informed as she continued to massage his chest and abdomen. Normally Issei would think this was something perverted, and maybe it was, but he could feel soothing senjutsu enter his system and slowly ease the pain. So how do you like it? Any requests? Yasaka asked. Not really. I'm just enjoying the massage, Issei informed. Are you now? Maybe someday I can give the super special service. Only if you play your cards right though, Yasaka informed as she pressed her breasts onto Issei's chest. I'm fine with this for now, Issei informed calmly, not even reacting to the obvious ploy from Yasaka. Most male species would a boner and a half from this. I mean, Yasaka is probably one of the most beautiful women in the world, but Issei had extreme self-control. I mean, when you grow up the way Issei did, and have a horny nekasha living with you, you learn a thing or two. You know, most men would have thrown themselves onto me by now, Yasaka informed as she gestured for him to go onto the floor, where she placed a towel and lay on his stomach. Oh, then why are you doing this? Issei asked as he lay down. To test you, Yasaka replied simply as she sat on his back and began massaging him from behind. Oh, and you did this to Valerian too, I'm guessing? Issei questioned. Nope. Then why are you testing me? Because you caught my interest. I wanted to see if you were who I thought you were, Yasaka explained. And did I pass? With flying colors. I see. And why do I interest you? Issei asked. It was silent for a few moments, and then he felt two large appendages and a weight press onto his back. Because I might be starting to like you, Yasaka whispered in a voice that made the hairs on the back of Issei's neck stand up. I see. Issei had no answer to that, and so the rest of the massage went in silence. A few minutes later, Issei was currently scrubbing Yasaka's back. You know, normal women don't let just any man do this for them, Issei informed. No, they don't, Yasaka agreed. Then why let me? Like I said, I'm not a normal woman. So, you let any man do this for you? No. You're special. Like I said, you aren't like normal men. I trust you to do this, Yasaka explained. I see. And so they switched and shortly after finished. And for the next few days Yasaka would wait in the hot springs so she could give her master and king a massage. But other than that, Everything went normally for the next couple days. 2 weeks later, Issei entered the training room where Rezavim was already waiting. Ajuka wasn't there though. He had business in the Devil's Society, so he couldn't be here for the last couple of days. Before Ajuka left, he did interrogate Kateria, with Issei being in the room, of course. Flashback. So, I'm guessing you know why we're here, Kateria. Ajuka spoke out. They were sitting in Issei's study with Issei and Kateria on one side and Ajuka on the opposite side. I do, Kateria answered calmly. Well then I will inform you on this. As long as you tell me everything you know, then you won't be charged on any crimes, being you are a part of the original bloodline. And you never did attack one of us. Ajuka explained. Then ask away? Kateria told him. Then let me start with this. When did you join the Chaos Brigade? After Issei left, they offered the old Satan faction help in returning our power, so I joined with them. Kateria informed. I see. And what information do you have on the others in the Chaos Brigade? Ajuka asked. Not much. All the separate factions in the Chaos Brigade kept to themselves and usually didn't involve themselves with others. But the factions I know of are the Hero faction, Fallen Angels, and some wizards from the Wizard faction. Kateria explained. I see. So the information we have. What is the goal of the Chaos Brigade? We are helping Ophis, the infinite dragon god, return to her home and defeat Great Red. And when we do that, Ophis promised to help us with our separate goals. Kateria explained. I see. This will be the last question then. Do you know anything of the Red Dragon Emperor or the hooded figure who was with him? Ajuka asked. Sadly no, I've seen them a few times, but that is all. Belzed seems to be in a small group of his own. He doesn't belong to any of the big factions in the Chaos Brigade. I see. Then that is all. Are you sure? I mean, aren't you supposed to actually interrogate me like a prisoner of war? Kateria asked. I can if you want. But if Issei trusts you, then I do. So if you remember anything else, come and tell me immediately. Ajuka told her as he closed his notebook he kept track of his notes in. And so the interrogation was complete. Flashback in. So Issei entered the room to see a Rezavim in clothes like he was going out somewhere. Issei narrowed his eyes at this in suspicion, but nevertheless kept walking towards him. Issei. Rezavim. What's the occasion? Issei asked as he gestured to the clothes. I figured we need a change of scenery for our training. So I had Ajuka hook us up with a mission. And it even counts as a Satan household mission. So you will get publicity and respect from the elders on the council. Rezavim exclaimed. Okay. Should I get my peerage? Issei asked. What? No. This is training. It's going to be just me and you. Rezavim explained. Alright. Then what is the mission? Issei asked suspiciously. We are to protect some werewolf nobles. Rezavim exclaimed. So we're bodyguards. Exactly. Alright. When do we leave? Let me see. We should probably leave right now. We will be late if we wait any longer. Rezavim informed as he summoned a magic circle. What? Fine. Hurry up then. Issei did not want his first Satan household mission to be marked as late. And so they left in a flash of light. Underworld. City of Jamend. Issei and Rezavim appeared on the outskirts of town. The village was a small village with few stores. It wasn't a modern town like the capital. No, it was a merchant town for trading goods and whatnot. But this wasn't a rare occurrence in the underworld. People liked the old fashion. Alright, they said, meet them at the south exit of town. Rezavim read from an envelope he had. Then let's go. I don't want to be late. And so, they made their way through the town and finally made it to the south exit. That's when they saw a caravan of a few carriages full of goods, treasures, and werewolves standing around it. They looked like normal people, but Issei felt their blood. It was werewolf blood. Halt! One of the guards yelled as he held his spear towards Issei and Rezavim. Issei's eyes narrowed menacingly and flashed an eerie red that sent shivers down the guard's spine. You there. Let them go. Don't you know who that is? A man stepped out of the tent and made his way to the newcomers. The man had white hair, clearly from his old age, a beard, and a gentle smile. He wasn't too tall, but not short. He also wore purple clothes that a noble would wear. Let's see. Midnight black hair. Blood red eyes. It must be you, Mr. Satan. What a pleasure to meet you. Let alone have you guard my caravan today. The man exclaimed as he put out his hand for a handshake. Likewise. Mr. Call me George Fang. The now named George Fang introduced himself. Oh, you must be the Grey Fang then. Rezavim spoke up this time. Somebody knows their werewolf history. Yes, that is I, but sadly I can no longer fight like back then. Age has gotten to me. But who might you be? George asked. Rezavim Levon Lucifer, the young Satan's teacher. Rezavim introduced himself. To have both of you protecting my caravan. What an honor. George bowed to them. Please lift your head, we are here to protect you. Issei explained. Ah yes. Oh, I should introduce you to my granddaughter. Lunark. Please come here, sweetie. George called out. My granddaughter Lunark will be helping you too today in guarding the caravan. I taught her myself, so I have faith in her strength. I see. She must be quite the warrior then. Rezavim complimented. Indeed. The man agreed. And a few moments later a woman came around one of the carriages. She had beautiful long and wavy gray hair, pink eyes, and curvy body, large breasts, obviously slim and toned abdomen, wide thighs with little to no fat, only muscle, and she was around 5 feet 9 inches tall. She was wearing white clothes fit for combat yet fancy enough to wear at a classy restaurant. Did you call grandfather? The woman asked George. Yes, Lunark, this is Issei Satan, and Rezavim Levon Lucifer, they will be helping today. They were hired to be bodyguards. George explained. Grandfather, I told you we don't need help from outsiders. We can handle it. Lunark protested. Lunark, we can never be too careful. Plus, hopefully this can strengthen relations between the werewolf faction and the devils. George explained. But still, Lunark, if something happened to you I wouldn't be able to live with myself. After what happened to your parents I swore to always protect you. And with all the trouble with werewolf nobles being attacked I am not taking any chances. George exclaimed. Grandfather. Very well. But I'd better not see you messing anything up. Lunark explained as she walked off. I'm very sorry about her. She has quite the problem with outsiders ever since her family was killed. What happened to them? If I may ask. Rezavim questioned. A group of rogue werewolves killed them when she was a child. It was brutal. She has lived with me the past 12 years. George explained. I see. What a pity. Rezavim said as Issei simply listened. Anyways, that is the past. Why don't we head out then? Now since you are here we can make our way back to the Fang territory. It should be a 2-day walk from here. George then ushered them to the caravan and had them situated. And so they began the long journey to the Fang territory. 12 hours later. Nothing happened in the first 12 hours. They stopped to sleep for the night, but that's all. Currently everyone was having dinner around the campfire. Except Issei was nowhere to be found. Lunark looked around curiously for the young Satan. He caught her eye a few times during the journey. For some reason, he looked so peaceful and calm. Elegant too. But she felt like she had something in common with him. Rezavim, who wasn't far away, saw this and took note of it. You know, you and Issei have more in common than you realize. Rezavim spoke up, scaring the female werewolf. What do you mean? Lunark asked calmly as she regained composure. You are both descendants of a powerful being in your faction. And both of you lost your family as a child. Rezavim informed her. TSK. Grandfather. Always telling everyone my life story. Fine. What happened with Lord Satan? Lunark asked with obvious sarcasm at the end. His father, Satan, was killed when he was 7 right in front of his eyes. He had to watch as his father slowly weakened and died. Soon after he was chased and hunted from the same people. It was a miracle I found him before anything happened to him. Rezavim explained. I see. Where did he go? Lunark asked curiously. He said he wanted to go and swim in the lake to our south. Rezavim informed her. Alright, thanks. I wish to speak to him. Lunark explained as she stood up. About? I don't know. I just do. Lunark honestly didn't know why. She suspected it was because they had similar pasts. Then good luck. And don't stare too much. Rezavim finished the sentence with a chuckle. Stare. Lunark thought to herself as she made her way to the lake that was close by. At the lake. The lake was in the middle of a clearing in the forest. So, the moonlight shined brilliantly and illuminated the lake amazingly. Issei was only wearing a pair of shorts he had as he swam through the nice and cool lake. It was cold, but it wasn't too cold. Perfect for a midnight swim. As he was swimming through the lake, he sensed somebody approaching. Lunark was slowly making her way to the lake through the forest when she spotted it. Issei climbed onto the small island in the middle of the lake, and he shook his hair back so the water would fall off. But the moonlight literally sparkled on Issei. The water pellets on him make him sparkle in the moonlight. That combined with his body made Lunark drool. How long do you plan on staying there? Issei called out to individual peeping on him. Eek. Lunark didn't expect him to be able to sense her. Well, Issei followed up. I wasn't staying there. I was trying to find you. Lunark slowly came out of the forest into the clearing. 4. Issei asked. I wanted to talk. We have similar pasts. Lunark informed. I see. What about then? How did you get through it? I barely made through it. And even today I question it. Lunark said calmly as she sat next to Issei, who was currently putting on a shirt. She felt comfortable around him because of their pasts. I had help. The people who found me helped me. I in turn loved them like my own family. But even today I can't get over my father's death. I don't think it would be right to get over it. That would be disrespectful. Issei explained as he took a seat. I see. I never thought about it that way. Anyways, you are awfully calm around me considering how you acted earlier, Issei added. I don't know, you just have this aura around you that makes people calm around you. Ah, Issei said in understanding. The sky is beautiful, isn't it? Lunark asked as she leaned back onto the grass. It is. So, I didn't really have any conversations other than the question I asked before, Lunark said, slightly embarrassed. Issei simply stared up to the sky. I got it. Do you have any questions for a pure-blooded werewolf like myself? Lunark asked. Not really. I was forced to research all of the races in the supernatural world, Issei explained. Oh. Lunark seemed a little dejected. Ah. I have one, Issei informed the girl. You do? Lunark perked up. I know that werewolves get more power on full moons, but it never said why or how you get the power. Do you know why? Issei asked curiously. That is a good one. We have multiple ideas why, but the most realistic one is that our first leader, Mizaka, was originally raised by wolves in the human realm, but one night when he went to howl at the moon with his family, the moon came to him and made a deal with him. That as long as he and his kin worshipped the moon, we would be granted power like the wolves. And supposedly that is how werewolves were created. And full moons are when the moon is closest and the contract is in the strongest effect, Lunark explained. I see. Anyways, I think we should get back. We don't want anyone worrying about us, Issei said as he stood up. Yeah. Lunark was slightly disappointed that she had to get up from the view of the stars. And so they made their way back to the caravan in peace. The next day. It was midday and so far the caravan had no problems. Lunark walked with Issei on the right side of the caravan while Rezavim was on the left. Lunark and Issei didn't talk much, nor did Issei know why she was following him. Lunark, do you know who keeps attacking your werewolf nobles? Issei asked out of nowhere. Supposedly some terrorist group called Blitz. We don't know why though, Lunark explained. Alright, thanks. Why? Lunark asked stoically. Just wondering. It's been really quiet lately, Issei informed. Now that you mention it. You're right. Lunark sniffed the air a few times. Not even a bird chirping. There is a predator nearby, Issei informed as he heightened his senses and tried sensing any blood. I smell cologne. And it's from the forest, Lunark said quietly. There are 27 of them. All of them are following us through the forest. All have magic traces on them. Okay, Lunark, go and inform everyone discreetly that we are being followed, and to be prepared for a fight, Issei ordered without making any suspicious looks. And so Lunark slowly went to the back of the caravan to inform everyone. A few minutes later Lunark returned. Alright, I have informed all of the... Lunark was cut off as Issei dove towards her, taking her to the floor. Lunark was about to retort until she saw silver blades stuck into the side of the carriage she was standing in front of. Darn. I missed. A man emerged from the forest. The man had neon pink hair slicked back, a star tattoo on his right cheek and a teardrop tattoo on his left cheek, pale skin, and an extremely toned body. He wore green clothes similar with a jester, with two diamond silhouettes on both sides of chest. Who are you? Issei asked calmly as he stood up with Lunark behind him. Me. Isn't it polite to introduce yourself first? The pink-haired man inquired. Issei Satan. Now who are you? Issei asked seriously. Oh Satan. What a nice surprise. I'm Hisoka Moro, candidate for the 9th seat of the elite group Blitz. And we were sent here to exterminate the nobles in your caravan, the now named Hisoka claimed. And all of a sudden multiple other people came out from the forest. All of them wearing different things. And none of them had the same blood, meaning they were all different species. What use do you have from killing the nobles here? Or were you paid for your mercenary work? Issei asked. Oh. The Satan is a smart one. I think I like you, Hisoka exclaimed. Well, who sent you? Issei asked again. You know I'm really not supposed to tell you. But you're going to be dead anyways. So why not? A certain noble werewolf from an extinct clan that was ordered to be exterminated by your lady friends over their queen, Hisoka informed as he gestured towards Lunark when he said, Lady friend. Impossible. For some reason it seems Lunark knew what he was talking about. Rezavim. Issei yelled. I'm already here. Rezavim was standing on top of the carriage. Are you going to help or am I supposed to do this? Issei asked. What are you talking about? Obviously you are going to do this. What kind of a teacher would I be if I helped you? Rezavim somehow summoned a bag of popcorn and sat on top of the carriage. Ugh. Fine. Protect the nobles from stragglers at least. Issei asked. Yeah. Anyways, get on with it already. Even Hisoka's sweat dropped from Rezavim's antics. Alright Lunark, go and try and take out the other attackers. This guy is the leader so I'll take him, Issei ordered. Alright. And immediately Lunark started to transform. Her hair started to grow longer and reached her heels. It was more feral looking than before too, even her eyes had a feral look in them, whiskers appeared on her face, her nails grew into claws, her hands turned into paws almost, and her muscles got slightly more defined. Oh. The puppy can transform, Hisoka taunted. Enough. Go Lunark. I can handle it here, Issei informed as his eyes started to glow the usual eerie red. Alright. Be careful. And with those parting words Lunark left and started to fend off the other attackers. Now then. Oh dear Satan. Shall we begin? Hisoka asked tauntingly. Of course. Issei readied himself. And Hisoka readied himself. And silence reigned on the battlefield for the two. They stared at each other's eyes trying to see any sort of weakness. Rezavim simply watched in anticipation. And so Issei's muscles flexed. And Hisoka's muscles flexed. Boom. They both exploded forward. Issei and Hisoka met in the middle colliding with their forearms. Immediately after the first collision Hisoka's expressionless face turned into a grinning man's face. Issei spun and sent a kick to Hisoka's head, but Hisoka leaned his head to the side dodging the kick. Hisoka then reached into his sleeve and in a split second threw a throwing knife at Issei's skull. Issei leaned his body back at the last second so the blade passed right above his nose. Not bad my dear little Satan, Hisoka exclaimed as he jumped back. Hisoka then brought out a deck of cards. He put the entire deck in one hand and threw 8 of them at Issei. Issei dodged them all but all of a sudden, they exploded and smoke covered Issei's view. TSK, using cheap tactics now. Are you that scared of me? Issei tried to taunt back making Rezavim proud. Rezavim always was a fan of taunting and making your opponent mess up before you even need to do anything. It was fun to see them suffer for Rezavim. Scared? Issei heard from every direction. Don't be silly. This is how real people fight my dear little Satan, Hisoka informed him. Issei then felt Hisoka coming at him from his left. So he dodged the knife that was thrusted at him and landed a punch to Hisoka's jaw. Not bad. Finally, Issei had enough of playing around. He let out his blood wings and took to the sky. The power of his ascent sent the smoke dispersing and ultimately dissolving into the air. But he couldn't find Hisoka on the field. Boo! Hisoka said from behind Issei as he sent an axe kick to Issei's skull. Issei took the attack head-on and was forced back a few feet. I guess it's time to use magic, huh? I mean it's only fair since you are using your infamous blood power. It was like Hisoka was playing with him. But unlike last time he was played with, he knew he could win this one. There wasn't a massive power difference this time. And so Issei sent a cyclone of blood towards Hisoka, who in return sent on throwing knife into the heart of it. After the knife sank into the blood, it exploded, making the entire cyclone disperse. Ho! This is the famous blood affinity. I've seen vampires with a better blood affinity than this. Hisoka continued to taunt. And so Issei sent 4 cyclones of blood, this time towards Hisoka. But soon after, Issei summoned Ragnarok and followed the cyclones. In one fluid motion, Hisoka threw 4 throwing knife bombs and all of them dispersed the cyclones. But Issei emerged from the rain of blood and slashed downward at Hisoka. Hisoka widened his eyes slightly as he tried to parry the sword with a blade of his own. The blade Hisoka used though cracked after a second of pressure. Hisoka immediately tried to move out of the way, but it was too late. The sword sliced through Hisoka's arm and left a massive gash across it. Not so cocky now, huh? Issei taunted again. Hisoka clearly wasn't happy at the attack and simply held his arm and glared at Issei. And so Issei flew towards Hisoka, who was still holding his arm. As he saw this, Hisoka reached and threw 4 cards at Issei. Issei thought they would simply be smoke bombs like before, so he simply flew past them. But as soon as he passed them, they exploded and dozens of knives flew towards Issei's back. Issei didn't see them till the last second and was forced to dodge. By the time he dodged, 2 of the knives embedded themselves into Issei's leg. As Issei tried to regain his composure from the sudden attack, his skull was grabbed. Yes, Hisoka used the time Issei was dodging and burst towards him, and once Issei finished dodging, he grabbed Issei's skull and slammed it into his knee, crushing Issei's nose. Soon after, he kicked Issei forward and threw knives at Issei's chest. Issei simply put up a magic barrier blocking the knives. Now aren't you getting cocky? Hisoka mocked Issei. Issei simply stared at the man as he held his nose. Then without warning, Hisoka sent a barrage of cards and throwing knives at Issei. And soon after, Hisoka followed after the weapons. Issei dodged all of the knives and awaited for the cards to explode into knives. But they never did. Hisoka was approaching, so Issei was forced to concentrate on him. That was his biggest mistake. The cards exploded in a puff of smoke until it dispersed, and 4 clowns came out of nowhere and grabbed Issei's limbs, holding him still. Expect the unexpected, my dear Satan, Hisoka roared. Hisoka then thrust the trench knife in his hand towards Issei's chest. But at the last second, 4 tendrils of blood appeared and stabbed all of the clowns through, so they lost their grip on Issei. Issei then forced himself out as he barely dodged to the side of the knife. It grazed his side, cutting through his skin and shirt, but that was fine, because Hisoka kept moving forward with the thrust. So Issei moved to the side and lifted Ragnarok up and brought it down towards the back of Hisoka's neck, and it would have been a fatal wound. But with inhumane flexibility, Hisoka scorpion kicked Issei in the wrist, causing him to lose grip on Ragnarok, which fell to the floor. Hisoka took this time to fly out of Issei's immediate range. What can you do without your fancy sword, Satan? Issei then had an idea. Issei widened his arms and flared his power, just like when he fought with the Juka. Hisoka saw this and threw multiple knives at him, which were blocked by a magic barrier created by Issei. But then Hisoka sensed danger and dodged as a massive sword made of blood hit the ground where he was seconds ago. Holy shit. Even Hisoka was surprised by that. But Issei sent another more and more until he finally trapped Hisoka in 3 of them like a Juka. But instead of sending my swords like before, Issei then summoned a pitch black orb. What is that? Hisoka spoke to himself, not knowing what kind of attack that was. All of a sudden, Issei compressed the orb and threw it towards Hisoka, who was being chased and boxed in by falling blades. No. Dodge. Hisoka told his body as he turned away at the last second and tried to escape whatever it was. But the black orb expanded in size, sucking everything around into it. Hisoka tried his best, but in the end, he was sucked in. Luckily for him, he escaped enough so only one of his arms were entirely destroyed. Ah! Hisoka yelled as blood erupted from his now amputated arm. Rezavan grinned in glee at the sight of Issei's fighting. Meanwhile, everyone else from the caravan was watching the sight in interest too. They finished off the other attackers quite quickly thanks to Rezavan. Rezavan said they were disrupting his show, so he dealt with them immediately. You motherfucker! Hisoka roared as he generated a magic circle and took out a scythe. Issei then looked towards Ragnarok and flared his power. Then all of a sudden Ragnarok wriggled out of the ground and flew towards Issei, landing perfectly in his hand. Hisoka used his one remaining arm and gripped the scythe until he swung it with amazing strength and sent a massive magic attack from the blade towards Issei. Issei returned it with his own blast of magic from his blade. Both the attacks met in the middle, but Issei's overpowered Hisoka's and went flying straight at Hisoka, who was standing there in shock. It hit him and smoke-covered area around him so you couldn't see the aftermath. Issei was sure he won for a second, keyword being a second. Hisoka appeared behind Issei and slashed his side straight down Issei's back. Gah! Issei was sent barreling downwards and collided in the forest. Serves you right. Hisoka roared again. Hisoka then put the scythe on his shoulder and threw dozens of playing cards at Issei. Issei didn't even get up yet when the cards erupted in different things. The first was smoke, then came the hundreds of throwing knives, and last came the worst cards, exploding cards. Issei barely managed to get out of the way when the entire part of the forest he was in was transformed into a barren wasteland. Nobody could see Issei in the smoke that covered the forest. But Resivim didn't worry, he knew Issei. And so out of nowhere a cyclone of blood erupted from the smoke cloud, catching Hisoka off guard, but nevertheless Hisoka used his scythe to block the attack. But as he was busy holding back the cyclone of blood, Issei appeared behind Hisoka and thrusted his sword through Hisoka's chest. Ugh. Fuck. Hisoka spoke up as he looked down to the blade coming out of his chest. The blood cyclone soon dissipated, leaving Issei and Hisoka in the air. Looks like dear little Satan really isn't just all talk, Hisoka said as blood poured out of his mouth. Any last words? Issei asked as he pulled out the sword and lifted it up to decapitate Hisoka. Yeah. Let's fight again, Hisoka said with a sinister smile. And so Issei swung his sword down towards Hisoka's neck. But at the very last second Hisoka disappeared from Issei's sight. What the? Issei looked around. And then his eyes landed on somebody. It was a man who looked around 40 to 50 years old, gray hair slicked back with random black streaks in it. He wore glasses and had a goatee. He was also wearing a black suit. I will be taking him with me. I won't fight you today as I have a little honor in a win and respect it, but I cannot have you kill him. He is a valuable asset of our group, the man said in a husky voice. Issei normally would have retorted, but something about this man said not to mess with him. You! Resivim yelled from atop the carriage where he now stood. Resivim! What are you doing here? The man exclaimed. What am I doing here? What are you? I'm training my student. The one you're talking to. Resivim explained. He's your student. Well, I'll be damned. Your student defeated mine. Next time mine will win though, Resivim. Trust me. Now I would love to stay and chat, but I must go now. The man roared as he summoned a magic circle and entered it, leaving a shocked Issei in his dust. What the? Issei spoke to himself as he landed on the ground and made his way to the caravan. The caravan was perfectly fine other than the dead bodies around it. Issei. Are you okay? We watched your fight and didn't know if you would make it. Lunark and George ran up to him. I'm fine, thanks, but don't worry about me. Is anyone on our side injured? Issei asked. No, thanks to you nobody was injured or lost. George thanked Issei. No, trust me, it was everyone who made it happen. Issei then looked towards Resivim, who was still sat on top of the carriage. What? You did great, Resivim told Issei. Who was that guy? Issei asked. Him. Oh, that's an old friend of mine. I'll tell you about him later. Resivim waved him off. Ugh. Fine. Then check for any problems, then we can resume our journey, Issei ordered as everyone went to their posts again. And so the rest of the journey went on smoothly. A few hours later. Fang territory. After they arrived in the Fang territory, Issei and Resivim were both invited to have dinner with George and Lunark. They both agreed and were soon ushered to the Fang mansion. It was a massive 5-story mansion. It was old Victorian styled on the inside and out. But now we are in the dining room that could easily fit 20 people at the table, but right now it only had 4 occupants, Issei, Resivim, Lunark, and George. To our successful journey. George raised his glass. To our successful journey. The others repeated and raised their glasses. Issei, who didn't eat, simply drank tea. Once he was asked why he wasn't eating by George, Resivim answered before he could get offended. Issei doesn't eat in front of people because people don't eat when he eats. They simply just stare at him the entire time. Unless you've seen him do it dozens of times and have gotten used to it, you will most likely stare the entire time. Resivim explained. Oh. We don't care if you don't have etiquette. We are werewolves, we only care about power, not elegance. If you have both, it's just a sign of even more power. George bellowed. No, it's quite the opposite, George. He has too much etiquette. Maybe one of these days you will see and understand. Rezavim tried to explain. Very well. I hope to see it someday, George said as he looked towards Lunark, who looked down at her lap for some reason. And so the meal went by perfectly fine while George and Rezavim talked about numerous things while Issei and Lunark stayed silent. Lunark, don't you have something you would wish to ask young Issei here? George asked, breaking her silence. Huh. Right now? Lunark asked, flustered. Why not? Oh, Issei. Could I join your peerage? Lunark then got off of her seat and bowed in front of Issei. This made Issei go wide-eyed and Rezavim choke on his food. Issei immediately looked towards George for answers. We werewolves don't necessarily care for pure-blooded things like devils, so we don't care if we are turned into something else partly. We go by power. Power earns respect, and respect is the only way you will get places in the world. So, we thought if she joined your peerage she would grow in power exponentially. And plus, she has taken a liking to you. George finished with a slight giggle as Lunark flushed red. Grandfather. Quit spewing nonsense. Lunark was blushing madly. Silence reigned in the room. I'm sorry, but I musta. Issei was cut off by Rezavim. Wait. I need to have a talk with Issei really quick. Is that okay? Rezavim asked as he ushered Issei to the door. Yes, that is fine. We shall await your answer here, George answered as he watched in interest at the two. Outside the dining room. What was that for? Issei asked. Issei. Trust me on this. Reincarnate her. Rezavim told him. What? No. Why not? Give me reasons as to why it should. Issei fired back. Easy. She is only a few years older than you and she has power the same level as Vali. I saw her fighting myself. Trust me, she could grow if you take her in your peerage. You could strengthen relations between the werewolf and devil race if they catch on. The son of Satan has a werewolf in his peerage. And you need all the help you need to protect your loved ones. You can't do it by yourself anymore. Especially if Surzex himself is on the horizon. Rezavim explained. The last reason was probably the only reason Issei gave in. Ugh. Are you 100% positive? If you are, then I will. 110% positive, Issei. Alright, fine. What piece would fit her the best then? Issei asked. Rook, for sure a rook. Rezavim informed. Alright then, let's go tell them. Back in the dining room. Issei and Rezavim entered the room and went to their chairs as before. George was in the same place, and Lunark was still kneeled on the ground in front of Issei. I will accept you in my peerage, was the first thing Issei said. Thanks very much, Lunark exclaimed. Congratulations, Lunark. George was happy for his granddaughter. Now, George, you realize you won't be able to see her as often, right? Issei asked. I've been prepared for this day as soon as she turned into a teenager. She needs to go and explore the world herself, make friends with people her age, and not just worry about me all the time. And plus, she hasn't even had a boyfriend before, George explained with a genuine smile. Grandfather, Lunark yelled. Haha. Take good care of her, Issei, or I may have to kill you, George threatened. I will take death easily if I do something bad to her, Issei explained. Then Lunark, lay on the floor. I need to reincarnate you, Issei ordered. Issei then summoned his chessboard and grabbed a rook, trusting Rezavim's better judgment. Are you sure you want to do this? Issei asked one final time. Yes, Lunark answered, determined. And so Issei hovered his hand over her heart and chanted. Shortly after, the piece floated into her chest and disappeared. Welcome to the peerage of Issei Satan, Lunark Fan. You are now a rook of the Satan peerage, Issei informed her. It is my pleasure, master. Lunark kneeled on the ground and put her hand over her heart. First order of mine is to not call me by honorifics or titles. I don't like my peerage calling me those, Issei informed. As you wish, Issei. And get up, we don't need to bow in front of people unless it's for business or something formal, Issei explained again. Alright. And act yourself? I don't want any fake people in my peerage, was Issei's final order. Right. Sorry. It's fine, you're new at this. And so Lunark asked Issei different things about devils and who else was in his peerage. She will be fine, right? George asked Rezavim, who was watching the scene with him. Absolutely. I've known Issei for a long time. She will be happy, Rezavim answered. Good. Time of departure. Goodbye, grandfather, Lunark exclaimed as she hugged George. I'll see you later, sweetie, George told her as he rubbed the back of her head. Issei, take good care of her, George spoke over her. I will. Now go, Lunark. They are waiting for you, George informed Lunark as Rezavim created a magic circle. Right. See you later, grandfather. Lunark let go of him and picked up her 2 duffel bags and made her way towards Issei and Rezavim. George put his hand out for Issei to shake. Thanks for allowing her to be in your peerage, George said. My pleasure, Issei said as he took the hand and gave it a firm squeeze. And so Issei went to Rezavim and Lunark, and they left to go home in a flash. Chapter 9. We're here, Issei spoke up as the 3 arrived in front of the castle. Wow. Lunark stared at the massive estate, castle. By the way, don't get too used to this place. I'm currently resided in the human realm. We're just staying here to train, Issei explained as he stepped into the castle. Alright. Lunark just marveled at the sight. As they entered the building, Rezavim quickly disappeared. Issei didn't even question it as this was a normal occurrence. Lunark, for your own good I'm telling you this, but my group has quite the personality, Issei explained as he navigated the corridors. Personality? Is that a bad thing? Lunark asked. Not necessarily, just. You'll see, was all the Issei said. And so Lunark didn't ask any more questions as they walked through the castle. Lounge. Issei walked into the lounge with Lunark following close behind. Kuroka was sitting on the couch with her back towards him with Rias, but Grafia and Sona were on the opposite couch and watched as Issei entered the room. They would have said something to Issei but instead raised their eyebrow as they saw Lunark. Rias and Kuroka were totally oblivious though. Sniff sniff, Kuroka sniffed the air. I smell a bitch. And I'm not talking about the Rias kind, Kuroka spoke out as she looked up from her magazine. Sniff sniff. Lunark did the same and immediately her eyes narrowed slightly. Hey, I'm not a bitch, Rias exclaimed as she glared at Kuroka. Sure you aren't. Trying to sleep with Issei before me, Kuroka growled. Immediately after saying that, Kuroka felt shivers down her spine. Kuroka, what did I say about saying things like that to Rias? And bringing that up? Issei asked calmly yet threateningly. Issei, when did you get back? Kuroka exclaimed. Just now. Kuroka was about to pounce on Issei but stopped as she spotted Lunark. She started to slowly walk towards Lunark and walk around her, sniffing her every now and then. Lunark did the same. Why did you bring a bitch back with you, Issei? Kuroka asked without breaking her smile. Kuroka, what did I tell you about names like that? And just so you know, she's my new rook, Issei explained. I see. And I'm calling her a bitch because that's what she is. Kuroka obviously let go the rook part, but Sona, Grafia, and Rias all raised eyebrows at that. Hey! Lunark finally yelled out. Kuroka, I'm warning you. Issei, listen. A bitch is a female dog. That's clearly a bitch, Kuroka explained. The others in the room simply watched in confusion. A bitch. Female dog. They sadly couldn't tell that Lunark was a werewolf. That doesn't matter, Issei agreed for the most part. You see. You agree. She is a female dog. So why not call her a bitch? Kuroka spoke. You are so lucky you are Issei's friend, so I can't retort. Lunark spoke up in a low tone. That's when Issei had an idea. Alright Lunark, you can call Kuroka whatever you want. And Kuroka, you can call Lunark a bitch if you truly must. I'm clearly not going to win this, so I'll let you do what you want as long as she is on equal footing. Issei figured it was the least stressful way to settle this. Kuroka smiled at this and even Lunark smirked. Bitch. Pussy. And so, the list of insults went on. Meanwhile, Issei made his way to the couches and sat down where Kuroka was moments before. So, how did you get another peerage member? Sona asked the golden question. She asked to join after me and Rezavim finished our job. She's the granddaughter of the famous Grey Fawn of the werewolves, Issei explained as he leaned back and rested his head on the back of the couch. Oh, that explains the whole bitch conversation with Kuroka then. Sona finally understood. And how did she join you? Why did you accept it? Grafia asked, clearly confused as to why he added another member to his peerage. She wanted to join so she could get stronger. Her grandfather explained to me about how werewolves don't care about pure-blooded beings in their faction like the devils do, and that her joining me would make her stronger and give her more opportunities to excel. Issei explained. Sona and Rias let it go and didn't see a problem with it, but Grafia. And why did you let her join? You've had things like this happen before, but you never let that stop you declining them. Grafia inquired. That's... Rezivim reminded me about something. That's all I will say about this matter, so please drop it. Issei said, confusing the group. I see. Grafia didn't like when Issei was like this. And so, the conversation was dropped. They conversed about other things, like what did Issei do on his job from Ajuka, and how excruciating Yasaka's training was for Rias, Sona, and their peerages, about how Grafia and Kateria were training with each other trying to get back to their original strengths. But during their conversation they were interrupted by a green magic circle. Ah, good. Everyone I'm looking for. Ajuka exclaimed as he appeared. Ajuka. Rezivim said training was done for today. Issei inquired. It is. But I have news. The annual Youth Devil meeting is in 3 days. Ajuka informed. Oh. Where will it be held this time? Sona asked. Well, it's expected to be a bigger crowd than the past years, so we are holding it in the capital. Ajuka explained. I see. And are we going to be assigned seating and reservations like last year? Or should we get our own? Rias asked this time. Everything is going to be by reservations. Alright, that's nice. Rias said. And then everyone's eyes turned to Issei, who stayed silent and waited for Issei to say something. What? Issei asked as he looked at them. They said nothing. Okay, seriously, what? If you're wondering if I'm going, then no, it's not an obligation, so why the hell would I go? Issei spoke out. Well, Ajuka started as he scratched the back of his head innocently. Ajuka. Issei warned. It's kind of too late for that. What the hell are you talking about? Issei wasn't asking, no, he was demanding. Well. The reason it's going to be bigger than usual is because of you. Ajuka explained while he chuckled awkwardly. What the fuck did you do? Issei asked with narrowed eyes. Well, it wasn't me per se. It was the public. And I kind of have an obligation to listen to the public. Okay then. What the fuck did the public do? Well, everyone can't wait to see the son of Satan themselves. And see the prince himself. Ugh. Fuck. Okay, fine. But still. Why does that mean I have to go? The public won't be in the meeting. Well, everyone wants their heirs to meet you or at least see you and, well, get on your good side. Ajuka informed. Fuck me. Fine. But I'd better have my own section that only me and my entourage can enter. I'd rather not have people annoying me the entire time. Issei responded calmly. Done. Ajuka immediately answered. Ugh. Is there anything specific I need to do or wear? Anything special? Issei asked. Just wear formal clothes. Knowing how people act around you and your aura, I think you will be fine in anything. Alright. What time? Around 12 at night. Ajuka informed. Alright. Anyways, what about training? Issei training. Take the next few days off. I've already talked with Rezivim about it. I also heard about your new addition to your peerage. And I must say I'm impressed with what I've been told about your mission. Ajuka complimented. Thanks. Now if you don't mind, I would like to sleep. Considering I don't have training for the next few days. Issei said as he stood up. Very well then, I will take my leave. And so Ajuka got up and generated a magic circle. See you in a few days. Was all Issei said as he went up the stairwell to his room. Yep. And so Ajuka left, and Issei went to sleep. Ah. We're done. Kuroka exclaimed as she fell back onto the couch panting. Agreed. Lunark did the same. So, what did we miss? Kuroka asked. Everyone looked at the duo stupefied. What? They were completely oblivious to everything that just went on. The next morning, Issei woke up in an unfamiliar manner. For once his body felt light, he wasn't surrounded in bodies, and it was extremely silent. They made the rule where during Issei's training only one girl could sleep with him so they didn't accidentally hurt him, but there wasn't a single person in the bed. That's when he checked the time on his phone that was charging next to his bed, 2:30 p.m. Issei immediately widened his eyes in surprise. When was the last time he slept in that much? But then the more he thought about it, the more it made sense. His body was constantly driven to a near-broken state, and that process would be repeated over and over for the past few months, and not once was he allowed any more than 6 hours of sleep. And so, he got up and made his way to the bathroom. As he entered the bathroom, he didn't bother taking a shower or changing clothes, because quite frankly he didn't have enough energy for any of that. And so, he splashed water over his face and looked up at the mirror. His red eyes looked lazily over his appearance. He was slightly bulkier than before his training. He was toned already, but now his muscles were a little more pronounced. He had dark bags under his eyes from the fatigue. His overall appearance looked laggard. And so he made his way downstairs, where it was still completely silent. He was wearing a black t-shirt and baggy blue pajama pants. Shortly after leaving the bathroom, he made his way downstairs to the lounge and kitchen area to see where everyone was. But nope, nobody was there. He closed his eyes and concentrated as much as he could to see if he could sense anyone, but sadly he could only sense anyone in a 100-foot radius. He sensed Linark, who was in the library, so he made his way over there. He entered the library, which wasn't the main library of the Satan estate, but it was still a decent-sized one. He walked through the aisles until he found Linark reading a book by the window that overlooked the backyard, if you could call it that. But what caught his eye was that she had her ears and tail out, which cutely wagged around. "I see you have settled in okay," Issei spoke, alerting Linark of his presence. "Master." Issei. "I didn't see you come in," Linark said as she looked up from her book and her ears perked up. "It's fine, I was just trying to see where everyone was," Issei explained, but still looked at her ears and tail. "Oh, sorry. I forgot I had them out." Linark quickly hid her ears and tail and blushed in embarrassment as she noticed Issei looking at them. "No, it's fine. I'm guessing you feel more comfortable with them out like Kuroka?" Issei inquired as he saw Kuroka have them out as often as she could, as she claimed. It was more comfortable that way. "Yeah. Then keep them out. Like I said, I want everyone to feel comfortable here, and Kuroka already keeps her tails and ears out all the time." "If you say so." Linark let out her ears and tail slowly, still slightly blushing in embarrassment. "Now you never answered. Where are the others?" "Oh. They're all out training. They wanted me to stay here just in case you needed something," Linark informed. "I see. Well, feel free to do whatever you wish. I'm going to go check some things out." Issei then started to walk out of the room. "Okay, I'll be in here if you need me," Linark added as Issei walked out of the door. Outside the Satan castle, Issei told Linark he had other things to check on, but what he really meant was that he was going and checking on everyone else. He was curious to see what kind of training everyone was doing, since he didn't even know of everyone training on their own or with each other until he was already 2 months into his own training. So slowly he made his way down one of the many pathways towards where he heard a commotion. As he caught glimpse of something, he hid his presence and crouched behind a bush. And soon after he saw Grafia and Kateria in a duel. From the looks of it was only a magic battle, but nevertheless Issei watched in interest. "Gah!" Kateria grunted as she landed across the field in front of Grafia. But Kateria didn't stay standing much longer after that. She raised her hands and a magic circle appeared out of thin air. All of a sudden water poured out of the circle and started making a sphere in front of her. Grafia, who was flying across from Kateria, didn't let Kateria do anything as she sent multiple of the ice spears that were floating around her towards Kateria. Kateria, however, didn't move a muscle as the spears flew towards her at alarming speeds. Then all of a sudden, tentacles of water erupted from the sphere she was creating and hid away the spears. But after the spears were hid away, the ground around the spears started to freeze and ice emerged from it, trapping Kateria in her place in the process. TSK. Kateria clearly didn't like being stuck in place. So Kateria poured more magic into her magic circle and the sphere started to roll. The sphere started to spin in the direction of Grafia, but it didn't move its place next to Kateria. Grafia saw this and raised an eyebrow, but nevertheless made a magic circle of her own, preparing her own attack. Seconds later, both sides let their attack go. Grafia's attack was her well-known blizzard-type attack that she used against Belzard, but Kateria's, it would look like a normal water-based magic attack to the normal eye, but it was charged with extra magic. Issei couldn't entirely figure out what it was. But the water shot towards Grafia and her blizzard, but it shot with even more powerful than her usual attacks. The water barreled towards the attack, and as it made contact with the blizzard, it made a loud hissing sound from the snow and ice evaporating into steam from the water. Issei finally realized what it was. She used the extra magic to boil the water to scalding temperatures. So it had more maneuverability than the average water, and at the same time it had more power, especially against an ice user like Graphia. In the end, Kateria's attack forced its way through Graphia's attack and made its way to an unsuspecting Graphia. It hit Graphia with extreme force and launched her back with the attack into the nearby tree and made a slight crater. Issei was surprised by the display. It wasn't anything major like learning new techniques for Graphia and Kateria, but it was more of polishing up old tricks in their training. It didn't look like much to the average eye, but Issei could see the power in their attacks doubled. Even Graphia's eyes had some more attributes. Issei didn't know Graphia could indirectly create ice simply by having a receiver, or in this case the spear, to channel magic through. So both did get stronger. Even if it wasn't anything major, they did brush up on their skills. They weren't the level they were in the Great War, no. But this was sufficient enough to hopefully not trouble Issei anymore. I think that is enough for that magic-only duel. Graphia emerged from where she was hit and brushed off her skirt and made her way towards Kateria, who was trying to free herself from the ice around her feet. I agree. Kateria used water to melt the ice. Now should we deal with our pest who has been observing us training in secret? Graphia asked ever so stoically. I think we should. You can do the honors, Kateria told her as she went to her side. And all of a sudden, in a split second, Graphia summoned several icicles and sent them soaring to the individual hiding in the bushes. Issei didn't expect this, and his body was so tired and beaten he couldn't dodge, so he simply tried to catch them, keyword being tried. Now are you going to come out now? We know you're in there, Kateria yelled. Issei didn't even register them pain going through his hand as he emerged from the bushes, shocking the two. Issei, Graphia yelled in worry, yet was blushing madly at her mistake. Fuck, why would you do that? Issei didn't even pay much attention to them as he stared down towards his hand. As he looked at his hand, he saw the icicle stabbing straight through his hand. So his first reaction was to pull on it to hopefully get it out. But sadly, like he explained before, ice formed around the icicle, making it stuck in his hand. Kateria, give me some water, Issei ordered calmly. And so Issei brought his hand towards Kateria as she gently poured water out of a magic circle onto his hand, thawing it out with the ice melting in the process. Soon enough, Issei got the ice out and looked towards the two. Now that we have that done with, why the hell was that your first reaction? Issei wasn't directing his message to only Graphia, he was looking at the both of them. Well, we wanted to train in secret, and we told the others not to disturb us, Graphia explained. Secret? Why in secret? Issei asked. Well, Graphia started with a blush. No reason. Just didn't want everyone to disturb us, Kateria answered for Graphia. The real reason for their training was because after Belzerd and seeing how far Issei would go to protect everyone, they knew they had to get stronger and not be a burden to everyone. Not that they would tell Issei that. They were in love with Issei after all, so they didn't want to embarrass themselves by saying that. Not that Issei would have cared either way. I see. Well, I was just coming to see what everyone was doing. Do you have any idea where everyone else is? Issei questioned as he clearly didn't mind the answer. Huh. Oh yeah? Yasaka is training both the Devil Heirs and their peerages in the stone fields to the east, Kateria informed, clearly not expecting to be let off so easily. Alright, thanks. Now you may go back to your secret training, Issei told them as he started to walk away. As soon as Issei was out of earshot, Graphia broke the silence. He's tired. No duh. When was the last time he looked like that? Let alone sleeping like today. I think he's well deserved being tired, Kateria answered. Agreed. With Issei. Issei made his way to the area where Kateria said he could find the others. As soon as he entered the stone fields, the temperature rose quite a bit. The reason being, because under the stone was volcanic activity, making it so no life nor vegetation could grow. But it did make for a harsh training environment. And from what Issei heard the past days was that Yasaka was an extremely harsh teacher, so this seemed like a fitting place for their training. As Issei walked further into the area, he scanned the area for anyone, and that was when he sensed multiple figures all lined up, and then two separate figures 20 feet away. He went to the place he sensed them and quickly saw Yasaka and Kunu sat on top of a blanket having a tea party. Issei made his way towards them and saw they were surrounded in a barrier. The barrier wasn't anything major, so Issei could easily slip straight through it, but inside of the barrier it was much cooler and not at all hot and muddy like outside of the barrier. Oh, you're finally up, I see. I was starting to get worried, Yasaka stated calmly as she looked up from what she was doing and spoke to Issei. Yeah. I woke up around an hour ago, Issei explained. I see. And what are you doing out here then? I thought you were going to stay in and rest the next few days. I already slept in as long as I could, my muscles ache, but that's also I thought I would come check on everyone's training since I didn't have time to before. Issei informed the Yukai hybrid. I see. Well, I can take you to them if you wish. Yasaka offered the son of Satan. If you would. Issei gestured for her to lead the way. Then right this way. They leisurely made their way to a small incline in the terrain. Clearly they weren't in a rush as Yasaka never moved faster than a waltz. But Issei didn't care, he was grateful for the slow pace as he couldn't move that fast. But that was when Issei noticed something. As he glanced at Yasaka from behind, he noticed that Yasaka didn't have her tails out. But then he thought about it more. Has Yasaka ever actually let out her Yukai form? No. The entire time she has been with us she never let it out. Issei thought to himself. Normally Issei wouldn't have thought anything of it, but after seeing Linark in her own werewolf state, and telling how it was more comfortable. And Kuroka was the same way. Yasaka. Issei called out. Yes. Yasaka asked with her normally serene voice as she turned her head to look at Issei with clear curiosity in her eyes. Why don't you let your Yukai form out? Issei asked. This clearly surprised Yasaka as she was clearly taken aback from the question. Well, I didn't think it was necessary. And it might get in the way. May I ask why you want to know? Yasaka countered. Everyone who has a Yukai form or something of the like says it's more comfortable to have it out. So, I was just wondering. Is it the same with you? I guess it is. Yasaka gained a pensive look at that. So, Issei spoke. So, Yasaka repeated. If it's better then let it out. Yasaka blushed for a quick second but nevertheless abided. Alright. And all of a sudden 2 golden ears with white tips sprouted from Yasaka's golden blonde hair. Issei wondered about a tail, and was about to ask, but all of a sudden 9 golden tails with white tips emerged from behind her. The only words to describe the tails would be magnificent. Even Issei was clearly surprised from all of that. The weirdest part of it all to Issei was how Yasaka's Miko outfit magically adjusted to her tails and let them pass through small holes that weren't there before. Now was that so hard? Issei asked monotonously. No. Then keep it out, nobody will care. Kuroka already does it and Linark is starting to do it. If you insist. Yasaka abided. Now then. What have they been doing? Issei spoke as they finally go to the top of the ridge and look down onto a bowl of land that went down at least 2 stories and had magma seeping through the rocks every few meters. And in the middle of it all was Rias Gremry and her peerage, Sona Citri and her queen Tsubaki, and finally Valerian. They were all planking. I don't even know if you could call it that for some of them. Kiba, Gasper, Sona, Koneko, Valerian, hell even Irina and Zenobia were doing their planks semi-fine. But the remaining 3. Well, let's just say Issei didn't even know if they were gaining anything from doing the planks. Rias, Akeno, and Tsubaki all were basically hugging the ground, their abnormally large memories crushing the ground under them as they basically laid on them. Issei raised an eyebrow at this, but Yasaka quickly followed up. They aren't normal planks. I found the hottest place to make them get to their limits faster, and then I added multiple seals on them to make the gravity weigh down around 10 times more on them. Yasaka explained. I still don't see how this will help them though. Especially those 3. Issei finished as he gestured towards Akeno, Rias, and Tsubaki. Oh. And I thought you weren't a pervert. Yasaka smirked. Issei simply gave her the deadest look she has ever received from anyone, catching her off guard slightly. Anyways. I'm trying to have them exceed all limits, as you may have already guessed, and as you already know, if they can do that they will get much stronger. What's the point of doing it here? Couldn't you have done it closer to the castle? Yes, it may be a little faster to do it here, but... Issei started. Oh, that's simple. The volcanic activity here isn't natural. Well, isn't natural in earthly terms. It's all caused by magic deep in the ground here. It's a natural magic source. And there was a myth that if somebody was to train until their body needs nutrients of all kinds to survive, their body will draw on the nutrients from around them. And with that in mind, why couldn't they draw on the magic? So, I'm hoping this will increase all of their magic reserves as well as their physical abilities. Yasaka informed. Hoping. Do they know this too? Issei asked as he raised an eyebrow. What they don't know won't hurt them, and plus, it's not like they won't gain anything even if this doesn't work like I'm hoping. Then I won't question your training anymore," Issei exclaimed as he made his way down the crater to speak with the others. "I guess it's time for a break then." Yasaka sighed as she knew Issei wasn't going to wait. With the orc and co. All of a sudden everyone felt extremely lighter. Half of them fell down from the sudden shock but nevertheless appreciated the break, so when they looked up to see what was wrong they all saw Issei making his way down towards them. They were speechless for a few seconds as they have never seen Issei in this state before. They all quickly took note that he was extremely fatigued as they saw the bags under his eyes and the way he held himself. They also took note of his outfit. He was still wearing his baggy t-shirt and pajama pants. He clearly didn't care how he looked at the moment. "Issei, you're finally up." Rias was the first one up as she slowly made her way towards him, the key word being slowly, as she barely moved as she walked seemingly from her training. "Yeah, I just woke up before coming to check on everyone," Issei informed the group. "I see. Well, what did you want to check on with us?" Rias asked curiously. "I have the next few days off so I figured I would see what everyone else has been training for." "I see. Well, I'm happy you're here. We were dying," Rias exclaimed. "Well, don't get too excited, I was just checking on you guys. Anything helps with what we were doing, Issei." This time Akeno spoke up. "I see. Anyways, that was all I wanted to see. Do you guys know where Kuroka and Vali are?" Issei asked as he noticed those two were the only ones he hasn't heard anything of. "I don't know. They both just disappeared about an hour or two ago," Rias informed. "No, I saw where they went. If any of you actually paid attention to your surroundings you would have seen them leave towards there." Sona finally spoke up as she pointed to the volcano in the distance. "Oh. Thanks, Sona. Well, I'll be going now, keep it up." Issei left, and tried to cheer them on. His tone didn't match his words at all. He had his normal monotone voice as he walked away. Maybe Yasaka will let us off for today," Rias thought aloud. "Alright, that was enough of a break. Get back to your planks," Yasaka ordered. And a few seconds later everyone felt themselves get extremely heavy and couldn't move without trying really hard. "You jinxed it, Rias," Akeno spoke as she went back to her planks. "Yeah, next time shut up," Sona said as she mirrored Akeno. "Ugh." So, they all went back to their training. At the volcano, Issei finally made his way to the top of the volcano when he stood on the edge of the very deep cavern leading straight into the heart of the volcano. As he looked down it, he saw a simple stone island sitting directly in the center of the lava, and on the island was Vali and Kuroka both meditating, not caring about the insanely hot lava bubbling and burning everything around them. "Fuck. And today was supposed to be my day off," Issei spoke to himself as he looked down the hole. And so Issei simply took a step off of the edge and let himself free fall inside the volcano. He could feel the heat burning his skin slightly as he fell. He understood why they would meditate here. But still it was hot, like really hot. He was falling at extreme speeds yet he landed perfectly fine, graceful even. As he landed neither of them noticed and simply kept meditating, so he made his way towards the closest one, which was Kuroka, and squatted in front of her so he was simply on his tippy toes as he looked at her. She had her ears and tails out so she looked right in her environment. Squish. Issei simply poked Kuroka in the cheek as she clearly wasn't waking up anytime soon. Soon after, Kuroka slowly opened her eyes to see who was poking her. All of a sudden she smiled as brightly as she could and launched herself forward and brought Issei into a bone-crushing hug, not minding that her abnormally large assets were squished against him. "Ah, Issei. If you wanted to poke something soft and squishy you should have just asked Naya. My breasts are at your expo whenever you need." Kuroka then got up, still straddling his waist. "That's not what I came here for. I was just checking up on everyone in their training and you weren't responding otherwise," Issei explained, not even trying to get up. "I see. Well, me and Vali were just meditating. I was working on my senjutsu and Vali is working on her natural magic," Kuroka explained. "Yeah, I was working on my natural magic. Now somebody just disrupted my concentration," Vali made herself known as she glared at Kuroka. Kuroka chuckled embarrassingly. "Anyways, I'm assuming the others informed you both of the upcoming event?" Issei asked seriously. "They did," Vali answered. "And I still can't believe Ijuka would do something so stupid. He knows you're afraid of meeting Erika and Iolava again," Kuroka yelled, clearly not thinking before she spoke. The air immediately dropped several degrees even though they were literally in a volcano. Issei immediately grit his teeth. Vali simply nodded in disappointment at Kuroka. Kuroka noticed the change, but didn't know why it happened. I am not afraid of meeting them. Don't get that wrong ever, and I mean ever again. I simply cannot be bothered with them. Whenever something with them happens, my life goes to shit, and all hopes of peace and quiet is ruined. Issei explained harshly. Alright. Sorry. Kuroka immediately regretted her words and gained a downcast expression. Ugh. Issei sighed as he noticed how easily Kuroka got saddened. Issei then moved his hands and gripped her thighs slightly and leaned up with Kuroka so they were face to face. It's fine. Just don't do it again. Issei spoke as he wrapped his arms around her waist. Okay. Kuroka gladly melted into his embrace. Wow. So all we have to do is offend you and then get all emotional as soon as you respond sternly, and then you will grip our ass and hug us. Seriously, Issei. Vali was dumbfounded at what just took place. Ahem. I didn't mean to actually do that. Surprisingly, he himself blushed very slightly. Not that anyone saw it though. Kuroka's ears were blocking it from the world's view. Doesn't matter now. You just squeezed her ass without her blackmailing you. Vali smirked. And if you want to do it again, just ask me, Naya. Normally Kuroka would have yelled it and sounded cheerful, but this time it sounded sincere. It surprised both of the other occupants. Alright, well, I need to get back. You guys can come too or finish your training, it's up to you. Issei informed them as he placed Kuroka down next to him so he could get up. I'll come, I'm hungry anyways, so you're right on time. Vali spoke as she let out her devil wings and prepared to leave. Naya, me too. Kuroka answered. Then let's go. Issei then let out all 12 of his devil wings and took to the sky. The next days would simply be preparing for the upcoming youth devil meeting. 2 days later. Today was the day. The day of the youth devil meeting. Issei awoke before everyone else. Today, like the day before, nobody was sleeping with him, so he didn't have to worry about waking anyone up. So, he made his way to his bathroom and took a shower to freshen up. As soon as he finished, he made his way downstairs. Once he was in the main lounge where everyone would be meeting later that day, he found a piece of paper and a pen and made a small note and placed it on the table. It read, "Meet me at the meeting. I have things I need to finish before then. Issei." After that, he made his way through the vast halls in the castle and left the castle. Now to get ready for tonight. Issei sighed to himself as he left through the main gate out of Satan territory. The nearest town to the Satan territory. Issei walked the stone brick streets minding his own business, and not paying any mind to what was happening around him. The citizens of the city knew who he was already, as he was a normal visitor of the quaint town back when he used to live in the castle 100% of the time. The town itself was a nice and older style town. It was the type of place where everyone knew each other and never worried about the city life. Was this place behind in culture and technology? No, not at all. It simply preferred to stay in their only little bubble and mind their own business. This is the type of place Issei appreciates the most: peaceful, quiet, and calm, all the things Issei strives for. As he was walking, the passers-by all nodded at him, and some even bowed in respect to him. Nobody looked at him with alternative motives, simply all of them simply respected and was grateful towards him. He paid them no mind though as he continued on towards his destination. Were they offended by being ignored by the so-called Prince of the Underworld? No, they've known him since a child and knew of his attitude. If anything, they felt honored by being ignored. How the hell did they feel honored? You would have to ask them that. Finally, after Issei walking through the town for around 15 minutes, Issei was standing outside his destination. It was an old Victorian-looking building, brick walls, chimney blowing smoke out from the top, old glass windows, and a simple wooden door with a stained glass window with a man wearing a suit at the top of it. Issei looked at the sign for a millisecond and walked in. The sign read, "The Suave Suit Shop." As Issei walked, the bells rang over the door, and he noticed that nothing changed over the years. Same wooden counter with measuring tools for the suit measuring and whatnot, same suits on display inside, and same old dressing rooms. It was a small shop. The main room where Issei was standing was no more than 300 feet wide and long. "Sorry, please come back in a few hours, we aren't open yet." A feminine voice called out from the door behind the counter. Issei did nothing but walk towards the counter. The old wooden planks creaked with every step, signaling that Issei wasn't leaving anytime soon. "Hello? Didn't you hear me? I told you we aren't open yet." This time the voice was a bit louder. Yet Issei didn't falter. He simply stopped as he was right in front of the counter, and he rang the bell that was sitting right on the counter in case a worker wasn't around. A few seconds later he heard quick paced stomping coming from behind the door behind the counter. "All right. Who the hell do you think you are barging in here and not abiding by my rules?" The voice roared out before they emerged from the door. The owner of the voice finally emerged from the door. Issei didn't look fazed at all as the woman emerged. He simply looked like it was just another day for him. The woman who emerged looked like she was in her mid-20s and was simply breathtaking to the normal man, to Issei. No, he grew immune to beauty a long time ago considering who he lives with. The woman had long wavy auburn hair that reached to the small of her back, and that's where the spine curves before your waist, chocolate brown eyes, large breasts, wide hips yet slender waist, and she was wearing a simple white tank top that showed off her assets incredibly well. Her shorts were simple short jean shorts that barely covered her long legs. Issei. The woman ran to Issei and enveloped him into a bone-crushing hug, not caring that her assets were squishing against his chest. "Hello, Lily." Issei greeted the woman as she kissed him on both cheeks and not blushing in the slightest. "I haven't seen you in so long. It's been at least a year. Where have you been?" the now named Lily asked. "Well, I moved to the human world and was busy with other business," Issei answered truthfully. "I heard about that, defeating a cadre fallen angel and having a duel with a phoenix for the Gremry heiress." So are you gonna introduce her to me anytime soon?" Lily asked. "No, we aren't like that. It's simply an official engagement because the council wouldn't let otherwise. By the way, nothing we discuss leaves this room." "Okay." "Yep, my lips are sealed," Lily replied with a smirk. "Good. So, what's my favorite customer doing here today? Let alone this early? I highly doubt you were just coming to visit little old me," Lily asked as she leaned on the counter squishing her breasts on her arm. "Favorite customer? What about Ajuka?" Issei raised an eyebrow. "Oh please. That idiot never lets me do my job. He's constantly nagging on and on about how I messed up on this or that on his suit. He's such a perfectionist, and him thinking he knows more than me about suits and tuxedos." Lily scoffed. "Somehow that doesn't surprise me," Issei agreed. "Anyways, back to the question. What do you need? We already established you don't come here to simply say hi and visit me." "Well, sadly you are correct. I'm sure you heard about the Youth Devil meeting," Issei stated. "So, you need a suit for the meeting. Okay. So, when's the meeting?" Lily asked as she took out a notepad and pen out of her brow. "Tonight." "Come again." Lily looked up and stared straight at Issei. "I need it by tonight," Issei reaffirmed. "Tonight. Why didn't you come earlier? You know how hard that's gonna be. I'm gonna make a suit from scratch, I can't simply make it in one day," Lily exclaimed. "I didn't think about it until last night. Anyways, can you do it?" Issei inquired again. "Ugh. What time do you need it by?" Lily sighed. "By midnight." And with that, Lily turned around and started to walk towards the back room. "Where are you going?" Issei asked. "Where do you think? You better get your ass back here if you want it done. You're gonna help me with it too," Lily stated as she looked over her shoulder. "Fine. So, any idea what you want your suit to look like? Any requests?" Lily asked. "Don't care," was the simple response. "Well, that's why you have me. The tailor of Prince Satan himself. The best tailor in the underworld," Lily exclaimed happily as she added a little more flair to her stride, making her hips sway side to side. "Self-proclaimed best tailor in the underworld," Issei made sure to add. "What was that?" Lily asked dangerously as if threatening Issei about his suit. "Nothing," Issei answered quickly to make sure he didn't anger the woman who would be creating his outfit for later. "I mean, it wouldn't be smart to go somewhere that hundreds of important figureheads in the Devil's Society would be and wear something that would make them lose all respect for you." Issei didn't care if he was worshipped. In fact, he would like it if they didn't worship him like some great king, but respect. He wanted to be respected and maybe even feared a little. So, no, he wouldn't anger the woman that would be making his outfit. Why does he know this, you may ask? Well, that's another story. Let's just say Ajuka went to an important ballroom dance and wore a bright neon pink and chocolate brown tuxedo. Worst combo in colors ever. And he didn't even know it was that color because she said it, so it looked absolutely normal like a plain black and white tux. But once he danced, she put a small bit of magic through a magic circle and wham! His dance ran away crying in embarrassment. So Issei knows to never anger this lady. You realize that you're probably going to be like 30 minutes late to the meeting, right? That's if you're lucky and we don't run into any problems. Lily added. That's fine. It will add a dramatic flair for my entrance, Issei said sarcastically. Well, as sarcastic as Issei could get, which wasn't much. Ha! I guess you're right. As little as it was, Lily still caught onto it. And so they went straight to work. Youth Devil meeting. 30 minutes after it began. The room the meeting was in was a massive ballroom. White walls the size of 3-story buildings with golden highlights on them. Tables with white tablecloths all around. A massive condiment table full of foods and drinks of all kinds. And a massive crystal chandelier hanging in the middle of the room. And last but not least, a stage at the very back of the room with a podium for somebody to speak on. But now to the main part. Ajuka was not in the best of moods right now. He was nervous, not just nervous, he was really nervous. And not just really nervous, no, he was really nervous. He made several promises with the higher-ups in the Devil Society about making sure their heirs would see Issei. And guess what? Issei wasn't here. Ugh. Where is he? Ajuka yelled at himself in the VIP area reserved specifically for Issei and his entourage. Calm down, he'll be here any second, Grafia said calmly as she sipped from the glass she held. Are you sure about that? Ajuka countered. Well, he said he would in the note. Grafia was fully trusting in Issei. Exactly. In a note. He could have used that so we wouldn't look for him. And now he isn't going to come to the party. He's smarter than you think, Ajuka stated. Even Grafia couldn't deny that possibility. Don't worry, Issei will be here. This time Vali added. I hope so. Ajuka sighed as he sat down. In the VIP area was Issei's servants minus Yusaka and her daughter Kunu, as she didn't want to bring Kunu to anything like this yet. But as for everyone else, they were simply sat around a round table eating and drinking. Grafia was wearing a sapphire blue dress that sparkled in the light and covered her body extremely well. She wasn't going for sexiness or skimpy, no, she was wearing a plain dress that hugged her perfectly. Now does that mean she didn't look hot or sexy? Fuck no, that would very hard for her to do that. Vali, on the other hand, was wearing a white dress that showed her generous bust, but overly revealing, and her heels were simple silver heels that weren't too tall simply because she could barely walk in the heels she was in right now. Kuroka wore a strapless black dress with red highlights. Her hair hung down her back and she had both tails and her ears out for everyone to see. She also wore black heels that made her stature much straighter and made it possible for her breasts to get bigger somehow. Lunark wore a strapless light tan dress that matched her hair perfectly. It hugged her body perfectly, showing off her athletic figure. But unlike Kuroka, who had her ears and tails out, Lunark had hers hidden. She also wore silver earrings that sparkled in the light, and her heels were about the same as Kuroka's except hers were pink to match her eyes. Valerian was wearing a simple black and white tuxedo with his sword strapped around his waist. He clearly wasn't used to wearing a suit, as he would constantly tug at his collar every once in a while. In all, Lunark and Grafia seemed the most elegant of the bunch. Rias and Sona's group were all in their own respective areas speaking to some of the other devils and heiresses and their respective siblings. In all, everyone was having a good time. Well, except for Ajuka, who was still nervous that Issei bailed on them. And so, everyone talked. And talked. It was so loud it would be hard to hear one's own thoughts. It didn't get any quieter, it just got louder and louder as time passed. And then, it went silent. As soon as the doors opened, the aura of the room changed. Was it a bad change? No, it was quite a serene feeling. And so as soon as the door opened, everyone's head turned towards it. It wasn't like the other guests that nobody would bat an eye for. No, for some reason they subconsciously turned to see the newcomer. It was as if there was a voice in their head telling them to go to whoever was entering the room. And in came the last true Satan. The last devil alive who could truly call himself Satan. In came Issei Satan. Silence permeated the room as they took in his appearance. Gone was the tired and laggard-looking Issei from the day before. No, this was Issei Satan at his finest. He was wearing a ruby-red tuxedo with black highlights that literally sparkled in the light. It was like he literally had small rubies all over his tuxedo. Well, that wasn't that far from the truth. His face was expressionless, yet it was full of power, and yet he was calm, cool, and collected. One would have never thought he would have had dark bags under his eyes and basically dragged himself along like yesterday. He held himself high and chest puffed out, showing he didn't fear anyone in the room. His silver cross earring hanging off his left ear proudly. his blood-red eyes glowing as if staring straight through everyone in the room. His midnight black hair flowed in the breeze that entered the room as he opened the doors. And his rings on both hands. If one thought he was breathtaking at the Phoenix and Gremory wedding, they would quickly get shut up again. He was more toned than before and filled out his tuxedo perfectly. The aura around him was tantalizing. It screamed elegance, magnificence, majesty, royalty, majestic, power, danger, ruthlessness, and the list kept on and on. It was almost infinite. Everyone stood in awe and slight fear of Issei, but the awe outweighed the fear. Rias and Sona's group stood in shock. Is this really the same Issei we saw yesterday? Was the thought going around both groups. Even Issei's entourage was surprised. Ajuka himself was more relieved than surprised, but nevertheless he was thoroughly impressed. One could hear a pin drop in the room. Issei appreciated the silence quite a bit. He hoped it would be like that for the rest of the day. But sadly, that is almost never the case. Cue the song. Intro 3 by NF. It fits the scene perfectly if I do say so myself. Put it on repeat if you can. It is the song for the rest of the chapter. Well, if it isn't Issei Satan, the son of Lord Satan himself. A male voice roared throughout the hall, breaking the silence. Everyone stood in shock from the obvious sarcastic remark. Somebody had the balls to yell in front of everyone present. And so the jam-packed ballroom parted like the Red Sea to show the one who yelled through the hall. I'm grateful that you have graced us with your presence, O Lord Satan. The figure roared once again as the ballroom split completely, revealing the figure. He was a teenager around the same age as Issei. He had tannish blonde hair with rare red and yellow streaks running through, styled in a messy faux hawk. And look up. Anime faux hawk. If you don't know what it is. He wore a gold suit with red highlights, but his dress shirt underneath his tuxedo had the top buttons unbuttoned, showing his chest. His face was sharp and had light-colored skin. His eyes were fire orange and were brightly glowing. He had earrings on, but it was a simple silver gem on each ear. He had a playboy or bad boy aura about him that made you not want to trust him too much. I lava, Issei stated calmly, yet in a tone that told him he was walking on thin ice. Issei. Yes, this was Lava Amon, little brother of Erika Amon, last remaining male heir of the Amon bloodline. And so, the both of them slowly walked towards each other. It was deathly silent, as most of the occupants of the room didn't know what was happening nor how they knew each other. And so they finally met in the middle. Issei was slightly taller than Lava, so he was looking down at him slightly. But that didn't faze Lava. He simply stood his ground and glared back at Issei. So, I see you made new friends, Lava stated mockingly. That's what it seems like, Issei answered firmly. Ha! Lava snorted. What? Issei already knew where this was going, but nevertheless he let it happen. There was no way round this, and if he ran away it would look worse. Do they know? Lava asked loudly. No, they don't. Issei didn't need to ask what he was talking about. Then maybe you should tell them. Tell them, Issei. Tell them how if they stick with you they will all die. How if they keep hanging out with you everyone they love will die. Tell them that you will kill them all. Lava taunted as he turned towards the crowd and yelled for all to hear. Murmurs were heard throughout the entire hall after that. Issei stayed silent as his hair shadowed his eyes. What's wrong, Issei? Afraid they will all see you for the monster you are. Issei kept quiet again. Come on, Issei. What's wrong, mad? Angry? Issei clenched his fist in anger, now his veins bulging under his tuxedo. Pathetic. Lava spat. I can't believe my parents trusted you. Look where that got them. Dead. Lava had clear disgust in his tone. Issei's eyes glowed a murderous eerie red that shined through the hair shadowing his eyes. Satan VIP area. Bastard. Vali roared as she was about to storm out of the VIP area and confront Lava. But she was stopped. Why are you stopping me? Vali roared, even though nobody heard her except for the ones immediately around her. Ajuka put his hand on her shoulder to stop Vali, but as she looked back she was surprised to see Ajuka grinning like a literal psychopath. Even Grafia, who was looking sadly at the display, was worried at that sight. Ajuka? Grafia questioned worriedly. Just watch, was Ajuka's simple reply as he remembered something. Flashback. You want me to what? Issei asked indescribably with a dumbfounded look on his face. I want you to let go of you, Ajuka explained as Rezavim was standing next to him, nodding his head in agreement. Yes, this was in the middle of Issei's training trip. This was one of the main conversations of his entire training trip. Excuse me. Issei clearly was lost. Okay, let me explain it simpler. You know how you hold back and lock away your somewhat dark side? Ajuka asked seriously. Issei stayed quiet and was about to rebuke, but Ajuka beat him to it. Don't try and say otherwise. We all know it escapes sometimes. Ajuka informed. Ugh. Yes, I know of it. What does that have to do with this? Issei asked as he rubbed the bridge of his nose. Well, we want you to not lock it up and hide it, Ajuka explained. And that's a good idea. Why? Issei asked. Because you are holding yourself back. We aren't telling you to let it take over. No, we aren't even telling you to let have any power at all. Simply don't hide it. Embrace it. Don't accept it. No, don't do that. Just simply embrace it. Use it for your advantage. This time Rezavim spoke up. I'll try, Issei said defeatedly. Then let's see it, Ajuka exclaimed. And almost a split second later an aura erupted. The only thing visible on Ajuka's and Rezavim's faces was a shit-eating grin on both of their faces. Flashback in. Ajuka grinned even more as he remembered the scene before him unveil. It was just like back then. Everyone else simply was clueless. Back in the middle of the ballroom, Issei's eyes continued to glow ominously. Ayalava glared victoriously at Issei as he heard the whispers and gossiping being passed around the room. But then it happened. The room once again fell silent in shock. But this time it was more fear than shock. Issei's shadow behind him started to morph and mutate. Then out it came. The creature emerged. Something that could only be described as a monster. It towered over Issei with two devil horns protruding from its forehead. Hands that weren't even hands. The fingers were basically claws. This thing was pitch black yet had both of the famous blood-red eyes that only Satan and his son had. Even Surzex, who was standing at Rias and her table, was subconsciously shivering as he realized he was on the receiving end on that. And looking at it now only made him realize how much of an ant he compared to that thing. But this time the monster wasn't expressionless like the last times everyone saw it. No, this thing was smiling. It opened its mouth, showing razor-sharp teeth grinning evilly down at Ayalava. Ayalava was worried once he saw that. Somehow, he managed to stand his ground. Was it the anger he had for Issei that kept him there? Or was it the adrenaline pumping through his body? He didn't know. All he knew was that this thing was threatening him. And once again Issei was in the center of it all. At that moment Ayalava's face contorted in anger, and his fist was covered in black, orange, and red flames. Reared his flame-covered fist back and let it soar. But as soon as he touched Issei, he was forced to stop. He couldn't tell why. He simply tapped Issei and couldn't go through with his punch. And then he looked up at Issei's face. He saw Issei staring down at him, his eyes glowing brighter than ever. He stared in shock for a second before the thing behind Issei kept his smile and leaned down towards Ayalava. The monster grabbed Issei's shoulder and leaned low enough so its face was next to Issei's and right in front of Ayalava's. They were centimeters apart. Ayalava immediately tried to pull his fist back again. But nothing worked. He then used his other hand and tried to pull his arm back, but yet again nothing worked. He was stuck with his fist on Issei's chest. Even the flames dissipated and they had no effect on Issei's clothing either. The thing then opened its mouth as if it was showing off its set of razor-sharp teeth that could tear through skin and bone like it was paper. As soon as Ayalava was about to yell something, anything, he got his arm back and held it against his own chest. He looked down at his arm looking for what happened, but nothing was there. He then looked up to make sure the thing wasn't following him again, but that was for naught. As soon as he looked up, all he saw was the two blood-red eyes of Issei Satan before he was sent rocketing back. Issei rushed forward and punched Ayalava as he held his arm and landed a punch straight to his chest, launching him back like a torpedo. Now you may be asking, where were the guards? Yes, there were guards, but in this situation, they were as helpful as the people watching the ordeal. Speechless. Issei's hand was already back in his pocket by the time their minds registered what the hell just happened. The thing was gone. Issei was already walking to his reserved section where he saw the others. Nobody tried to stop him. He simply walked. With Ayalava. Ayalava was lying against a flip table, still in the same place as he landed. He looked up still in a daze as he saw Issei's back walking away from him. He grit his teeth in rage and tried to get up. But he couldn't. He was hit too hard. He would have to wait a few minutes before he could even attempt to stand up again. But then he heard it. Issei. A feminine voice yelled out. All of a sudden from his left he saw a golden blonde blue from the corner of his eye. He knew who it was, so he grabbed the woman's wrist and didn't let her go. The woman looked back and let her ruby red eyes glare down at her brother. Yes, this woman was Erika Aman, older sister of Ayalava Aman, and last living female heiress of the Aman bloodline. Ayalava simply stared up at his sister, trying to stop her. All of a sudden, she ripped her wrist free of his grip. Smack! Ayalava's face snapped to the side as a red handprint started to appear on his cheek. How could you? I raised you better than that. Erika roared. Now everyone was looking at those two. Well, everyone but Issei, who was still making his way to his entourage. Don't try and stop me again. Erika finished as she continued to run after Issei. TSK. Ayalava grunted as he spat out a glob of blood onto the floor in irritation. Back with Issei. Issei already knew this night was going to be a long one, and the sad part was that this night literally just started. Let's hope no other unwanted people approach me. Issei spoke to himself as he was about to enter his reserved area. Issei. He heard an all too familiar voice. It was Erika Ayalava. Fuck. And so, the night just started. And he already wanted to leave. He wanted to leave a lot. That's it, guys. Hopefully you guys enjoyed it. With that, take care.